Washington's War on Nicaragua. Holly Sklar purifying Nicaragua Sandino to Somoza. 1. 1C Ardor strikes out 7 Revolutionary tremors democratization pressure building the people united another kind of palace coup September uprising mediation plebiscite ploy entrepreneurs at Somoza's service patriotic front Panama Canal connection final offensives let's do it with grace Sandinista triumph. 2 Fleeting coexistence 35 Logic of the majority failback strategy military scrap $75 million year of literacy conflicting logic foiled plot exporting revolution Salvador refrain Fonseca Gulf incident suspension. 3 Reagan strikes back 57 Santa Fe tales reality check stand by your dictator self-fulfilling prophets no business as usual white paper revolution beyond our borders revisited finding I. 4. The Avengers 75 September 15 Legion World Anti-Communist League Moonstruck Sing Laub's WACL Warriors the Argentine Axis La Tripartita the Rig and the Proconsul Enders Dead End taking the war to Nicaragua. 5 SME Secret War Finding 2 Mosquito Front Rigging Human Rights Tightening the Screws Slideshow Blow Up Projecting Paranoia Transition The Wrong War Pasto Fa Southern Front. 123 6. Fire, Smoke, and Mirrors Target Jalapa Base Country Honduras FDN Facelift Black Diamond Boland Eye, Flashing Yellow Light Buying Guns and Journalists Death Swooping Down New Phase Reagan Storms the Hill Sticks and Stones Managua by Christmas. Trampling Democracy Gun Boast Diplomacy. 7 Shockwaves 149 Trained Piranhas Pentagon Specials, Yellow Fruit and Night Stalkers Target Grenada Nicaragua Next. Stepped up intensity mining the harbors fleeing the World Court Kissinger and other maneuvers aftershock, Boland cut off. 8 Terrorist Manuals 177 Implicit and Explicit Terror 5th Columns Criminals and Martyrs A Bullet is Sharper Than Words Freedom Fighters Manual Rogue Manual. Outlaw State. 9 Ballots, Bullets, and MiGs 189 Reagan's Mythical Mandate Cruise Control Campaigns Nicaragua Votes Democracies and Double Standards Pluralist Opposition Voices The MiGs are coming. The MiGs are coming. Cold War Ghosts Policy Tilts. 10 FM A Contra 2. 217 The strong men holding body and soul together partnership with apartheid Saudi pipeline dollars from dictators North End Company cutouts private aid auxiliary public diplomacy Psy war at home channeling contributions. 11 The Enterprise and other fronts 251 Yellow fruit seeds The Enterprisers, Secord Wilson orbits Air Central America Just say Uncle Trojan horses Red herring brinkmanship Humanitarian aid Enterprise liftoff Southern Iran. 12 Hits, Guns and Drugs 281 La Penca Pieces of Puzzles Pumping Smoke Bluffs and Suits Drug Propaganda The Contra Connection Stranger Than Fiction. 13 C. Ontadora, Contractadora 299 An Urgent Appeal Drop Dead or We'll Kill You Trumping Nicaragua Foreigners in Our Own Backyard Who Negotiates with a Cancer. Borderline Pieces War Democratization Swing Shift, Congress contravenes World Court Intensive Care Avoiding Regional War History Made in the South. 14. Under the Cover-Ups 321 Removing Fingerprints Smoking Plane RR was briefed Gullibles Troubles Damage Control Miami Stall. 15 Diversions 339 Cleansing Fall Guys Beating Around the Bush Watchdogs with Blinders Assaulting Civil Liberties Homegrown Terror It Can Happen Here The Myopic Majority. 16 Crosscurrents 365 Signs of Escalation and Invasion Scenario New Contra Fronts The Closer You Get, Peace Summit Peace Panic Contradictions Mirandized Airborne Diplomacy Ceasefire. Come Back to Jamaica Mining the Internal Front. 17 Openings 393 Self-Righteous Intervention Self-Determination Building Bridges. Chart, Central America. Economic and Social Comparisons 1979 to 1985 64 Box, Reagan's Contradictions 337 Appendix A. The CIA's Blueprint for Nicaragua 399 Appendix B Central America Peace Accord 401 Bibliography 405 Notes 411 Index 453. By their very nature, covert activities, or special activities, are a lie. There's great deception practiced in the conduct of covert operations. They are at essence a lie. Oliver North, Iran-Contra Hearings, July 7, 1987. General Smedley Butler led American Marines into Nicaragua 8 years before the Russian Revolution of 1917. He died before Oliver North was born. Butler is a Marine Corps legend. He earned an extraordinary 2 Congressional Medals of Honor, the nation's highest military award for bravery. As a civilian, Butler was also a legend. He exposed a fascist conspiracy to stage a coup against Franklin D. Roosevelt and criticized the congressional committee that investigated the plot. Like most committees, it has slaughtered the little and allowed the big to escape. Butler unmasked the warmongers, dollar patriots, war profiteers, and military chiselers. He warned of the evils of provocative militarism and called for restructuring U.S. armed forces to serve a truly defensive mission. As a soldier, said Butler, I long suspected that war was a racket. Not until I retired to civil life did I fully realize it. Reflecting on the notion of war as a racket, Butler wrote in 1935, "It may seem odd for me, a military man, to adopt such a comparison. Truthfulness compels me to. I spent 33 years and 4 months in active service as a member of our country's most agile military force, the Marine Corps, and during that period I spent most of my time being a high-class muscle man for big business, for Wall Street and for the bankers. In short, I was a racketeer for capitalism. Thus I helped make Mexico. Safe for American oil interests in 1914.1 helped make Haiti and Cuba a decent place for the national city bank boys to collect revenues in. I helped in the raping of half a dozen Central American republics for 1. 2. The benefit of Wall Street. The record of racketeering is long. I helped purify Nicaragua for the International Banking House of Brown Brothers in 1909-12. I brought light to the Dominican Republic for American sugar interests in 1916. I helped make Honduras right for American fruit companies in 1903. In China in 1927 I helped see to it that Standard Oil went its way unmolested. During those years, I had, as the boys in the back room would say, a swell racket. I was rewarded with honors, medals, promotion. Looking back on it, I feel I might have given Al Capone a few hints. The best could do was to operate his racket in 3 city districts. We Marines operated on 3 continents. Such candor would be enlightening today. The blunt truth is that blaming Nicaragua for provoking U.S. intervention is like blaming women for rape. They flaunt their independence. They hang out too much on the wrong block. They practice promiscuous non-aligned relations. They say no to the Contras, but they mean yes. Somehow, Nicaragua has asked for it. What passes for debate in Washington is largely an argument over how much Nicaragua has asked for it, and what's the best way to give it to them. In Washington's war on Nicaragua, lies are as necessary as guns. Purifying Nicaragua. U.S. Marines have intervened in Nicaragua numerous times since the 1850s when they policed the country for Cornelius Vanderbilt and other patrons of Manifest Destiny. Take Smedley Boer's experience. In 1909, General Juan Estrada, the governor for Nicaragua's Atlantic coast, led a revolt against liberal President José Santos Zelaya, a nationalist modernizer. Backed by U.S. investors and Conservative Party leaders Emiliano Chamorro and Adolfo Diaz, Estrada established a provisional government at the port of Bluefields. New Orleans was Estrada's base of supply for arms and recruits. American mercenaries, such as Captain Godfrey Fowler of the Texas National Guard, instructed the rebels in the use of machine guns and commanded troops in combat. The Taft administration turned up the heat by breaking relations with the Zelaya government. Hoping to preserve Nicaraguan sovereignty, Zelaya resigned the presidency in December 1909 in favor of José Madriz. The U.S.-backed rebellion fared poorly. By May 1910, Nicaraguan government forces recaptured El Bluff. At the entrance to Bluefields Harbor, the U.S. Navy declared Bluefields a neutral zone and landed Marines to deter Madriz from retaking the port. Smedley Butler provided this first-hand account. Near Bluefields was the property of a large American gold mine, whose stock was owned mainly by Pittsburgh financiers and partly by the then Secretary of State, Philander C. Knox. President Madriz refused to recognize the validity of the gold mining concession, and 225 Marines immediately were dispatched to Bluefields to protect American lives and property. I commanded those Marines, and in order to be sure that there was an American life to protect in Bluefields, I made certain they 3. Local consul was on the job. There wasn't another American in miles. The technique of raping this country for American financiers demanded that the revolutionists have the true cause of patriotism on their side. Consequently, we Marines soon developed the puppet revolutionary candidate for president, Juan J. Estrada, into another George Washington. The Marines bluffed the government forces out of Bluefields, and with 367 revolutionists held the town. The government forces outside the city wanted to attack. I called upon the government generals to forbid them to shoot at the city. American lives would be endangered. Naturally, the government forces gave up in disgust and retired to the town of Rama, some miles down the trail from Bluefields. But the State Department representative who wanted the revolution run on the level, demanded that Estrada, Diaz, and Chamorro go after the government forces and defeat them. This they were loath to do. They wanted to set up their own government right there and start levying taxes at once. But the State Department's orders were that the revolutionists must win the revolution. Else how would American interests be safe? Finally, the revolutionists were convinced that they should attack Rama and defeat the government forces. We sent an American beachcomber on ahead to Rama to be sure there would be another American life to protect, and then reenacted the farce of Bluefields. The government forces were bluffed out of the town. The revolutionists entered. We forbade shooting by the government forces, and they finally melted away, convinced of the hopelessness of opposing the revolutionists backed by the Marines. The revolution ended then and there. Madriz fled the country. Everybody was happy, wrote Butler. The gold mines and fruit companies operated unmolested, and canal schemes were plotted all over the country for years. Butler again led Marines to Nicaragua in 1912. This time they went to battle to save the puppet government headed by Adolfo Diaz. One rebel leader refused to surrender, Benjamin Zeledin, the former Zelaya general whose Liberal Party forces held Masaya, a town near Managua. When Masaya fell, Major Butler wired Admiral Sutherland, the commander-in-chief of the U.S. forces, which included 8 warships, "Government forces have captured Zeledin and have asked me if we want him. If you direct, I can have Zeledin sent back here under guard or protected by my men in Masaya. Personally, I would suggest that through some inaction on our part someone might hang him." Apparently wounded during capture, Zeledin died under mysterious circumstances. His body was paraded through the streets on the back of a horse. The intended lesson was fear. But in Augusto Cesar Sandino, the event inspired a nationalist spirit. Sandino later wrote, "At that time I was a kid of 17 and I witnessed the crushing of Nicaraguans in Masaya and other parts of the Republic by North American filibusters. I saw Zeledin's body buried in Catarina, a town near my own. His death gave me the key to our country's plight in face of North American piracy, so we see our war as a continuation of his." Registered trademark. 4. President Taft portrayed the 1912 invasion in the rhetoric of dollar diplomacy. He told Congress, "In Central America the aim has been to help such countries as Nicaragua and Honduras to help themselves. It is obvious that the Monroe Doctrine is more vital in the neighborhood of the Panama Canal and the zone of the Caribbean than anywhere else. It is therefore essential that the countries within that sphere shall be removed from the jeopardy involved by heavy foreign debt and chaotic national finances, and from the ever-present danger of international complications due to disorder at home. Hence, the United States has been glad to encourage and support American bankers who were willing to lend a helping hand to the financial rehabilitation of such countries, because this financial rehabilitation and the protection of their custom houses from being the prey of would-be dictators would remove at one stroke the menace of foreign creditors and the menace of revolutionary disorder. During this last revolution in Nicaragua, the government of that republic, having admitted its inability to protect American life and property against acts of sheer lawlessness on the part of the malcontents, and having requested this government to assume that office, it became necessary to land over 2,000 Marines and bluejackets. Since the re-establishment of peace and order, elections have been held amid conditions of quiet and tranquility. Nearly all the American Marines have now been withdrawn. The country should soon be on the road to recovery. The United States self-righteously exempted itself from the label foreign. Smedley Butler rigged the 1912 elections to return Diaz to power, writing his wife Ethel, "Today, Nicaragua has enjoyed a fine free election, with only one candidate being allowed to run, President Adolfo Diaz, who was unanimously elected. In order that this happy event might be pulled off without hitch and to the entire satisfaction of our State Department, we patrolled all the towns to prevent disorders." Some 100 Marines remained in Nicaragua for the next 13 years to ensure peace and order. The revolving Diaz and Chamorro governments obediently followed the dictates of U.S. proconsuls. Customs collectors and bankers who induced Nicaragua to go into debt to pay for projects controlled by Americans. Dollar diplomacy was loan sharking writ large. Sandino to Somoza. In 1926, rebellion again rocked Nicaragua. This time, it was Sandino who refused to surrender to Marines sent by President Coolidge. Coolidge's occupation of Nicaragua was not a popular one. In January 1927, Senator Burton Wheeler, a Montana Democrat, introduced a resolution calling for U.S. forces to withdraw. He told a New York rally sponsored by the Non-Intervention Citizens Committee that protection of life and property is the classic mask worn by dollar diplomacy when it turns its face toward the American people. The State Department has literally gutted the sovereignty of Nicaragua. At this moment it has the little republic hog-tied. Every strategic post, fiscal and military, is in the hands of the appointees of the State Department. 5. The prior pretext for U.S. intervention, the menace of foreign creditors, was passé. The Coolidge administration tried out a new one, the menace of communism. Mexico was accused of plotting with the Russians to establish a hostile Bolshevist regime in Nicaragua, a Bolshevist wedge between continental United States and the Panama Canal. That early Red Scare produced more ridicule than fear. Many suspected Washington of setting up Mexico for war because of its threat to nationalize the holdings of U.S. oil companies. In 1914, Butler's Marines went to Mexico to make it safe for American oil interests. Butler described the military's role in producing Red Scares as part of the effort to make the common people military-minded. He unveiled the domestic brand of military intelligence as mainly unadulterated red hunting. Hence intelligence officers cooperate more or less openly with such bulwarks of home defense as William Randolph Hearst, Ralph Easley, Harry Young of Chicago, and such organizations as the National Security League, the American Vigilantes, and the Order of 76 racist, anti-Semitic and anti-Union forerunners to right-wing groups discussed in later chapters. The intelligence men further justify their jobs by spy work on radical gatherings, by attending public forums in an attempt to detect political or economic heresy, by keeping tabs on various suspects, and by smelling out what they consider to be subversive activities everywhere. Butler called on military intelligence to be concerned with the true domestic enemies of our nation: hunger, injustice, and exploitation, and not the subversive shadows of their own creation. Sandino's 6-year guerrilla war against U.S. Marines was the Vietnam War of its day. In 1933, the Hoover administration pulled out the troops, leaving behind a powerful National Guard headed by Anastasio Somoza Garcia. Somoza was nicknamed El Yankee for his Philadelphia-bred English and his pro-American opportunism. He declared, "I'll give this country peace, if I have to shoot every other man in Nicaragua to get it." Happy face. Having won the withdrawal of U.S. troops, Sandino signed a peace treaty with President Juan Sacasa and disarmed most of his followers. They received land to develop an agricultural cooperative in the Coco River Valley. In February 1934, National Guardsmen began taking up positions around Sandino's Huayvalay encampment. Sandino went to Managua to insist that the Guardia comply with the peace agreement and respect the Constitution. On February 21, after dining with President Sacasa, Sandino was picked up by guardsmen and executed. The guard then assaulted Sandino's followers at Huayvalay, slaughtering some 300 men, women, and children. In June 1936, Somoza staged a coup and founded a dictatorship that passed from father to son to brother. The elder Somoza was shot in 1956 by a poet named Rigoberto Lopez Perez, who was killed at the scene. Thousands of Nicaraguans were arrested and tortured in the post-assassination roundup, among them La Prensa publisher Pedro Joaquin Chamorro. Chamorro was lucky, explained author John Booth, for he escaped the even more diabolical tortures suffered by his companions: electrical shocks, repeated near drowning, lifting or dragging by a cord tied around the genitals, imprisonment. * Nicaraguans use the mother's family name as a second surname. 6. In a coffin-sized cell, or time in the Somoza family's private zoo. This last method incarcerated prisoners, for months in some cases, in barred cages open to the weather, next to lions and panthers, in the garden of the presidential residence. Held in a cell at the end of the garden, Chamorro observed how in front of these animal cages often strolled the current president of the dynasty, Luis Somoza, and his brother Anastasio, with their wives, relatives, and children. Carrying their dolls and toys. Registered trademark. The Somoza dictatorship lasted 43 years, until the heirs to Sandino set Nicaragua on a different course. 1. Carter strikes out. Somoza believes that God has given him Nicaragua for a hacienda and its citizens as its peasants. Venezuelan ambassador to the Organization of American States, 1978. Over a period of years, we sent over 14,000 men through various military training programs in the United States. Due to our close association with the U.S., Nicaragua was often referred to as the Little U.S.A. of Central America. Anastasio Somoza. Obviously, the Carter administration did not want the United States to lose control over the political, social, and economic destiny of Nicaragua. And when they began to realize that, in fact, Somoza was no longer viable, they began to worry about the possibility that the baby could be thrown out with the bathwater. Nicaraguan Foreign Minister Miguel Descoto, May 9, 1986. Interview with author. From the memoirs of former President Jimmy Carter and his top 2 foreign policy advisors, you would barely know that during their tenure Nicaragua had a revolution. Carter discussed Nicaragua only briefly on 5 out of 596 pages in Keeping Faith. Former Secretary of State Cyrus Vance and former National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski each gave Nicaragua a cursory mention on 2 pages in their respective memoirs. You would never know that Carter officials worked vigorously to derail the Nicaraguan revolution and, having failed in that, tried desperately to substitute the revolution's caboose, Somoza's conservative opposition, for its Sandinista locomotive. 7. 8. As Brzezinski noted, Carter's views on foreign affairs had largely been formed during his time with the Trilateral Commission. Top state, treasury, and defense officials were drawn from trilateralist ranks. Made up of political and business elites from North America, Western Europe, and Japan, the Commission works to strengthen the cohesion and dominance of the Western Alliance in a changing world. For 2 decades following World War II, the United States possessed overwhelming global economic and military supremacy. This Pax Americana was cut short by a revitalized Europe and Japan, a Soviet Union with superpower status, and Third World movements seeking self-determination. Trilateralism counseled accommodation with the Third World instead of relentless confrontation to restore the status quo. In Brzezinski's words, the Carter administration was not trying to build dams against the forces of history but rather to channel these forces in a positive direction. Accommodation is a form of intervention that relies on reform and selective repression to keep leftists out of power and employs co-optation and selective pressure to manage and weaken leftists once in power. Accommodationists assume the West can beat the Soviet Union through economic competition relying on trade, aid, and investment provided the United States does not default. Initial policy toward Latin America was guided by the recommendations of the Commission on United States-Latin American Relations chaired by trilateralist Saul Linowitz. A former chairman of the Xerox Corporation and ambassador to the Organization of American States, Linowitz served Carter as a negotiator for the Panama Canal Treaty. Carter's first priority in Latin American relations. Carter policy toward Nicaragua reflected the trilateralist principle: a minimum of social justice and reform will be necessary for stability in the long run. In response to Sandinista revolution, Carter officials tried to find that minimum of reform. They found out that a minimum was not enough. Revolutionary tremors. General Anastasio Taco Somoza Debayle was the third Somoza to rule Nicaragua as a family franchise in the U.S. orbit. Schooled in the United States since childhood, married to an American and more comfortable speaking English than Spanish, Somoza once remarked, "I know the U.S. better than my country." Registered trademark a year and a half before Somoza's ouster, The Wall Street Journal observed. Taco, a West Point graduate who took control of the country in the mid-1960s after the death of his older brother Luis, always has stressed his strong ties to the U.S. and his fierce opposition to communism. He and Luis allowed the U.S. to launch its ill-fated Cuban Bay of Pigs invasion from here, and he even offered to send troops to Vietnam. At times, the U.S. presence here has lacked subtlety. A picture of recent U.S. Ambassador Turner Shelton, for example, adorns the Nicaraguan equivalent of a $3 bill. 9. Relations were especially cozy during the Nixon administration. Somoza reportedly sent his mother to Washington with $1 million for Nixon's re-election campaign. Turner Shelton, above-mentioned ambassador to Nicaragua from 1970 to 1975, was an associate of Nixon's close friend Bebe Rebozo and billionaire Howard Hughes. Hughes was living at the top of Managua's pyramid-shaped Intercontinental Hotel when the Great Earthquake sent him fleeing. The 1972 earthquake devastated Managua. The Intercontinental Hotel was one of only a few buildings left intact in the downtown area. Somoza siphoned off relief money and profiteered off grossly inadequate reconstruction. The earth opened, recalled American nun Mary Hartman, and people's eyes opened to the complete corruption of the government. Residents who received none of the relief goods donated from abroad saw the National Guard selling them later. The Sandinista National Liberation Front, FSLN, named for Nicaraguan hero Augusto Cesar Sandino, was founded in 1961. The Sandinistas catapulted into world attention in 1974, raiding a Christmas party honoring Ambassador Shelton. Shelton had already left, but Somoza's brother-in-law, who served as ambassador to the United States, was one of many prominent hostages. After 3 days, the FSLN won $1 million in ransom, the first national broadcast of Sandinista views, and the release of 14 political prisoners, including Daniel Ortega, freed after 7 years in Somoza's jails. Somoza imposed a state of siege and waged an intensive counterinsurgency campaign with support from the United States and CONDECA, the Central American Defense Council made up of Nicaragua, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. A death squad named the Anti-Communist League of Nicaragua helped with Somoza's dirty work. In June 1976, a more human rights-conscious U.S. Congress heard testimony about widespread torture, rape, killings, mass arrests and disappearances. Liberal politicians wanted to cut off aid to Somoza. The Ford administration's ambassador to Nicaragua, James Theberge, began meeting with opposition leaders such as La Prensa publisher Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, a leader of the New Democratic Liberation Union, UDEL. But Somoza's days were not yet seen as numbered. A year later, the Wall Street Journal QAE 31, 1977, ran a 2-page advertisement headed, "Nicaragua, an investor's dream come true." Nicaragua was sold as a country where foreign capital is nurtured, Yankees feel at home. The good investment climate offered freedom of remittance on profits and capital, freedom from capital gains and dividend tax, and low-cost abundant labor which takes pride in its task. The U.S. Department of Commerce predicted that Nicaragua will continue to enjoy political stability and a bright economic future. In Somoza's investor's dream, 1 baby in 8 died before their first birthday. In a country with abundant arable land, 2 out of 3 children were undernourished and 2 out of 3 peasant farmers were completely landless or had plots too small for subsistence. Export crops soaked up 90% of all agricultural credit and used 22 times more arable land than that for growing basic food crops for domestic consumption. The paltry per capita income of about $830 was many times that earned by those on the lower levels of the economic pyramid. The 10 Poorest half of the population received 15% of the national income, the poorest fifth received about 3%. The richest 5% enjoyed 30% of the income and a higher share of the wealth, education, and access to health care. In Somoza's investors' dream, 6 out of 10 deaths were caused by preventable and curable diseases. Over half the population was illiterate. While on a visit to Costa Rica, Anastasio Somoza Sr. heard his hosts boast of the schools they were building. "I don't want educated people," he retorted. "I want oxen." His sons carried on in his footsteps. Democratization. Somoza's state of siege took its toll. Many FSLN leaders, including founder Carlos Fonseca, were killed and many others were forced into exile. When they felt that we were hard hit, scattered and divided, they, the United States and Somoza, decided it was time for a democratization plan, said Sandinista leader Humberto Ortega, now Minister of Defense. With the FSLN apparently wiped out, the Carter administration announced in June 1977 that it would not sign a new military aid agreement with Nicaragua unless there was an improvement in the human rights situation. Registered trademark. On July 28, the 51-year-old Somoza suffered a heart attack and was flown to the Miami Heart Institute for treatment. Luis Somoza had died of a heart attack at the age of 44. The dictator and his dynasty looked strikingly vulnerable. Carter's new ambassador, Cuban-born sociology professor Mauricio Solon, arrived in Nicaragua in August and extended U.S. efforts to reach out to non-Sandinista opposition leaders. Somoza returned home on September 10 and lifted martial law 9 days later. As recounted by Robert Pastor, Carter's Director of Latin American and Caribbean Affairs for the National Security Council, NSC, a debate ensued in the Interagency Group on Human Rights and Foreign Assistance chaired by Deputy Secretary of State Warren Christopher, the Central Forum for Nicaragua Policy at that time. The State Department Bureau of Human Rights, headed by Patricia Darien, opposed releasing aid to Nicaragua while the Bureau of Inter-American Affairs favored aid as a carrot. Christopher decided that having achieved the U.S. objective of getting Somoza to end the state of siege, the United States could not disapprove aid to Nicaragua. On the other hand, the administration did not want to approve aid and lose important leverage to try to obtain free elections. Christopher chose to keep the options open. The United States would neither approve nor disapprove aid. The United States announced it would not provide any military aid until further progress was made in human rights. However, the law required the administration to sign the 1977 military aid agreement worth $2.50 million before the end of the fiscal year September 30, or the money would revert to the Treasury and future leverage would be lost. There were no similar constraints built into the economic aid laws, so the administration merely postponed that decision. 11. Washington wanted Somoza to agree to step down at the end of his official presidential term in May 1981. With the Sandinistas out of the picture, the elections would result predictably in a successor government led by business elites aligned with the United States. Ambassador Solon felt that it was impossible to create a political center in Nicaragua without retaining part of the large Somoza political apparatus in public life, but he thought it was possible to remove Somoza and his closest family members and associates. He acknowledged that it would be Mrs. Mohsin Somoza the same system, but without Somoza at least for a transitional period. In mid-1978, the Carter administration oversaw just such a system preserving succession in the Dominican Republic, when then-dictator Joaquin Balaguer was forced to concede electoral defeat to reformist leader Antonio Guzman. The Sandinistas, however, had not been eliminated. With the lifting of martial law, popular protest multiplied. In October 1977, the FSLN launched a military offensive, attacking National Guard posts in several towns including Masaya, about 15 miles from the capital. The Guard barracks of San Carlos, on the southern end of Lake Nicaragua near the Costa Rican border, was the target of Sandinistas from the Solentiname Island religious community led by Nicaraguan poet and priest Ernesto Cardenal. 3 of us who took part in the assault on San Carlos were women, a combatant recalled, and when the news broke I think it inspired other women to believe that they could join in the revolutionary struggle. We were also Christians, which had a great impact on Nicaraguans. It added a fresh dimension to people's idea of the Frente Sandinista. Somoza received another blow on October 18. A group of respected Nicaraguan priests, businessmen, academics, and other professionals issued a statement insisting that the FSLN must be part of any solution to Nicaragua's problems. The group, based in San Jose, Costa Rica, became known as Los Doce, the Group of 12. Its members were, post-Somoza government positions appear in Paren 1 Theses Sergio Ramirez, lawyer and novelist, government junta member, elected J. Vice President in 1984, Miguel Descoto, Maryknoll priest, Director of Social Communications for the New York-based Maryknoll Society from 1970 to 1979, Foreign Minister, Fernando Cardenal, younger brother of Ernesto Cardenal, Jesuit priest, founder of the Revolutionary Christian Movement, director of the 1980 Literacy Crusade and the Sandinista Youth Organization before becoming Minister of Education, Carlos Tunnerman, lawyer and former president of Nicaragua's National University, Education Minister, then Ambassador to the United States, Ernesto Castillo, lawyer, Minister of Justice, Ricardo Kernal, cat rancher, Vice Minister of Agricultural Development, Enrique Boltodano, large coffee producer, Controller General, Joaquin Quadra, investment lawyer, Minister of Finance, then President of the Central Bank. Casimiro Sotelo, architect, Ambassador to Canada, Carlos Gutierrez, a dentist who maintained his practice in Mexico, Felipe Mantica, a businessman who dropped out of the 12 before Somoza's overthrow, and Arturo Cruz, officer of the Inter-American Development Bank in Washington, Central Bank President, July 1979 to May 1980, Government Junta member. May 1980 to March 1981, Ambassador to the United States, March-November 1981. Cruz left the government 12 and was a Contra leader until 1987. 3 other people joined the 12 before Somoza's overthrow: Roberto Arguello Hurtado, lawyer, President of the Supreme Court, then Ambassador to France; Edgar Perales, priest, Ambassador to the Organization of American States; and Reynaldo Antonio Tefel, academic, Minister of Social Welfare. The Group of 12, explained Carlos Tunnerman, undertook the international work, to visit governments and international organizations, to make known that the Sandinistas were not terrorists, that they had taken up arms because it was necessary, and that the terrorist was the government and the system. Another group, more conservative than the 12, also formed. Headed by Archbishop Miguel Obando y Bravo, the commission to promote a national dialogue included, among others, Monsignor Pablo Antonio Vega and Alfonso Rabello, president of the business group then called the Superior Council of Private J Initiative, COSUP. As described by New York Times reporter Shirley Christian, the dialogue's supporters were people who wanted, or were willing to accept, a phased change that would not disrupt the economy and other aspects of Nicaraguan life. They talked about reaching some kind of agreement with Somoza whereby he would agree not to run again when his term as president ended in 1981, or would step aside sooner in favor of someone else from his party or the National Guard, with the guarantee of free elections at the end of 1980. Christian's place as Washington's favored chronicler of the Nicaraguan Revolution was reinforced when the U.S. Information Agency gave out hundreds of free copies of her book at the 1987 International Book Fair in Managua, which was open to the Nicaraguan public and publishers from around the world, including official organs of the U.S. government. Happy face, wealthy Nicaraguans hedged their bets on Nicaragua's future, setting up secret bank accounts in the Cayman Islands to transfer millions of dollars outside the country. The Contra network would later use the same Cayman Islands bank, Banco de America Central, BAC, and the same system of Miami pass-through accounts and Panamanian shell companies. Pressure building. Events quickly outpaced Washington and the dialogue. On the morning of January 10, 1978, Managua was jolted by the assassination of La Prensa editor Pedro Joaquin Chamorro. Thousands turned out for the funeral, and later that month COSUP threw its support behind a 3-week national strike. In February, COSUP expanded and changed its name to the Superior Council of Private Enterprise, COSEP. On February 2, the FSLN briefly captured Rivas and Granada, as well as the counterinsurgency camp in Santa Clara, Nueva Segovia. While the Sandinista movement gained momentum, the dialogues meeting with Somoza, planned for February, fell apart. In addition to their outrage, wrote Christian, a strong sense of fear swept businessmen, politicians, and trade unionists. 13. As they realized that what had happened to Chamorro could happen to them. They had always known, or suspected, that the National Guard treated the poor in a repressive manner, but they had felt themselves reasonably secure to carry out peaceful opposition. They had known they could be thrown into jail for a few weeks but had never expected to be killed, but Pedro Joaquin Chamorro was not a peasant. He had been one of them. Even those who were politically ambivalent now thought that Somoza should go because he could no longer provide the one thing that made strongmen attractive, public order. Above all, they now hoped the United States would step in and play its traditional role as arbiter of power struggles in Nicaragua. That traditional arbitration had never promoted the interests of the poor, who had suffered and died in the Somoza yoke. It would be no different this time around. The Carter administration was divided over how fast and far to push Somoza. Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs Terence Todman provided a conservative counterweight to Ambassador Solon's Somocismo without Somoza. On February 6, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State Sally Shelton inadvertently exposed the shallowness of human rights policy in testimony to Congress. Although problems remain, it is our opinion that marked progress has been manifested since early 1977. The National Guard behaved in a generally restrained manner following Chamorro's assassination and had a duty, she said, to protect the population from terrorism and acts of violence. Continued U.S. assistance for the Guard was necessary because it helped provide a sense of security which is important for social, economic and political developments. Miguel Descoto challenged the U.S.L view, testifying that at least 20 people had recently been killed. Women demonstrating peacefully were beaten with chains wrapped in newspapers. The first mass insurrection took place at the end of February in Masaya's Indian community, Manimbo, about 20,000 residents. Somoza sent his son, Anastasio Somoza Portocarrero, known as El Chigan, the Kid, to reimpose control. El Chigan, educated at Harvard and trained at the U.S. Army Command and General Staff College at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, commanded the elite troops of the misnamed Basic Infantry Training School, EEBI, modeled on the U.S. Special Forces. The Guardia entered the barrio, recalled one Manimbo resident, and attacked us with tanks, armored cars, helicopters, and heavy machine guns. People defended themselves with machetes, contact bombs and homemade bombs made up of such items as sulfur, gasoline, nails, and pebbles, sticks and whatever else they could lay their hands on. Happy face, in Humberto Ortega's words, the Manimbo uprising was the soul of the masses on a nationwide scale and became the heart of the insurrection that was to take place throughout the country. Somoza told a loyalist rally on February 26 that he would retire as chief of the armed forces and turn over the presidency to an elected successor on May 1, 1981. But elections had come and gone throughout the 4 decades of Somoza rule and, in Nicaragua at least, few expected the next election to bring an end to the Somoza dynasty. In March, Alfonso Robelo established the Nicaraguan Democratic Movement, MDN, a party of reformist businesspeople and professionals. In May, UDEL and the MDN formed a new coalition, the Broad Opposition Front, FAO. 14. The administration, meanwhile, released $60,000 in military credits to cover the purchase of equipment for a Nicaraguan military hospital and made the economic aid decision it had postponed the previous September. Most of a $12 million aid package was released in the form of loans for rural nutrition and educational development with the rationale that it was aid for the needy and not for Somoza. Representative Charles Wilson, DTX, an influential conservative member of the House Appropriations Committee and a leading member of the so-called Nicaragua lobby, had threatened to block action on other administration foreign aid requests if Nicaragua aid was not approved. Former NSC aide Robert Pastor explained, although the response by the Guard to the riots/D represented a serious concern, Somoza did not reimpose martial law or censorship of the press, and the United States had made such loans to countries with worse human rights records. The people united. Three tendencies had emerged within the FSLN in the 1970s, with different approaches to revolutionary strategy. The Prolonged Popular War, GPP, tendency saw the revolutionary struggle as a long war of attrition led by a guerrilla army in the countryside. The proletarian tendency stressed a prolonged struggle centered around urban workers and the poor. The terroristas, third force or insurrectionists, thought a prolonged struggle was unnecessary, a series of armed strikes could spark a popular insurrection. They advocated building a broad-based coalition, led by the FSLN, among all anti-Somoza forces, including those in the business class. In June 1978, the three tendencies reached preliminary agreement on strategic unity. In July, student groups, the Women's Association, AMPRONAC, unions, professional associations, and traditional left parties joined with the FSLN to form the United People's Movement, MPU. Among them was the Nicaraguan Socialist Party, PSN, the major communist party, which had earlier opposed armed struggle and allied with UDEL and the FAO. As a study commissioned by the Reagan State Department observed, contrary to Reaganite rhetoric, the Moscow-aligned Socialist Party had judged that the situation was not ripe for revolution, and had consequently condemned the Sandinistas' insurrectionary strategy as adventurist. Happy Face, the MPU program outlined radical political, economic, and social change. It called for a government with the representative participation of all political, economic, labor and cultural forces committed to raising the country from the stagnation, dependency, and underdevelopment imposed by the dictatorship and its allies. It sketched an economic program that corresponds to the social necessities of all Nicaraguans. The new government will begin negotiations to obtain foreign aid from any country, regardless of ideology, and develop a comprehensive agrarian reform program to put an end to the formation of latifundios 2 Institute, with the lands expropriated from the Somoza family, a program of cooperatives and state enterprises. Women will be incorporated on a large scale into all economic, political, social, and cultural tasks, establishing the principle of equal work for equal pay. 15. Measures will be taken immediately to end illiteracy. Programs of teacher training and school construction will be increased so that there will be no valley or district without access to education. The new unity government will initiate health and hygiene programs. And will eradicate the diseases which now ravage children and affect great sectors of the population, such as malaria, gastroenteritis, as well as those diseases caused by malnutrition and hunger. A national army will be created which will watch over the national interests of the people and the defense of the nation. It will cease to be an instrument of repression. Leading members of the group of 12 returned from exile, a huge crowd greeted them at the airport. Trying to stanch his loss of international support, Somoza did not arrest the returnees. In mid-July, he received a letter from President Carter, which was supported by Brzezinski and sent over the objections of State Department officials. The letter, dated June 30, applauded Somoza for his human rights and democratic initiatives at a time when the State Department was receiving reports of increased human rights violations by the National Guard. When Ambassador Solon delivered the letter in mid-July, he advised Somoza to keep it confidential. In an account of his overthrow, Somoza noted that the letter came at a time when I needed encouragement, and particularly from the United States. Its contents, if publicly known, could assist me greatly in warding off my other enemies. I was not interested in a collector's item. Somoza later came to see the letter as a ploy, designed to give us a false sense of security. Dear Mr. President, I read your statements to the press on July 19 with great interest and appreciation. The steps toward respecting human rights that you are considering are important and heartening signs, and, as they are translated into actions, will mark a major advance for your nation in answering some of the criticisms recently aimed at the Nicaraguan government. I am pleased to learn of your willingness to cooperate with the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. The Commission will be favorably impressed by your decision to allow the members of the so-called Group of 12 to return to peaceful lives in Nicaragua. The freedoms of movement and of expression that are at stake in this case are among the central human rights that the Commission seeks to protect. You have spoken about a possible amnesty for Nicaraguans being held in jail for political reasons. I urge you to take the promising steps you have suggested. They would serve to improve the image abroad of the human rights situation in Nicaragua. I was also encouraged to hear your suggestions for a reform of the electoral system in order to ensure fair and free elections in which all political parties could compete fairly. This step is essential to the functioning of a democracy. I look forward to hearing of the implementation of your decisions and appreciate very much your announcement of these constructive actions. I hope that you will continue to communicate fully with my ambassador, Mauricio Solon, who enjoys my complete confidence. Sincerely, Jimmy Carter. 16. According to Pastor, the letter was a watershed for U.S. policy. It impelled Brzezinski and Carter to focus on Nicaragua for the first time. After the letter and the subsequent takeover of the National Palace, Nicaragua was seen as a political security crisis, and the Human Rights Bureau was excluded from the central deliberations, although it continued to play a role in defining the State Department position. A mini-NSC Special Coordination Committee, SCC, met frequently to define Nicaragua policy. Principals included Pastor and Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs Viren Pete Vaki and, above them, Deputy National Security Advisor David Aaron, Deputy Secretary of State Warren Christopher and their bosses Brzezinski and Vance. Another kind of palace coup. The FAO released its program on August 21, calling for a national unity government to succeed Somoza. It did not envision the radical restructuring of the economy endorsed by the MPU. The next day, the FSLN seized the National Palace with a small squad of guerrillas dressed in National Guard uniforms. The National Palace housed Nicaragua's Congress and key government agencies such as the Ministries of Interior and Finance. The Sandinistas captured over 1,500 people, including Somoza's cousin, Luis Pelaez, Vice President of the Congress and Director of the government newspaper, Novedades, and Somoza's nephew, the son of National J-Guard Chief José Somoza, Somoza's half-brother. Eden Pastora, who rejoined the FSLN in fall 1977 after spending 4 years as a fisherman in Costa Rica, was a leader of the palace raid. Dora Maria Tellez, now Minister of Health, conducted the negotiations for the Sandinistas. Archbishop Obando y Bravo served as one of the church mediators. Immediately after the takeover, Major Mike Ishaniz, an American mercenary advising the National Guard, urged Somoza to storm the palace. Somoza refused to risk the death of so many supporters. Mike the Merc Ishaniz, who died shortly after in an airplane explosion, was a Vietnam veteran and martial arts director for Soldier of Fortune, a mercenary magazine and organization which would later support the Contras. When the palace action ended on the morning of August 24, the Sandinistas had won the release of 59 political prisoners, including Tomas Borga, the FSLN's only living founder, now Minister of the Interior, and Doris Tierno, one of the first women to join the FSLN, now head of the National Police. Both had suffered severe torture. Thousands of Nicaraguans lined the highway to the airport where 2 planes, provided by President Carlos Andrés Pérez of Venezuela and General Omar Torrijos of Panama, waited to take the guerrillas and freed prisoners out of the country. Anyone could see now that the Sandinistas had become national heroes. An FSLN communiqué, printed in Novedades as part of the settlement, warned of Somocismo without Somoza and called on the population to prepare for the final offensive. 17. As Humberto Ortega put it, the FSLN moved to harness the avalanche of rising popular resistance. The raid was timed to upset a planned National Guard coup against Somoza. On August 28, Somoza arrested 85 alleged conspirators. September uprising. When insurrection broke out in September 1978, Somoza tried to shoot his way to peace with one of the most barbaric military attacks ever perpetrated against a civilian population in the history of the Americas. When it was over, 4 out of 7 of Nicaragua's largest cities lay partially or entirely in ruins. An estimated 5,000 people were killed. One by one, ending with Esteli, the Guard laid siege to the rebellious cities, cutting off food and utilities, and bombing and strafing by air. Guardsmen then carried out Operation Cleanup. The Inter-American Commission on Human Rights reported that many persons were executed in a summary and collective fashion for the mere reason of living in neighborhoods where there had been activity by the FSLN. Young people and defenseless children were killed. It was a crime to be a male between the ages of 12 and 30, said one refugee in Matagalpa, reported Amnesty International. Guardsmen castrated the owner of the Hotel Souza before machine-gunning him and his whole family. In some areas, said Amnesty, all males over 14 years old were reportedly shot dead. A Newsweek reporter described how after retaking Leon, guardsmen executed 5 teenagers, 3 boys and 2 girls in the street. The victims were forced to kneel and were summarily shot. Before Somoza's forces reoccupied the cities, the FSLN led a strategic retreat, minimizing guerrilla losses. Sandinista columns were swelled by young men and women fleeing the wrath of the Guard, and new supporters emerged in the cities. Questioned later about the great loss of life and destruction in the September uprising, Humberto Ortega replied, "It was the only way to win, we simply paid the price of freedom. Had there been a less costly means, we would have used it." Mediation. The September insurrection prompted the Carter administration to take more aggressive action. Assistant Secretary of State Vaki believed that only the United States could solve the problem of Somoza, and that it should use whatever force necessary barring assassination to remove him. He argued that the United States needed to get in front of events and assemble a coalition government, lest the situation polarize further and lead to a Sandinista victory. Pastor and Anthony Lake, the State Department Director of Policy Planning, argued that the United States should not go to Somoza or any chief of state and ask 18. them to step down. Pastor doubted that Somoza would step down just because the one United States asked him. "I suspected that he might be taping his official conversations, which he confirmed in his memoir, and that hours after our representative talked Turkey to him, we would all be hearing it on the evening news." The President's press secretary would then be questioned the next day, "If President Carter is committed to the principle of non-intervention, why is he trying to overthrow Somoza?" Carter would look foolish and impotent. Somoza would have a good laugh. In my mind, these were all powerful reasons for not being too explicit in seeking Somoza's departure. Vaki believed that if we were clear and tough enough with Somoza, he would not try something like that, and would simply leave. Vaki also discounted the domestic political fallout, believing that could be managed. Carter, Vance, and Christopher opted for a less forceful and more multilateral approach: mediation. Deputy National Security Advisor David Aaron suggested that the administration look into the idea of a peacekeeping force during a post-Somoza period to reassure the National Guard and to keep the situation from being dominated by the Sandinistas. On September 23, the Organization of American States, OAS, approved a U.S.-led mediation initiative taking the form of a so-called International Commission of Friendly Cooperation and Conciliation. U.S. Envoy William Jordan, former ambassador to Panama, met with Somoza and urged him to cooperate with the mediation, an effort which, he acknowledged, might lead to Somoza's resignation. Somoza secretly taped this and many other conversations with U.S. officials, reproducing the transcripts in his book, Nicaragua Betrayed, which was published by the John Birch Society Press. Western Islands. Jordan warned Somoza that Nicaragua was gradually becoming dangerously polarized. "I'm not talking about the Sandinistas where there is obviously a polarization, but other elements in the society, political and economic. We are terribly concerned that everything you have built up, and your brother before you, is in danger of being destroyed. And that means the political structure, institutions. The economic prospects don't look to us to be very good. Obviously the opposition to your government is widespread. If it were only the Sandinistas, the situation would be manageable, but it has developed into something quite different. The actions that you have taken have ended the violence for the moment, but we are persuaded it is a temporary thing. I have very good reason to know that the Sandinistas are active. They are getting support, they are recruiting people, and it is only a matter of time before they start again. It is our judgment that we are in something of a downward spiral. There will be moments when it looks better, but I think it will go downward again and the situation will just gradually get to the point where perhaps total chaos could occur. Jordan told Somoza, the possibility of your departure from office before 1981 is one of the possibilities that has to be considered. I am not saying it has to be done, I am saying it has to be considered. We would like to work towards a solution that is dignified and smooth, as graceful as possible. 19. Jordan made clear that Washington was worried about the whole region, arguing, as the Reagan administration would later, unless something is done to correct the situation and work towards a solution, I think that it does clearly play into the hands of communists and Castro. I think that they are hoping that this will be a situation that they can use and establish a base in the mainland and go from there. Somoza told Jordan at one point, "You will excuse me for saying this, it is painful for me to say it, but I don't trust the United States anymore." However, Somoza said later, "I want you to know that I'm doing my utmost to accommodate the United States without losing my pants." Playing for time, Somoza accepted the mediation. The United States, Guatemala, and the Dominican Republic formed the Commission of Friendly Cooperation and Conciliation. William Bodler, then director of the State Department Bureau of Intelligence and Research, represented the United States. "No one seemed to notice," wrote author Carl Berman, "the curious, but apparently accidental, coincidence that both OAS mediators represented countries in which the United States had intervened to thwart revolutions in prior decades." The choice of Bodler, however, was definitely not accidental. 3. Former National Security Council member, he had helped set up the new government in the Dominican Republic during the intervention by U.S. troops in 1965. Somoza had contributed troops to that invasion. Bodler's general instructions were to promote and assist negotiations between Somoza and the FAO and to preserve the National Guard. The FAO was represented in the mediation effort by Sergio Ramirez of IHE Group of 12, Alfonso Rabello of COSEP and Rafael Cordova Rivas, president of UDEL and a prominent lawyer. Ramirez recalled the mediation effort as an attempt to preserve the core of the system: National Guard, the economic establishment, the links of the system with the United States, with the goal of isolating the Sandinista front. But, this first attempt of the Carter administration to change the course of history in Nicaragua failed. The Group of 12 split with the FAO in late October over the FAO's willingness to accept a continued role for Somoza's Nationalist Liberal Party and the National Guard. Other reformist groups such as the Independent Liberal Party, PLI, and the Popular Social Christian Party, PPSC, followed the 12 out of the FAO. Members of the 12 went back into exile. Arturo Cruz, still working in Washington for the Inter-American Development Bank, disagreed with the decision to split with the FAO. The United States pursued negotiations with the depleted FAO and put some pressure on Somoza by influencing the International Monetary Fund, IMF, to postpone a decision on $20 million in credit for Nicaragua. American officials are known to believe that a political solution to the Nicaraguan conflict can be reached within several weeks, The Washington Post reported. Happy face, 20. Plebiscite ploy. Somoza would not resign. Instead he proposed a plebiscite, the outcome of which he could determine as the dynasty had determined elections before. Washington would only push Somoza so far so fast. In mid-November, the administration decided not to block Israel from supplying arms to Somoza, believing that without new weapons and ammunition, the National Guard might be routed quickly by the Sandinistas. If Somoza goes, we would prefer him to go peacefully. We would not like to see him toppled in an armed revolt. On November 13, the administration held what Pastor called its first high-level intense discussion on Nicaragua. The setting was the NSC Policy Review Committee. Vaki and Bodler advocated finessing the plebiscite idea and applying sanctions to force Somoza to negotiate his departure in accordance with the FAO plan. Brzezinski, Vance, and Christopher recommended transforming the plebiscite into a fair vote on Somoza's staying in power or stepping down, and Carter approved *. Moderate and leftist opposition leaders, observed New York Times reporter Alan Riding, are distressed by their growing conviction that Washington believes the country's deep crisis can be resolved by replacing the Somoza dictatorship with an equally conservative, though less brutal, successor. They think Washington, fearing another Cuba, is searching for stability rather than for social and economic change or even human rights, repeating, as they see it, American policy during its occupation of Nicaragua between 1912 and 1933, and its subsequent support for the Somoza family. Bodler led the mediation effort to fashion a final plebiscite proposal on December 20, which the FAO accepted. If Somoza lost an internationally supervised plebiscite scheduled for February 1979, he would resign and leave the country. An interim president approved by the Somocista Congress would serve until an FAO-dominated national unity government, excluding the Sandinistas, selected another interim president to serve until an elected president was inaugurated in May 1981, at which time Somoza could return to Nicaragua. The National Guard would be reorganized. If Somoza won the plebiscite, the FAO would become a peaceful opposition. General Dennis McAuliffe, the head of the LIS Army Southern Command based in Panama, joined Bodler on December 21 in urging Somoza to accept the compromise plebiscite plan. "We on the military side of the United States," said McAuliffe, "recognize that we have had strong and very effective friendship with the military officers of this country and with you in particular. We do not want to throw that over, so to speak. But we do recognize that the situation has changed. Speaking very frankly, Mr. President, it is our view that peace will not come to Nicaragua until you have removed yourself from the presidency and the scene. Just telling you that from the way we look at the situation, your presence in Nicaragua is a symbolic thing, and as long as you remain in Nicaragua, you will attract terrorists and violence. If you follow the plan suggested by the United States, the leftists and 21. Communists will not take over and we will have a moderate government. What I'm saying, Mr. President, is that we will have a moderate government that does not have the name Somoza." McAuliffe assured Somoza of the continued importance of the National Guard. "We think the Guardia has the capability, certainly the officers are very well trained, and their attitudes are excellent. They will be able to assure peace and tranquility in the country." The day after Christmas, Vance convened a policy review committee meeting with McAuliffe, Secretary of Defense Harold Brown, General Smith of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Aaron, Pastor, Vaki, Bodler and so on. They discussed how to pressure Somoza to accept a plebiscite plan he didn't control. Carter approved a phased array of sanctions to be implemented if Somoza's response was negative. After further mediation, during which Somoza tried to modify the plebiscite plan to make it more susceptible to manipulation, the FAO broke off talks on January 19, 1979. At a policy review committee meeting on January 26, CIA Director Stansfield Turner argued that Somoza had built up the National Guard during the mediation, the FSLN had lost support and were refocused on a longer-term armed struggle, and the moderate opposition was also weak. He judged that the chances of Somoza remaining in power until 1981 were better than even. But the consensus position was summarized by Brown: the longer Somoza stayed in power, the higher the chances were of a radical takeover. The only question was when the Sandinistas would assume power. There was agreement to go ahead with sanctions. The administration announced on February 8 that it was withdrawing the U.SF military group, terminating military aid. It had been suspended, withdrawing Peace Corps volunteers and cutting the embassy staff from 82 to 37, no new aid would be considered. These actions were largely symbolic. By then, Israel was the National Guard's chief supplier. Other current and future arms sources included Argentina, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Chile, Brazil, Taiwan, Portugal, Spain, and South Africa. Critics outside the administration urged, unsuccessfully, that Carter support an international arms boycott, investigate U.S. mercenary activity and cut Nicaragua's beef and sugar import quotas. The Carter administration appeared to forget Jordan's warning about a downward spiral. As the National Guard waxed in control over the country after the September insurrection and negotiations collapsed, U.S. involvement waned. U.S. intelligence predicted that the Guard could defeat any new Sandinista military offensive. Ambassador Solon resigned after being recalled to Washington in late February, and the post went unfilled for many months. With the failure of the mediation effort, President Perez of Venezuela attempted, with support from Panamanian leader Torrijos, to have Somoza's cousin Luis Pelaez lead a coup. The coup, contemplating Somoza's consent, would install a national unity government with the participation of Eden Pastora. Pelaez refused to approach Somoza with the idea and he denied it publicly when Torrijos leaked the plot. When the more conservative Luis Herrera Campins succeeded Perez as I-22 president in March 1979, he reduced, but did not discontinue, Venezuela's secret supply of arms to the Sandinistas. Contrapreneurs at Somoza's service. Years before the Iran-Contra scandal brought him notoriety as an arms dealer associate of Richard Secord, CIA officer Thomas Clines offered private security and intelligence services to Somoza apparently without the knowledge of CIA Director Stansfield Turner. 7 Clines asked Edwin Wilson, the former CIA agent later convicted of selling arms to Libya, to meet with Somoza. At the time, said Wilson, everybody in the agency wants to help Somoza, but they want to do it covertly. They were willing to help Somoza behind the scenes. Documents obtained by U.S. News' World Report show that Wilson and Clines, on separate occasions in 1978, offered Somoza a $650,000 security and intelligence operation. Somoza found it too expensive. Rep. Charles Wilson arranged and attended Edwin Wilson's, no relation, meeting with Somoza in Miami in early 1979. Rep. Wilson said he had been socially acquainted with Edwin Wilson, and considered him to have a good track record. Although no agreement resulted from that meeting, associates of Clines did arrange a subsequent deal with Somoza. According to one account, Somoza agreed in early 1979 to a contract with Clines to provide intelligence and assassination services and supply weapons, ammunition, aircraft, and explosives beginning in March. The Clines-Wilson-Secord connection is discussed further in Chapter 11. An undisclosed number of U.S. mercenaries, such as Mike Ishaniz, assisted Somoza. According to U.S. government and military sources, 4 former Green Berets and Navy unconventional warfare specialists living in Fayetteville, North Carolina, near Fort Bragg, were recruited to work for Somoza in counter-terrorist operations, including the infiltration and sabotage of opposition groups and assassination of Somoza opponents. One of the 4, Chuck Sanders, told friends that the CIA had made arrangements to work with them. The 4 men were killed in a plane crash in late 1978. As of June 1979, at least 5 Miami-based Cuban exiles were serving as top-level officers of the National Guard, according to a Somoza government source. One of those was Anselmo Aligro, half-brother of then Florida Democratic Party Chairman Alfredo Duran. Some 25 other Cuban exiles were reportedly engaged in combat for Somoza. After interviewing Nicaraguan refugees on the Costa Rican border, Venezuelan Foreign Minister Alberto Consalvi reported that U.S. mercenaries had committed a number of atrocities. 23. Patriotic Front. In February 1979, the Group of 12 and United People's Movement created the National Patriotic Front. The Popular Social Christian Party and the Independent, Liberal Party joined. The Patriotic Front united around a statement of principles emphasizing national sovereignty, democracy, justice, and social progress. As a precondition for effective democracy, it demanded the overthrow of the Somozal dictatorship and eradication of all its vestiges, rejecting all maneuvers that imply the continuation of the system of 5-OMOC/SMO without Somoza. Happy Face, the Patriotic Front led mass protests and organized for the final offensive. The MPU had developed a system of parallel power, people's power inside Nicaragua, defending against and challenging the dictatorship with a strong grassroots base of civil defense committees, CDCs, Christian-based communities and popular organizations. CDCs, organized by block and neighborhood with democratically elected zonal steering committees, ensured that the population would be better prepared in future confrontations with the Guard. The CDCs collected medicines and first aid supplies, and trained older men and women in rudimentary first aid skills to tend the wounded. Basic foodstuffs were stored up, and reserve water supplies located. Sandinista dining rooms were organized where the combatants could come for nourishment during the fighting. Security houses were designated where key FSLN leadership could meet. Every person accepted a task. Some watched and reported on National Guard movement. Others reported the activities of Somoza's spies. Older persons and young children acted as messengers between the committees in different blocks and neighborhoods, maintaining constant communication between the CDCs and the FSLN. The Popular Brigade's combatants who had not formally joined the FSLN took responsibility for being ready at a moment's notice to dig street trenches and take up the street bricks to build barricades. Stores of homemade weapons, such as Molotov cocktails and contact bombs, were made. Students built arsenals of arms and munitions seized in temporary takeovers of National Guard command posts. Because the National Guard entered any private home at will, and often resorted to aerial bombardment or setting fire to whole neighborhoods in order to force people into the streets, the CDCs established evacuation passageways by connecting each house, through hidden wall openings and tunnels registered trademark. On March 7, the Sandinistas announced the irreversible and unbreakable unity of the FSLN and the appointment of a 9-person national directorate with 3 representatives from each tendency: Daniel Ortega, Humberto Ortega, and Victor Tirado of the Terceristas, Jamie Wheelock, Luis Carrion, and Carlos Núñez of the Proletarians, and Tomás Borga, Bayardo Arce, and Henry Ruiz of the GPP fighting mounted, and so did Somoza's increasingly desperate repression. Still, the Carter administration envisioned a Nicaraguan future without the Sandinistas. In April, Sergio Ramirez traveled to the United States to attend the Latin American Studies Association annual conference. We stopped in Washington to try and meet with U.S. government officials. Nobody wanted to talk to us. Degree 24. Panama Canal connection. In mid-May, the United States handed Somoza a carrot more hefty than earlier sticks: approval of a $65.6 million IMF loan over the objections of Senator Edward Kennedy, Dima, and others. On May 20, Mexican President José López Portillo broke relations with Nicaragua and encouraged other governments to do so, decrying the horrendous acts of genocide committed by the Guard. Costa Rica had broken relations with Somoza in late 1978 over border disputes. The Carter administration was less concerned with alienating the Liberal Democrats in Congress who opposed aid to Somoza than with alienating the conservatives who supported aid to Somoza and opposed the Panama Canal Treaty. Their rallying cry was raised by candidate Ronald Reagan in the 1976 primaries: "We built it, we paid for it, it's ours, and we should tell Torrijos and company that we are going to keep it." Carter saw the lack of a new canal treaty as something of a diplomatic cancer, which was poisoning our relations with Panama and hurting the U.S. image throughout Latin America. It took a bruising political battle to win Senate ratification by a razor-thin margin in March 1978. Ahead lay more battles to pass House and Senate legislation to implement the treaty. Some members of the House, wrote Carter, saw a chance to trade Panama Treaty votes for support for Somoza's faltering regime. Nicaragua lobby leader Rep. Charles Wilson threatened the administration with rough treatment on the treaty bill. Even more important was Rep. John Murphy, D. New York, chairman of the House Merchant Marine and Fisheries Committee with jurisdiction in canal matters. Murphy was a childhood friend of Somoza's since their days together at La Salle Military Academy in Oakdale, New York, and then West Point. "Taco was a man's man," remarked Murphy, "fly kind of a man you like to have a drink with, to go fishing with, and the type of person everyone respected, not only for his strong personality but also for a very keen intellect. Murphy was indicted on June 18, 1980 on conspiracy and bribery charges resulting from the FBI's Abscom investigation. He was convicted and served 16 months in federal prison. House opponents, said Carter, tried to block the treaties by claiming that Panama was giving aid to the opponents of Anastasio Somoza in Nicaragua, whom they tried to picture as agents of communist powers. To hear the evidence, the House of Representatives held its first secret session in 150 years, but it seemed that no new information was presented. In May 1979, Carter reportedly told Panamanian President Aristides Arroyo that because of the Nicaragua-Panama link, the administration could not do anything about Nicaragua until the canal treaties cleared the House. U.S. sources, while conceding that had been an inhibiting factor, said that Carter was speaking at a time when the internal Nicaragua situation was quiet. 25. The House approved an Administration Murphy Compromise Canal Treaty Bill on June 21, but more battles loomed as the House and Senate enabling legislation was reconciled. Carter did not sign the final canal legislation into law until September 27, 2 months after the Sandinista victory. Final offensives. The FSLN launched the final offensive on May 29, 1979 with a series of coordinated attacks followed by the call for a national insurrection and general strike. From September until we launched the offensive in May, explained Humberto Ortega, the brunt of military activity was borne by the guerrilla columns of the Northern Front and the ones in Nueva Guinea, in rural and mountainous areas. From a strategic standpoint, as of May Somoza had already lost the war. It was only a question of time. Registered trademark until April, the U.S. Embassy was telling Washington that Somoza could probably survive militarily, but that month the defense attaché, Lt. Colonel James McCoy, provided a more pessimistic assessment based on the repudiation of Somoza by the entire population. According to Pastor, the administration did not recognize that it was truly the final offensive until mid-June. The CIA's initial assessment was that the fighting could conceivably develop into a second insurrection on the level of the September crisis, but it would not be adequate to displace Somoza. Registered trademark degree Leon, the second largest city, was liberated on June 4 under the command of Dora Maria Tellez, head of the FSLN's Rigoberto Lopez Perez Western Front. Women then made up an unprecedented 30% of the guerrilla force. Like Nicaraguans elsewhere, Leon's residents often fought with machetes and homemade bombs. There weren't enough guns to go around. The day Leon fell, Pastor and U.S. Ambassador to Panama Ambler Moss met with Torrijos and tried to dissuade him from taking further action against Somoza in order to ensure passage of the canal legislation and persuade him to stop sending arms to the Sandinistas. It's too bad the United States is always so slow to recognize new realities, and that you didn't have the foresight to buy a share of Sandinista stock when I was first offering it, Torrijos told them. General, said Pastor, we have not come to buy Sandinista stock, but to try to get you to sell yours. Torrijos tried to explain that the offensive would succeed. Registered trademark Somoza declared his last state of siege on June 6. At a Carter Policy Review Committee meeting on June 11, the general view was that the war was a standoff. The Guard would probably survive the current round of fighting, but Somoza would probably not be able to serve out his term. Brzezinski proposed that the United States issue a statement calling for self-determination for Nicaragua and an end to the violence, issue forceful private and public warnings to cease the arms flow to both sides, and begin quietly exploring with other Latin governments the idea of an inter-American peace force that would only act in conjunction with Somoza's departure. The Pentagon was asked to look into military contingencies with the 26. Understanding that the United States would assume most of the responsibility for such a force. The CIA concluded on June 12 that the Guard was weaker and the Sandinistas stronger than was thought previously. Time was running out. The next day, the U.S. Embassy began evacuating Americans. On June 14, at U.S. request, an Israeli ship loaded with arms, for Nicaragua turned back registered trademark. The Provisional Government Junta of National Reconstruction was announced in San Jose, Costa Rica on June 16. Its 5 members were Daniel Ortega of the FSLN, J. Sergio Ramirez of the 12, Alfonso Rabello of the FAO, Violeta Barrios de Chamorro, a director of La Prensa and widow of the slain publisher, and Moises Hassan, MPU leader and former dean of the National Autonomous University of Nicaragua. Andean Pact countries Colombia, Venezuela, Peru, Ecuador, and Bolivia announced that the FSLN guerrillas were legitimate combatants, a form of tacit recognition. On June 18, the junta issued its first proclamation, spelling out an extensive program of political, economic, and social reconstruction. By then, many Somocista politicians and officials had moved into the safer quarters of the JL Intercontinental Hotel adjacent to Somoza's headquarters, known as the Bunker. Washington desperately launched its own final offensive to block a Sandinista victory. The new ambassador to Nicaragua, Lawrence Petsuyo, previously based in Uruguay, called on Luis Pelaez in Washington on June 18 to tell him the new U.S. strategy. According to Pelaez, the United States wanted Somoza to resign in a statesmanlike manner after helping to arrange for a national reconstruction government that would include representation from the Nationalist Liberal Party, the Conservatives, other members of the FAO, and the FSLN. Individuals mentioned included Alfonso Rabello, Adolfo Calero, director of the Nicaragua Coca-Cola Company, Archbishop Obando y Bravo, and Eden Pastora, but none of the more radical Sandinistas. Elections would be organized within a prudential time with the help of the OAS. The National Guard would continue under new leadership registered trademark. Somoza responded the next day. He would resign under the conditions of an orderly transition overseen by the OAS and exile without threat of extradition in the United States. Again, events outpaced Washington. On June 20, ABC television reporter Bill Stewart was murdered in cold blood at a National Guard checkpoint. Stewart's crew filmed as he was ordered to his knees, then to lie face down on the ground where he was suddenly shot in the head. The footage shown on American television reached millions who had not seen, or been moved by, earlier evidence of the Guards' brutality. Telegrams and phone calls from outraged Americans poured into the White House. One consequence of the tragedy, observed Pastor, was that it quieted the thunder from the right in the United States. Registered trademark. Today there is a monument to Bill Stewart in Managua. The CIA predicted on June 19 that Somoza would last a week or more. It would repeat that assessment 4 more times at approximately weekly intervals. At a SPE-1 Chail Coordination Committee meeting that day, Brzezinski, Vance, Christopher, Vaki, Pastor, Turner, Petsuyo and General David Jones, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, discussed Nicaragua. Brzezinski, explained Pastor, asserted that events in Nicaragua 27 would impact on U.S. Soviet relations and on the president's domestic political standing, particularly in the South and the West. Then he crisply defined the objective for U.S. policy to move Somoza out and create in his place a viable government of national reconciliation. The question was how to accomplish this goal. They debated the proposal the administration would bring before a special session of the OAS on June 21. Vance said the chances of gaining approval for a peacekeeping force were slim. Christopher and Vaki suggested that after Somoza left, a government of national reconciliation could invite help from the United States. Brzezinski questioned whether the Guard or the government would hold together long enough to preclude a peacekeeping force. Brown and Brzezinski, said Pastor, proposed that the president be informed that the discussion introduced 2 unattractive but possible alternatives: a Sandinista victory or U.S. intervention. The State Department drafted Vance's speech for the OAS, omitting any reference to Cuban involvement in Nicaragua or the peace force. After consulting with Brzezinski, Carter wrote both points into the text. Registered trademark as Vance presented it to the OAS on June 21. The U.S. proposal called for formation of an interim government of national reconciliation acceptable to all major elements of the society, a cessation of arms shipments, a ceasefire, an OAS peacekeeping presence to help establish a climate of peace and security, and a major international relief and reconstruction effort. Vance's speech referred to mounting evidence of involvement by Cuba and others in the internal problems of Nicaragua. But in testimony before a House subcommittee shortly after, Vaki admitted that Cuba was not the only or even the most important FSLN supporter. Registered trademark. The U.S. plan generated heat, not support. Mexican Foreign Minister Jorge Castaneda declared, "It is not up to the OAS or anyone else to tell them how they should constitute their government once they knock down a dictator." Provisional Government Representative Miguel Descoto, given a seat in Panama's delegation, denounced the plan as an attempt to violate the rights of Nicaraguans who have almost succeeded in throwing off the Somoza yoke. For the first time since its origins in 1948, observed historian Walter Lefebvre / the OAS had rejected a U.S. proposal to intervene in an American state. The ghosts of past U.S. interventions could not be laid to rest. If North Americans had poor memories, the Latin Americans did not. Viren Vaki accurately observed that the OAS rejection reflected how deeply the American states were sensitized by the Dominican intervention of 1965, and how deeply they fear physical intervention. Registered trademark. I returned from the OAS meeting to the White House to brief Brzezinski and found him in a very different world, contemplating military intervention, recalled Pastor. At a meeting with Carter and others on June 22, Brzezinski forcefully presented the case for military intervention, spelling out the major domestic and international implications of a Castroite takeover in Nicaragua. The United States would be considered as being incapable of dealing with problems in our own backyard and impotent in the face of Cuban intervention. This will have devastating domestic implications, including for SALT Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty. 28. Vance spoke of the negative response in the OAS to the peacekeeping force, and Carter rejected the idea of unilateral U.S. intervention. At a meeting the next day, Secretary of Defense Brown joined Vance in opposing unilateral intervention. Instead, the Special Coordination Committee agreed that the United States would continue to seek a negotiated transition in Nicaragua, and that after a new government was installed, the United States could help to support it while it opened negotiations with the Sandinista-backed junta. The OAS adopted a resolution on June 23 asserting that the people of Nicaragua are suffering the horrors of a bloody struggle against the armed forces, and calling for immediate and definite replacement of the Somocista regime, installation of a democratic government that involves the representatives of the major groups opposed to the Somoza regime that reflect the free will of the people of Nicaragua, full guarantee of human rights for all the Nicaraguan people without exception, carrying out free elections as early as possible that lead to the establishment of a true democratic government that will guarantee peace, freedom, and justice. It urged the member states to carry out all the steps within their power to expedite a durable and peaceful solution to the Nicaraguan problem upon the said basis, respecting scrupulously the no-intervention principle. 17 countries, including the United States, supported the resolution. Only Nicaragua and Paraguay voted against it. Chile, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras abstained. The Carter administration transformed the language it had inserted about member states taking steps to facilitate a peaceful solution into a license to, in Pastor's words, negotiate a transition in Nicaragua legitimately. Happy face, Carter recognized the Canal Treaty as a symbol of a new era in relations, but somehow he expected that Latin America would continue to sanction the U.S. intervention from which it suffered. Brzezinski too realized the symbolic importance of the treaty, writing in his memoirs, ratifying the treaty was seen by U.S. as a necessary precondition for a more mature and historically more just relationship DTET Central America, a region which we had never understood too well and which we occasionally dominated the way that the Soviets have dominated Eastern Europe. It was a new beginning. Brzezinski said he wanted to develop an approach to the Central American problem that would combine genuine commitment to social reform and more effective impediments to Cuban penetration. Happy face, expressing this two-track approach on a global scale in March 1980, Brzezinski argued that the United States was trying to do two things: firstly, to make the United States historically more relevant to a world of genuinely profound change, and secondly, to improve the United States' position in the geostrategic balance with the Soviet Union. These two things often conflict. Brzezinski's earlier works revealed an accommodationist policy thinker who advocated that the United States move to abandon the Monroe Doctrine, have a less anxious preoccupation with the Soviet Union, and recognize that change in Latin America is likely to combine a more socially responsible Catholicism with nationalism, producing a highly differentiated pattern of change, whose radical manifestations even, are not likely to be modeled on communist countries. 29. Brzezinski turned out to be a dogmatic policy maker, letting his staunch anti-Sovietism become a myopic guide to policy in the Third World. In his memoirs, Brzezinski wrote, when a choice between the two had to be made, between projecting U.S. power or enhancing human rights, as, for example, in Iran, I felt that power had to come first. Without credible American power, we would simply not be able either to protect our interests or to advance more humane goals. Brzezinski prevailed in making U.S. power the centerpiece of the OAS proposal. The Latin Americans broke new ground by rejecting it, seeking another way to protect regional interests and advance genuinely more humane goals. Let's do it with grace. From June 9 to June 27, insurrection raged in Managua. Somoza's planes bombarded rebellious neighborhoods and opposition-owned factories. On the evening of June 27, the FSLN led a tactical retreat to Masaya, leaving snipers behind while some 6,000 guerrillas and supporters marched for 2 days, mainly across open country. They reached Masaya with few casualties. If we can do that, said one participant, we can do anything. By June 25, the administration had decided on a two-pronged strategy of beginning talks to try and influence the composition of the provisional junta while quietly trying to negotiate the establishment of a third force, a so-called executive committee that could become an alternative governing structure. Administration of officials judged the chances of success at about 50-50. Ambassador Petsulo arrived in Managua on June 27 with the goals of obtaining Somoza's resignation, preserving the National Guard and forming an executive committee. By then, Somoza saw the ball game was over. My chief concern was the welfare of those dedicated and loyal members of the Guardia Nacional and THP members of the Liberal Party. Meanwhile, according to Shirley Christian, Pastora had sent a message to Washington, if it wanted to prevent a victory by radicals, it should convince Somoza to pull the National Guard back from the south and give him a chance to get TOF Managua with his troops. Pastora thought that because of his popularity and fame the FSLN would be forced to concede him more power in the new regime if he got there first. The United States was not yet ready to support Pastora. Beginning on June 27, Petsulo and Somoza held a series of meetings to arrange Somoza's departure. Somoza introduced himself as a Latin from Manhattan/Rep. Murphy was present at some meetings, acting as Somoza's advisor. Petsulo reiterated the proposal he had made earlier to Pelaez: Somoza would resign, turning over power to the Congress, who would then appoint a constitutional successor which would immediately bring a ceasefire, a beginning of a political dialogue, which would give an opportunity for the forces in this country to seek a total solution and hopefully preserve as many institutions as are preservable. 30. By then, however, Somoza had little power to turn over, having lost control of much of the country outside Managua. Somoza suggested he could leave the next day, taking Petsulo aback. "I don't want you to leave tomorrow," said Petsulo. "I've just got to get organized a little bit. Please don't move too precipitously. Let's do it with grace." The next day, Petsulo told Somoza, "When you go, there is a chance to put something viable in its place quickly, and get into a transition government that we can get international support for, and put in the kind of resources that prevent going to the left. Your Liberal Party will survive, your Guardia will survive under a different name probably. If we let the damn thing go further, I think we are all out of business." Petsulo met with Archbishop Obando y Bravo and Ismael Reyes, the president of the Nicaraguan Red Cross, to pursue the idea of an executive committee. Arturo Cruz, meanwhile, told the State Department that a broadened junta was not the answer since the question was who had the guns. Cruz supported the idea of a neutral force to stand temporarily between the National Guard and the Sandinistas. He believed that a compromise can possibly be found with the FSLN providing a role for the less tainted elements of the present Guard. On June 29, Petsulo stressed to Somoza his role in holding the Guard together behind a transition arrangement. The Guardia will survive, not in the same form, but it will survive. If we all play our cards well. Petsulo appeared confident the Sandinistas could be marginalized. Once these extremists are put in a situation where there are other forces of sick play, they are going to be the minority. They won't represent more than 5 or 6%. Petsulo cabled Washington on June 30, observing that with careful orchestration we have a better than even chance of preserving enough of the GN Guardia Nacional to maintain order and hold the FSLN in check after Somoza resigns. Somoza wrote out his resignation letter and carried it around for 17 days awaiting Washington's final plan. Miguel Descoto recalled how U.S. officials tried to say to us, in fact it wasn't so much the Nicaraguan people that were going to throw Somoza out. They were the ones who had his resignation in their pocket and they would only pull it out if we went ahead and did a couple of things, namely, preserve the National Guard and expand the junta. Baudelaire had met in Panama City on June 26 with Descoto and 4 junta members. It was the first official U.S. contact with Sandinista leaders. Baudelaire's fundamental objective, Descoto told me, was to get us to accept an augmentation of the junta to increase it by 5, that was the initial idea. Then it was by 3, and then by maybe even 2 only, but to augment it. And also to take steps to ensure that the National Guard would only be cleansed, but not totally destroyed, because the National Guard, said Baudelaire, was going to be the guarantee for order. He was saying to me inevitably after the revolution, after the overthrow of Somoza, people would want to take justice in their hands and there would be all kinds of summary executions and firing squads and this kind of thing. And that it was indispensable to keep the National Guard as the only ones capable of maintaining order. 31. And when we argued against that, and showed the lack of logic and coherence in his arguments and in the American demand that the number of people in the junta be augmented, the only argument that he could have was, well, this is what the United States wants and it is important to please the United States, and that's it. It's important to please the United States. But, another argument later on that made a little bit more sense was that President Carter had refused to recognize the junta that had been named, and that he would lose credibility if all of a sudden, without any change, he went ahead and accepted it. It would make him look as if he was defeated somehow and this would enhance the possibility of Reagan coming to power. And, certainly, that wouldn't be in our best interests. So, we should get involved in the American electoral situation, that's practically what he was saying, and prevent the worst imaginable thing, we should go ahead and engage in this face-saving move. And I remember I would say, I could understand the difficulties in the United States, but that Nicaragua, was an independent nation. We had our own problems and we have to act on the basis of our interest. Washington's plan for reconstituting the provisional government was not only rejected by the junta, it was rejected by those who were seen as the alternatives. On June 29, the FAO and COSEP reiterated their support for the Sandinista-backed junta and said they would not participate in a competing administration. The next day, Vaki cabled Petsulo, telling him what follows after Somoza's departure is too uncertain as yet, hence Somoza should stay in place until this is determined. The administration moved away from the two-track strategy on July 2 to focus on reshaping the provisional junta and securing the survival of a modified nation Guard that would be legitimized by countries such as Panama, Venezuela, and Costa Rica. CIA Director Turner suggested that the United States could support the Guard indirectly through Israel. But Carter was prepared to provide direct and overt support for the Guard if it had some national and international legitimacy. The administration attempted to recruit an acceptable new Guard commander and secure a slot for him on the junta on July 6. Somoza publicly acknowledged that he was ready to resign, but the timing was in U.S. hands. Hopeful that Somoza could transfer power to a fell/low Liberal Party member who would then carry out a ceasefire and new elections, Petsulo cabled Washington, even though this successor government would smack somewhat of Somocismos in Somoza, it would be a bold strike and a break with the past. Somoza would be gone. We would be viewed as the instrument which brought about his departure and ended the bloodletting. Registered trademark. The United States has always intervened when we Nicaraguans have tried to define our own future, said a wealthy young businessman. Now it is willing to see Nicaragua bombed back to the Stone Age in order to maintain its system of domination. The businessman could not know how right he was. In a cable to Secretary of State Vance, Petsulo recommended against pressuring Somoza to stop the bombardments. I believe it is ill-advised to go to Somoza and ask for a bombing halt. 32. He explained, air power is the only effective force the GN has to combat the FSLN force, which is capturing more towns daily and clearly has the momentum. At this point, recalled Ramirez, when the insurrection was already working and we were able to establish our own parallel government in Costa Rica, Baudelaire was not trying to save all the pieces of the machine of the Somoza system. The only thing Mr. Baudelaire was trying to save was the National Guard. Of course, the National Guard was the central piece of this machine. As Washington Post reporter Karen DeYoung described it, U.S. policy calls for breaking up the Sandinista army after the war and integrating some moderate guerrillas into a future armed force dominated by the National Guard. On July 10, knowing that it was being held responsible for the continued bloodbath, given Somoza's readiness to resign, and fearing a complete collapse of the Guard, the administration decided to bring the crisis to a head. Meeting in Costa Rica, Baudelaire presented the junta with an ultimatum to expand its membership, accept a new Guard commander and agree to a ceasefire and elections, or, as Pasteur described it, the United States would consider alternative approaches to facilitate a transition. The administration had no idea what alternatives were available, but threats made in desperation are not generally inhibited by the absence of rational alternatives. The junta called Washington's bluff. It released a plan to achieve peace on July 11. Somoza was to resign to Congress, which in turn would cede power to the junta. The junta would dissolve the Somocista Congress and carry out a ceasefire. Guardsmen who immediately ceased fighting would be eligible to join a new Nicaraguan army, with the Sandinista Corps. Guardsmen and others guilty of serious crimes would be tried. In a letter presenting the plan to OAS Secretary General Alejandro Orfila, the junta stated that those collaborators with the regime that may wish to leave the country and that are not responsible for the genocide we have suffered or for other serious crimes that demand trial by the civil courts, may do so with all the necessary guarantees, which the Government of National Reconstruction authorizes as of now. And it announced the plan to call the first free elections our country has known in this century, so that Nicaraguans can elect their representatives to the city councils and to a constituent assembly, and later elect the country's highest authorities. Somoza informed Francisco Urquijo, president of the Chamber of Deputies of the Nicaraguan Congress, that he should be ready to serve as interim president following Somoza's imminent resignation. Sandinista triumph. On July 12, the FSLN's Radio Sandino announced that Leon, Esteli, Chinandega, Matagalpa, and Masaya were all liberated territory. The next day, Washington added a new element to its continued attempt to shape post-Somoza Nicaragua. Because Pastora was considered more independent. 33. Then the director at a meeting with him was authorized to explore future possibilities for cooperation. Torrijos and President Carrizo of Costa Rica had been trying to arrange a meeting between Pastora and U.S. officials for about 8 months, but the administration had refused. According to Pasteur, the administration discovered that Pastora was much more suspicious of the United States than the United States was of him. The initial discussions were difficult and not satisfactory. On July 14, the junta announced the names of 12 members of the new Nicaraguan cabinet, including Miguel Descoto as foreign minister, Arturo Cruz as president of the central bank, Carlos Tunnerman as minister of education, Tomas Borga as interior minister, and Bernardino Larios, a National Guard colonel who had defected the year before, as minister of defense. Petsulo, meeting with Somoza, and Baudelaire, meeting with the junta, negotiated a plan for Somoza's resignation and transfer of power. The gist of it was that Somoza, his family, and most of the Guard's top officers would fly to the United States. An interim president, Urquijo, appointed by the Nicaraguan Congress, would meet at the airport with a delegation of representatives from the junta, the FSLN Directorate, Baudelaire, and Archbishop Obando. The interim president would announce an immediate ceasefire and, with the new commander of the National Guard, would arrange a rapid transfer of power to the junta. On July 15, Archbishop Obando, Red Cross President Ismael Reyes, José Esteban González of the Permanent Commission on Human Rights and other anti-Sandinistas traveled to Venezuela to meet with President Luis Herrera Campins in a last-ditch effort to expand the junta. That same day, Petzulo submitted the names of 6 candidates to Somoza for the position of Chief of the National Guard, including Colonel Enrique Bermudez, who would later head the major Contra Force. Somoza selected Colonel Federico Mejia for the double post of Director of the National Guard and Chief of Staff. According to Luis Pelaez, Mejia was going to offer one of the posts to Eden Pastora in the negotiations that were expected to follow Somoza's departure. Registered trademark. According to Petzulo, Mejia would be Guardia Chief of Staff and Humberto Ortega would be Chief of Staff of the FSLN. The FSLN delayed their Managua offensive on July 6, pending Somoza's expected resignation the next morning. Meeting at the Intercontinental Hotel at about 1 a.m. on July 17, the Nicaraguan Congress promptly accepted Somoza's resignation and Urquijo became acting president. Somoza, his family, and his closest associates left for Florida close to the pre-arranged hour of 4 a.m. Somoza took the caskets of his father and brother with him into exile. That was the beginning and the end of the orderly transfer of power. In a nationwide address, Urquijo called on the guerrillas to lay down their arms and asked all national democratic organizations to join him in a dialogue to create a new government. As it appeared that Urquijo was prepared to serve out Somoza's term, the negotiated transition process dissolved into chaos. One military analyst commented, "Washington's whole game plan is to avert a Sandinista triumph. It can't let things fall apart now." But Petzulo called Vaki to tell him the whole thing is coming apart. Petzulo couldn't put it back together. 34. As Sandinista forces closed in on Managua, the National Guard disintegrated. Junta members flew to Leon on July 18 and declared it the provisional capital. Petzulo and most of the embassy staff left Nicaragua to show they did not support Urquijo. Deputy Secretary of State Warren Christopher called Somoza in Miami Beach and threatened to cut short his stay if Urquijo did not get back on track. Somoza secured Urquijo's agreement to resign, but by then events had passed them by. By evening, Urquijo and other Somocistas left Nicaragua on Guatemalan Air Force planes. Colonel Mejia left early the next morning, joining a frantic migration of guardsmen and mercenaries. The junta called for the Guard to surrender. About 2,000 guardsmen fled over the border to Honduras. Another 1,000 on the southern front commandeered boats at the port of San Juan del Sur and took off for El Salvador. During the last days of fighting, the Carter administration arranged to airlift food into Nicaragua where supplies were running low. U.S. military planes were ruled out to avoid the appearance of intervention. So the Agency for International Development awarded the delivery contract to a private firm. Southern Air Transport. "Oh, my God," said one official when informed that Southern Air Transport, a well-known CIA proprietary, officially sold in 1973, had the contract. Another official remarked, "Who else are you going to get to fly stuff to a country where there's a war going on?" Happy face. July 19 was the day of victory. Wary of U.S. anger over the collapse of the transition plan, Somoza spent the day moving his exile to the Bahamas. 2 weeks later, he moved to Paraguay, where he lived until his murder on September 17, 1980. On July 20, the junta and Sandinista Directorate left Leon and entered Managua to the triumphant celebrating of hundreds of thousands of Nicaraguans. Meanwhile, an American named Bill landed in Managua on July 19 in a DC-8 with phony Red Cross insignia. His mission, explained journalist Christopher Dickey, was to rescue Colonel Justiniano Perez, the second in command of the EEBI. Bill found Tino Perez in the crowd at the Guatemalan embassy and took him out dressed in Red Cross guise. Over the next few days, Bill went about the business of pulling together remnants of the Guardia Officer Corps and their families from Guatemala and El Salvador. By the time the DC-8 set down in Miami again, there were about 130 people on board. Survivors of the old Guardia, they had the potential, they hoped, to build a new one with a little help from friends like Bill and Congressman Murphy. 2. Fleeting coexistence. We don't want to be a second Cuba. We want to establish a first Nicaragua. We want a Nicaraguan revolution. Father Ernesto Cardenal, New York Times, June 30, 1979. As Dr. Hans Morgenthau once wrote, the real issue facing American foreign policy is not how to preserve stability in the face of revolution, but how to create stability out of revolution. Assistant Secretary of State Viren Vaki, testimony before the House Foreign Affairs Committee, September 1979. The Sandinistas reciprocated the suspicions that U.S. policymakers had of them, but their mistrust was related to the asymmetry in power. The Sandinistas had to be much more suspicious because the capacity of the United States to undermine their revolution was infinitely greater than their capacity to affect U.S. interests. Robert Pastor, former NSC Director of Latin American and Caribbean Affairs. Year of Liberation. That's how 1979 is recorded in the annals of the new Nicaragua. Since July 19, we are no longer a banana republic, we are no longer anyone's backyard, said Sandinista leader Bayardo Arce. We aren't part of any bloc, but rather part of humanity, struggling to transform relations of dependency and submission into relations of friendship and solidarity, of mutual respect and cooperation. The old Nicaragua was in ruins. Up to 50,000 Nicaraguans died in the last 5 years of struggle leading to Somoza's overthrow, most in the closing 2 years of 36 insurrection. That represented 2% of the Nicaraguan population, then numbering about 2.5 million. The U.S. equivalent would be over 4.5 million dead. Human cost was compounded by economic devastation. Cities spared by the earthquake were wrecked by Somoza's bombs. There was over $480 million in direct economic damage. More than $500 million disappeared in capital flight to the Caymans, Miami, and other money sanctuaries. To top it off, the Somozas looted the national treasury and left behind a foreign debt of $1.60 billion. A classified U.S. intelligence report put the Somoza family wealth at $900 million, more than half the national debt. The ruins of war rested on a foundation of poverty. The UN Economic Commission for Latin America, ECLA, estimated that 62.5% of the pre-revolutionary Nicaraguan population lived in a state of critical poverty. 2 out of 3 Nicaraguans did not have enough income to cover their most basic needs. More than 1 out of 3 Nicaraguans lived in extreme poverty. They did not even have sufficient income to cover the value of the minimum shopping basket of food considered necessary in order to meet their biological nutritional needs. Infant mortality was 121 per 1,000 live births. Less than 20% of pregnant women and children under 5 received any health care. In rural areas, where nearly half the population lived, 93% of the homes had no safe drinking water. Less than 1 in 10 rural children were able to finish primary school. More than half the Nicaraguan population is under 16 years old. The revolution promised a better future. The new government was called the Government of National Reconstruction. Even with enduring peace, reconstruction would have been difficult. The World Bank reported in 1981, the negative consequences of the war are far from over. Per capita income levels of 1977 will not be attained, in the best of circumstances, until the late 1980s. The goal of the new government was not to reconstruct the poverty of the past, but to combine development with equity. In the words of Agriculture Minister Jamie Wheelock, on July 19 we won our political independence, now we confront the even more difficult task of winning our economic independence. Registered trademark. Logic of the majority. People would dream maybe Somoza will fall this year, recalled Dora Maria Tellez. We realized that the problem was Somocismo and that this country had never been truly independent. Here the companies would take the gold and the Nicaraguan miners kept the tuberculosis. Wood was taken away and the misery remained here. All the natural riches would leave. We produced sugar because the United States decided we should grow sugar, and bananas because the United States needed bananas. We didn't grow corn or beans in an efficient amount because no one outside the country decided we should grow them. 37. Somocismo had carried corruption to all levels. Such basic things as patriotism, that was a word that lacked all meaning in this country. Sovereignty, that was a forgotten phrase. Dignity, no one knew what it was. Somoza used to say that every man had his price. Everyone could be bought. So we also had to make a moral revolution. The new Nicaragua was guided by the logic of the majority, the poor majority who had known tyranny of the minority and never before had a chance to exercise the democratic principle of majority rule. It was the poor who dug trenches, built roadblocks and held off the guards with homemade bombs, pistols, and hunting rifles, and, in the main, it was the poor who died, wrote A. Jan writing. In reality, the insurrection and the victory belonged to them. The rights of the wealthy minority would be protected, but not their privileges. In the view of Nicaraguan elites and the U.S. government, it was not the poor who made the revolution, but the middle and upper classes who turned on Somoza after the assassination of Pedro Joaquin Chamorro. As Shirley Christian put it, it was not the masses, but the economic and political elites who made it possible for the Sandinistas to march triumphantly into Managua. For the elites, the revolution culminated on July 19 with the fall of the dictatorship. A transitional government would bring forth procedural democracy in the political system, but the socio-economic system would be little changed. Years later, such a revolution occurred in the Philippines with the 1986 ouster of Ferdinand Marcos. There, the euphoria of Corazon Aquino's people power gave way to indignation among peasants, workers, and students as promises of social and economic reform appeared more and more shallow. In Nicaragua the opposite occurred. For the Sandinistas, July 19 is the date of the triumph in the War of National Liberation. The revolution, the war against poverty and exploitation, was just beginning. As the promises of radical social and economic change were translated into practice, Nicaraguan elites protested that the Sandinistas were betraying the revolution. As Bayardo Arce put it, the bourgeoisie thought we were a bunch of brave, dedicated boys who would fight to the death to overthrow Somoza and then say, "Here you are. Now give me a scholarship to finish my degree." Now they're surprised we have a political project. The Sandinista project promised political pluralism, participatory democracy, non-alignment, and a mixed economy composed of a private sector, with both individual and cooperative ownership, and a state sector. In Sandinismo, political pluralism is tied to the economic pluralism of a mixed economy. In Arce's words, we don't see the possibility of creating true political pluralism without true economic pluralism, in the sense that both processes correspond with a better distribution of national resources. Sergio Ramirez would later dismiss claims that the Sandinistas stole or betrayed the revolution. The fundamental promises were made to the poorest of our country, and the original program continues, growing and multiplying for them, in cooperatives, in schools, in healthcare centers, in land, in dignity, in national sovereignty. Those who speak of betrayal of the revolution are speaking of 38. A program in which the winds of revolution did not so much as rustle their privileges of so many decades. It would have been impossible to make a revolution with such sacrifice, at the expense of so much blood, and cut it to such a pattern that is egoistic, hardly Christian, and certainly not altruistic. This idea of a revolution without consequences, we have genuinely betrayed. 7 years into the revolution and 6 years into the Contra War, I asked a U.S. ambassador in Central America whether, in his view, the Nicaraguan government had done anything positive for the people. He remarked that the Sandinistas have tried to extend social services and economic opportunities geographically, into the capillaries, to the smallest villages. He mentioned increased educational opportunities. That wasn't all. He said, they've also greatly enhanced a sense of national identity, of pride. This doesn't work particularly for American concerns in Central America, but you have to admire it. It's inspiring. A rural woman active in AMLI, the Nicaraguan Women's Association, said simply, I personally feel as if I was bomb again. Fallback strategy. The Carter administration believed that confrontation would be counterproductive and increase the prospect of another Cuba in Nicaragua. In Carter's words, we were trying to maintain our ties with Nicaragua, to keep it from turning to Cuba and the Soviet Union. Nicaraguan officials were well aware of debate in the United States over policy toward their country. In August 1979, Rep. Murphy had presented Colonel Enrique Bermudez, Tino Perez, and other ex-Guard officers in a Washington press conference. Miguel Descoto recalled the debate as turning around the issue of whether Nicaragua had been definitively lost or whether it was still redeemable. Think it was Cyrus Vance and President Carter who were of the opinion that maybe it's lost, but maybe it wasn't. If it wasn't, and one acted as if it was, then for sure it would be. So let's give it a chance and try to work along with it in a plan to bring it back. Registered trademark. Of course, the Nicaraguans didn't see themselves as lost. They were establishing their own identity and they resented being seen as something to be lost by the United States and found by the Soviet Union, as if independence was not a possibility, much less a right, for small third-world countries. The Soviet Union did not even establish diplomatic relations with the new Nicaraguan government until October 18, 3 months after Somoza's overthrow. Having failed to prevent the Sandinista revolution, the Carter administration now tried to mold it. Our use of aid is pure behavior modification, explained a U.S. diplomat in Central America. U.S. dollars are rewarded like lumps of sugar to good little countries and withheld for shock value from stubborn, naughty countries. 39. Washington wanted to limit the pace and scope of economic reform. Washington's agents were the business and agricultural elites represented in COSEP, who profited from an economic system dependent upon the United States. By the logic of that minority, the needs of the poor majority would remain subordinate. In international affairs, the administration expected Nicaragua to politically reciprocate the solidarity that Salvadoran revolutionaries had shown the FSLN. But it also expected Nicaragua to restrain its material assistance in the interest of good relations with the United States. Given Cuba's history of support for the FSLN, the administration expected Nicaragua and Cuba to have friendly relations. But it expected those relations to be counterbalanced by ties to other Latin American countries such as Mexico, Venezuela, Panama, and Costa Rica. And, of course, Washington wanted Nicaragua to limit relations, especially military relations, with the Soviet Union. In testimony before Congress in September 1979, Ambassador Pietzalo insisted that the revolution is very much a Nicaraguan phenomenon. Sandinismo is a Nicaraguan homegrown movement. Sandino predates Castro. The nature of this thing is such that you have to see it take its own form and then identify that form, rather than make prejudgments about it. They are attracted to Castro for some things. They are attracted to Castro because Castro was the first real leader that emerged in the last couple of decades who defied U.S. dominance of the area. Even Latins who are not pro-Castro sympathized with Castro on that count. Second, a lot of these fellows went there to train. The reality of the world is if you want to overthrow a tyrant, you don't go to Boston for training. You can go to Havana. So, there is that solidarity. They feel this. But that does not mean they are going to follow a Cuban model or even try to impose that kind of system. Policymakers were concerned about creating a self-fulfilling prophecy in Nicaragua. They consciously set out to avoid repeating the errors of 1959 and I-960, when U.S. hostility drove the Cuban Revolution into the arms of the Soviet Union. This time, the administration would be more patient and open-minded, judging the Sandinistas not by what they've said in the past but by what they do in the future. 6 weeks after Somoza's ouster, one former Carter official wrote, "Administration experts are surprised and pleased. Perhaps never has so much civil war been followed by so much peace. It is clear so far that the junta is trying to prevent executions and arbitrary retribution, and despite Washington's long support for the repulsive Somoza regime, the junta is working with the United States." Public sentiment for punishing those responsible for crimes under Somoza was widespread, and the junta moved quickly to channel the mass outcry for retribution into an orderly legal process. Special tribunals and special appellate courts functioned from December 1979 until February 1981 to try military personnel, civilian employees, and public officials of the Somoza regime who were accused of crimes. Capital punishment was outlawed, the maximum sentence was 30 years. Out of a total of 4,250 defendants, 267 were acquitted and 30 had their charges dropped. Of those convicted, approximately 38% received sentences of from 1 to 5 years, 6% from 6 to 10 years, 27% from 11 to 20 years and 29% from 20 to 30 years. Clemency procedures established in October 1981 resulted in pardons or commuted sentences for hundreds of prisoners. Assistant Secretary Vaki told Congress in September 1979 that the Nicaraguan government has shown generally moderate pluralistic tendencies in its initial policies. It is not distinguishably Marxist in orientation, although Marxist figures are present in key positions. It has restrained reprisals, promulgated a decree guaranteeing individual rights, and has permitted an independent press and radio. It has promised free elections. In foreign affairs, Nicaragua has indicated a desire for friendly relations with all countries, including their northern neighbors. Nicaraguan leaders have denied any intention of exporting revolution. Nicaragua's future internal policies and relationships with the outside world will, in fact, be determined by those Nicaraguans who best define and meet the country's needs during the reconstruction period. The course of the Nicaraguan revolution can thus be affected in no small way by how the U.S. perceives it and relates to it. We might write it off as already radicalized and beyond redemption, but that would not only be untrue at this moment, it would also surely drive the revolution into radicalization. Happy face, Vaki resigned in December 1979 and was replaced as Assistant Secretary by William Bodler. Military scrap. Just as the United States was testing Nicaragua, Nicaragua was testing the United States. The Nicaraguan government wanted good relations with Washington, based upon pragmatic and flexible policies on both sides. But would the United States give up control over Nicaraguan destiny? How far would the Carter administration go in its attempt at behavior modification? Nicaragua's mistrust of the United States was far less paranoid than U.S. fears of the Sandinistas. The United States had sent Marines against Sandino. The Sandinistas could not assume that the United States would not fight his heirs. Washington tried to impose peacekeeping forces in Nicaragua to preempt a Sandinista victory and had destroyed most reformist and revolutionary governments in Latin America such as Arbenz in Guatemala, 1954, and Allende in Chile, 1973. Before July 1979 was over, Minister of the Interior Tomás Borga raised unofficially the issue of U.S. military aid for Nicaragua in a meeting with Ambassador Petzulo. At a press conference announcing formation of the new Sandinista army, Luis Carrion, a member of the General Command, made clear that Nicaragua expected to have to defend itself against counter-revolutionary attacks. He cited efforts in Miami and Honduras to organize Somocista forces. Deputy Interior Minister Eden Pastora claimed on August 11 that Nicaragua would seek arms from the Socialist Bloc or elsewhere if U.S. arms were not forthcoming. At the same time, he angrily rejected a call by Nicaraguan bishops to grant amnesty to imprisoned ex-guardsmen. How can we let out those who are murderers? If you had seen the unscrupulous people who without batting an eye 41. Led us to common graves with 50 bodies and said they had killed them. Before they died they mutilated them, cut off their genitals, their arms or legs and bled them to death. Don't come to us and ask amnesty for those criminals." The following day, Borge said that Pastora's remarks on armaments did not represent official government policy. Borge did not rule out the purchase of arms from socialist countries, but he characterized it as a step of last resort. Nicaragua, he said, did not want to give pretext to feelings that we are aligning ourselves with them politically. In late August, Defense Minister Larios extended Nicaragua's search for arms, with visits to Belgium, West Germany, Spain, Mexico, Brazil, and Cuba. Washington was well aware of Nicaragua's military vulnerability. The Pentagon and State Department reported, to an even greater degree than other elements of government, the Nicaraguan defense establishment was swept away. Nothing remains except for some small arms and the scattered remnants of other equipment, all of it battle-scarred and most of it fit for little more than salvage. The armed forces of Nicaragua must be entirely rebuilt, both its personnel and equipment. A visitor to Managua could walk through a graveyard of armored vehicles. They had gone to battle against the Nicaraguan people, but could not be put to their defense. Within the Carter administration, proponents of selling arms to Nicaragua argued it would be a positive sign of friendship and if we don't, the Cubans will. Happy face, but the prevailing view was that, whatever the pros and cons of providing arms to Nicaragua, the political reality in the United States virtually precluded it. Carter would have enough trouble winning congressional approval of economic aid. When the administration proposed to train some Nicaraguan military personnel at the U.S. Army School of the Americas, the Nicaraguan government rejected it. Nicaraguans had enough experience with U.S. training of the National Guard. The $2.5 million in military aid still in the pipeline from Somoza's final year was cancelled. Nicaragua received $3,000 for binoculars and compasses and $20,000 for 6 Sandinista army officers to tour Forts Stewart, Benning, and Jackson in November. By then, cross-border attacks were increasing. Nicaragua lost 20 militia in an October ambush. $75 million. U.S. government economists estimated that Nicaragua would need at least $800 million in outside assistance through 1980 and $200 to $250 million yearly for several years after that to restore the economy. Since July 17, the United States had provided $8 million in disaster aid and had approved another $39 million for various projects. In November, Carter submitted an urgent request for $75 million in economic aid for Nicaragua. It was designed primarily to provide direct support of the private sector and finance the purchase of U.S. goods and services. Of the $75 million, $70 million was a loan. Only $5 million was a grant for scholarships, technical assets. 42. Tans and support for private voluntary agencies. Petsulo urged congressional approval, arguing the moderates need our support too badly for us to be sitting on the side of the road waiting for things to happen. Nicaragua became the most controversial country on the administration's proposed list of foreign aid recipients for 1980. The Senate passed the aid request on January 29, 1980 by a comfortable margin. On February 25, the House held another rare secret session to examine classified data on Soviet involvement in Nicaragua. On February 27, after heated debate, the aid legislation passed narrowly in the House by 5 votes, but was saddled with numerous conditions. The administration hoped these restrictive provisions would be removed in a House-Senate Conference Committee, but congressional critics of aid, then led by Rep. Robert Bauman, RMD, blocked the bill from going to conference. The stalemate was broken only when the Senate voted on May 19 to accept the House version. As signed into law, the bill required that at least 60% of the aid be used to assist the private sector. It required the President to certify that the government of Nicaragua has not cooperated with or harbors any international terrorist organization, or is aiding, abetting, or supporting acts of violence or terrorism in other countries. It required termination of aid if the government engaged in a consistent pattern of gross violations of internationally recognized human rights, engaged in a consistent pattern of violations of the right to organize and operate labor unions free from political oppression, or engaged in systematic violations of free speech and press. and it required termination of aid if the president determined that Soviet, Cuban, or other foreign combat forces were stationed in Nicaragua and that their presence there constitutes a threat to the national security of the United States or to any other Latin American ally of the United States. Congress finally appropriated the $75 million on July 2 in the Supplemental Assistance Bill for Fiscal 1980, October 1, 1979 to September 30, 1980. That month, Ambassador Petsulo declared Nicaragua to be an acceptable model of revolution. However, the required presidential certification that Nicaragua did not support terrorism was mired in controversy. Carter finally signed the aid certification on September 12, relying on the State Department Bureau of Intelligence and Research over the continued objections of congressional critics. Disbursement of the funds could finally begin on October 1, 1980. Year of Literacy. As the U.S. Congress debated whether Nicaragua was a second Cuba, the new Nicaragua took shape. The FSLN's political program promised a massive campaign to immediately wipe out illiteracy. A national literacy crusade was launched under the direction of former Group of 12 member Father Fernando Cardenal. Mass organizations such as the Sandinista Youth Organization, National Association of Nicaraguan Educators, Rural Workers Association, AMLI, the Women's Association, and Sandinista defense committees were instrumental in carrying out the 43 campaign. For 5 months beginning in March 1980, some 60,000 young brigadistas, a majority of them female, went into the countryside to teach and to learn. One peasant farmer wrote to the mother of his literacy teacher, "Do you know if I'm not ignorant anymore? I know how to read now. Not perfectly, you understand, but I know how. And do you know, your son isn't ignorant anymore either? Now he knows how we live. He knows the life of the mountains. Your son, ma'am, has learned to read from our book." Happy Face. Nicaragua's literacy crusade earned UNESCO's 1980 First Prize for Literacy. The illiteracy rate was reduced from over 50% to 13%. A special campaign was organized for the Atlantic coast to teach literacy in Mosquito, English, and Sumu as well as Spanish. In the last phase of the crusade, local coordinators were trained to lead continuing adult education in popular education collectives, SEPs. By 1983, there were 17,377 SEPs throughout the country. In the formal education sector there was a massive expansion from preschool to graduate studies. The total school population more than doubled between 1979 and 1984. The Literacy Crusade was the first mass project based on the logic of the majority. Consciously political as well as pedagogical, it was seen as a second war of liberation. In the words of Sergio Ramirez, it was part of the process of preparing the poor, peasants and workers both politically and technically to become the genuine authors of development. Carlos Fernando Chamorro, the son of Violeta Chamorro and longtime editor of the Sandinista newspaper, Barricada, described the literacy crusade as the first revolutionary measure taken in favor of press freedom, in that it developed people's rights of access to culture, to be able to read and write. To its detractors, the literacy campaign was communist brainwashing. Junta member Alfonso Robello complained that the literacy crusade was being organized in such a way as to manipulate the poor and the ignorant for ideological or partisan political ends. This, he said, was immoral. The Second War of Liberation had its casualties. Newscasts announced the first one on May 19, 1980. 8 ex-National Guardsmen crossed the border from Honduras yesterday and murdered the literacy teacher Georgino Andrade. Pedro Rafael Pavon, one of Andrade's killers, received the maximum sentence of 30 years. He told the court that Andrade was killed because he was a communist. 6 other literacy workers were murdered in the course of the campaign. Conflicting logic. In April, the junta announced the expansion of the Council of State, a legislative body to be inaugurated in May. Under the plan of government drawn up in June 1979, the council was to have had 33 members representing the ESLN, diverse political parties, labor, private enterprise, and religious, professional and mass organizations. The expanded council would have 47 seats, later increased to 51, meaning less strength for COSEP-affiliated forces in relation to the Sandinistas, but 44. A still higher proportion than determined by the actual size of their constituency. The total number of large property owners, agricultural, commercial, and industrial, was approximately 2,000 persons in 1980, the total for medium-sized property owners was about 40,000. Asterisk. Of these, many were allied with COSEP, but others were allied with the FSLN or the less conservative opposition. COSEP's membership was later put at 35,000. Happy face, the Sandinistas argued that new grassroots organizations had formed since the triumph and others had expanded, notably, the trade unions and the Sandinista defense committees, which reached 520,000 to 600,000 members by 1984. By the logic of participatory democracy, they should be adequately represented on the council. In discussing the experience of his union with me later, Sandinista Workers' Federation, CST, Secretary-General Lucio Jimenez stressed political power as a fundamental gain. With the triumph of the revolution, as the working class, we felt there was no barrier between us and our aspirations. Before, the barriers were the Somocista Guard, the Somocista dictatorship. We could now say that we were masters of our aspirations. Asterisk. Registered trademark. In July 1979, there were 133 trade unions with 27,020 members. By December 1983, there were 1,103 unions with 233,032 members, the overwhelming majority of them Sandinista affiliated. The CST had 504 unions with 111,498 members, and the Rural Workers Association, ATC, had 480 unions with 40,000 members. In contrast, the labor federations associated with the conservative opposition, the Nicaraguan Workers' Federation, CTN, and Council of Trade Union Unification, CUS, had then a combined total of 38 unions, representing 4,404 members. Over 4.5 times as many workers were represented by labor federations affiliated with three non-Sandinista left-wing parties, the General Confederation of Labor Independent, CGTI, Federation of Trade Union Action and Unity, CAUS, and Workers' Front, FO, had a combined total of over 34 unions representing 19,961 members. The Sandinista-affiliated National Union of Farmers and Ranchers, UNAG, was formed in 1981 by small and medium-scale producers originally associated with the ATC. UNAG producers supplied 78% of basic agricultural products and 41% of all export crops, according to a 1982 report. By 1984, UNAG included 75,000 individual producers and cooperative members. Asterisk. Alfonso Robelo and Violeta Chamorro opposed expanding the Council of State. Chamorro resigned from the junta on April 19, 1980, citing only health reasons. On April 23, Robelo resigned, expressing great dissatisfaction with the direction of the government. Washington expressed alarm at the resignations, and Petsulo played a mediating role between COSEP and the FSLN. Some COSEP leaders such as José Francisco Cardenal, president of the Chamber of Construction, insisted that the Council of State be limited to 33 members. But after the junta agreed to lift the state of emergency, in effect since the insurrection, establish safeguards against illegal property confiscations and announce a timetable for elections, COSEP agreed to take its seats on the council. On May 4, Cardenal was elected as a vice president of the 45 Council. It was a post he didn't want. Days later, angry at COSEP as well as the FSLN, Cardenal went into exile and joined the counter-revolution registered trademark. The Robelo and Chamorro resignations did not result in a junta shift to the left. They were replaced by two non-Sandinista conservatives, Arturo Cruz, then head of the Central Bank, and Rafael Cordova Rivas, leader of the Conservative Party. Political pluralism has been maintained, said Cordova Rivas. It has never ceased to exist. A clear example of it is the Council of State, in which political parties of different ideologies are represented. Happy face, the government pursued its program of a mixed economy. With widespread support, the junta had expropriated the extensive properties of Somoza and Somocistas who had gone into exile. This gave the state control of 20% of agricultural production and 41% of overall production of goods and services by 1980, up from 15% under Somoza. Under the mixed economy, private property rights are guaranteed. But following the government's commitment to meet society's basic needs, private property also carries a responsibility to use productive assets and not let them sit idle. Moreover, unlike the Somoza era, laws regulating wages, health and safety and working conditions were enforced. The open question was whether large producers would invest under a system that sanctioned private profit, but which they did not control politically. The new government offered private agricultural producers a package of incentives unprecedented even under Somoza, according to analyst Joseph Collins. Among the incentives were enough credit, at below-inflation interest rates, to cover all working costs, guaranteed prices, ensuring a profit, for export crops to be renegotiated yearly with the producers' associations, and a government promise to absorb any drop in international commodity prices and to share with producers any unexpected price gains. While some producers reinvested their profits back into new production, others did not. Instead, they decapitalized, transferring profits to bank accounts outside the country. As decapitalization increased, the government-business partnership became more precarious. Still, in the first 2 years, the government did not take over additional land, observed Collins. Even if it were lying idle or being run down, the Ministry of Agriculture had all the land it could handle. The only exceptions were farms where campesinos or farm workers put tremendous pressure on the ministry. A vicious circle of self-fulfilling prophecies was at work, said Collins. The more landowners decapitalized, the more they were denounced by workers and by the government, and the more insecure all landowners felt, and were. Thus the circle starts again. One young executive admitted he had sent $80,000 out of the country since the revolution. Why shouldn't I? The government gives us economic incentives, but what we want is a climate of political confidence. In May, as the Council of State was being inaugurated, the Catholic hierarchy called for the resignation of priests holding government positions, arguing that the exceptional circumstances that necessitated their participation had passed. The 4 priests affected were Foreign Minister Miguel Descoto, Culture Minister Ernesto Carr. 46. Dental, Literacy Campaign Director Fernando Cardenal and Minister of Social Welfare Edgar Perales. The priests refused to resign, insisting that the government needed them and that the people, active in Christian-based communities, supported them. This initial dispute was not resolved until July 1981, when the bishops agreed to let the priests remain in the government on the condition that they not administer the sacraments in public or private. The prominent role of Christian clergy and laity in the Sandinista revolution set an example that both Washington and the Vatican wanted erased. As Sister Luz Beatriz Arellano of the Ecumenical Valdivieso Center put it, the integration of Christianity and revolution scares the church hierarchy, the elite, and Washington because they always before had the excuse that revolution was communism was atheism. Growing disputes at the national level were mirrored in the powerful Chamorro family. The day after Violeta Chamorro resigned from the junta, Pedro Joaquin Chamorro's brother Xavier was removed as editor of La Prensa. Xavier had supported the workers' union demands for formal representation on the paper's editorial council and was deemed too pro-government by the family. In support of Xavier, the staff went on strike. A subsequent settlement provided Xavier with resources to start an independent paper, El Nuevo Diario. Most of La Prensa's employees went with Xavier Chamorro to Nuevo Diario, but the reconstituted La Prensa retained the respect of its name. Violeta's son Pedro Joaquin Jr. became the new editor of La Prensa. Younger son Carlos Fernando was editor of the official Sandinista paper, Barricada. Their sister Cristiana later became assistant director of La Prensa. Sister Claudia is a Sandinista who became ambassador to Costa Rica, the country where Pedro Joaquin Jr. would later choose exile. La Prensa became an international symbol. For opponents of the Sandinistas, it is a symbol of dissent. For Sandinista supporters, it is a symbol of U.S.-backed counter-revolution. Foiled plot. The Sandinista COSEP truce didn't last long. The November 1980 election of Ronald Reagan as President of the United States signaled a turn from mediation to heightened polarization. There were parties to celebrate Reagan's victory among Nicaraguan elites. They still think politics are determined in the USA, said junta member Moises Hassan. They believe Reagan will get rid of the Sandinista communists. COSEP walked out of the Council of State on November 12 along with the most right-wing parties and unions. The major opposition parties, including the Independent Liberal Party and the Democratic Conservative Party, remained in the council. A week later they had a martyr, Jorge Salazar, vice president of COSEP and president of its affiliated National Union of Agricultural Producers, DUPANIC. 47. By the summer of 1980, Salazar was engaged in an armed plot to overthrow the government. At the time, Nicaragua faced sporadic cross-border raids by Honduran-based ex-National Guardsmen and attacks by the Somocista anti-communist armed forces, FARC, financed largely by members of the Livestock Federation of Nicaragua. FARC's largest armed action was the 5-hour seizure of San José de los Remates in the central province of Bocó in May 1980. The government also had to deal with an ultra-left workers' paramilitary organization, the Milpas, who thought the Sandinistas were too pro-capitalist. Salazar began plotting secretly with José Francisco Chicano Cardenal even before the Council of State dispute in April. According to Cardenal, Salazar was looking to Washington as early as February for funds to start a clandestine radio station. Salazar traveled outside Nicaragua to meet with Cardenal, then the exile leader of the Nicaraguan Democratic Union, UDN, as well as Col. Enrique Bermudez, who had organized Guardia forces into the 15th of September Legion. Cardenal joined Bermudez in forming the Nicaraguan Revolutionary Democratic Alliance, ADRAN. Leonardo Samarriba, vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, joined Salazar's conspiracy in early September. According to former Contra spokesman Edgar Chamorro, Samarriba was working for the CIA as well as Salvadoran Foreign Minister Fidel Chavez Mina. While still in Nicaragua, Cardenal went to El Salvador to assist Salazar in acquiring arms. Cardenal and Raúl Arana, a former Managua builder active in ADRAN, arranged a meeting with the commander of the Salvadoran Army, Colonel Jaime Gutierrez, with the aid of Foreign Minister Chavez Mina. Cardenal wanted Gutierrez to provide arms for Salazar and training facilities for ex-guardsmen. Before Cardenal had secured any commitment from Gutierrez, Samarriba and Salazar made their own trip to El Salvador, again through the offices of Chavez Mina, to meet with Gutierrez. According to Samarriba, Gutierrez made no commitments to aid Salazar. According to Cardenal and Arana, he did. The Salvadorans, said Cardenal, were going to give us territory for training and arms, and they were going to give us money, too. Happy face. According to former National Security Council aide Robert Pastor, the U.S. Embassy in Managua first learned of the Salazar conspiracy in October. The ambassador was informed, he was not asked for help. That statement rings rather hollow in light of Cardenal's report of an earlier approach to the United States and debate in the administration over whether to help. As Pastor described it, the conspiracy was a high-risk temptation for the administration. Some in the administration were prepared to pay the price of again being labeled interventionistic if the coup succeeded, but if it failed, not only would the Carter administration be blamed for ineptness as the presidential elections were fast approaching, but its strategy of trying to moderate the Sandinistas would be finished. On the other hand, if this conspiracy was actually just a sophisticated way to entrap moderates, then the United States should discourage them, or alternatively, keep its distance. Those who were most pessimistic and suspicious of the Sandinistas tended to be in favor of supporting a coup, and those who were less pessimistic both about what had happened in Nicaragua and what could be expected in the future were more inclined to resist the temptation. 48. Ambassador Petsulo was one of those less pessimistic about Nicaragua. He was also increasingly convinced that the Sandinistas not only knew of the conspiracy but were entrapping Salazar. Both Petsulo and Eden Pastora warned Salazar the charges of entrapment are not supported by the evidence regarding the development of the plot, but Sandinista intelligence did infiltrate the conspiracy no thanks to the U.S. Embassy. On November 18, Salazar was killed while on his way to evaluate a farm's suitability for storing arms. According to the Nicaraguan government, the unarmed Salazar was killed in a shootout between his accomplice and security police who were trying to capture them. 8 Nicaraguans, most of them active in COSEP, including Samar Riba, were found guilty of plotting to overthrow the government. They were released by order of the Nicaraguan Supreme Court after having served less than 1 year. After spending several weeks in jail, Samar Riba left Nicaragua for Miami. According to Edgar Chamorro, Samar Riba helped Chavez Mina channel CIA funds to the campaign of José Napoleón Duarte during the 1984 Salvadoran elections. Samar Riba continued working with the CIA and the Contras. Exporting revolution. When the U.S. Congress linked Nicaragua and El Salvador, it wasn't referring to Salvadoran support for the export of counter-revolution to Nicaragua, but to an alleged Nicaraguan role in the export of revolution to El Salvador. In a speech to the University of Amsterdam in October 1983, Tomás Borga remarked, "We can export coffee and cotton, poetry, and even our example, but we could never export revolutions, because they originate in the inferno of each country." El Salvador's inferno was described by José Napoleón Duarte in a 1980 interview with then New York Times reporter Raymond Bonner. Bonner asked Duarte why the guerrillas were in the hills. 50 years of lies, 50 years of injustice, 50 years of frustration, responded Duarte. This is a history of people starving to death, living in misery. For 50 years the same people had all the power, all the money, all the jobs, all the education, all the opportunities. The response surprised Bonner, who had not expected Duarte to suggest any justification for the revolution. What surprised Bonner more, however, was what he had not said. He had said nothing about Castro or Cuba. He had not mentioned the Sandinistas or Nicaragua. There was no talk of the Cold War and the Soviet Union. Duarte was to raise those themes later, when they reflected the views of the Reagan administration in Washington. What Duarte was saying was that the revolution had been caused and fueled by the conditions in El Salvador. Those conditions were described by one Salvadoran this way: "I used to work on the hacienda, my job was to take care of the towners' dogs. I gave them meat and bowls of milk, food that I couldn't give to my own family. When the dogs were 49 sick, I took them to the veterinarian. When my children were sick, the owner gave me his sympathy, but no medicine as they died. To watch your children die of sickness and hunger while you can do nothing is a violence to the spirit. We have suffered that silently for too many years." El Salvador's last 50 years of lies, injustice, and frustration began with a 1932 massacre. La Matanza. Having recently grabbed power in a coup, General Maximiliano Hernández Martínez crushed a peasant rebellion and slaughtered 30,000 Salvadorans. "It is a greater crime to kill an ant than a man," Hernández Martínez once said, "for when a man dies he becomes reincarnated, while an ant dies forever." El Salvador's contemporary death squads are heirs to the Hernández Martínez legacy. Indeed, Jean Kirkpatrick praised Hernández Martínez as a hero in a 1981 paper for the American Enterprise Institute. It is said that 30,000 persons lost their lives. To many Salvadorans, the violence of this repression seems less important than the fact of restored order and the 13 years of civil peace that ensued. Kirkpatrick continued, "The traditionalist death squads that pursue revolutionary activists and leaders in contemporary El Salvador call themselves Hernández Martínez brigades, seeking thereby to place themselves in El Salvador's political tradition and communicate their purposes. Salvadoran rebels take their name from a different hero, the revolutionary Agustin Farabundo Martí, executed in 1932. For a time, he fought with Sandino against the U.S. Marines. By Washington's logic, one could argue that El Salvador has exported revolution to Nicaragua. In the words of Sergio Ramirez, revolutions throughout history have always been exportable, if we wish to use this somewhat mercantile term when discussing the dynamic by which ideas circulate beyond borders. The revolution that gave birth to the United States as a nation was the most exported revolution of modern history. The Constitution of the new United States and the explosive ideas that inspired it were carried by muleback throughout all Central America, like a smuggled item. That emerging republic, led by wild-eyed radicals, represented a threat to the internal security and strategic interests of Spain in the New World. The great imperial power began to crack. In 1775, Patrick Henry declared, "Give me liberty or give me death." In Nicaragua the revolutionaries cried, "Patria libre o morir," free homeland or death. Revolutionary ideas circulate beyond borders, and so does material aid. But revolution is not a product of outside aid or outside ideas. The American Revolution received aid from the French, but the French did not export revolution to the then British colonies. The Sandinista Revolution received aid from Costa Rica, Venezuela, Panama, and Cuba, but those countries did not export revolution to Nicaragua. And as the Duarte passage above makes clear, the Salvadoran Revolution is a product of Salvadoran experience, not an export of Nicaragua. Whatever level of material aid can in fact be traced to Nicaragua. The exporting revolution charge has served to pin the blame for deteriorating relations between Nicaragua and the United States on the Sandinistas. It has 50 been used to delegitimize revolutions both in Nicaragua and El Salvador, and to legitimize an increasingly militaristic U.S. policy of counter-revolution. Salvador refrain. The Carter administration tried to learn from its too little, too late approach in Nicaragua and defuse growing popular revolution in El Salvador by backing the reformist military coup of October 15, 1979. That same month, in an effort to deflect criticism from the right-wingers blamed Carter for losing not only Nicaragua, but also Grenada and Iran, and were trying to block ratification of the SALT II nuclear weapons treaty with the Soviet Union, as well as to establish the traditional rationale for an increased military commitment. The Carter administration upped the East-West ante in Central America. On the pretext of the August discovery of a brigade of Soviet troops in Cuba, which had been there for 17 years with Washington's knowledge, Carter announced the formation of a permanent Caribbean military task force and expanded military maneuvers. In a televised address, Carter also pledged increased economic assistance to ensure the ability of troubled peoples to resist social turmoil and possible communist domination. The administration announced it was sending $5.7 million in military assistance to El Salvador, a large amount when compared to past military aid to that country. In January 1980, the new Salvadoran government junta collapsed when civilians Guillermo Ango, Ramon Mayorga, and Mario Antonio Andino resigned, along with most ministers and deputy ministers. The Christian Democrats climbed aboard the military-driven train as it headed to the right. The junta reformers had tried to sway the reactionaries, arguing if the massacres didn't stop and if the reforms weren't implemented, there was going to be a terrible bloodbath. National Guard Commander Colonel Vides Casanova rebuffed them. The country had survived the killing of 30,000 peasants in 1932, he said. Today, the armed forces are prepared to kill 200,000 to 300,000, if that's what it takes to stop a communist takeover. At least 40,000 civilians were killed between October 1979 and January 1984. Salvadoran Archbishop Oscar Amalfo Romero wrote to Carter in February 1980 to plead that U.S. aid be withheld. He advised Carter that neither the civilian military junta nor the Christian Democrats govern the country. Political power is in the hands of the armed forces, they know only how to repress the people and defend the interests of the Salvadoran oligarchy. And he told Carter, it would be totally wrong and deplorable if the Salvadoran people were to be frustrated, repressed, or in any way impeded from deciding for itself the economic and political future of our country by intervention on the part of a foreign power. As Bonner explained, Archbishop Romero's unceasing condemnations of the government repression and, directly or indirectly, the U.S. policy of backing the junta caused serious problems for the Carter administration. Romero was respected. 51. Internationally, in 1978, he was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize by members of the British Parliament. Robert Wagner, a former mayor of New York, was twice sent by Carter to the Vatican in an effort to mute Romero's criticisms of the junta and to gain his backing of the U.S. policy. In Wagner's words, there was a fear in the administration that Archbishop Romero was a little too far over to the left. Pope John Paul II was sympathetic. He passed on U.S. concerns in a private audience with Romero. The Pope cautioned Romero to be careful of ideologies that can seep into the defense of human rights and in the long run produce dictatorships and violations of human rights. But Holy Father, Romero replied, in my country it is very dangerous to speak of anti-communism, because anti-communism is what the right preaches, not out of love for Christian sentiments but out of a selfish concern to preserve its own 74 interests. Romero called on Christian Democrats to resign from the junta on February 17. Your presence is covering the repressive character of this government, especially abroad. You are an important political force. It is urgent that you question how best you can use that force in favor of the poor, as isolated and impotent members of a government controlled by the repressive military, or as one more force that incorporates itself into a broad project of popular government. Christian Democrat Hector Dada resigned from the junta on March 3. José Napoleón Duarte took his place in a third reorganization of the junta. Romero concluded his sermon on March 23 with an impassioned appeal to members of the Army, the National Guard and the police. Brothers, you are part of our people. You kill your own peasant brothers and sisters, in the name of God, and in the name of this suffering people whose laments rise to heaven each day more tumultuous. I beg you, I ask you, I order you in the name of God, stop the repression. Romero was gunned down while saying Mass the following day. Shortly after, Carter's request for military aid to El Salvador was approved. By most accounts, Salvadoran rightist Roberto D'Aubuisson directed Romero's assassination. President Duarte publicly accused D'Aubuisson in late 1987. Ricardo Chino Lau, chief of intelligence operations for Somoza and a founding Contra officer, was reportedly contracted to arrange the hit. Wealthy Salvadorans contributed $120,000 to pay for the murder-registered trademark. As repression in El Salvador intensified and frustrated reformers joined the opposition, Washington continued with the same propaganda. Refrain: moderate centrist government battling the extremes of left and right. In April 1980, opposition groups united in the Democratic Revolutionary Front, FDR. On November 27, the top 5 leaders of the FDR were dragged by security forces from a Jesuit high school where they were preparing a press conference. They were tortured, murdered, and mutilated. Among the 5 was FDR President Enrique Alvarez, who had served as Minister of Agriculture until January 1980. Former junta member Guillermo Ngo Duartzning made in El Salvador's aborted 1972 elections succeeded Alvarez as FDR president. 52. In a December 7, 1980 New York Roundtable on Central America, Jeane Kirkpatrick asserted, I think that the degree of commitment to moderation and democratic institutions within the Salvadoran military is very frequently underestimated in this country. And I think it's a terrible injustice to the government and the military when you suggest that they were somehow responsible for terrorism and assassination. She added, may I say a final word about the tragic, because murder is always tragic, assassinations of the leaders of the far left, the 5 FDR leaders slow. That it was the government who accepted the Catholic Church's offers for negotiation, and it was precisely those leaders of the far left who rejected that offer /cl. I must say that I found myself thinking that it's a reminder that people who choose to live by the sword can expect to die by it. The Maximiliano Hernández Martínez Anti-Communist Brigade took credit for the FDR killings. In a communiqué, the brigade warned the priests who have an affinity for the terrorist Marxist bands that they will have the same fate if they insist in their sermons on poisoning the minds of Salvadoran youth. The brigade's claim was a cover. As even a CIA report noted, the executions were the work of the security forces. Often, the death squads served this cover purpose. They were not simply right-wing vigilantes, they were the auxiliary arm of the counterinsurgency forces built up over 2 decades by the United States. As journalist Alan Nairn explained, beginning with the Kennedy administration, officials of the State Department, CIA, and U.S. military conceived and organized ORDEN, the moral paramilitary and intelligence network described by Amnesty International as a movement designed to use clandestine terror against government opponents. Out of ORDEN grew the notorious Mano Blanco, the White Hand, which a former U.S. ambassador to El Salvador, Raúl H. Castro, has called nothing less than the birth of the death squads, conceived and organized ANSESL, the elite presidential intelligence service that gathered files on Salvadoran dissidents and, in the words of one U.S. official, relied on death squads as the operative arms of intelligence gathering, enlisted General José Alberto Chile Medrano, the founder of ORDEN and ANSESL, as a CIA agent, and provided American technical and intelligence advisors who often worked directly with ANSESL, the security forces, and the general staff with electronic, photographic, and personal surveillance of individuals who were later assassinated by death squads. Chile Medrano, a graduate of the U.S. Office of Public Safety Program for Training Foreign Police Officers, abolished in 1974 but reincarnated by Reagan under a lower profile, received a medal from President Johnson in 1968 in recognition of exceptionally meritorious service. Years later, when the Reagan administration publicly condemned the death squads, the CIA continued to provide training, support, and intelligence to security forces directly involved in death squad activity. For example, Colonel Nicholas Carranza, the head of the Treasury Police, was paid $90,000 a year as a CIA informant while Treasury agents carried out torture and murder. Registered trademark, as one U.S. official in El Salvador put it, referring to Dogwisson's death squad activities. The CIA didn't mind what was going on so long as they were killing communists. Registered trademark. 53. 4 more bodies were found in El Salvador on December 4, 1980. The bodies of 4 American church women, Sisters Ida Ford, Maura Clark, and Dorothy Cazell, and lay missionary Jean Donovan were driving home from El Salvador's international airport when National Guardsmen abducted them. They were raped before being murdered. Jean Kirkpatrick opined, they were not just nuns. They were political activists on behalf of the Frente FMLN. The Carter administration quickly announced the suspension of all economic and military aid to El Salvador. But according to Bonner, what most bothered policymakers, outside the Bureau of Human Rights headed by Patricia Darien, was not the loss of the women's lives but that their assassinations would make it more difficult for the United States to continue backing the Duarte government. Registered trademark. Duarte had become president of the junta on December 13. From a diary entry reproduced in his memoirs, it is clear that Carter knew of the slaughter in El Salvador. They are going through a bloodbath down there. They don't have anybody in the jails. They're all dead. It's their accepted way of enforcing the so-called law. Diary, December 11, 1980. Carter's italics. He wrote, I was determined that the murderers of the nuns be brought to justice, that elections be scheduled, that some equitable system of justice be established, and that promised land reforms be carried out. We had to convince the Salvadorans that brutal persecution of their own people was the major obstacle to their economic and political stability. Their top priority was to obtain more military weapons, but we held firm to our policy. Registered trademark. This, the last reference in Carter's memoirs to his administration's actions in Central America, left out critical policy shifts during the last month in office. In mid-December, the administration resumed economic aid, citing the Salvadoran government's supposed commitment to a thorough, professional, and expeditious investigation of the killings of the church women. The administration knew this was untrue. Registered trademark. On January 2, 1981, the State Department sent a secret cable instructing the U.S. Embassy to advise the Salvadoran government that the United States was prepared to send military equipment on an expedited basis, and would immediately deploy to San Salvador 2 groups of advisors, one for helicopter maintenance, the other to deal with guerrilla warfare. Assistant Secretary of State for Human Rights Patricia Darien expressed her profound disappointment. Registered trademark: 2 more Americans were killed on January 4. Land reform advisors Michael Hammer and Mark Perlman were blasted with submachine guns while eating dinner with Land Reform Agency head José Rodolfo Vieira, also killed, in San Salvador's Sheraton Hotel. Economic aid went forward. The FMLN began a final offensive on January 10 in an attempt to present President-elect Reagan with 2 fait accompli. By the next day, the Salvadoran government was pronouncing the offensive a failure. That was more clear on January 12. Aware that the Salvadoran government did not need new U.S. aid to repulse the offensive, the administration used it as an excuse to publicly announce on January 14 that it was resuming military assistance. 53. 54. Carter announced on January 17 that $5 million in emergency combat aid would be sent to El Salvador along with U.S. advisors. Unable to say that the military aid was necessary to defeat the guerrillas, wrote Bonner, the administration needed another pretext. It found one, perhaps concocted it. The pretext was Nicaraguan arms. Fonseca Gulf incident. I believe reports that a group of approximately 100 men landed from Nicaragua about 4 p.m. yesterday, Ambassador Robert White told reporters on January 14. He said Soviet and Chinese-made weapons had been captured in recent days. This changes the nature of the insurgency movement here, and makes it clear that it is dependent on outside sources. We cannot stand idly by and watch the guerrillas receive outside assistance. In their own press conference, Duarte and other Salvadoran government officials said that 5 boats landed at El Cuco, a small village in the eastern part of the country on the Gulf of Fonseca. 53 guerrillas were supposedly killed. When reporters asked for proof that the boats came from Nicaragua, the defense minister said they were made of wood not native to El Salvador. A prominent businessman who saw the televised press conference said, "I had to laugh. It was better than watching a comedy." Registered trademark: unfortunately, the U.S. media didn't treat the story as comedy. The Gulf of Fonseca incident was as contrived as the Gulf of Tonkin incident of 1964. Both propaganda events had their intended impact. An American diplomat in El Salvador concluded the boat landing was staged. Referring to Soviet-made grenades found near the landing site, he said, "It looks as if they were planted. I can't quite picture how people would, if they were attacked, drop grenades along the way like Hansel and Gretel. It just seemed all too pat." Registered trademark: State Department claims went beyond the boat landing to intelligence reports supposedly showing significant military support from a number of countries. A senior Carter administration official with access to all intelligence traffic rebutted this. "Our impression was that the guerrillas got most of their arms on the international black market, primarily in Miami." Registered trademark X: most observers agree that some arms were shipped via Nicaragua to the FMLN, mainly between November 1980 and January 1981. Until that point, as Robert Pastor acknowledged, the Sandinistas had avoided supplying arms to the FMLN in the interest of maintaining non-hostile relations with the United States. The Sandinistas expected the incoming Reagan administration to be hostile, whatever Nicaragua's behavior. The World Court concluded, in its 1986 judgment finding the United States in violation of international law in attacking Nicaragua, the court is satisfied that, between July 1979 and the early months of 1981, an intermittent flow of arms was 55. Routed via the territory of Nicaragua to the armed opposition in El Salvador. On the other hand, the evidence is insufficient to satisfy the court that, since the early months of 1981, assistance has continued to reach the Salvadorian armed opposition from the territory of Nicaragua on any significant scale, or that the government of Nicaragua was responsible for any flow of arms at either period. Suspension. In mid-January, just before leaving office, Carter suspended aid to Nicaragua, pending an investigation into Nicaragua's alleged role in supplying arms to the FMLN. Carter officials argued that was the only option, short of terminating aid. Under the conditions of the aid legislation, Carter also cancelled authorization of negotiations for the renewal of Public Law 480 long-term, low-interest loans for the sale of wheat and cooking oil. Candidate Ronald Reagan had opposed aid to Nicaragua. I disagree with the aid that we have provided. Think we are seeing the application of the domino theory. And I think it's time the people of the United States realize that we're the last domino. President Reagan would transform the export of revolution charge into a mantra. Reagan inherited more than an aid suspension from Carter. He inherited a presidential finding that had authorized covert action in Nicaragua since 1978. Secret CIA assistance first went to Nicaraguan moderates in political parties, business organizations, the press, and labor unions in the hope they could replace Somoza. It continued after Somoza was deposed to bolster opposition to the Sandinistas. See the CIA's Blueprint for Nicaragua, Appendix A. Even as Carter was taking action against Nicaragua for its alleged support of terrorism, the U.S. government was providing safe haven for Contra leaders and tolerating the existence of Contra training camps on U.S. soil. Under Reagan, official U.S. policy would evolve from apparent non-interference with exile efforts aimed at overtly rowing the Nicaraguan government to organizing PLIO's efforts. Looking back on the Carter administration, Miguel Descoto told me, at first they tried to buy us out. Every time we went somewhere, the U.S. ambassador and other officials would come, as they used to do before in Nicaragua, to give all the points that the United States wanted to make in any international forum, in a meeting of the United Nations or the non-aligned countries, or the Organization of American States, or what have you. They always had a position and they wanted to impress on us the need to be carriers of American concerns. Always, of course, they would say, Nicaragua is a sovereign country, but if you don't do this, it would be very difficult to obtain these things. It was a very clear, crude invitation for political prostitution. And when that failed, they began to use threats. Threats of economic and political isolation. They wanted to get Nicaragua to cry uncle in the least expensive way. And they were not obviously initially interested in military means to achieve 56. That goal. It's impossible for us to say whether President Carter would have been willing. I don't know. But certainly. The military option only becomes a reality with the advent of the Reagan administration. After leaving office, Viren Vaki observed, the premise of U.S. policy to date has been that the die has not been cast in Nicaragua, and that if non-Marxist elements in that society remain viable, there is a good chance that the internal process can evolve toward a Mexican rather than a Cuban model. It is essential to supply aid to keep the monetary/economic system viable and enmeshed in the international economy, and to support the private sector. A few Reagan policy thinkers have argued that the United States should not only stop providing aid to Nicaragua but should destabilize the Sandinista government as well. No course could be better calculated to inflame the whole isthmus, raise tensions in the hemisphere and create the potential for a Spanish Civil War situation. 3. Nicaragua has committed a grave sin, that of national dignity in the face of the empire. And the empire does not permit that, as Rome did not permit it of Carthage and Israel. How could the United States allow this flea to tickle? It must be punished. Rafael Cordova Rivas, Democratic Conservative Party leader, April 30, 1986 interview with author. The biggest lesson I learned from Vietnam is not to trust government statements. They fit the facts to fit the policy. We made a great mistake in Vietnam and are making another one in Central America. J. William Fulbright, former Senate Foreign Relations Committee Chairman, New York Times, April 30, 1985. Ronald Reagan twisted the facts on Nicaragua long before moving into the White House. Somoza's Nicaragua has been getting a bad press, candidate Reagan told his radio audience on January 2, 1978. It has never been known as a major violator of human rights. In a March 1979 radio broadcast, Reagan seconded Idaho Rep. Steve Sims' concern that the Caribbean is rapidly becoming a communist lake in what should be an Enrican pond. Reagan added, the troubles in Nicaragua bear a Cuban label also. While there are people in that troubled land who probably have justified grievances against the Somoza regime, there is no question but that most of the rebels are Cuban-trained, Cuban-armed, and dedicated to creating another communist country in this hemisphere. Behind the Cubans are the Soviets. As Reagan told the Wall Street Journal in 1980, the Soviet Union underlies all the unrest that is going on. If they weren't 57, 58 engaged in this game of dominoes, there wouldn't be any hotspots in the world. Reagan wanted to recommit the United States to a policy of rollback of the Soviet Empire. Santa Fe Tales. Open the Southern Front. Louis Tams was happy to carry out those National Security Council instructions when he became ambassador to Costa Rica in the summer of 1985. They fit a policy blueprint he had helped create as editor of the 1980 Committee of Santa Fe Report, a new inter-American policy for the 80s. Other committee members included Roger Fontaine, who served Reagan as NSC advisor for Latin America affairs before becoming a columnist with the Mooney-owned Washington Times, retired Lt. General Gordon Sumner, special advisor to Reagan's first Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, David C. Jordan of the U.S. Strategic Institute, and L. Francis Lynn Bouchy, president of the Council for Inter-American Security, a major vehicle for far-right propaganda about the Soviet threat in the Western Hemisphere. The Santa Fe report blasted the Carter administration for a policy of anxious accommodation. It declared, war, not peace, is the norm in international affairs. Survival demands a new U.S. foreign policy. America must seize the initiative or perish. For World War III is almost over. The Soviet Union, operating under the cover of increasing nuclear superiority, is strangling the Western industrialized nations by interdicting their oil and ore supplies and is encircling the People's Republic of China. Note that China, a communist country once supposedly poised to seize Southeast Asian dominoes beginning with Vietnam, has been transformed from red threat to red target. After the first two phases of World War III, containment and détente, the Soviets lead on the Santa Fe scoreboard. Latin America and Southern Asia are the scenes of strife in the third phase. America is everywhere in retreat. The impending loss of the petroleum of the Middle East and potential interdiction of the sea routes spanning the Indian Ocean, along with the Soviet satellization of the mineral zone of southern Africa, foreshadow the Finlandization of Western Europe and the alienation of Japan. Even the Caribbean, America's maritime crossroad and petroleum refining center, is becoming a Marxist-Leninist lake. Never before has the Republic been in such jeopardy from its exposed southern flank. Never before has American foreign policy abused, abandoned, and betrayed its allies to the South in Latin America. It is time to sound a clarion call for freedom, dignity, and national self-interest which will echo the spirit of the American people. Either a Pax Sovietica or a worldwide counter-projection of American power is in the offing. The hour of decision can no longer be postponed. In war, declared the Committee of Santa Fe, there is no substitute for victory. The United States must reaffirm the core principle of the Monroe Doctrine, namely, no hostile foreign power will be allowed bases or military and political allies in 59. The region. Italics added. Under the Monroe-Reagan Doctrine, the internal politics of foreign countries are indeed subject to U.S. control. Cuba must be brought back into the U.S. sphere. If punitive measures and propaganda fail, the report advocated a Radio-Free Cuba, later inaugurated as Radio Marti. A war of national liberation against Castro must be launched. Religion is a battleground in Santa Fe's World War III. U.S. foreign policy must begin to counter, not react against, liberation theology. Marxist-Leninist forces have infiltrated the religious community with ideas that are less Christian than communist. Perhaps the best-known idea of liberation theology is the preferential option for the poor. The Santa Fe Committee called for the United States to abandon human rights, which is a culturally and politically relative concept that the Carter administration has used for intervention for political change in countries of this hemisphere, adversely affecting the peace, stability, and security of the region. It must be replaced with a non-interventionist policy of political and ethical realism. Reality check. Santa Fe political and ethical realism should not be confused with reality. In reality, Soviet world influence was at its height in the 1950s and there has been no significant positive Soviet geopolitical momentum for many years. That's the sober assessment of the Center for Defense Information, led by retired U.S. military officers, noting that with decolonization the number of independent nations rose from about 70 in 1945 to 65 in 1987. The center reports that the percentage of Soviet-influenced countries in the world was 10% in 1945 in the aftermath of World War II, rose to nearly 15% in the late 1950s, declined to 9% in the mid-1960s, and finally rose back to over 12% in the mid-1970s. It has remained at 11% since 1980. Considering that nearly all the new countries in the past 40 years have been former colonies of Western powers, the degree of Soviet success in exercising significant influence in these numerous anti-colonial countries is less than one might have expected. A U.S. Army War College conference on the Soviet Union and the Third World concluded that Soviet influence in the Third World remains limited, in part by the strong impulses toward autonomy and national self-determination of the Third World countries themselves. Many of Moscow's biggest victories have resulted from events over which it had little or no control. A study by CIA analysts agreed, reduced Western influence in Third World countries has not necessarily led to a corresponding rise in Soviet influence. New governments often have translated anti-colonialist positions into strong nationalist policies jealous of any foreign influence. Despite the commitment of some Third World countries to a socialist system, they usually have wanted their own brand 60 of socialism, and have not been attracted to Soviet communist ideology, either by economic or military aid. According to the Center for Defense Information, the 18 countries with significant Soviet influence, i.e. high levels of involvement and presence accompanied by a close and cooperative relationship, not necessarily approaching control, are Afghanistan, Angola, Bulgaria, Cambodia, Cuba, Czechoslovakia, Ethiopia, East Germany, Hungary, Laos, Libya, Mongolia, Mozambique, Poland, Romania, Syria, Vietnam, and South Yemen. Nicaragua is not on the list. As one CIA analyst in the Office of Soviet Analysis put it, in reviewing Soviet policy toward Nicaragua since 1979, one is struck by the general caution with which Moscow has proceeded. Registered trademark. I don't think the Soviets give a shit about what happens here, a U.S. ambassador in Central America told me in 1986. Nicaragua is a little present that arrived on their doorstep, and they are slowly unwrapping it to see what's inside. They like the fact that it makes Ronald Reagan so mad. Reality is not a zero-sum game. A U.S. loss need not mean a Soviet gain and vice versa. Similarly, a U.S. gain may not be a Soviet loss, because it wasn't a Soviet proxy to begin with. Chile and Grenada are good examples, they were rescued from nothing but their own nationalism. Stand by your dictator. Preceding the Santa Fe report was an article by Jeane Kirkpatrick, then a professor of political science at Georgetown University and a member of the Cold Warriors Council known as the Committee on the Present Danger. In Dictatorships and Double Standards, Kirkpatrick elaborated her now famous ideologically biased distinction between moderate autocracies, authoritarian, and revolutionary autocracies, totalitarian. In 1949, the chairman of the New York Council on Foreign Relations differentiated autocratic from totalitarian rule in an attempt to justify support for Somoza I. Kirkpatrick's formulation is right-wing doublespeak designed to mask brutality in the name of anti-communism. Kirkpatrick derided a Carter policy whose crowning achievement has been to lay the groundwork for a transfer of the Panama Canal from the United States to a swaggering Latin dictator of Castroite bent. She spun the myth that the Cartwrights not only failed to prevent the fall of Somoza, and the Shah of Iran, but actively collaborated in the replacement of moderate autocrats friendly to American interests with less friendly autocrats of extremist persuasion. Tom Farrer, former president of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, was one of the few establishment commentators to critique Kirkpatrick without paying homage to her budding intellectual mystique. Her thesis, he said, rests on an almost demented parody of Latin American political realities. On the most elementary facts Kirkpatrick is misinformed. Happy face, 61. According to Kirkpatrick, generally speaking, traditional autocrats tolerate social inequities, brutality, and poverty while revolutionary autocracies create them. Traditional autocrats leave in place existing allocations of wealth, power, status, and other resources which in most traditional societies favor an affluent few and maintain masses in poverty. But they worship traditional gods and observe traditional taboos. They do not disturb the habitual rhythms of work and leisure, habitual places of residence, habitual patterns of family and personal relations. Because the miseries of traditional life are familiar, they are bearable to ordinary people who, growing up in the society, learn to cope. As children bombed to untouchables in India acquire the skills and attitudes necessary for survival in the miserable roles they are destined to fill. Such societies create no refugees. Kirkpatrick regularly twists facts to fit her racist and anti-democratic views. The hundreds of thousands of political exiles from Somoza's Nicaragua, the Shah's Iran, Marcos's Philippines, and other moderate autocrats are erased. Or they are cast as economic migrants, like Salvadorans treated by the Reagan administration as surplus seekers of fortune, not sanctuary. In a rejoinder to Kirkpatrick, Mexican novelist and former diplomat Carlos Puentes asked, "Can't she hear the thousands of innocent dead in El Salvador answering her that they are not moderately dead? In the Reaganot universe, communists kill innocents, those killed by anti-communists are generally not the TMLY innocent." Remember Kirkpatrick's characterization of the four murdered churchwomen: they were not just nuns, they were political activists on behalf of the Frente. In an August 1979 radio broadcast titled Common Sense from a Neighbor, Reagan told his listeners this about Argentina, then under military dictatorship. Today, Argentina is at peace, the terrorist threat nearly eliminated. In the process of bringing stability to a terrorized nation of 25 million, a small number were caught in the crossfire, among them a few innocents. If you ask the average Argentine in the street what he thinks about the state of his country's economy, chances are you'll find him pleased, not seething, about the way things are going. At least 9,000 and as many as 30,000 Argentinians were disappeared in the military dictatorship's dirty war. A U.S. equivalent would be 79,000 to 264,000, taking the lower figure, that's more than 1.5 times the number of American deaths in the Vietnam War. Reagan's reflections on Argentina were no aberration. He gave this account of events in Chile: Allende was a Marxist and took Chile down the road to socialism. Journalists who have made an honest effort to talk with the Chilean man in the street report that there would have been a people's revolt if the military overthrow of the Allende regime had not taken place. General Pinochet promised to restore democratic rule also and to allow elections. True, they haven't taken place as yet, but there is reason to believe that if and when they do, the general might just be the favorite candidate if he chooses to run. Reagan doesn't tell us why the Chilean people gave Allende's party even more support in the 1973 midterm congressional elections, the last elections before Chilean democracy was crushed by the military in a U.S.-backed coup. 62. By the time of Reagan's comments in 1979, tens of thousands of Chileans had been disappeared or driven into exile, where Kirkpatrick disappeared them with the stroke of a pen. During the first 5 months of 1980, according to Amnesty International, 2,000 people were arrested on political charges and most of them were tortured. Self-fulfilling prophets. The Reagan-Bush team's intent to demonize and destabilize the Nicaraguan government was clear from the beginning. The July 1980 Republican platform stated, "We deplore the Marxist-Sandinista takeover of Nicaragua and the attempts to destabilize El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. We oppose the Carter administration aid program for the government of Nicaragua. However, we will support the efforts of the Nicaraguan people to establish a free and independent government." We will return to the fundamental principle of treating a friend as a friend and self-proclaimed enemies as enemies, without apology. In the name of freedom, friends are granted absolution for breaking democratic promises the enemies are accused of betraying. Shortly after the Republican Convention, Business International Corporation's Latin American forecasting study reported on Nicaragua as seen without red-colored lenses. The Nicaraguan government seems to be gravitating toward a relatively moderate course. The private sector still has an audible voice, although clearly not a dominant one. There are several functioning political parties in the country, but none are expected to have the force or popularity of a Sandinist party with a good grassroots organization. It is thought by most observers that the Sandinist party would likely win any election held. The report gave the Nicaraguan government equal odds for moving right or left. That would depend on many factors, including the government's ability to solve the country's economic and social problems, some of which are potentially explosive. Among the potential pitfalls were labor unrest prodded by high unemployment, inflation, and foreign exchange constraint, relief from which will depend largely on the largesse of outside governments and institutions. The report predicted that reconstruction from the Revolutionary War would necessarily run through 1983 at least, if not beyond. The 1980 Economic Reactivation Plan was having positive effects, but it is falling short of its goals, assuming that the political formula remains workable and the government can instill the private sector with enough confidence to keep tilling the land and production lines active. GDP gross domestic product could make another major gain next year, followed by more moderate rises in subsequent years. Regarding agriculture, the report noted that the government is trying to stimulate this priority sector through production bonuses given to private growers. If commodity prices hold up in the next few years and the private growers reinvest, the outlook for this sector is for good to moderate growth throughout the forecast period. The outlook for industry was only fair. 63. Principally because the levels of destruction were greater and the investment necessary to reactivate industry is far more than required for agriculture. The report also noted that future repayment of the burdensome $1.6 billion foreign debt acquired under Somoza will cloud the foreign exchange outlook for years to come. Happy face, Nicaragua wasn't playing its Reagan-supporting role as a totalitarian threat. Most observers thought the Sandinistas would win elections. The private sector was being offered incentives to invest and Sandinista mismanagement wasn't the cause of the country's economic problems. The economy was Nicaragua's Achilles heel and a number of pressure points were evident from the Business International report. The economy would hurt for many years due to wartime losses, high reconstruction costs, foreign debt, and worsening terms of trade, declining prices for exports such as coffee and rising prices for imports such as tractors. Economic crisis could be blamed on Sandinista mismanagement and compounded by capital flight and a new war. The United States could make the economy scream as Nixon did with Chile by cutting off aid and pressuring other countries and international agencies to do so in an October 1980 Heritage Foundation backgrounder, Cleto DiGiovanni, a high-level CIA clandestine operative until late 1978, advocated economic warfare as part of a comprehensive strategy for destabilizing Nicaragua, following the CIA blueprint predicted earlier by ex-agent Philip Agee and excerpted in Appendix A. In a well-orchestrated program targeted against the Marxist Sandinista government, we should use our limited resources to support the free labor unions, the church, the private sector, the independent political parties, the free press, and those who truly defend human rights. 5/D. We should not abandon the Nicaraguan people, but we must abandon the Sandinista government. Despite its show of arms, the Nicaraguan government is still weak and could be dislodged through a determined, coordinated, and targeted effort. DiGiovanni sketched one route of attack. Nicaraguan workers continue to have an emotional attachment to the revolutionary movement. This attachment can be expected to weaken as the economy deteriorates. There are some indications of growing broadly based support to take to arms to overthrow the Sandinista government, and this support could increase as further economic problems develop. Registered trademark economic warfare would contribute to the Reagan administration's self-fulfilling prophecy of Sandinista gloom and doom. As seen in the chart below, Nicaragua actually did better economically than its neighbors until 1983, when the economy began reeling under the strain of war, decapitalization and regional economic crisis. No business as usual. The Nicaraguan government had responded to news of Reagan's election by reiterating, "We want friendly relations with the United States and any other country that respects our sovereignty and independence," said Sandinista leader Bayardo. "Ars, we know the new government's announced platform would involve changes in the policies of President Carter, but we must see what parts of its program it carries out in practice." The new Secretary of State was General Alexander Haig. He rose rapidly through military and political ranks to become Nixon's Chief of Staff and Supreme Commander of NATO before passing through the revolving door to the presidency of United Technologies Corporation, a top military contractor. As Secretary of State, Haig wasted no time in putting changes in Nicaragua policy into practice. As Haig told the story in his memoirs, "I encountered Rita Delia Casco, the fiery young ambassador of the Sandinista regime, at a Washington soiree." The ambassador expressed confidence that there would be no change in U.S. Nicaraguan relations as a result of the election. "I stated bluntly that this confidence was misplaced. While the Sandinistas betrayed their neighbors, there would be no business as usual. America was prepared not only to cut off all aid, but to do other things as well." As Rita Delia Casco recalled it, she met Haig at an inaugural reception and it was he who was fiery. "He told me right there in front of everybody, 'You tell your government to stop sending aid to the Salvadoran rebels or we'll go to the source.' I don't remember the exact words now, but it was very threatening." During the Carter administration, she explained, Nicaraguan diplomats had close contact and open channels of communication with officials in the State Department and the National Security Council. This completely changed from the moment the Reagan administration took over. There was a complete blackout. There was no way of communicating. Reagan officials expressed their hostile attitude, even in very simple details, as trying to embarrass me in a social occasion. We really got into their guts. It was a very irrational feeling. By small gestures and large we maintained our position, said Haig. On my recommendation, President Reagan froze economic aid to Nicaragua 2 days after taking office, and indefinitely suspended all aid to the Nicaraguan government. On April 1, the administration also suspended a $9.6 million sale of wheat in February and cancelled it completely in March. Some U.S. officials thought American citizens should be evacuated from Nicaragua before the aid cutoff was announced. Instead, said Haig, we had taken certain precautions, including the formation of a military rescue force, to be sure that there would be no repetition of the disgrace of Tehran. As planning for a so-called rescue force went forward, it quickly evolved into a full-scale invasion force. In the words of a former Joint Chiefs of Staff operations officer, the White House was looking for a way to justify an invasion force that could topple the regime. The Nicaraguans, of course, took no hostages, and to this day the only American citizens in Nicaragua to be harmed have been those kidnapped or killed by the Contras, or those flying and fighting on the Contra side. Government junta member Arturo Cruz had argued against the cutoff. A suppression of U.S. aid would be very negative and counterproductive. The economic 66 crisis would be translated into a real radicalization, and Nicaragua would have to look to other blocs for funds. In its request for foreign assistance for fiscal year 1982, the Reagan administration had included $35 million for Nicaragua, pending the outcome of events. John Bushnell, acting Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, told Congress that stringent conditions on aid would be maintained, but failure to budget for the outcome we desire in Nicaragua would be defeatism of the first order. The April aid cutoff exempted a fiscal year 1981 grant of $7.5 million, successor to the fiscal 1985 $1 million grant, for an Agency for International Development, AID, program of support for private sector organizations. Distributed through the U.S. Embassy in Managua, grant recipients included COSEP and its member organizations, the Social Action Committee of the Moravian Church on the Atlantic Coast, the Archdiocese of Managua and the American Institute for Free Labor Development, IFLD, an organization with long-standing ties to the CIA. A grant of $5.1 million was appropriated for 1982. In August 1982, the Nicaraguan government rejected the continuing private sector aid, arguing in a letter to aid that the agreements have political motivations designed to promote resistance and destabilize the revolutionary government. Nicaragua indicated its willingness to discuss other types of economic assistance. Most of the grants actually ended up being expended, a portion after Nicaragua moved to block the funding. Some COSEP leaders were indeed involved in armed plots against the government, as discussed in the previous chapter. A clergyman arrested in late 1980 for aiding Mosquito and Somocista insurgents testified to receiving money for arms and supplies from the Moravian Social Action Committee. In late 1981, an IFLD representative in Nicaragua was identified as a conscious CIA agent by Richard Martinez, who had himself organized workers in preparation for the 1964 coup in Brazil. He found the activities of IFLD and the unions it sponsored in Nicaragua to be similar to those in Brazil. On February 25, 1982, Diario Las Americas, a conservative daily in Miami, reported that the IFLD-supported Council of Trade Union Unification, CUS, had formed an exile branch. The exile leader, CUS Assistant Secretary General Frank Jimenez, pledged the loyalty of CUS to the Contra organization UDN and its military arm, the Nicaraguan Revolutionary Armed Forces, FARN. Ambassador Petsulo was surprised by the administration decision to cut off aid to Nicaragua. He had told Daniel Ortega and Sergio Ramirez in mid-February 1981 that Nicaragua had a month to halt any arms traffic to El Salvador or face termination of aid. He was assured that Nicaraguan territory would not be used for transshipping arms to El Salvador. U.S. intelligence found that arms traffic had stopped when the administration announced the aid cut-off in April. State Department spokesperson William Dias acknowledged that the United States had no hard evidence of arms movements through Nicaragua during the past few weeks and said that Nicaragua's response to U.S. demands for a halt in assistance to the FMLN had been positive. When Nicaragua moved vigorously to halt arms shipments across its territory, the Reagan administration parried by escalating its demands, insisting, for example, 67. That Nicaragua cut political ties with the FMLN and taking more aggressive action. It was a pattern that would be repeated in coming years as the administration translated no business as usual into undeclared war. White Paper. International terrorism will take the place of human rights in our concern, declared Hague on January 28, 1981. The administration moved quickly to define international terrorism as Soviet-sponsored subversion. Fed by administration leaks, the New York Times ran a front-page February 6 story reporting a Soviet El Salvador arms pipeline supposedly exposed in secret documents captured from Salvadoran rebels. On February 20, the New York Times informed us again on the front page that the State Department provided U.S. allies with a memorandum asserting that the insurgency in El Salvador has been progressively transformed into a textbook case of indirect armed aggression by communist powers. Nicaragua was central to the plot. UN Ambassador Jean Kirkpatrick turned up the rhetorical volume, declaring, "Our position in the Western Hemisphere has deteriorated to the point where we must now defend ourselves against a ring of Soviet bases being established on and around our borders." White House Counselor Ed Meese declared that the United States will take the necessary steps to keep the peace any place in the world, and that includes El Salvador. He wouldn't specify what those steps might be. The president has said many times he would like potential or real adversaries to go to bed every night wondering what we will do the next day. I don't think we would rule out anything. The State Department released the white paper, Communist Interference in El Salvador, on February 23. The white paper was swallowed whole and regurgitated in a fashion not equaled since the Johnson administration's white paper on Vietnam 15 years ago, said Hodding Carter, press secretary to Jimmy Carter in the case of Vietnam, the big lie of the United States defending South Vietnam against North Vietnamese, Chinese, aggression endured even as the Pentagon Papers exposed and the country turned against the war. So would the big lie of the United States defending Central American countries against Nicaraguan aggression. The day the Reagan White Paper was released, Assistant Secretary Bushnell told reporters, "There is some evidence that the arms flow through Nicaragua may have stopped in the last couple of weeks." A week later, the administration sent 20 more military advisors to El Salvador and announced plans to supply $25 million more in military aid. The White Paper was gradually exposed in the media as a textbook case of U.S. government disinformation. Nevertheless, the administration achieved its central objective: it set the agenda, placing El Salvador and Nicaragua in a Cold War context, ensuring that mainstream debate would be restricted to the means to be used in achieving the shared goal of stopping communist aggression. 68. Reagan media strategists, explained Jack Nelson of the Los Angeles Times, realize that the first impressions are lasting impressions. That's part of their public relations genius. He cited Grenada as the perfect example. There are still people who think that place was crawling with armed Cubans. It doesn't matter how often you go back and say that the fact is there were only 500 or 600 Cubans, that you got the truth out of Havana and lies out of Washington. People just say, "Ah, that's just the press." The official spin controllers know they have the advantage. As George Bush's press secretary, Peter Thiele, told reporters following the 1984 vice presidential debate, "You can say anything you want in a debate, and 80 million people hear it. If reporters then document that a candidate spoke untruthfully, so what? Maybe 200 people read it, or 2,000 or 20,000. Happy face." The mainstream media compounds the problem by repeating official lines, long after they are proven false, and by rehabilitating, even glorifying, official liars. It's bad enough that standard operating procedure is to act as a megaphone for the official line, thereby protecting continued access to official leaks under the guise of objective news reporting, generally following up, if at all, with delayed and buried rebuttals. Big media further condones deceit by granting lifelong tenure as respected commentators to such notorious liars as Henry Kissinger. His accountability-resistant Teflon coating is even stronger than Ronald Reagan's, withstanding everything from wiretapping the phones of prominent journalists to destroying Chilean democracy to the secret bombing of Cambodia. As a United Fruit Company public relations specialist said of their success in using the press to create a favorable climate of opinion for the CIA-orchestrated Guatemalan coup of 1954, "It is difficult to make a convincing case for manipulation of the press when the victims proved so eager for the experience." The White Paper was exposed as a political frame-up about a month after publication. James Petras wrote in The Nation, "Its evidence is flimsy, circumstantial, or non-existent, the reasoning and logic is slipshod and internally inconsistent, it assumes what needs to be proven, and, finally, what facts are presented refute the very case the State Department is attempting to demonstrate." The Wall Street Journal weighed in on June 8 after dissection elsewhere of the actual documents behind the White Paper by reporter John Dinges with this double-edged front-page headline, "Apparent Errors Cloud U.S. White Paper on Reds in El Salvador." Jonathan Quitney reported that John D. Glassman, a principal engineer of the White Paper, acknowledged there were mistakes and guessing and parts were possibly misleading and over-embellished. Happy face. 2 days later, The New York Times backtracked with a page 6 story titled U.S. Officials concede flaws in Salvador White Paper but defend its conclusion. The article replayed an earlier piece of disinformation which was resurrected in the *. Bob Woodward's veil, for example, is laced with recycled disinformation regarding Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Grenada, credentialed by Woodward's reputation as an investigative journalist. Woodward's portrayal of the late CIA Director William Casey is more like a covertly authorized biography than an expose. 69. White Paper. The result was an ambitious report in which the strongest case for an international communist conspiracy to take over a Central American country was presented on the basis of limited evidence. Even Robert F. White, the former United States ambassador to El Salvador, who was removed by Mr. Haig and who has criticized increased military assistance to the Salvadorans, has not questioned the basic conclusion. While still ambassador, Mr. White said during the January guerrilla offensive that at least 100 insurgents had entered El Salvador by sea from Nicaragua to join the uprising. "We can't stand idly by and watch the guerrilla movement receive outside aid," said Mr. White, who recommended that limited military aid be restored to the Salvadoran armed forces. The Times used White's past comments to revalidate an already disproven charge, the Fonseca Gulf incident, while implicitly discrediting his current opposition to military aid for El Salvador. The article concluded by taking at face value other evidence of arms deliveries following procedures and routes described in the documents. Whitney summed up the case in his book, Endless Enemies. The white paper says that a unified, Soviet-run international communist network took over the El Salvador rebellion to such an extent that the uprising constitutes a foreign, armed aggression rather than a legitimate civil war. In fact, so far as we can rely on the documents at all, they show the opposite, a disorganized, ragtag rebellion. Some of its participants have gone around begging for help from the most likely sources, and have been consistently stalled off and sent home empty-handed, or with much less than they asked for. Not only do the documents not prove the thesis simply isn't true. Asterisk regarding the authenticity of the documents themselves. Former CIA officer Philippa G. concluded that the most sensational of the white paper documents show indications of having been falsified. The CIA could have fabricated all 19 of these documents, perhaps working with Salvadoran security officials, and then arranged for them to be inserted among documents that actually had been captured. Such an operation would not be the first time. Asterisk as Raymond Bonner noted, administration officials, including Glassman, have offered conflicting versions of how they came into possession of the documents, whether they were supplied by the Salvadorans or whether Glassman himself found them. Some of the documents were reportedly provided by Roberto Dogwison, who had them in his possession in Guatemala. Asterisk in late 1980, a Reagan advisor, retired General Daniel O. Graham, former head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, met with Dogwison in Miami. During the conversation, a number of Salvadorans present remembered Graham asking Dogwison if he could find proof that the Salvadoran guerrillas were being manipulated by outside forces, because the incoming Reagan administration believed proof of such manipulation was what was needed to influence American public opinion, to increase military and economic support for El Salvador. Happy Face, writing about the white paper in his memoirs, Haig called it a sober, even a pedestrian treatment of the available information. He insisted it ran up against the will to disbelieve, to reject, as a matter of automatic faith, anything that what is 70. Now called the establishment said, and to suspect everything that it did as a trick to delude or defraud the common people. Haig's analysis of U.S. society was no more accurate than his analysis of Central America. The mainstream media is possessed of a strong will to believe the truth as defined by the establishment of which it is a part. Accusing the press of being leftish, or even leftist, is one more form of pressure to ensure that press objectivity means reporting the news to fit the government's agenda. The relatively few exceptions to the rule are used to deny the rule. To the Reaganites, anything less than airtight privilege is reverse discrimination. Haig discussed the media quite differently earlier in his book. The White House wizards understood the great intangible power that the government holds over the press. Information is power. Manifestly the press cannot live without information. It has no information of its own. It follows, then, that it must rely on others to manufacture the stuff. The government is the great smithy of information. Appreciating this, Reagan's men exercised their intangible power. They opened the doors to the workshop and escorted reporters inside in a way hitherto unknown in Washington. They literally told them everything. For the first time in living memory, you could actually believe almost everything you read. The press had never had sources like this. And, of course, it could not risk losing these sources by offending them, so it wrote what it was given. And the public, of course, is expected to believe the truth it gets from the media as manufactured by the government. Nicaragua responded to arms trafficking accusations by calling for joint border patrols with Honduras, the only land bridge between Nicaragua and El Salvador, which do not share a common border. The media ignored this and the Reagan administration made sure it never happened. Border patrols would undermine Washington's propaganda as well as Honduras' role as the Contra's staging area. The export of revolution charge would be rejuvenated again and again in the campaign to paint Nicaragua as the aggressor, the United States as the righteous defender. Revolution Beyond Our Borders Revisited. On July 19, 1981, the second anniversary of the Nicaraguan Revolution, Tomás Borga declared, "We are proud to be Nicaraguans. This revolution transcends national boundaries." To stop there in quoting Borga, as the administration does, is to consciously distort Borga's meaning, for here is what immediately followed. Our revolution has always been internationalist, ever since Sandino fought in the Segovias. There were internationalists from all over the world who fought alongside Sandino, men from Venezuela, Mexico, Peru. Another who fought alongside Sandino was the great hero of the Salvadoran people named Farabundo Martí. It is not strange that we are internationalists, because this is something we got from Sandino. All the revolutionaries and all the peoples of Latin America especially know that. 71. Our people's heart is with them, beats alongside theirs. Our heart goes out to Latin America, and we also know that Latin America's heart goes out to the Nicaraguan Revolution. This does not mean that we export our revolution. It is enough and we couldn't do otherwise for us to export our example, the example of the courage, sensitivity, and determination of our people. How could we not be upset about the injustices that are committed in different parts of the world? But we know that it is the people themselves of these countries who must make their revolutions, and we know that by advancing our revolution we are also helping our brothers and sisters in the rest of Latin America. We know what is resting on our revolution, not only the aspirations of our people, but also the hopes of all the dispossessed of Latin America. This carries with it enormous responsibility, because as we have said before and repeat today, our internationalism is primarily expressed in consolidating our own revolution, working selflessly day in and day out and training ourselves militarily to defend our homeland, italics added. This was not a call to arms for El Salvador, but a call to Nicaraguans to defend revolution with internationalist spirit and nationalist deeds. In Washington's Ministry of Truth, Borga's words would be turned on their head. Borga, it was claimed, said Nicaragua's revolution goes beyond our borders. The phrase would be repeated in various forms by U.S. officials and enshrined in a September 1985 State Department report on Nicaragua, Revolution Beyond Our Borders, months after a State Department official acknowledged, regarding this and other phrases attributed to Sandinista leaders, that people have been quoting some of these things from 1981 on, and some of them have become distorted. * registered trademark. No slander is too much. Secretary of State George Shultz, Haig's successor, told the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that in calling for a revolution without frontiers, the Sandinistas had revealed their true intentions just as Hitler had spelled out his goals in Mein Kampf. Finding I. 3 weeks before the administration publicly cut off economic aid to Nicaragua, it secretly authorized the covered war. A March 9, 1981 presidential finding determined that secret operations in Central America were important to U.S. national security. It authorized a $19 to $5 million program of expanded CIA activity in the region, including assistance to Sandinista opponents inside Nicaragua and efforts to interdict arms headed to Salvadoran guerrillas. Arms interdiction was the first pretext for supporting the Contras. When CIA Director William Casey presented the finding to the House and Senate Intelligence Committees, he emphasized protection of the Salvadoran government from communist-supported insurgency. Haig accused the Soviet Union of having a hit list for the domination of Central America. On March 18, he told the House Foreign Affairs Committee that the insurgency in El Salvador was part of a four-phased operation, beginning with the seizure of Nicaragua. Next comes El Salvador, to be followed by Honduras. 72. And Guatemala. Asked whether this was a Caribbean domino theory, Haig replied, "I wouldn't call it necessarily a domino theory. I would call it a priority target list, a hit list, if you will, for the ultimate takeover of Central America." Central America was only one of many supposed target areas: Soviet adventurism in the Horn of Africa, in South Asia, in the Persian Gulf, and in Southwest Africa appears to conform to a basic and ominous objective: to strike at countries on or near the vital resource lines of the Western world. Since virtually all countries are on or near vital resource lines, by Washington's elastic definition, this provided a blanket warrant for global U.S. police actions. Haig, who served as Secretary of State until resigning on June 25, 1982, didn't mention the March 1981 finding in his memoirs, or any aspect of the covert war against Nicaragua, aside from a vague reference to certain covert measures in discussing options for El Salvador. Haig described the early policy debate, not its outcome. He wanted more than the covert war he got. Haig saw Central America as a strategic choke point, one of many, and favored a high level of intensity at the beginning, with all the risk that this entails. In Haig's view, there actually wasn't much risk since Castro had fallen between two superpowers. In a remarkable passage contradicting his whole hit list thesis, Haig didn't seem to notice. Haig revealed that conversations with Soviet Ambassador Dobrynin convinced me that Cuban activities in the Western Hemisphere were a matter between the United States and Cuba. Haig said he never contemplated direct military action against Cuba, but it was obvious that Cuba, an island nation of 11 million people lying 100 miles off the coast of a United States with a population of 230 million, simply could not stand up to the geostrategic assets available to the larger country. As Haig told it, a carrier group, or two, maneuvering between Cuba and the Central American mainland would have been a useful reminder of the ability to blockade Cuba if that became necessary. In fact, Haig repeatedly advocated a naval blockade of Cuba and Nicaragua, and suggested more direct military action, including invasion. Never mind that, in Haig's view, the flow of arms into Nicaragua and thence into El Salvador slackened, a signal from Havana and Moscow that they had received and understood the American message. That assessment didn't get in the way of the hit list rhetoric or arms interdiction charade. Reagan's advisors were divided into two camps: Haig's high-intensity /go-to source minority versus the incrementalist majority. Reagan's White House troika of Ed Meese, Michael Deaver, and James Baker did not want to squander political capital needed for Reagan's domestic program, especially the Reaganomics tax cut, by rapidly escalating the war in Central America. Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger sided with those in the Pentagon who didn't want to spread their ostensibly inadequate forces even thinner, nor undermine public support for Reagan's military buildup by fueling fears of a new Vietnam War. "You want an effective presence there," said a senior officer, "not just a silhouette on the horizon." Happy face, the Pentagon brass wanted to be prepared to win the next war politically and militarily. In Haig's account, the March 9 finding doesn't exist and the debate continued. 73. Through March, on March 23,1 told Ed Meese that whatever we were going to do in Central America, we must get it started in 10 days. While Reagan was sympathetic, there was little support in the administration for Haig's proposal to go to the source against Cuba. There was broad agreement, however, on destabilizing Nicaragua and increasing military support for El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala. Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs Thomas Enders pressed for development of the Contras as a central tool of U.S. policy. Haig was opposed initially, thinking the Contras were a sideshow that could detract attention from the main event, which was Cuba, and that they could never win. Happy face, Enders didn't think the Contras could win either, but they could help destabilize Nicaragua and serve as a bargaining chip for concessions in any negotiations. Enders, a softliner by Reaganite standards, spoke of the need to get rid of the Sandinistas in administration meetings. The debate was between two types of rollback, slower and faster. Soon, everyone had a stake in the Contras. A U.S. diplomat in Honduras described the Contras as a no-lose instrument of pressure. "Some people around here and in Washington really thought, and still do, I guess, that they could incite an insurrection and overthrow the Sandinistas. I always thought that was a lot of crap. But in any event, the theory was that we couldn't lose. If they took Managua, Wonderful. If not, the idea was that the Sandinistas would react one of two ways. Either they'd liberalize and stop exporting revolution, which is fine and dandy, or they'd tighten up, alienate their own people, their international support and their backers in the United States, in the long run making themselves much more vulnerable. In a way, that one was even better, or so the idea went. Happy face. You know, there's no revolution without counter-revolution. The American Revolution also had its counter-revolution, its Tories. They try to tell people that because there are some who are against the revolution, that the revolution is no good, but the previous order had to depend on some base. There must be some remnants of this support. Miguel Descoto, May 9, 1986. Interview with author. Come the counter-revolution, there will be a massacre in Nicaragua. We have a lot of scores to settle. There will be bodies from the border to Managua. Contra officer, Newsweek, November 8, 1982. We got Contras because the CIA put together Somocistas, Argentinians, and the CIA. You cannot expect too much democracy from that. Edgar Chamorro, former Contra spokesman, November 24, 1986. Interview with author. Nicaragua formed a popular militia to defend the revolution against attacks by ex-National Guardsmen and threats from the United States. The cost of defense is high, said government junta member Moises Hassan. But we won't be caught off guard. Speaking of the importance of the popular militias, he said, we have no fear of an armed people. In March 1981, the U.S. media published their first accounts of Contra training in the United States. Parade photographer Eddie Adams visited one camp, located about 20 minutes by car from Miami's International Airport. Clad in bathe fatigues, the recruits trained with automatic weapons and said they were armed to the teeth with an arsenal of weapons that even includes amphibious assault boats. Florida hosted at least 10 paramilitary organizations composed of Cuban and Nicaraguan exiles, including the Cuban terrorist group, Alpha 66. Some advertised for recruits over Spanish-language Miami radio stations and spoke freely about their goal of liberating Nicaragua and Cuba. Parade interviewed a Contra known as Max Vargas. They confiscated my family's trucking company, was successful. I made money, $1 million a month. I want Nicaragua to be the way I remember it. We're training people not only here in Florida, but in Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, and Costa Rica. We have training camps in California too. Max Vargas is reportedly an alias for Cuban exile Felipe Vidal, a key operative for the Contra Southern Front, discussed later. Asked about U.S. assistance, a State Department spokesperson commented, "The new administration is not going to turn back the clock 21 years in Cuba or 17 months in Nicaragua and support any exile groups. It's illegal. It's a breach of international law. It's also stupid." The spokesperson was right about it being illegal and stupid. The New York Times followed Parade, visiting the Cuba camp, located in the brush and swamplands of Miami, just beyond new housing developments and a trash dump. Camp Commander Jorge Gonzalez, known as Bombillo, Light Bulb, said most members of the paramilitary group, including their top officer, a Vietnam veteran, were in Central America on a mission. All the Nicaraguans at Cuba were ex-National Guard. "The hour of our return is approaching," declared a Nicaraguan with Guardia insignia on his beret, "but we can't say when." He said some 600 Nicaraguans were training in the United States. Bombillo remarked, "The principal aid we've received has been the declarations of the President. It's not weapons we need, but freedom of action." They got both. Max Vargas, later identified by the Justice Department as a CIA operative, bought 2 rifles at the Costa gun shop in Miami on August 6 and sent them to UDN Farm leader Fernando El Negro Chamorro in Honduras. Chamorro's agent in Miami, Raul Arana, later revealed that in 1981 he sent several large shipments of arms from Miami to Honduras. Former CIA officer Thomas Clines followed up his support of Somoza by assisting the Guardsmen in exile. He reportedly worked with 2 Cuban exile CIA veterans who would later play critical roles in the Contra supply operation managed by Richard Secord, Rafael Quintero and Felix Rodriguez Contra camp trainees traveled to Central America to fight with such groups as the UDN FARN and the National Liberation Army, ELN, composed of ex-guardsmen and led by former Somoza business partner Pedro Ortega, Juan Carlos. In mid-August, the FBI insisted that no laws are being violated as long as the commandos train on private property with registered weapons and refrain from using the United States as a jumping-off point for an invasion. Nicaragua lodged official protests, seeking to have the U.S. government enforce the Neutrality Act. First enacted by Congress in 1794, the Neutrality Act makes it a crime to organize, finance, participate in or launch a paramilitary expedition. 77 The Avengers. Against a country with which the United States is not, formally, at war. The U.S. government chose instead to condone violations of the law. Later in 1981, U.S. officials would reinterpret the law to better justify the training camps. September 15 Legion. In the fall of 1980, a group of former guardsmen trained at a Guatemalan farm called Detachment 101. These soldiers of the September 15 Legion were becoming just another bunch of hired guns in Guatemala's bloody underworld of politics and crime. Registered trademark, they were called on for special operations, robbery, extortion, kidnapping and assassination. The orders came through Ricardo Lau. The killer Roberto Daguizon reportedly contracted to arrange the assassination of Salvadoran Archbishop Romero. Major Ricardo El Chino Lau served with the security police and later as Somoza's chief of intelligence operations. A top CIA officer called him a Somoza hatchet man. He was a torturer, said a guardsman who had worked with him. He operated where they put on the hood and the 220 current. Lau plied his torture trade during the insurrection as head of the infamous model jail in Managua. He reportedly ran a checkpoint near the airport where young men were stopped and their knees checked for scrapes and bruises. Those who had them were assumed to have been behind the barricades and were shot. Lau was right-hand man to Contra Commander Enrique Bermudez, who arrived in Guatemala in mid-1980. Colonel Bermudez, Somoza's last military attaché in Washington, organized the Legion with funds from Somoza's cousin Luis Pelaez. Degree under Somoza, Bermudez served as Nicaragua's representative to the Inter-American Defense Board and commanded the National Guard contingent sent to help the United States occupy the Dominican Republic in 1965. Among his contacts in the United States was retired Lt. General Gordon Sumner, co-author of the Santa Fe Report, chairman of the Council for Inter-American Security and former chairman of the Inter-American Defense Board. The Legion's chief patron in Guatemala was Mario Sandoval, godfather of the Latin American death squads. His National Liberation Movement was created in 1954 by the CIA in preparation for the overthrow of the democratically elected government of Jacobo Arbenz since 1972. Sandoval has headed the Guatemalan chapter of the World Anti-Communist League. Andrés Nazario Sargon, Secretary General of Alpha 66, is a long-standing League member. So was Anastasio Somoza. World Anti-Communist League. While researching their book on the World Anti-Communist League, WACL, journalists Scott Anderson and John Lee Anderson received a letter from a former League member, in considering the World Anti-Communist League you have 78. Entered a world of ideological fanaticism, racialism, ignorance, and fear which is almost beyond the comprehension of the average American. Your subject matter is a collection of Oriental fascists, militarists, right-wing terrorists who put bombs in civilian aircraft, death squads, assassins, criminals, and many people who are as much opposed to democracy as they are communism. With chapters now in over 90 countries on 6 continents, WACL was founded in 1966 by 2 dictatorships, South Korea and Taiwan, and the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, ABN, which united East European fascists who were valued for their anti-communism and resettled in the West with the aid of the Vatican and US and British intelligence. Formed with US government funds, the ABN is described as the largest and most important umbrella for Nazi collaborators in the world. The late Yaroslav Stetsko, chairman of the ABN and a longtime WACL leader, met with President Reagan in the White House in 1983. The Ukrainian Stetsko assisted in the 1941 Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union and led the occupation of Lvov. During the period in which Stetsko was in Lvov and, by his own claim, in charge of the city, an estimated 7,000 residents, mostly Jews, were murdered. Latter-day fascist Roberto D'Aguisone, a League member, once told German reporters that he admired Hitler because, "You Europeans had the right idea. You saw the Jews were behind communism and you started to kill them." The World Anti-Communist League is an outgrowth of the Asian People's Anti-Communist League, formed in 1954, also with U.S. government support, by the South Korean Central Intelligence Agency, KCIA, and Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang, KMT. In 1947, before losing to Mao on the Chinese mainland, Jiang's forces crushed an independence movement on occupied Formosa, Taiwan, with a massacre of some 20,000 people. Taiwan became a laboratory for total and unconventional warfare. It established a political warfare cadres academy. D'Aguisone is a graduate with the assistance of WACL associate Ray Klein, who was CIA station chief in Taiwan from 1958 to 1962, then CIA Deputy Director for Intelligence, State Department Director of Intelligence and founder of the U.S. Global Strategy Council. U.S. military personnel taught at the academy, drawn largely from the U.S. military group stationed in Taiwan. In Latin America, WACL's affiliates formed the Latin American Anti-Communist Confederation, CAL. In 1974, CAL introduced a resolution at WACL's annual conference seeking the overthrow of the U.S. government, which was considered soft on communism, and installation of a military junta. CAL was organized by the Mexican Ticos, whose leaders were the principal authors of the 1962 Comp/O/CO/ Conspiracy Against the Church. A response to the liberalism of Vatican Council II, the Complot H2.S been called one of the most scathingly anti-Semitic and unabashedly pro-Nazi tracts ever written. Liberation theology has been a prime CAL target. In 1975, Bolivia formulated the Banzer Plan, named after then-dictator Hugo Banzer, which, as journalist Penny Lernu explains, aimed to smear, arrest, expel, or murder any dissident priest or bishop in the Bolivian church. The CIA assisted Bolivia by providing personal data, names of friends, addresses, writings, contacts abroad and other intelligence on SARE. 79. Tane priests. Between 1975 and 1978, 12 foreign missionaries were arrested in Bolivia and half of them deported. Iowan missionary Father Raymond Herman was murdered in his parish rectory in October 1976. In El Salvador, death squads killed Fathers Rutilio Grande and Alfonso Navarro in 1977. The White Warriors Union took responsibility for Navarro's murder and issued the slogan, "Be a Patriot. Kill a Priest." Registered trademark. The attack on liberation theology was regionalized when 10 countries backed the Banzer Plan at the 1977 Calories Conference in Paraguay. WACL adopted a priest tracking resolution in 1978. Between 1964, the year of the military coup in Brazil, and 1978, at least 79 priests, bishops, religious, members of religious orders, and well-known Christian lay leaders were killed in Latin America, many of them between 1975 and 1977. Argentina, El Salvador, and Honduras led the murders in that period. The killing has continued. The chairman of WACL and head of the U.S. chapter during the late 1970s was Roger Pearson, a well-connected white supremacist, eugenicist, and neo-Nazi, who reportedly once bragged to an associate about his alleged role in hiding Nazi Dr. Joseph Mengele. As editor of the Liberty Lobby magazine. Western Destiny, Pearson wrote in 1965, "Our race can only survive if we can prevent them Jews and blacks from capturing the minds, morals, and souls of our children." By the mid-1970s, he was serving on the editorial boards of the Heritage Foundation and the American Security Council. Under Pearson's guidance, WACL added Western European chapters composed of Nazi collaborators, neo-Nazis, and right-wing terrorists from the racist British League of Rights to Giorgio Almirante's Italian social movement, whose members included Pino Rauti, founder of the outlawed Ordine Nuovo. Rauti's former deputy, Elio Massagrande, attended WACL's 1979 conference in Paraguay while high on Interpol's list of wanted fugitives. As tensions rose with the non-fascist European chapters, Pearson was asked to resign in 1980. The American chapter was then headed briefly by Elmore D. Greaves, organizer of Mississippi's Segregationist Citizens Council during the 1960s. In April 1982, Pearson received a letter from President Reagan, which he used to solicit donations and subscriptions to his magazines. "Your substantial contributions to promoting and upholding those ideals and principles that we value at home and abroad are greatly appreciated," Reagan wrote. The letter was not repudiated even after White House officials were informed of Pearson's background. Moonstruck. WACL provided a strong base for the Reverend Sun Myung Moon's Unification Church, which is closely tied to the KCIA. Known for its totalitarian indoctrination of young people, in 1982, Moon arranged 2,000 couples at random for marriage in a mass ceremony at Madison Square Garden, in the 1940s. Moon's first church, 80, practiced the ritual of blood separation. Female church members were required to have sexual relations with Moon, to clear themselves of the taint of Satan. The Unification Church supposedly left WACL in 1975 when Moon denounced it as fascist after a frustrated takeover attempt. But Moon continued to be represented by the powerful Japanese Unification Church through its front group, Shokyo, Victory Over Communism, founded by such men as the late Yoshio Kodama, leader of the Japanese organized crime syndicate, the Yakuza, and Ryoichi Sasakawa, who has described himself as the world's wealthiest fascist. WACL members work with the Unification Church in support of the Contrast-Lie Rough Mooney affiliates like KAUSA and the Moon-owned Washington Times, established in 1982. KAUSA, Confederation of Associations for the Unity, originally Unification of the Societies of America, was founded in 1980 by Colonel Bo Hai-pak, the former KCIA operative who is Moon's top deputy, and Kim Sang-in, former KCIA station chief in Mexico City. KAUSA's first executive director was Warren Richardson, formerly general counsel to the Liberty Lobby. Moon connections with the U.S. right and the Reagan administration are extensive. For example, retired Major General Daniel Graham, a member of KAUSA USA's advisory board, heads the Star Wars lobby group. High Frontier. F. Lynn Bauchi, President of the Council for Inter-American Security and member of the Committee of Santa Fe, helped organize 2 KAUSA conferences. Washington Times editor Arnaud de Borchgrave serves on Ray Klein's U.S. Global Strategy Council, a Reagan advisory group. The Strategy Council's executive director is retired General E. David Woolner, president of KAUSA World Services. Washington Times columnists include Ray Klein's son-in-law Roger Fontaine, a Committee of Santa Fe member and former Reagan Latin America advisor, and Jeremiah O'Leary, formerly Special Assistant to National Security Advisor William Clark. Moon money has become a major source of nourishment for new right leaders and organizations. The Unification Church contributed $775,000 in 1984 to the Conservative Alliance, CAL, a non-profit lobbying group headed by the late John Terry Dolan, who also led the National Conservative Political Action Committee, NCPAC, and served on KAUSA USA's advisory board. Direct mail fundraiser Richard Viguerie was bailed out of debt in 1987 when Bo Hai-pak's U.S. Property Development Corporation purchased Viguerie's Virginia headquarters. Viguerie has served on the board of the Moon-dominated American Freedom Coalition, AFC, which was his biggest new direct mail client as of December 1987. Moon's quest for global theocracy is no secret. In 1978, a House subcommittee tracing the Unification Church's connections with South Korean security and intelligence forces quoted Moon, "If we manipulate 7 nations at least, the US, England, France, Germany, Soviet Russia, and maybe Korea and Japan, then we can get a hold of the whole world." By the time Moon was released from a U.S. prison in the summer of 1985 after serving a year-long sentence for perjury and falsification of documents, his image had been dramatically rehabilitated. His supporters claimed he was unjustly imprisoned for tax evasion, and people of diverse political backgrounds saw him as 81. A persecuted religious leader. Right-wing Senator Orrin Hatch, RUT, lauded Moon for providing American youth with a religious alternative to communism. Registered trademark in a January 1987 God's Day speech, Moon showed his image may have mellowed, but not his views. Without knowing it, even President Reagan is guided by Father I. Moon. History will make the position of Reverend Moon clear, and his enemies, the American population and government, will bow down to him. That is Father's tactic, the natural subjugation of the American government and population. Happy face. Reagan administration Moon ties are extensive enough that an analyst for the Pentagon-funded Institute of Defense Analysis warned of the effects their exposure could have on the 1984 elections. Current Mooney involvement with government officials, contractors, and grantees could create a major scandal, if efforts are not taken to stop their growing influence and weed out current Mooney involvement in government. The president stands a good chance of being portrayed in the media as a poor, naive incompetent. As it turned out, Moonagate was just one more scandal Reagan avoided in the years preceding the Iran-Contra revelations. Singlaub's WACL Warriors. Retired Major General John Singlaub organized the current American WACL chapter, the United States Council for World Freedom, USCOF, in 1981 with a loan of nearly $20,000 from Taiwan. Based in Phoenix, Arizona, it received tax-exempt status in 1982. Daniel Graham became USCOF vice chairman, and advisory board members have included General Lewis Walt, former commander of Marine Corps forces in Vietnam, John Fisher, former president of the American Security Council, Howard Phillips, chairman of the Conservative Caucus, Andy Messing, head of the National Defense Council, and lawyer Fred Schlafly, husband of longtime right-wing activist Phyllis Schlafly. Singlaub served from 1983 to 1986 as chairman of the World Anti-Communist League. He was succeeded by former Belgian Defense Minister José de Smoretz, who has warned against the subtle forms of communism, ecology, pacifism, and neutralism. Singlaub remains chairman of the USCOF. Under Singlaub's leadership, WACL became more action-oriented. Committees were formed to support counter-revolution in 8 countries: Nicaragua, Angola, Mozambique, Ethiopia, Afghanistan, Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam. In 1987, Singlaub became increasingly involved in counterinsurgency in the Philippines, where COUSAT is also active. Jack Singlaub has a long history of involvement in covert operations, beginning with the World War II Office of Strategic Services, OSS. He served as CIA desk officer for China in 1949 and Deputy Station Chief Indiana, South Korea during the Korean War. During the Vietnam War he commanded the Special Operations Group Military Assistance Command, Vietnam, Studies and Observation Group, MACVSOG, which carried out the Phoenix operation responsible for the ASAS. 82. Cessation of 20,000 to 41,000 Vietnamese *** in 1976, Singlaub became head of the U.S. command in South Korea. He was removed by President Carter in 1978, when he publicly opposed Carter's plans to withdraw most U.S. troops, and retired from the military in 1980. In 1984, Singlaub chaired a special Pentagon panel on the war in El Salvador and also became a key player in the Contra supply network. Anderson and Anderson described WACL as the international fraternity of the practitioners of unconventional war, old and new, from the Nazis to South Africa to Latin America. As defined by Singlaub, the term unconventional war includes, in addition to terrorism, subversion, and guerrilla warfare, such covert and non-military activities as sabotage, economic warfare, support to resistance groups, black and gray psychological operations, disinformation activities, and political warfare. Singlaub would help make sure the United States did not lack the capability and will to exercise this third option for our own defense, to take pressure off any ally, or to exploit to our advantage the many vulnerabilities that now exist in the Soviet Empire. The unconventional warriors practice their trade inside the United States as well, carrying on the political spying and militaristic propaganda that General Smedley Butler confronted decades ago, discussed further in Chapter 15. Singlaub served until 1984 on the advisory board of Western Goals, founded in 1979 by the late Rep. Larry MacDonald, DGA, board member and then chairman of the John Birch Society. As investigative journalist Chip Burlett explains, Western Goals was essentially a cover for the continued domestic political spying of the John Birch Society. Its chief spymaster was John Rees. The late Roy Cohn, Joe McCarthy's right-hand lawyer, served on the Western Goals Advisory Board, along with retired military officers such as General Lewis Walt and Admiral Thomas Moorer. The Western Goals data bank included files accessed by MacDonald as head of the now-defunct House Un-American Activities Committee, HUAC, as well as from police red squads. After MacDonald's death in September 1983, on Korean Airlines Flight 007, Linda Yu took over and Rees left with his file collection. As Burlett explains, Western Goals was pretty much a shell when Carl Spitz Channel became its president and used it as a fundraising vehicle for the Contras. Singlaub served as cock airman, with Graham, of the American Security Council's Coalition for Peace Through Strength. It includes such Nazi-led WACL affiliates as the Bulgarian National Front. The American Security Council, ASC, was established during the 1950s by corporations wanting background checks done on employees. Its file archives include the files collected by Harry Young's American Vigilante Intelligence Federation, founded in 1927 as an anti-union spy group and fueled by anti-Semitism. The ASC Task Force on Central America, formed after Somoza's overthrow, included Singlaub, Graham, Haig and Reps. Larry MacDonald, John Murphy, and Charles Wilson, among others. Singlaub also serves as an advisor to the Council for Inter-American Security led by Lynn Bouchy, which also combined global militarism with surveillance of the U.S. left. In December 1979, Singlaub and Graham, who served on Reagan's Defense Advisory Committee, led a supportive American Security Council delegation to Guatemala. In a later interview with Alan Nairn, Singlaub, who served as honorary 83. chairman of the 1980 Reagan campaign in Colorado, said that he was terribly impressed at how the regime of General Romeo Lucas Garcia was desperately trying to promote human rights. He urged sympathetic understanding of the death squads, arguing that the Carter administration's unwillingness to back the Guatemalan regime in eliminating its enemies was prompting those who are dedicated to retaining the free enterprise system and to continuing progress toward political and economic development to take matters in their own hands. The message from Singlaub and Graham was clear. According to one high Guatemalan official, Mr. Reagan recognizes that a good deal of dirty work has to be done. Gordon Sumner of the Council for Inter-American Security and the ASC Task Force on Central America also defended the death squads to Niam, arguing that while regrettable, there is really no other choice. In February 1981, Amnesty International released a report entitled, Guatemala, a government program of political murder. The report described how death squad victims were targeted for murder in an annex of the National Palace under the direction of President Lucas Garcia. It concluded that nearly 5,000 Guatemalans have been seized without warrant and killed since General Lucas Garcia became president of Guatemala in 1978. The bodies of the victims have been found piled up in ravines, dumped at roadsides or buried in mass graves. Thousands bore the scars of torture, and death had come to most by strangling with a garrote, by being suffocated in rubber hoods or by being shot in the head. Registered trademark Deaver and Hannaford, the public relations firm then headed by Reagan aides Peter Hannaford and Michael Deaver, represented the right-wing Guatemalan group Amigos del País, Friends of the Country. Leader Roberto Alejos provided the ranch used as a training camp by the CIA for the 1961 Bay of Pigs invasion force. In late 1979, Reagan had private talks with Alejos and with Manuel Ayo, chief ideologue and theorist of the Guatemalan right and member of Mario Sandoval's National Liberation Movement. The Reagan presidential campaign reportedly received millions of dollars from Guatemalans and U.S. businessmen living in Guatemala. The campaign did not disclose these contributions to the Federal Election Commission, with one exception: the wife of John Trotter, manager of Guatemala's Coca-Cola bottling plant where 5 union leaders were murdered, was listed for $750. According to one businessman solicited by the Reagan campaign, there were explicit instructions: do not give to Mr. Reagan's campaign directly. Contributions were directed to an undisclosed committee in California. As for the Guatemalan contributors, one government official tells of a meeting in the National Palace, where Guatemalan businessmen and government members boasted of funneling money to Reagan but cautioned all listening that the connection was to be kept confidential. Death Squad godfather Mario Sandoval attended Reagan's 1981 inaugural ball. So did Adolfo Cuellar, chairman of El Salvador's WACL chapter until his murder later that year. Cuellar is remembered by former Salvadoran army officers as a man who used to appear at interrogation centers and beg for permission to torture the prisoners. 84. Singlaub claimed that in 1983 there was a purge of violent elements in the Latin chapters. The people in WACL from Latin American SIC now are good, respectable anti-communists. Happy face. Although CAL was replaced in 1984 by the Federation of Latin American Democratic Entities, FIDEL, not much changed besides the name. According to Anderson and Anderson, only the Mexican ticos were purged. When President Reagan sent warm greetings to the 1984 WACL conference in San Diego, Mario Sandoval was there. So was Contra leader Adolfo Calero, along with assorted racists and fascists from around the world. Said Reagan, the World Anti-Communist League has long played a leadership role in drawing attention to the gallant struggle now being waged by the true freedom fighters of our day. Nancy and I send you our best wishes for every future success. If I have to get rid of half of Guatemala, so the other half can live in peace, we'll do it, declared Mario Sandoval during his failed 1985 bid for the Guatemalan presidency. He attended the September 1985 WACL conference in Dallas, along with Contra leaders Adolfo Calero and Enrique Bermudez and Contra donor Ellen Garwood of Texas. Tom Posey's civilian military assistance mercenaries provided. 46 Security. WACL members called for support of the South African government in its defense against Moscow-Peking TS/CL insurgency. On September 11, the third day of the conference, Chairman Singlaub proclaimed, "We commemorate today, the date that the first country was liberated from communism, the military overthrow of the Allende regime in Chile. We send a salute to General Augusto Pinochet in Chile, and to Juan Ramón Chávez, President of Paraguay's Colorado Party, also founded on September 11, offering our congratulations. The Colorado Party of dictator General Alfredo Stroessner has ruled Paraguay for over 30 years." The Contra leaders promised that the 1986 WACL convention would be held in Managua. The Argentine Axis. The Reagan administration looked to the Argentinians as the people who could clean up Central America of communists, former Contra spokesman Edgar Chamorro told me. Clean up meant dirty war. The Argentine military fancied itself on the front lines of World War I. It took over the government in a 1976 coup and was proud of victory in the dirty war against subversion, targeting the Montonero movement and anyone deemed a sympathizer. The term subversive, stated a 1977 Argentine government report, is used as a synonym for terrorist. The labels were hard to avoid. According to the report, lobbying by university students for student cafeterias was a clear sign of potential terrorism. Between 9,000 and 30,000 subversives in universities, labor unions, churches, journalism, etc. were rounded up, tortured and disappeared. There were many Argentinians among the 64,000 Latin American soldiers and officers, including 170 heads of state, ministers, commanding officers, and directors of intelligence trained between 1950 and 1973 at the U.S. Army School of the 85. Americas in the Panama Canal Zone. Course 0 to 47 on urban counterinsurgency operations taught how to detect the presence of communist guerrillas, the refusal of peasants to pay rents, taxes, or agricultural loans, or any difficulty in collecting these will indicate the existence of an active insurrection that has succeeded in convincing the peasants of the injustices of the present system, and is directing or instigating them to disobey its precepts. Hostility on the part of the local population to the government forces, in contrast to their amiable or neutral attitude in the past. This can indicate a change of loyalty or of behavior inspired by fear, often manifested by children refusing to fraternize with members of the internal security forces. Short, unjustified, and unusual absences from work on the part of government employees. As taught by the U.S. military, subversion was a product of foreign, communist influences. It could take the form of nonviolent action, including consciousness-raising work, promoted by Christian base communities, demonstrations, strikes, compromised social sciences and other activities that attract the discontented among the populace, although those who protest are not the people themselves but an atomized group of malcontents and adventurers. At the U.S. Army Institute for Military Assistance at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, Latin Americans were taught population protection and resources management, utilizing such techniques as a national identity card system, search operations, checkpoints, curfews, and block controls to monitor the movement of people and goods. The semester concluded with a discussion of the role of the mass media and propaganda in building support for the government, since by their nature most of these measures are rather harsh. And they should be coordinated with an intense SIOPS psychological operations campaign to convince the population that these harsh methods are for their own good. Happy face, under the Latin American doctrine of national security, all dissidents are enemies of the state and all opposition is communist subversion. But the national security states were not always doctrinaire. For most of their rule from 1976 to 1983, the Argentine generals did not direct their World War III on subversion against the Soviet Union. They maintained a foreign policy of ideological pluralism, driven by economic pragmatism, which led to increasingly profitable relations with the Soviet Union. When President Carter declared a grain embargo against the Soviet Union in 1980, Argentina's wheat sales to the Soviet Union skyrocketed. By the end of 1980, the Soviet Union was the largest importer of Argentine exports, including grain, meat, and wool, and Argentina was the Soviet Union's second largest trading partner after India in an effort to institutionalize the national security doctrine of stamping out the subversive threat in whatever country it arose. The Chilean secret police, then known as DINA, initiated Operation Condor in 1976. It now seems likely, wrote Anderson and Anderson, that the car bomb killing of Chilean dissident Orlando Letelier along with his U.S. associate Ronnie Carpin Moffett in Washington in 1976, orchestrated by an American contract agent of the Chilean secret police and conducted by anti-Castro Cuban exiles, and the attempted murder of Chilean Christian. 86. Democrat Bernardo Leighton, shot by an Italian fascist on orders from Chile, with the credit taken by Cuban exiles, are examples of the work of Condor. While officially dismantled after exposure in the late 1970s, Condor has simply changed form, with Latin American governments often contracting out assignments to groups such as Cal from his exile in Paraguay. Somoza reportedly helped finance Cal-connected anti-communist terrorist groups, including Croatian terrorists wanted in Yugoslavia in September 1980. WACL members gathered in Buenos Aires for Cal's annual meeting. They were hosted by the military junta and the Argentine Anti-Communist Alliance, AAA, Death Squad. Among those attending were Senator Jesse Helms, RNC, Aide-at-Large John Carbaugh, Mario Sandoval, Roberto D'Aguisone, and Italian terrorist Stefano Del Che, who was wanted for a string of murders and bombings in Europe, including the August 1980 Bologna, Italy railway station bombing killing 85 people. Del Che journeyed to the Cal conference from Bolivia, where he was in a cocaine and terror partnership with Nazi Klaus Barbie, alias Klaus Ettmann. The July 1980 coup that put General Luis Garcia Meza in the Bolivian presidency was a product of multinational intrigue and repression involving Bolivian military and cocaine lords, the Argentine military, WACL's Bolivia chapter, Barbie's Nazi network and COWSAT. After visiting the newly installed dictator in La Paz, Colonel Bo Hai Pak proclaimed, "I have erected a throne for Father Moon in the world's highest city." The cocaine kings could not long sustain their rule. Barbie, the Nazi butcher of lions, who first escaped justice by working for U.S. intelligence, was deported to France in 1982 to stand trial for war crimes after Bolivia returned to elected government. Del Che was captured in Venezuela in 1987 and extradited to Italy. At the 1980 calories meeting, Argentina agreed to help wage dirty war in El Salvador, and within 2 months sent at least 50 Argentine unconventional warfare advisors. Argentine advisors also operated in Honduras, discussed further in Chapter 6. In defense of ideological frontiers, the Argentine military also assisted the former guardsmen of Somoza's regime, providing training in Argentina, Honduras, and Costa Rica. Details of the Argentine program were disclosed in December 1982 by Hector Francis, a defecting officer from Argentine Army Intelligence Battalion 601. According to both Hector Francis and Enrique Bermudez, ex-guardsmen began training in Argentina in late 1980. Francis was a military advisor to the Contras in Costa Rica, earning $2,500 to $3,000 a month. According to Francis, the Contras ran a basic infantry training school in Costa Rica where they received arms provided by Somoza's son, El Chigan. The arms arrived in TV boxes by Costa Rican Airlines. That equipment was to arm 100 men who had plans to infiltrate Nicaragua and attempt the assassination of the Nicaraguan revolutionary leadership. The Contras collaborated with the ultra-right Costa Rica Libre, Free Costa Rica movement, in plotting the overthrow of the Nicaraguan government and creating hospitable conditions under President Monge. Costa Rica Libre chief Bernal Urbana Pinto heads Costa Rica's WACL chapter and has served as vice president of FIDEL. 87. A founding member of Costa Rica Libre, Benjamin Pisa Carranza, became Minister of Public Security in 1984. He disavowed continuing links with the group. La Tripartita. The early Contra War relied on a three-sided arrangement. La Tripartita. The United States supplied direction and money, Argentina provided training and cover, and Honduras was the main base of operations. Following the March 1981 presidential finding on Central America, State Department Ambassador at Large Vernon Dick Walters, later UN Ambassador, was dispatched to negotiate arrangements with the Contras and the Argentinians. Walters, a retired lieutenant general who speaks 8 languages including Spanish, has a long career in covert operations involving him in such affairs as the 1953 overthrow of the Mossadegh government in Iran, the 1964 overthrow of the Goulart government in Brazil and the 1973 overthrow of the Allende government in Chile. From 1972 until 1976, Walters served as Deputy Director of Central Intelligence. In March 1981, the Reagan administration asked Congress to repeal the 1978 ban on military sales and assistance to Argentina, stating that the prohibitions have acted to frustrate serious dialogue with the Argentinians regarding mutual strategic concerns. The Reaganites had broader concerns than Central America. They had ill-fated dreams of a political military pact, the South Atlantic Treaty Organization, SATO, linking South America's southern cone countries, Argentina, Chile, Bolivia, Uruguay, Paraguay, with Brazil, the United States and South Africa. SATO was promoted as protection for the sea lanes of the Cape route from the Persian Gulf around South Africa's Cape of Good Hope and past the tip of South America on the way to the United States and Europe on April 2, 1981, the day after Washington cut off aid to Nicaragua. The New York Times Allen writing reported on Contra activities in Honduras under the headline, Rightist Exiles Plan Invasion of Nicaragua. Nicaraguan exile leaders asserted that a 600-man freedom force stationed in Honduras near the Nicaraguan border would soon be joined by thousands of sympathizers from Guatemala and Miami. Said UDN leader José Francisco Cardenal, Nicaragua cannot be liberated only by Nicaraguans, just as Somoza was not overthrown only by Nicaraguans. The green light has to come soon from the United States." Asked about Pentagon and CIA involvement, Cardinal replied, "No comment." Edgar Chamorro, who worked with Cardinal in the UDN during 1980 and 1981, described the U.S. role in organizing the Contras in testimony to the World Court. During the first half of 1981, Cardinal was contacted by representatives of the CIA and began to have frequent meetings with them in Washington and in Miami. He also began to receive monetary payments. He was told that the United States government was prepared to help us remove the FSLN from power in Nicaragua, but that, as a condition for receiving this help, we had to join forces with the ex-National Guardsmen who had fled to Honduras when the Somoza governed. 88. Ment fell and had been conducting sporadic raids on Nicaraguan border positions ever since. Cardinal was taken to Honduras by his CIA contacts on several occasions to meet with these guardsmen. According to Chamorro, Cardinal and the UDN initially opposed any linkage with the guardsmen. The CIA and high-ranking United States government officials insisted that we merge with the guardsmen. Lt. General Vernon Walters met with Cardinal to encourage him to accept the C.I.A.'s proposal. "We were well aware of the crimes the guardsmen had committed against the Nicaraguan people while in the service of President Somoza, and we wanted nothing to do with them. However, we recognized that without help from the United States government we had no chance of removing the Sandinistas from power, so we eventually acceded to the C.I.A.'s and General Walters' insistence that we join forces with the guardsmen. Cardinal and I and others believed the C.I.A.'s assurances that we, the civilians, would control the guardsmen in the new organization that was to be created. At that time, the ex-National Guardsmen were divided into several small bands operating along the Nicaragua-Honduras border. The largest of the bands was the 15th of September Legion. The bands were poorly armed and equipped, and thoroughly disorganized. They were not an effective military force and represented no more than a minor irritant to the Nicaraguan government. Prior to the U.D.N.'s merger with these people, General Walters himself arranged for all of the bands to be incorporated within the 15th of September Legion, and for the military government of Argentina to send several army officers to serve as advisors and trainers. Chamorro described the merger of the September 15th Legion and the UDN on August 10, 1981. It was accomplished, at a meeting in Guatemala City, Guatemala, where formal documents were signed. The meeting was arranged and the documents were prepared by the CIA. The new organization was called the Fuerza Democrática Nicaragüense, Nicaraguan Democratic Force, or, by its Spanish acronym, FDN. It was to be headed by a political junta, consisting of Cardinal Aristides Sanchez, a politician loyal to General Somoza and closely associated with Bermudez, and Mariano Mendoza, formerly a labor leader in Nicaragua. The political junta soon established itself in Tegucigalpa, Honduras, taking up residence in a house rented for it by the CIA. Bermudez was assigned to head the military general staff, and it, too, was based in Honduras. The name of the organization, the members of the political junta, and the members of the general staff were all chosen or approved by the CIA. Soon after the merger, the FDN began to receive a substantial and steady flow of financial, military, and other assistance from the CIA. Former National Guardsmen who had sought exile in El Salvador, Guatemala, and the United States were recruited to enlarge the military component of the organization. They were offered regular salaries, the funds for which were supplied by the CIA. Training was provided by Argentinian military officers, two of whom Col. Oswaldo Ribeiro and Col. Santiago Villegas/D I got to know quite well. The Argentinians were also paid by the CIA. A special unit was created for sabotage, especially 89 demolitions. It was trained directly by CIA personnel at Lepateric, near Tegucigalpa. Arms, ammunition, equipment, and food were supplied by the CIA. Our first combat units were sent into Nicaraguan territory in December 1981. Happy Face, Colonel Osvaldo Bailita, Liddy Bullet, Rivero headed Argentine Contra operations in Honduras. Santiago Villegas served as Chief of Logistics and Military Operations. When Villegas met Cardenal in Miami in August, he claimed the Americans had promised equipment for 10,000 men by the end of 1981. The Argentinians worked closely with Colonel Gustavo Alvarez, then head of Honduran Public Security Forces and a graduate of the Argentine Military Academy, class of 1961. The Contras were commanded by Enrique Bermudez and former Guardia Major Emilio Fierro, Fierce, Echeverry, the son-in-law of an Argentine officer and graduate of the Argentine Military Academy along with Alvarez. Ricardo Lau was in charge of counterintelligence and special operations. In September 1981, 6 mid-level officers asked for the removal of Bermudez and Lau on the grounds of misuse of funds, negligence of duty, lying and lack of patriotic spirit. Bermudez was accused of embezzling $50,000 in funds provided to the Contras by the Argentinians at CIA behest. The Argentinians stood behind Bermudez and forced out the founding September 15 Legion officers who had brought the charges. The Rig and the Proconsul. In August 1981, CIA Director William Casey picked Dwayne Dewey Claridge, alias Dewey Maroney, to head the CIA's Latin America division. He replaced Nestor Sanchez, who moved over to the Defense Department as Deputy Assistant Secretary for International Security Affairs. Claridge, formerly the Rome Station Chief, had impressed Casey as a real doer, a real take-charge guy. Happy Face, Claridge had also served the CIA in Nepal, India, and Turkey. Like many on Reagan's Latin America team, he came to his post with no prior experience in the region. The man picked to run the war on the ground from Honduras, the Northern Front, was John Negroponte. More proconsul than ambassador, Negroponte was a diplomatic veteran of the Vietnam War, having served in the U.S. Embassy in Saigon and then on Kissinger's NSC staff as a Vietnam expert. He told right-wingers wary of his ties to the liberal Kissinger that he had opposed Kissinger's sellout of Vietnam at the Paris peace talks. Before taking up his Honduras post in November 1981, Negroponte served in Ecuador and Greece. Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs Thomas Enders chaired the Special Interagency Group, or Core Group, which was later called the Restricted Interdepartmental Group, RIG. Members included Dewey Claridge from CIA, Nestor Sanchez from Defense, General Paul Gorman representing the Joint Chiefs of Staff, until he became Chief of the Southern Command and Vice Admiral Arthur Morrow took his place, and, beginning in early 1983, Marine Officer Oliver North of the NSC, substituting for and then replacing Roger Fontaine. Often, it was not what it seemed, said a RIG member. When it got too big there would be a steering group. 90. Nicaragua wasn't Ender's first secret war. In late 1971, he became Deputy Chief of the U.S. Embassy in Cambodia. He was considered, wrote William Shawcross in Sideshow, a can-do sort of guy. He understood the administration line, that Cambodia was secondary to the main problem, Vietnam. When investigators from congressional committees or Congress's General Accounting Office appeared, Enders did what he could to block their inquiries. He was openly hostile to and contemptuous of the press. The feeling was reciprocated, and he made a considerable effort to have the Cambodians expel one of the most dogged of the American journalists in Phnom Penh, Sylvana Foa of UPI and Newsweek. Enders soon became Haig's favorite diplomat in the embassy, and Kissinger v. equally impressed. In 1973, Enders chaired a secret embassy panel overseeing the illegal U.S. bombing strikes in Cambodia. Supposedly targeting North Vietnamese lines of communication into South Vietnam, maps from one secret history of the B-52 campaign in 1973 show that many of the bombs were falling on the most heavily populated areas of Cambodia. When Haig picked Enders to be his top aide for Latin America, he, like Haig, had no Latin America experience. Enders' Director of Central American and Panamanian Affairs, L. Craig Johnstone, was CIA Director William Colby's Director of Evaluations in Vietnam. "I never knew very much about Cambodia," said John Negroponte. "I don't think anyone did. I am a Vietnam expert, and I always thought of Cambodia as just an adjunct to the whole damn thing. I knew what I had to know, but I didn't get involved in the gory details. 6 years after wreaking havoc in Southeast Asia, the can-do guys had a new war to run in Central America. There was, said one RIG member, a kind of tendency to want to prove your manhood. Ender's Dead End. August 1981 was a busy month. While Vernon Walters and the CIA organized the FDN, Enders took a trip to Managua. The Nicaraguans had wanted a meeting with Hague to improve U.S. Nicaragua relations. Instead, Ambassador Petsuyo, who was resigning his post, convinced Enders to hold talks, to retain the relationship. Enders met with junta coordinator Daniel Ortega, Foreign Minister Descoto and other officials on August 11 and 12. In Petsulo's view, Enders made a good faith effort to negotiate, but the circumstances required a quick victory. There was no way that it could happen. Rather than a good faith effort, the negotiations seemed designed to fail because Enders presented non-negotiable demands, more like an ultimatum for surrender. I was flabbergasted by the demands, said Arturo Cruz, then Nicaragua's ambassador to Washington. I told them this sounds like the conditions of a victorious power. We all have to sound like Attila the diplomat, said one U.S. official at 6 feet, 8 inches, Enders looked the part of Attila the diplomat. Michael Barnes, former chairman of the House Subcommittee on Western Hemisphere Affairs, summed up. 91. The Nicaraguans' impression, they said this arrogant guy came down here, 11 feet tall and said, "You're going to do A, B and C or we're going to blow you off the face of the earth." As Descoto recalled it, the essence of Enders' message was this: we are going along a path that can only lead to greater and greater confrontation and the time has come to stop and to see if we cannot take this other road. The major issue was Nicaragua's alleged export of revolution. For the Nicaraguans, it appeared to be a no-win issue. They had closed down a clandestine FMLN radio station and curtailed the transshipment of weapons across Nicaraguan territory. The U.S. government acknowledged this, but terminated aid anyway. There had been no verified reports of arms shipments from Nicaragua to El Salvador since April, according to David McMichael, a CIA intelligence analyst from 1981 to 1983 registered trademark yet. In a July L6 speech on El Salvador, Enders asserted, after their arms trafficking was exposed, Cuba and Nicaragua reduced the flow in March and early April. Recently, however, an ominous upswing has occurred, not to the volume reached this winter, but to levels that enable the guerrillas to sustain military operations despite their inability to generate fresh support. Washington would never admit that the FMLN-FDR had broad internal support. Enders insisted that a halt to the alleged arms flow was a precondition to any negotiated agreement, including a renewal of aid, refusing to acknowledge that such a precondition had already been met. I cannot assure you, Descoto told Enders, no one can assure you, that there is not one weapon or a very insignificant amount of weapons any more than you can assure me that they are not coming from the States. A little amount can filter from any country without the authorities knowing. But I can assure you that no important amount of arms trafficking is taking place from here. Enders remained insistent and Descoto tried to break the impasse by asking him to explain how the alleged arms flow was taking place. The greatest bulk, said Enders, is going through your common land border with Honduras. What is this greatest bulk? Descoto asked. What 90%? Yeah, about 90% is going through your common land border with Honduras. And then, I said, and the rest? And he says, through new routes that have been opened. On the Atlantic. So that apparently they would go by boat to another beach, to some beach in Honduras and then cross the whole Honduran territory. El Salvador is on the Pacific side. Some arms, said Enders, would pass through this new route and then others through the Gulf of Fonseca. Descoto said, well, I can assure you, that none of this is happening in any significant amount because we would know about it. And then Enders says, well, what right do you have to claim? Why do you claim to have the right to govern a country when you don't even know what is happening in your own territory? And I said to him, you have just told me that all of this, in fact, is going through Honduran territory. Point 1 would like to know if you believe that the Hondurans are accomplices with us, or, if they don't know that this is happening. Obviously, I said, you don't believe that they are accomplices, so they must not know. So have you ever told them by what right did they have to 92. Govern if they don't know what is happening in their own territory? And he said that he hadn't. And I said, why don't you give us tips as to how this is happening so that we can investigate? And he quoted some saying that a government that doesn't guard its sources will bum them. He said that, besides, we did not have the degree of intimacy in the relations between both our countries for him to be able to tell me such delicate information. I responded that he wouldn't bum any sources. I wasn't asking for any sources. I was asking for information. And besides that, he already said that it was U2 photographs and satellite photographs and that we had no bows and arrows that we can hide. I said, so what are you burning? I lamented that we don't have the type of relationship that permits you to give us information, but certainly you have that relationship with Honduras. I said I'm not in the habit of suggesting to other governments what to do, but since you're always suggesting to us, I think I can afford to tell you something. I said, you can kill two birds with one stone by preventing these arms from getting to El Salvador and, at the same time, having the proof that you have to present to the world to demonstrate your charges. Why don't you help the Hondurans? And give them the information that you have so that they can catch us there. Father, he says, you have been in politics long enough to, by this time, to come to realize that not everything that sounds in theory possible is actually feasible. And then I said that there was another way, that we had already had a meeting between the head of state of Honduras and Comandante Ortega, that in that meeting we had in principle agreed to a joint patrol operation along our common border, and that the Hondurans were dragging their feet in arranging for the meetings that they were committed to have in order to concretize this. And could they, the U.S. government, not exert some influence on Honduras to carry out what they have already committed to? And there was no response to that. About a week after that, or 2 weeks after that, in a press conference in Washington, somebody asked Enders about this border patrol proposal because I had made it public, and he said that this was not a practical thing. Of course, it was important for the United States not to have this border operation because they were planning this whole use of Honduras as a base for aggression against Nicaragua. After the argument seesawed back and forth a while, Enders stood up. He's very tall, said Descoto. He stood up shaking his finger, and he says, Father, you must remember, the United States is exactly 100 times larger than you are. In other words, shape up, and, of course, I said not 100 times. That's not true. I said thousands and thousands of times more powerful economically and militarily, which is what matters. But, yes, 100 times larger territorially, which is the least important. But, nonetheless, we were not about to cry uncle as President Reagan would later demand. An exchange of correspondence followed the August meetings. In September, Washington offered to enforce the neutrality laws as regards Nicaraguan exiles and sign a joint non-aggression declaration, whereby the United States would not intervene against Nicaragua if Nicaragua did not intervene against its neighbors. From 93. The Nicaraguan point of view, enforcement of neutrality laws was something the U.S. government was already responsible for. And non-intervention was a requirement of all signatories to the Rio Treaty and the United Nations Charter. The United States did not have the right to act as prosecutor, judge, and jury on the matter of non-intervention. As reported by Roy Gutman, the United States never formally presented Nicaragua with its security demands. The substance of the U.S. position was shown to Cruz, but a few hours later he was told to forget he had seen it. A summary provided to Gutman makes it easy to understand why. Nicaragua was to freeze acquisition of heavy weapons, armed or unarmed helicopters and planes, armored personnel carriers, howitzers, and armed vehicles. Replacements would be allowed. But Nicaragua would have to get rid of systems not possessed by other countries. They were to be re-exported, a State Department official said. The weapons were not to be resold to third countries, or dumped at sea, but recrated and shipped back to countries of origin. Craig Johnstone, who drafted all the U.S. papers, viewed the document as a very reasonable proposal. The security draft also demanded that Nicaragua limit its army to 15,000 to 17,000 soldiers, and eventually reduce it to less than 10,000. Presumably, neither the United States nor its Central American allies were required to make any reductions. Though Nicaragua would have to get rid of weapons systems its neighbors didn't have, it would be prohibited from acquiring systems its neighbors did have, such as advanced fighter aircraft. According to Gutman, the negotiations fell apart when Cruz reacted negatively to the security draft, which Johnstone quickly told him to forget. That was in late September or early October. On October 7, the United States began joint naval maneuvers with Honduras Halcon Vista 81, and Ortega denounced them as a rehearsal for attacking Nicaragua in a speech to the United Nations. U.S. officials took Ortega's speech as a violation of a tacit agreement to lower the level of rhetoric. Nicaragua, on the other hand, was supposed to accept as routine the maneuvers with Honduras, as well as the earlier ocean venture exercises in the Caribbean. Meanwhile, on August 28, Haig had accused the Salvadoran rebels of engaging in straight terrorism fed by external assistance and said that the United States was considering ways of confronting Cuba. It was premature, he said, to reveal them. Registered trademark Nicaragua knew that Washington considered it an accomplice of Cuba. Nicaraguan Deputy Foreign Minister Victor Hugo Tinoco sent a letter on October 31 that reviewed Nicaragua's complaints about the maneuvers and lack of economic aid, and said progress depended on concrete U.S. actions to close the exile training camps. He said Nicaragua was open to further talks, but Enders saw the letter as ending the discussions. Registered trademark You can't negotiate when you always take the most extreme position, observed Petsuyo. You leave the other guy no opportunity. He told Gutman his experience leads me to the conclusion that this administration can't negotiate. Registered trademark The Reagan administration would take 7 months just to fill the ambassador's slot after Petsulo left on August 18. 94. In the core group's view, Nicaragua gets all the blame. Few people thought that the Sandinistas would talk to us seriously. But we had to try, said one official. The reason was domestic politics. Though Ben asked to take new action against Nicaragua, Congress would want to know whether diplomatic means had been tried. Now the administration had their answer, they haven't worked. Registered trademark When you throw yourself into a revolution, there are no quick answers, said Petsulo before leaving Nicaragua. The questions are easy: where is it going? Who are the new leaders? And so, but answers are impossible. One problem, said Petsulo, is that if you get too specific in your answers, you lose the capacity to understand the movement, because the moment you pigeonhole someone, you start building your argument to fit your conclusions. My basic feeling about a revolutionary movement is that you better move with it and live with it. And if you're going to exert influence, exert it in the process of living with it. Happy face, taking the war to Nicaragua. The Reagan administration had no intention of living with the Nicaraguan Revolution. In the summer of 1981, General Haig ordered Marine Colonel Robert Bud McFarlane, a former officer in Vietnam then serving Haig as State Department counselor, to prepare a report. Titled Taking the War to Nicaragua, it covered options for military action against Cuba and Nicaragua. A U.S. invasion of Nicaragua was reportedly imminent enough in 1981 that, as one military officer recalled, he received $400,000 in Defense Department funds, which the CIA converted into local currency, to cover costs in Nicaragua. Registered trademark On November 1, CIA Director Casey met in Washington with Argentina's Army Chief of Staff, General Leopoldo Galtieri, to polish their mutual projects. Days later, the annual Conference of American Armies brought together U.S., Latin, and Caribbean military and intelligence officers at Washington's Fort McNair to discuss countering terrorism, subversion and armed insurrection. In his keynote address, Secretary of Defense Weinberger stressed the need for solidarity against the threat of Cuban and Nicaraguan influence and insurgency in Central America and the Caribbean. Registered trademark. Days later, it was reported that Haig has been pressing the Pentagon to examine a series of options for possible military action in El Salvador and against Cuba and Nicaragua. The Pentagon was asked to show what U.S. forces could do if there was a decision to blockade Nicaragua or launch specific operations against Cuba, including a show of air power, large naval exercises, a quarantine on arms shipments to the island, a general blockade as an act of war, or an invasion by U.S. and possibly Latin American forces. Latin American governments were asked if they might join in any kind of military operations. Meanwhile, CIA specialists said there was no strong evidence to support the view that Cuba is still directly involved in the supply of men and arms for El Salvador. The Defense Intelligence Agency said there was registered trademark 95. LT. General Wallace Nutting, head of the U.S. Southern Command, SOUTHCOM, embracing Central and South America, put some of his views on the record on November 14. Someone, he said, is going to have to rethink regulations preventing U.S. advisors from going into the field if the fragile situation in El Salvador worsened. Washington must make it clear to the guerrillas that you're not going to get El Salvador and make them believe it. White House Counselor Ed Meese talked of a possible future naval blockade of Nicaragua. Registered trademark. Haig, said one RIG member, had this real hard-on for Castro. He wanted to knock him off, so did Reagan. Reagan understood that the Soviet Union, the empire of evil, in his eyes lay beyond his reach. But as the men in his innermost circle knew, he had to be dissuaded from the private fantasy that Cuba might be liberated by force of arms. The appraisal of the CIA was that the Fidelistas would simply take to the hills again and turn the island into a front porch Vietnam. The consensus aim of administration policy would be to draw the line in El Salvador, and redraw it in Nicaragua. In testimony before the House Foreign Affairs Committee on November 12, Haig described the situation in Nicaragua as very, very disturbing. Think we cannot delude ourselves as Americans about that and then wonder perhaps 6 months or a year from now what happened when we have another Cuba in this hemisphere and perhaps the expansion of this disease throughout Central America. Rev. Gary Stutz, DMA, asked Haig, can you provide this committee and this Congress with an assurance that the United States is not and will not participate in or encourage in any way direct or indirect efforts to overthrow or destabilize the current government in Nicaragua? No, Haig replied, I would not give you such an assurance. He said Stutz should be concerned instead about mounting evidence of the totalitarian character of the Sandinista regime. Are you prepared to say that we are not planning a military blockade? Asked Rep. Barnes. I'm not prepared to give reassurances of any kind, said Haig. If you are trying to reassure regimes that are moving toward totalitarian government, I question if that is a sound course. Haig would only repeat President Reagan's statement that the United States had no plans for putting Americans in combat any place in the world. Based on your responses, Barnes told Haig, if I were a Nicaraguan, I'd be building a bomb shelter this afternoon. 5. It was hubris. We were going to knock off these little brown people on the cheap. Anonymous U.S. official. For us, invasion is not a theoretical possibility but a historical fact. People forget that under U.S. Marine occupation 50 years ago, we were the first country in the world to be dive-bombed. 2. Miguel Descoto. November 1981 was a time of heated administration rhetoric. Mexican President José López Portillo accused Washington of conducting verbal terrorism and warned that a U.S. attack on Nicaragua would be a gigantic historical error. It was also a time of secret escalation. The Boston Globe caught wind of the covert war on December 4. 2 months later, fueled by administration leaks, the Washington Post made the operation front-page news. By then Contra forces had launched and lost an offensive on the Atlantic coast, but the Post, and the New York Times, showcased supposed blueprints for new operations while largely missing the war that was already underway. President Reagan has authorized a broad program of U.S. planning and action in war-torn Central America, including the encouragement of political and paramilitary operations by other governments against the Cuban presence in Nicaragua, informed sources said yesterday. That Washington Post lead and the story that followed parrot the administration line that Nicaragua was a platform for Cuban subversion in Central America. 3 weeks later, the Post reported, President Reagan has authorized covert operations against the Central American nation of Nicaragua, which, administration 97. 98. Officials have charged, is serving as the military command center and supply line to guerrillas in El Salvador. According to informed administration officials, the article continued, the president has ruled out the use of U.S. military forces in direct anti-Nicaraguan operations. But the authorized covert plan directs the CIA to begin to build and fund a paramilitary force of up to 500 Latin Americans, who are to operate out of commando camps spread along the Nicaraguan-Honduran border. The officials stressed that it will take months for the paramilitary force to be recruited, trained, and positioned to begin operations. As part of this plan, the commandos eventually would attempt to destroy vital Nicaraguan targets, such as power plants and bridges. 2 bridges were blown 4 days later, in an effort to disrupt the economy and divert the attention and the resources of the government. CIA strategists believe these covert operations inside Nicaragua will slow the flow of arms to El Salvador and disrupt what they claim is a Soviet and Cuban-controlled government in Nicaragua. CIA forces would be supplemented by another Latin American commando force of up to 1,000 men, some of whom currently are undergoing training by Argentine military officials. The Post went on to report administration alarm at convincing intelligence reports that one Soviet-Cuban goal in the region is the development of an active insurgency to destabilize Mexico during this decade. The New York TYMCS supplemented accounts of the covert operation in a March 14 piece containing more disinformation than the others about a supposed agreement with Argentina that no support would be given to followers of General Somoza. Washington, we were told, was supporting only political moderates. By this time, the Guardia-dominated FDN, formed after months of U.S. support for the Contras, was 7 months old. None of these prominent accounts in the newspapers of record managed to note that Argentina was not a bastion of democracy, but a military dictatorship. A week earlier, the nation had put the lie to the No Somocistas line, reporting that members of the House and Senate Intelligence Committees were briefed that the aim of the C.I.A.'s covert action is to incite unrest in Nicaragua using former Somoza guardsmen, dissident elements, and ethnic minorities in Nicaragua and exile groups in the United States. Differing from mainstream accounts that treated Nicaragua and the covert war as an abstraction, the nation described ongoing attacks. As Nicaraguan officials saw it, the former guardsmen's attacks are intended to provoke retaliatory measures by the Nicaraguan army, thus creating a pretext for foreign military intervention. Registered trademark. Finding N. The secret course for the war on Nicaragua was affirmed at an NSC meeting on November 6, 1981. The CLA-run Contras were to spearhead the Sandinista overthrow. 99. Then CIA analyst David McMichael attended a meeting of the CIA's Latin American Affairs Office in which the Nicaragua Plan was discussed. A covert force of approximately 1,500 men was to be organized to carry out military and paramilitary actions. In general, the appreciation at that time was that the Nicaraguan government leadership was immature, impulsive, possessed, in the phrase used, of a guerrilla mentality, and it was presumed that in response to the actions of this covert force that in all likelihood the Nicaraguan government would engage in hot pursuit of this covert paramilitary force, across international boundaries within Central America. It was assumed that in response to the state of emergency generated by these attacks, that the Nicaraguan government would clamp down and eliminate civil liberties, to exile or confine its political opponents, and finally that diplomatic relations between the United States and Nicaragua would probably be exacerbated and that United States diplomatic personnel within Nicaragua could expect to be harassed or otherwise restricted or affected. It would serve to demonstrate what was believed, which was that the Nicaraguan government was inherently aggressive and a danger to its neighbors in the region, and that such crossing of territorial boundaries would demonstrate this and possibly allow for the use of sanctions or other actions under the Organization of American States Charter. It was assumed that the Nicaraguan government, had rather successfully portrayed itself as an open and democratic society and thus gained a good deal of support in world public opinion, and that by causing its true nature as a repressive and totalitarian government to be displayed it would lose this support. Regarding the expected harassment of U.S. diplomats, MacMichael thought that the purpose here was to be able to demonstrate the essential hostility of the Nicaraguan government toward the United States and thus help to justify in United States public opinion actions which the United States might take against Nicaragua. CIA Director William Casey, Reagan's good friend and 1980 campaign manager, and the first CIA director to hold presidential cabinet rank, was enthusiastic about the Nicaragua project. Casey wanted a rollback of communism, a U.S. official observed. But he could never even pronounce the word Nicaragua. He always said something like Nicaragua or Nigra. The place itself didn't seem to matter to him. Casey earned his reputation as a spymaster during World War II service as Chief of Intelligence for the OSS European Theater. He kept up his ties to the intelligence community, serving, for example, on the advisory board of the National Intelligence Study Center and on President Ford's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board. Like most members of the Reagan cabinet, Casey was a millionaire. He made his fortune in venture capital and tax law, and authored such books as Tax-Sheltered Investments. In 1961, Casey was sued for plagiarizing material in one of his books. A jury found against Casey and awarded the other party damages. When President Nixon appointed him in 1971 to head the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, Casey tried to mislead senators about the plagiarism case during confirmation hearings. In his first 2 years as CIA director, Casey, the ultimate insider, made millions playing the stock and bond markets before public outrage. 100. Prompted him to put his investments in a blind trust. Reagan's trust in Casey never wavered. U.S. News and World Report profiled Casey in 1984 as the intelligence chief with 9 lives. Nearly every committee that has checked his qualifications for public office, first as chief of the SEC, then as Under-Secretary of State, head of the Export-Import Bank and director of the CIA, has complained of misstatements, lapses of memory and reluctant disclosures of assets and clients. These talents would be standard operating procedure in the Nicaragua project. Reagan signed National Security Decision Directive, NSDD, 17 on November 23, 1981, authorizing the CIA to work with foreign governments as appropriate to conduct political and paramilitary operations against the Cuban presence and Cuban Sandinista support infrastructure in Nicaragua and elsewhere in Central America. Specifically, the CIA was allocated $19.95 million to build a 500-man force. It was understood that more funds and manpower will be needed. The CIA force would complement a 1,000-man force being trained by Argentina. Washington reportedly paid Argentina $50 million to provide the training. A document accompanying NSDD-17 pretended that covert activities would build popular support in Central America and Nicaragua for an opposition front that would be nationalistic, anti-Cuban, and anti-Somoza. It acknowledged that in some instances CIA might, possibly using U.S. personnel, take unilateral paramilitary action against special Cuban targets B/C. Reagan signed the congressionally mandated Presidential Intelligence Finding on December 1. Presenting the finding to the intelligence committees, administration officials emphasized arms interdiction. Casey said the United States was buying into an existing Argentine operation to train Nicaraguan exiles. By one account, the impression left with some members of the intelligence committees was of crack teams of commandos hitting arms caches, ammunition dumps, Cuban military patrols and a couple of key bridges along the arms supply route in the dead of night and withdrawing unseen from Nicaragua to their Honduran bases. The arms flow from Miami to the Contras, meanwhile, went unimpeded. 2 Nicaraguan exiles said one CIA official in Miami gave them general advice in late 1981 on how to smuggle weapons out of Miami, where the Contras buy virtually all their weapons. The official counseled them to ship the guns in parts to avoid detection by U.S. Customs officials. The arms interdiction rationale gave the congressional committees an excuse to exercise oversight as overlook. It was irrational to think that Somoza guardsmen were risking their lives, not to avenge their defeat and attempt to retake power, but simply to serve as arms traffic cops for the United States and El Salvador. As one Contra source said, if that's what the CIA told Congress, they forgot to tell us. Registered trademark. When the CIA told the House Intelligence Committee in February 1982 that it was not trying to overthrow any government, one committee member asserted, "We didn't believe them." Congressional oversight was marked by the willing suspension of disbelief. Unfortunately, most Americans weren't in on the act. The overseers overlooked it when the first major Contra action took place in November 1981 on the eastern side of Nicaragua, far from El Salvador. 101. Mosquito Front. The Atlantic coast of Nicaragua presented Washington with familiar targets of opportunity: ethnic minorities. 2 decades earlier, Washington exploited Hmong tribes people, called Mio, a historical derogatory term, by foreigners, in its effort to control Laos, another sideshow to the war in Vietnam. Prohibited from using U.S. military personnel by a 1962 agreement recognizing Laotian neutrality, Washington intervened covertly via the CIA decree. The United States built a clandestine Hmong army led by Vang Pao, an opium dealer and former French mercenary. The Secret War's secret air arm was the CIA proprietary Air America. By the time the 1973 Paris Peace Accords brought a U.S. withdrawal from Indochina, a third of the Hmong population had died. Thousands ended up in Thai refugee camps. Thousands more have resettled in the United States, including Vang Pao. Many alumni from the Laos campaign reunited in the war on Nicaragua. Operating out of Udern Air Force Base in Thailand, Richard Secord directed the air wing of the Joint Pentagon-CIA Special Operations Group. Before taking charge of the air operation himself, Secord served as deputy to Harry Heine Aderholt, who now heads the Air Commando Association, a private group aiding the Contras. Ted Shackley was the CIA station chief in Vientiane, Laos, and then Saigon. Shackley's deputy Tom Kleins was the CIA chief at Vang Pao's Long Tieng base, which served as the CIA headquarters for northern Laos as well as an opium and heroin trafficking center. Donald Gregg, National Security Advisor to Vice President George Bush and before that head of the NSC Intelligence Directorate, served under Shackley in Vietnam. Felix Rodriguez, a manager of the Contra supply operation in El Salvador, worked for Shackley and Gregg in Vietnam. Eugene Hasenfuss was a cargo kicker for Air America years before his fateful hitch with Southern Air Transport. John Sing Laub oversaw secret missions in Laos as commander of the Joint Special Operations Group. Then Lieutenant Oliver North reportedly served under Sing Laub's command, running paramilitary operations with the Hmong. Air America transported the CIA and Hmong officers who offered the Hmong villagers guns, rice, and money in exchange for recruits and kept the secret army and loyal villagers supplied. The millions of aid dollars that Congress thought it was appropriating for civilian help were mostly being used for support of the secret army, although tens of thousands of refugees were also fed. Deceiving the U.S. Congress was considered a legitimate tactic of the secret war. Of course, the enemy knew exactly what was going on, but the CIA was determined that the American public should not share this knowledge. Air America spoke openly of its humanitarian drops of rice, blankets, and medicine, but did not mention what the men called hard rice drops: ammunition, grenades, bombs, and weapons to the secret army. In the Contra War, aid: soft rice food, clothing, boots, etc. is also known as humanitarian aid. Nicaragua's Atlantic coast does not share the history or culture of the rest of the country. The once British-dominated Atlantic coast, home to about 10%. 102. Of the Nicaraguan population, maintains strong Indian and Afro-Caribbean traditions, conservatism fostered by the influential Protestant Moravian Church and deep-rooted hostility to the Spaniard majority. The largely rural Mosquito Indians, about 67,000 people, dominate northern Zelaya, renamed Atlantico Norte in 1987, part of the Mosquitia extending into Honduras. The English-speaking Creole blacks, about 26,000 people, reside mainly in and around the port towns of southern Zelaya, renamed Atlantico Sur. There are smaller Sumu, Garifuna, and Rama Indian communities. The majority of people on the Atlantic coast are mestizos of mixed Indian and Hispanic origin, over 182,000 people. In 1980, a new indigenous mass organization, Misurasata, Unity of the Mosquito, Sumu, Rama, and Sandinistas, took a seat in the Council of State. With the political opening provided by the revolution, Misurasata launched an increasingly ambitious campaign for Atlantic coast autonomy. Brooklyn Rivera, an anti-Sandinista Mosquito leader, later observed, "The fervor of the revolutionary triumph injected into the soul, heart, and atmosphere that everybody could express themselves and participate. Before there was no incentive. There had been almost no revolutionary action on the Atlantic coast and few residents belonged to the FSLN. While the Nicaraguan government was responsive to demands for bilingual education and open to the granting of communal land titles following Indian tradition, it was alarmed by Misurasata's claim to 38% of the national territory based on a study of native land titles. In late February 1981, 33 Misurasata leaders were detained and accused of fomenting a separatist uprising. All except Stedman Fagoth were released within 2 weeks. Nicaraguan officials said that Fagoth was conducting subversive activities to destabilize the government under a counter-revolutionary plot known as Plan 81 and made public evidence that Fagoth had infiltrated the student movement as an informer for Somoza. Tensions exploded when 4 Mosquitos and 4 Sandinista soldiers were killed as soldiers attempted to arrest Misurasata leaders in the community of Principalca. As news of the arrests spread and rumors transformed the 4 Mosquito deaths into mass assassinations, Mosquitos began crossing the Rio Coco into Honduras. Blood had been spilled, wrote one analyst, and the Mosquito movement assumed a millenarian mystique. Rumors abounded that the young Mosquito men were arming to return, and that the United States was going to recognize secret 19th-century treaties between the Mosquito King and the British Crown guaranteeing nationhood for the Mosquitia. Happy face, in an effort to promote dialogue and conciliation, the Nicaraguan government granted the popular Stedman Fagoth a conditional release in May to accept a scholarship for study abroad. Instead, Fagoth went into exile, linking up with the September 15 Legion in Honduras. Some 1,000 Mosquitos joined him. Fagoth dropped the Sandinista part of Misurasata, forming the Misura guerrilla force. He allied Misura with the FDN and broadcast over the September 15 radio, calling on Mosquitos to participate in a holy war against the Sandino communists. The Red Christmas offensive began in November 1981 with contra-attacks in the Rio Coco area. According to the Nicaraguan government, the plan was to cap 103 tour territory on the Atlantic coast and establish a provisional government that would be supported militarily by the United States. On December 20, 7 government soldiers in San Carlos were tortured, killed, and mutilated. Some 60 or more people, including civilians, died during the 2-month offensive. Mima Cunningham, Nicaragua's only Mosquito doctor, and Regina Lewis, a Mosquito nurse, were kidnapped on December 28 outside the hospital in Bilwaskerma by about 20 Contras. The hospital was ransacked and had to be closed. Mima Cunningham recounted multiple gang rapes beginning after they were taken to a house on the Rio Coco. "They had us there for 7 hours. During those hours we were raped for the first time. While they were raping us, they were chanting slogans like, 'Christ yesterday, Christ today, Christ tomorrow.'" Cunningham and Lewis were taken across the river to a training camp in Honduras where their captors, Mosquitos, and former members of Somoza's elite EEBI unit, boasted of their support from the United States. They said that they had Americans who came in and trained them for these camps that were deeper in Honduras. They said that they received help from the Honduran army. That they would come and help them transport their things. They were very proud of the help that they were receiving from the U.S. government. They offered us Camel cigarettes, for example, as a proof that they were smoking good cigarettes. And they said they were getting canned food, good clothes, and things like that, as a way to tell us why they were fighting. After 2 or 3 hours in the camp, recalled Cunningham, they told us that they were going to kill us, but they wanted to kill us in Nicaragua to leave our bodies as an example to the other people who work with the Nicaraguan government. On our way back we were raped again, by all the ones who were taking us to the village. Inside Nicaragua, Cunningham and Lewis were released, but the Contras told them to leave the Atlantic coast because they did not want doctors there. In 1984, Mima Cunningham became government minister for Northern Zelaya. In January 1982, the Nicaraguan government responded to the military threat in a controversial move designed both to protect the civilian population and deny FDN Misura fighters a civilian base of support. It relocated 8,500 mosquitoes and sumas from the Rio Coco region 50 miles south to a resettlement camp called Tazba Pri, Free Land. The ill-chosen name was a sign that the government had a long way to go in distinguishing between just Indian grievances and pro-Contra secessionism. Sandinista soldiers burned structures and crops in the evacuated area to deny them to the Contras. Another 10,000 people crossed the river into Honduras. The U.S. government seized on the relocation to accuse Nicaragua of genocide. Haig dramatically produced a photo he said showed mosquito bodies being burned by Sandinista troops. The French magazine Le Figaro, source of the photo, corrected him, explaining it showed the Red Cross burning corpses of people killed by Somoza's National Guard on the Pacific coast in 1978. Appearing on public television's McNeil Lehrer show with Miguel Descoto, Jean Kirkpatrick asserted that some 250,000 Mestizo Indians sick are being so. 104. Badly repressed that concentration camps have been built on the coast of Nicaragua in the effort to try to imprison them, to eliminate their opposition. I don't know what country she is talking about, responded Descoto, denying her allegations. The human rights organization America's Watch found Stedman Fagoth's charges of nearly 300 mosquito deaths and thousands of disappearances during the relocation to be baseless. The Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, LACHR, found only one incident of non-combatant killing by Sandinista forces. On December 23, between 14 and 17 mosquito prisoners were shot in Limas in retaliation for the San Carlos killings. America's Watch substantiated one subsequent case. In Walpa Sixa in 1982, 7 mosquito youths were killed by Sandinista soldiers who were later severely punished by their officers. Over the next 2 years the government significantly altered the training and composition of the Atlantic Coast Security Forces. By 1984, 70% were from the coast. The relocation of citizens during wartime has an infamous precedent in the United States. In February 1942, President Franklin Roosevelt signed an executive order giving the Army the power to arrest all Japanese American men, women, and children on the West Coast. Without warrants or court hearings, 120,000 people were forcibly taken from their homes to detention camps where they were imprisoned for 3 to 4 years. Many permanently lost their homes and property. Over 4 decades later, during debate leading to passage of a bill to apologize and partially compensate detention camp survivors, Senator Spark Matsunaga of Hawaii emotionally recalled how an elderly Japanese man playing with his grandson was machine-gunned to death by a guard when he went to retrieve a ball between the camp fences. Racism was apparent in that Japanese Americans were suspected en masse as spies and saboteurs, while German Americans were not rounded up. In fact, there was not a single case of Japanese American espionage or sabotage. While Pearl Harbor was an exceptional attack on U.S. territory, Hawaii, located about 2,400 miles southwest of San Francisco, did not become a state until 1959. Red Christmas was just the first of many assaults aimed at taking territory on Nicaragua's mainland and overthrowing the Nicaraguan government. Though it criticized the conduct of the Atlantic Coast relocation, America's Watch found that it was not unreasonable for the Nicaraguan government to relocate civilians away from a border area to facilitate the defense of the country's territorial integrity. The LACHR concurred. Over the next 2 years, conditions improved and the Tazba Pri settlements were transformed into villages with substantial housing, education, health care, and employment opportunities. 3 churches were built in the main village of Sumabila, Moravian, Catholic, and another Protestant denomination. Some mosquitoes left Tazba Pri for Managua, Puerto Cabezas, or other villages on the Atlantic coast. Remaining residents were granted title to their houses and small plots of land, and other land was farmed collectively. Whatever the actual conditions of the relocation, it was a traumatic event that exacerbated Atlantic coast hostilities. On December 1, 1983, the government signaled a concerted effort to recognize past wrongdoing and improve relations by declaring a general amnesty for Mosquito prisoners and fighters. Washington has con. 105. Consistently attempted to sabotage the process of negotiating peace and autonomy for the Atlantic coast. Rigging of Yunnan rights. America's Watch charged the Reagan administration with degrading the human rights cause by using human rights criticism of Nicaragua as an instrument of warfare. This is especially apparent in regard to the Mosquitoes. In a May 9, 1984 speech, Reagan repeated charges that had been thoroughly discredited. There has been an attempt to wipe out an entire culture, the Mosquito Indians, thousands of whom have been slaughtered or herded into detention camps where they have been starved and abused. America's Watch reported, unlike several other Latin American governments that have come under harsh criticism, though not from this administration, the Nicaraguan government has responded to human rights organizations with efforts to improve the situation. Equally as significant as the administration's strident complaints against Nicaragua is its silence regarding these improvements. In early 1984, for example, the Nicaraguan government conducted several investigations of abuses in remote areas, which resulted in the prosecution and appropriate punishment of members of the security forces. In the most important of these cases, 44 security agents and civilians were prosecuted for several cases of murder, rape, theft, and other abuses that had taken place in a border region of Matagalpa and Jinotega. 13 of them received heavy sentences. In April 1984, an Army sublieutenant was sentenced to 18 years in prison for raping a Mosquito woman in the village of Lapan. In regard to the Mosquito minority, there has been a clear effort to improve relations and resolve past conflicts. Reagan's use of human rights as an instrument of warfare has meant portraying Nicaragua as the worst violator of human rights in Central America, when, even at its low point on the Atlantic coast in 1982, the Nicaraguan human rights situation has been far better than in El Salvador, discussed earlier, and Guatemala. Guatemalan state terrorism under General Romeo Lucas Garcia was discussed in the previous chapter. During the dictatorial reign of General Efrain Ríos Montt, from March 1982 to August 1983, thousands more Indians were massacred. Indians make up a majority of the Guatemalan population. Even the conservative Guatemalan newspaper, El Gráfico, denounced the genocidal annihilation that is taking place in the Indian zones of the country. Ríos Montt spoke openly of his murderous policies, announcing on Guatemalan television that he had declared a state of siege so that we could kill legally. On December 5, 1982, following a meeting with Reagan, Ríos Montt told reporters, "We have no scorched earth policy. We have a policy of scorched communists." Reagan officials stooped to new lows of disinformation in their appeals for military and economic aid for Guatemala. Contrary to all evidence. Ambassador 106. Frederick Chapin told members of Congress that most of the killings in the rural areas have been done by insurgents. When asked about reports of massacres of peasants, he insisted those incidents simply haven't taken place. He compared the civil patrol system where Indian men and boys are forcibly conscripted into unpaid service in the Army's pacification campaign to the American frontier, with armed citizens defending themselves. After meeting Ríos Montt on December 4, 1982, Reagan called him a man of great personal integrity and commitment who wants to improve the quality of life for all Guatemalans and to promote social justice and is totally dedicated to democracy. As for human rights criticism, Reagan said Ríos Montt was getting a bum rap. When Ríos Montt was deposed by General Humberto Mejia Victors in August 1983, the Reagan administration belatedly acknowledged some past abuses but only to make the case that under Mejia human rights conditions were improving. Orwell would be impressed with the Reagan administration's ongoing rewrites of history. Tightening the screws. In a speech to the OAS on December 4, 1981, Haig accused Nicaragua of militarization and interventionism, and said the United States would take action to prevent any nation in Central America from becoming a platform for terror and war. But, he claimed, we do not close the doors to the search for proper relations. In Managua, Daniel Ortega responded that the door Haig left open was so small that in order to pass through it we would have to do so on our knees. Hector Fabian, a Cuban exile leader training Contras in the Florida Everglades, predicted later in December that within 3 months the situation in Nicaragua will blow up. He said that at least 100 trainees had infiltrated into Nicaragua. Under the Carter and Nixon administrations, what we were doing was a crime, explained Fabian, the former New York director of operations for Cuban exile terrorist leader Orlando Bosch. With the Reagan administration, no one has bothered us for 10 months. As long as they don't hurt anybody and as long as they don't actually conspire to invade in a specific way, the exiles are not breaking the law, said Assistant Secretary of State Enders. If you attack a country or assist in an attack on a country, or conspire to do this, all these things are illegal. However, it is not illegal to have military exercises, guys running around fly fields with guns, or to say Uncle Sam, we're ready when you're ready, wink, wink, and here we go. Nicaragua protested U.S. aggression to Washington and international forums. It also sought defensive armaments from abroad. On January 8, 1982, France announced that it would sell $15.8 million in non-offensive military equipment to Nicaragua and train 10 Nicaraguan naval officers and pilots. The small arms pack 107. Age included 2 coastal patrol boats, 2 helicopters, rocket launchers and rocket rounds, and a fleet of transport trucks. The nominally socialist Mitterrand government was vehemently anti-Soviet. French officials said they wanted to offer Nicaragua an alternative to Cuban and Soviet military aid. When a country such as Nicaragua applies to France for aid, explained a French Foreign Ministry official, it is often because it is seeking to escape dependency on one of the superpowers. U.S. policy was the worst possible design to push the junta right into the arms of Moscow. The U.S. response was harsh. The French are pulling the rug out from under us, said one Pentagon official. Haig told French Foreign Minister Claude Chassin that the deal was a stab in the back. Happy face, relentless U.S. pressure brought results. The first deliveries of French military equipment were stalled until July. There would be no new arms sales. Wrote one analyst, France, with the world's third-largest arms export industry, a popular new left-wing government and a history of relative independence from Washington, proved unable to fulfill Nicaragua's hopes of Western arms supplies. For the Sandinistas, the lesson was clear. Henceforth, Nicaraguan diplomacy, trade and aid initiatives would have to factor in the Soviet bloc's exclusive role as supplier of Nicaragua's defense needs, which escalated rapidly as Washington's preference for a military solution became ever more apparent. The only other defense agreement with a Western European country was a $5.5 million 1983 contract with Holland to improve port defenses at Corinto. In January 1982, Nicaraguan security captured UDN member William Baltodano and thwarted a conspiracy to blow up the national oil refinery and cement factory and attack Sandinista leaders. In his confession, Baltodano implicated the CIA, the Argentine military, Honduran Special Security Forces, the Venezuelan embassy in Nicaragua, the Salvadoran embassy in Costa Rica, and José Esteban González, who was head of the Nicaraguan Permanent Commission on Human Rights until he went into exile the previous September. Arms were purchased in Miami. The United States finally applied the Neutrality Act on January 18, but not against the Contras. A small group of Haitian refugees, conspiring against the Duvalier dictatorship, were charged with violating the act in a Miami court. The next day, the New York Times editorialized, "What is illegal for Haitian refugees is no less illegal for Nicaraguan exiles. The letter and spirit of the Neutrality Act are offended by adventurers who boast that hundreds of recruits have already been airdropped into Nicaragua to fight against the left-wing Sandinista government. By comparison, the prosecuted Haitians are hapless romantics. Their leaking boat was seized just before it sank. Their revolutionary arsenal consisted of 6 guns and 20 pipe bombs. That same month, a State Department spokeswoman confirmed that the Reagan administration would oppose any Nicaraguan credit or aid request before any international lending institution. Already the United States had blocked a World Bank loan to replace fishing boats taken from Nicaragua by fleeing somacistas. On January 14, the World Bank approved a $6 million loan to Nicaragua for municipal reconstruction, assisting improvements in storm drainage, street paving, and light. 108. In low-income neighborhoods over U.S. objection. Over the next year, World Bank loans were shut off completely. Happy face. While administration ideology dictated an economic blockade of Nicaragua, ideology dictated economic largesse for El Salvador, criteria changed accordingly. Testifying before the House Subcommittee on Inter-American Affairs on February 2, Enders defended the administration's decision to certify El Salvador as eligible for aid despite a troubled human rights situation. Nicaragua again became the excuse for state terror in El Salvador and the decoy for denying that the Salvadoran guerrillas had widespread popular support. There is no mistaking that the decisive battle for Central America is underway in El Salvador, claimed Enders. If after Nicaragua, El Salvador is captured by a violent minority, who in Central America would not live in fear? How long would it be before major strategic United States interests, the Panama Canal, sea lanes, oil supplies, were at risk? Registered trademark 2 days later, Enders told the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that the clandestine infiltration of arms and munitions into El Salvador is again approaching the high levels recorded before last year's final offensive. The Made in Washington charge was contradicted by the absence of evidence on the ground. The Honduran army had no evidence of arms shipments through Honduras. Faced with doubts about the overland route, the administration said arms were coming by sea or air. As Raymond Bonner observed, even the intelligence agencies couldn't agree. While the CIA would be reporting that there was an increase in the flow by air, another agency would be saying no, there is a decrease in the air traffic, but an increase in arms coming by sea. TT was just ludicrous, said a source with access to the intelligence reports of the CIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, and National Security Agency, NSA. As Bonner explained, the United States has the most sophisticated surveillance equipment and methods in the world, including Earth-orbiting satellites that can read the license plate of a moving car. From its communications center at Fort Meade, Maryland, NSA spies eavesdrop on conversations between tank commanders in the Iranian desert. In El Salvador, the Reagan administration has unleashed a massive intelligence-gathering operation, spending at least $50 million during just the first 2 years. More than 150 CIA operatives roamed through the tiny country, infiltrating peasant organizations and guerrilla groups. Even the Defense Department's highly secret Intelligence Support Activity, ISA, has agents there. In addition, the Contras were deployed along the Nicaraguan-Honduran border. The CIA financed Honduran gunboats to operate in the Gulf of Fonseca in order to halt the arms flow, and a sophisticated eavesdropping post was established on a small island in the Gulf. With all that, what was the evidence? 2 or 3 small planes crashed in El Salvador in late 1980 and early 1981, and a semi-trailer with a false roof, in which 100 automatic rifles were secreted, was seized on the Honduran-Salvadoran border. The truck was cited often as evidence of arms shipments from Nicaragua. The white paper contained a photograph of it. But according to the Honduran government, the truck had originated in Costa Rica, not Nicaragua. There wasn't much else. 109. Said Bonner. The reason, quite simply, was that you're just hearing bullshit. The intelligence just doesn't support the charges, as one intelligence source put it. Shortly after Enders' testimony to Congress, Haig in finest Hague-speak refused to rule out the use of military force in Central America. There are no current plans for the use of American forces. On the other hand, and as a matter of principle, the sterility of drawing lines around America's potential options constitutes the promulgation of roadways for those who are seeking to move against America's vital interests. A bomb exploded at Managua's International Airport on February 21, killing 4 baggage handlers and seriously wounding 3 others. That same day, on a visit to Managua, Mexican President López Portillo launched an effort to stimulate negotiations over the 3 knots of tension: El Salvador, Nicaragua, and U.S. relations with Cuba. The Nicaraguan and Cuban governments and the Salvadoran rebels all responded positively. Daniel Ortega announced a 5-point peace plan including negotiations with Washington, non-aggression pacts with Central American countries, and joint border patrols with Honduras and Costa Rica. 3 weeks later, López Portillo lamented that the Caribbean basin had been converted into a frontier between the United States and the Soviet Union. The security of the United States will not be resolved in Central America, he said, but rather by reaching a negotiated understanding with the Soviet Union. He said that Nicaragua was building up its armed forces because it is afraid of its neighbors and of the United States. The people of the United States have a right to security, but the peoples of small poor countries also have their rights. Why not recognize them? The Reagan administration did not even pay lip service to the Mexican initiative until Congress forced its hand. 106 House members sent Reagan a letter urging him to accept the Mexican offer for negotiations. As one U.S. official explained, "We were cool to the initiative from the beginning, but we were effectively ambushed by Congress and public opinion. We had to agree to negotiate or appear unreasonable." In April, the administration showed its disdain for serious negotiations by conditioning talks on Nicaragua making internal political changes. At that point, said Deputy Assistant Secretary Craig Johnstone, "We elevated democratic pluralism/C in Nicaragua to be the sine qua non of restoring relations." U.S. Nicaragua contacts sputtered along, explained analyst William Leo Grande, with Nicaragua constantly urging that negotiations be started and the United States refusing. Finally, in August the administration abandoned even this pretext. Nicaragua's diplomatic note of August never received a reply. Slideshow. The March 10, 1982 Washington Post and New York Times front page headlines were similar. U.S. shows photos to back charge of Nicaragua buildup IPOSF. 110. U.S. offers photos of bases to prove Nicaragua threat, Times. The accompanying photo was the same. It showed Defense Intelligence Agency Deputy Director John Hughes pointing to a slide of a reconnaissance photo of a Nicaraguan military base. Hughes' presence added to the drama. He had conducted the briefings during the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis. The slide was highlighted with such labels as Soviet-style physical training area and Soviet-style obstacle course. The New York Times ran 2 full pages of transcript from the briefing. The front pages were different in one respect. The Washington Post ran a related story with a much smaller headline: U.S. approves covered plan in Nicaragua. The next day's New York Times headline gave the official story: U.S. reportedly sending millions to foster moderates in Nicaragua. At the slide briefing, CIA Deputy Director Bobby Inman declared, "It's time to get some concern in this country about their Nicaragua's military buildup. It's vastly beyond any defensive need." Happy face. Not surprisingly, the Nicaraguans didn't see it that way. As Sergio Ramirez put it, "When Mr. Haig is saying every day that they are going to bomb us and attack us and blockade us, how can they turn around and ask us not to defend ourselves?" The slideshow was evidence of detailed U.S. aerial surveillance. The destroyers off Nicaragua's Pacific coast showed the blockade threat was not shallow. The briefing made a number of specific charges, down to the most comical details. Pointing to one slide, Hughes remarked, "There's the Soviet physical training area, situated here, with chin bars and other types of equipment to exercise the forces, and a running track." Pointing to slides of tanks, he said, "Here is the T-54/55 tank here, with a 100mm gun, in the open. If you look closely you can see the gun turret, tubes in the turret." The briefing also included slides showing Rio Coco villages before and after the relocation, alleging that many Indian villages along the northeast border have been demolished by the Sandinistas' security forces. And 23,000 are now homeless. One slide was marked "Destroyed Church." In response to reporters' questions about the destruction of mosquito villages, Inman concocted a Nicaraguan-Cuban military plot. You saw the pictures of the expansion of the airfields, over in that coast, the area near the Indian area. If they've got any plans for movement of Cuban troops, Cuban support, supplies, or even simply additional support forces for any involvement outside Nicaragua over into that area, that's clearly the staging area that they would want to use. He insisted there was no confirming evidence that cross-border raids from Honduras had been conducted in that area. I wouldn't discount that there had been one or more small raids, but certainly we would have found evidence of the large-scale engagements that were put out in the press. Asked about reported covert action against Nicaragua, Inman replied, I would suggest to you that $19 million or $29 million isn't going to buy you much of any kind these days, and certainly not against that kind of a military force. Left unspoken was the White House wish that the military buildup provoked by its covert war would prompt Congress to support increased military aid for Central American allies and the Contras. Semi-Secret War 111. Like the February 1981 White Paper, the slide briefing was a disinformation exercise designed to drum up public support for administration policy. Slides were shown of airfields near Managua, Puerto Cabezas, and Bluefields allegedly being improved to accommodate Soviet aircraft. Nicaraguan Agriculture Minister Jamie Wheelock, who was in the United States at the time, refuted the portrayal of airstrip improvements as proof of Soviet-Cuban designs on Central America. He explained that the feasibility study for lengthening the airstrips was prepared under Somoza in 1976 by a U.S. company, retired Marine Lt. Colonel John Buchanan made extended tours of Central America between April and August 1982. He testified to Congress that a smokescreen is being laid and a military debacle is in the offing. Referring to the March briefing, he said that the capabilities of the Sandinistas have been deliberately exaggerated by the Reagan administration. As it is with the T-55 tank, so it is with many other elements of the Sandinista arsenal. Many of the weapons are either ill-suited to the region, outmoded, or in a state of disrepair. This is particularly true of the logistical infrastructure needed to sustain a protracted war. There is only one oil refinery highly vulnerable to attack. Buchanan refuted the idea of a Nicaraguan tank invasion of Honduras, explaining the features of the tank and of the terrain which makes such a scenario ludicrous. The tank is a mechanical disaster ill-suited for tropical combat. Given the rugged terrain, with steep mountains and narrow valleys, the only realistic route is the Pan-American Highway, Choluteca Corridor, where the tanks would be sitting ducks for Honduran and U.S. Air Power. Senior U.S. intelligence officials for Central America also discredited possible scenarios for a Nicaraguan invasion of Honduras when they briefed reporter Alan Nyam. There's no real good way to do it, said one official. Nicaraguan statements and actions made clear that they didn't want to do it, period. Managua tried repeatedly to set up joint patrols with Honduras to monitor the border. Lt. Colonel Buchanan visited many of the military installations that were the subject of the slide briefing and pointed out numerous gaps between photo images and on-the-ground reality. For the record, he saw little significant difference between a Soviet-style obstacle course and the obstacle courses I ran as a young Marine. He sketched the few significant military targets in Nicaragua, port facilities at Corinto, Puerto Cabezas, and Bluefields, a couple of oil tanks at Corinto, one oil refinery near Managua, 4 airfields, only one of which is really significant, a tank park and 49 military garrisons, most of them tiny. For example, the military garrison near Somoto, where I stopped for lunch, was comprised of 2 small buildings and a 1-vehicle lean-to maintenance shed. As for Managua, it doesn't offer much of a target either. After the 1972 earthquake, most of Managua already resembles a bombed-out city. Buchanan explained that Nicaraguan and Honduran armed forces had different strengths and weaknesses. Nicaragua had a larger army, for example, and Honduras far superior air power. A projected U.S. financed arms buildup in Honduras could tip this balance, and would likely elicit a countervailing reaction from Nicaragua. In both cases, poor nations are being forced to divert scarce resources. 112. From social and economic development into costly and increasingly lethal military hardware. A war between Nicaragua and Honduras, Buchanan concluded, would be a war without winners. Soviet military aid to Nicaragua increased gradually between 1979 and 1982 as the Contra War intensified. The U.S. government's own intelligence figures substantiate this point, which the Reagan administration tries so hard to distort. In 1979, Nicaragua imported $5 million worth of Soviet bloc military supplies, according to U.S. intelligence sources. During 1980 there was a small increase to 850 metric tons of material worth $6 to $7 million. In 1981, Soviet bloc arms shipments rose to 900 tons, with a U.S. estimated price tag of $39 to $45 million. Most of the tonnage was accounted for by 25 or more second-hand Soviet T-54 and T-55 tanks from Algeria, weighing 32 metric tons each. In November 1981, the Nicaraguan army stood at an estimated 25,000 soldiers, larger than the Honduran army, but smaller than El Salvador's. The first real jump in Soviet bloc military imports came in 1982, amid intensifying Contra-attacks and U.S. threats, and after France and other Western countries closed their doors to Nicaraguan requests for military aid. In 1982, Soviet bloc military imports totaled an estimated 6,700 metric tons worth $80 million. According to administration sources, the House Intelligence Committee discussed the March briefing in a classified follow-up in a September 1982 report. It concluded that the public briefing format, structured around evidence of increased offensive capability, obscured DIA's analytic judgment on the difficult, but essential, questions about the significance of the build-up. What do Nicaragua's leaders intend to do with it, and what is the likelihood of Nicaragua's initiating various sorts of offensive operations against its neighbors? These issues were addressed directly in a separate, classified briefing, whose analytic judgments about Nicaragua's intentions were quite distinct from those that appeared implicit in the briefing on the build-up. In other words, DIA admitted a defensive purpose to the build-up. Even Southern Command Chief General Wallace Nutting did not lend much credence to administration rhetoric about a Sandinista threat to Nicaragua's neighbors. They are interested first, I think, in consolidating internal control, and secondly upon defending their revolution, and perhaps only thirdly in using it, their armed forces, in an aggressive way. Happy face. The administration followed up the slideshow on March 12 with what it thought would be first-hand confirmation of Cuban-Nicaraguan export of revolution. The State Department presented Orlando José Tardancillas, a Nicaraguan captured the previous year while fighting with the guerrillas in El Salvador. U.S. officials expected him to say he had been trained in Cuba and Ethiopia and sent to El Salvador by the Nicaraguan government. At the press conference, Tardancillas shocked his handlers by saying, "An official of the U.S. Embassy told me that they needed to demonstrate the presence of Cubans in El Salvador." Physically and psychologically tortured in El Salvador before being brought to the United States, Tardancillas explained, "They gave me an option. They said I could come here or face certain death. All my previous statements 113 about training in Ethiopia and Cuba were false. The Nicaraguan government neither sent him to El Salvador nor contacted him there. Instead, the 19-year-old self-described revolutionary joined the Salvadoran guerrillas on his own initiative in April 1980. He said he never saw another Nicaraguan or Cuban while in El Salvador." The next day, Tardancillas was released to the Nicaraguan embassy and returned home. "It was a disaster," said a senior U.S. official. "I don't know whether to laugh or cry. It wasn't the only public relations disaster." Days earlier, Haig had told Congress that a Nicaraguan military man had been captured in El Salvador. Mexico quickly discredited Haig's account, saying the man was a student in Mexico traveling home to Nicaragua overland through El Salvador. Another administration plan, to reveal the assorted backgrounds of Sandinista leaders, was shelved. "It turned out to be not such a hot idea," said one Reagan aide. "There wasn't any dirt." Happy face. The week before the slide briefing, The Washington Post ran an unusually candid story titled, U.S. Diplomats in Central America See Gap Between Policy, Facts. The diplomats say they are particularly worried about what they perceive as a tendency of the senior decision-makers to force what is often inconclusive and possibly misleading information to match the policy rather than tailoring the policy to the facts. In the words of one diplomat, the United States is making policy on the basis of our own propaganda. Unfortunately, the slide briefing's propaganda success outweighed the PR failures. And inside Nicaragua, a new stage of the war was beginning. Blow up. On March 14, CIA-trained saboteurs from Honduras blew up two key bridges in northern Nicaragua, the Rio Negro Bridge, near the town of Somodolo in Chinandega province, and the Rico Coco Bridge near Ocotal in Nueva Segovia. "Who lives?" shouted one of the commandos seconds before the Rio Negro Bridge exploded. "Somoza," the others responded. Registered trademark. The White House refused to confirm or deny Nicaragua's charges of CIA involvement. Appearing on ABC's Good Morning America, Mies asserted, "The United States is not in the habit of engaging in sinister plots. Beyond that, however, it is our policy not to either confirm or deny such statements as that." Happy face. In May, CIA officials confirmed U.S. involvement in the sinister plot. They told the House Intelligence Committee that the bridges were destroyed by a CIA-trained and equipped demolition team. As recounted in the Washington Post, this confirmation brought no objection from the committee because the bridges were seen as supporting illicit arms traffic from Nicaragua to guerrillas in El Salvador, according to House committee members. "We had to do that," one member said. Committee members reportedly questioned the CIA officials at length about the arms they had interdicted by this time and about whether they had discovered any Cuban military patrols, which they expected to find in the Nicaraguan 114 countryside. The CIA officials said they had not actually captured or blown up any caches of arms or ammunition, but that the presence of the paramilitary teams in the arms trafficking corridors was dramatically reducing the flow of arms to El Salvador. The CIA officials reported that the Contra force stood at about 1,100 men and that training was going well. No Cuban units, however, had been sighted. Registered trademark. The oversight charade continued. Nicaragua didn't need CIA confirmation to recognize the bridge demolitions as salvos in an intensifying war. The government placed its armed forces on full alert and declared a state of emergency, which mandated prior censorship of military information, restricted the right to strike, and limited freedom of movement in the war zones. U.S. officials enthusiastically denounced the state of emergency they had consciously provoked as a sign of Nicaraguan totalitarianism. There were no such denunciations of the much harsher state of siege renewed regularly in El Salvador since 1980. There were no reminders that every government, no matter how democratic, has employed extraordinary measures in wartime, including the United States. Whatever one thinks of the emergency measures Nicaragua has imposed, U.S. hypocrisy in denouncing them should be evident. Washington's goal is to have people judge Nicaragua not only with a double standard, but with a formula in which the war does not appear as a factor. Washington points to emergency measures in Nicaragua to justify support for the Contras, then it wants you to forget the Contra war in judging Nicaraguan behavior. Projecting paranoia. As word of mercenary recruitment for missions in Central America circulated at gun shows and other meeting grounds for soldiers of fortune, CBS Evening News reported on March 22 that a former Green Beret was approached by his ex-commanding officer with an offer that he finally refused, a $50,000 contract for 6 months' employment, including 6 weeks of training in Central America followed by infiltration or airdrops inside Nicaragua to do the same kind of thing he did as a Green Beret during the Vietnam War. His family would receive lifetime benefits if he did not survive. The veteran's wife said that some of the men involved are in the military service already. CBS learned that they are being offered financial bonuses and may be pulled out of their current units to take part in the enterprise. The mission, which is said to have White House approval, is scheduled to go forward beginning in April. Neither the CIA nor the Defense Department would comment on the report. Daniel Ortega brought Nicaragua's case to the UN Security Council on March 25. We are willing to improve the climate of relations with the United States on the basis of mutual respect and unconditional recognition of our right to self-determination, said Ortega. He reiterated Nicaragua's support for bilateral and regional peace negotiations and called on the United States to put a stop to using Honduras as a 115 base for armed aggressions and terrorist operations, to counter revolutionary training camps in U.S. territory, to the traffic in arms and counter-revolutionaries between the territory of the United States and Honduras, to U.S. participation in financing, training, and organizing Contra forces, to the presence of U.S. warships off Nicaragua's coasts, and to the flights of spy planes that violate Nicaragua's airspace. UN Ambassador Jean Kirkpatrick assumed the role of psychiatrist. The government of Nicaragua has accused the United States of the kinds of political behavior of which it is guilty. These charges, as extravagant as they are baseless, are an interesting example of projection, a psychological operation in which one's own feelings and intentions are simultaneously denied and attributed, that is, projected to someone else. Hostility, Kirkpatrick continued, is the dominant emotion, and projection the key mechanism of the paranoid style of politics which, much to our regret, has characterized the political behavior of the Sandinista leadership. The principal object of Sandinista hostility, I further regret to say, is the government and people of the United States. The U.S. government, she lied, did not oppose the Sandinista rise to power. It has not attempted to prevent its consolidation. The U.S. government gave the Sandinistas moral and political support in the crucial phases of the Civil War. Happy face, real-world U.S. policy was elaborated in a secret April 1982 NSC document, U.S. Policy in Central America and Cuba through fiscal year 1984. Exposed in the press a year later, the document spelled out the goal of preventing the proliferation of Cuba model states in Central America. In Nicaragua, the Sandinistas are under increased pressure as a result of our covert efforts and because of the poor state of their economy. But, the NSC warned, we continue to have serious difficulties with U.S. public and congressional opinion, which jeopardizes our ability to stay the course. International opinion, particularly in Europe and Mexico, continues to work against our policies. The administration must step up efforts to co-opt the negotiations issue to avoid congressionally mandated negotiations, which would work against our interests. Opposition from Congress, the public, and U.S. allies was just another obstacle to overcome. The goal of negotiations was better public relations, not improved relations with Nicaragua. The news wasn't all bad for the administration on the public opinion front. At the annual corporate briefing session sponsored by the Association of American Chambers of Commerce in Latin America, ACLA, and the Council of the Americas, an association of U.S. corporations with investments in Latin America, R. Bruce Cuthbertson, ACLA's regional vice president for Central America, declared, "There is no future in Nicaragua unless the Sandinistas are thrown out. The entire future of Central America depended on it," he said. The warm remarks for repressive governments throughout the region made clear that those assembled were concerned with corporate freedom, not political freedom. "I honestly believe," said Stanley Urban, president of the Haitian American Chamber of Commerce and Industry, "that a dictatorship is the best form of government for these people Haitians. There are 6 million illiterates on that island. Think. 116. What the Ruskies could do there." He said, "There's more democracy for business in Haiti than for business in the United States. In Haiti, labor was cheap and disciplined at a daily minimum wage of $2.64. In other words," he exclaimed, "the whole country is virtually a free trade zone." Transition. A secret July 1982 Defense Intelligence Agency report, leaked in 1983, examined events in Nicaragua. Since March 14, 1982, insurgency has become increasingly more widespread, stated the DIA report without mentioning the U.S. role in supporting the Contras. Although the present level of activity does not pose a military threat to the Sandinista regime, it is likely to escalate in the months ahead as opposition to the present leadership grows. After noting that insurgent activity increased significantly at the end of December in the northern Atlantic coast, contrary to Bobby Inman's assertions at the slide briefing, the report stated that a new wave of guerrilla activity was initiated with the sabotaging of the two bridges in March. In response to these incidents and allegations that U.S.-backed forces were planning to invade Nicaragua, the government decreed a state of national emergency. In the 100-day period from March 14 to June 21, at least 106 insurgent incidents occurred within Nicaragua. Among the types of operations the DIA described were attacks by small guerrilla bands on individual Sandinista soldiers, and the assassination of minor government officials and a Cuban advisor. Without skipping a beat, the report listed the next type of operation: burning of a customs warehouse, buildings belonging to the Ministry of Construction, and crops. Assassination was not treated as anything out of the ordinary. The report did engage in a partial cover-up, though, by apparently counting teachers, including a Cuban teacher, health workers, and other victims as minor government officials and a Cuban advisor. Since the 1970s, presidential executive orders have prohibited assassination. President Reagan's order of December 4, 1981 states, "No person employed by or acting on behalf of the United States government shall engage in, or conspire to engage in assassination." The U.S.-backed Contras were clearly engaging in assassination with the knowledge of U.S. intelligence. The DIA characterized the FDN as the largest, best organized, and most effective of the anti-government insurgent groups and noted it was led by ex-Somoza National Guard officers. The report also described a non-FDN September 15 Legion faction led by Tino Perez and other ex-guardsmen as a terrorist group. The Legion claimed credit for the December 1981 bombing of a Nicaraguan civilian airlines, Aeronica, Boeing 727 in Mexico City, the October 1981 hijacking of a Costa Rican airliner and the February 1982 explosion of a bomb unloaded from a Honduran aircraft at Managua's International Airport. The DIA report concluded, there are no indications that any of these groups pose a serious military threat to the present Sandinista leadership or that there are 117 any serious unification efforts underway. However, the April 15 defection by such a popular and charismatic revolutionary hero as Eden Pastora could influence some members of these groups, particularly dissident Sandinistas, to join him in forming an umbrella group. Regardless, anti-government insurgency is likely to continue to escalate in the months ahead. Whether it will succeed eventually in overthrowing the government will depend largely on successful unification efforts, the extent of popular support received both from within and outside Nicaragua, and the effectiveness of Sandinista counterinsurgency operations. The DIA report never mentioned arms interdiction. As former Contra spokesman Edgar Chamorro explained to the World Court, 1982 was a year of transition for the FDN. From a collection of small, disorganized and ineffectual bands of ex-National Guardsmen, the FDN grew into a well-organized, well-armed, well-equipped, and well-trained fighting force of approximately 4,000 men capable of inflicting great harm on Nicaragua. This was due entirely to the CIA, which organized, armed, equipped, trained, and supplied us. Chamorro said that after the initial recruitment of ex-guardsmen from throughout the region, to serve as officers or commanders of military units, efforts were made to recruit foot soldiers for the force from inside Nicaragua. Some Nicaraguans joined the force voluntarily, either because of dissatisfaction with the Nicaraguan government, family ties with leaders of the force, promises of food, clothing, boots, and weapons, or a combination of these reasons. Many other members of the force were recruited forcibly. FDN units would arrive at an undefended village, assemble all the residents in the town square and then proceed to kill in full view of the others all persons suspected of working for the Nicaraguan government or the FSLN, including police, local militia members, party members, health workers, teachers, and farmers from government-sponsored cooperatives. In this atmosphere, it was not difficult to persuade those able-bodied men left alive to return with the FDN units to their base camps in Honduras and enlist in the force. This was, unfortunately, a widespread practice that accounted for many recruits. Chamorro told me he often heard stories about forced recruiting. In Jinotega, For example, there was a Contra commander known as El Tigrelo, Little Tiger. He had a reputation of being a rapist, recruiting people by force, a very abusive person. There were other commanders who had the reputation of intimidating people. If you don't join, we kill you. The intimidation and torment did not end once a Nicaraguan was recruited. Chamorro explained how the FDN used a lot of physical punishment on young recruits, to scare them. They used to tie people to trees, like you read about in cartoons. It's true. When I got there in January 1983, I heard a lot of stories like that. There was this crazy commander who used to tie people and intimidate people, or bury people alive up to their head. I mean all kinds of strange things, even mentally, psychologically abnormal characters, pathological things. And strange tortures I heard about. Slowly you hear. They tend to deny this to look like good people, but many are psychopaths or misfits of all kinds. How do I know that? Because I talk to people. Some of the leaders, they don't want to know what's going on. They just want to be in Washington or Miami. 118. Make short visits. They close their eyes, they don't want to find out. But I'm a fella who used to mix with people a lot. I used to spend more time at the bases. Some of these State Department propagandists have all the answers. They tend to say, why don't they just run away? Because it's hard to run away, you have to wait for a good night or a place where you feel safe, you're not afraid. So many people are killed. They worry that the Sandinista cell might think he's a traitor. It's very complex and each person responds according to his fears or his beliefs. Most people, once they are caught, they tend to stay. It's hard to get out. There are many like that. How many? I can't be specific, or give a percentage, but in some areas they were saying that was the norm. There were people who also see an opportunity to get goods like boots, clothing, weapons that make them feel strong or powerful. So, they grab that, they feel good about it. Besides the people recruited forcibly, or those who joined out of personal hostility towards the Sandinistas, or fear of the future, or because their relatives were with the Contras, Chamorro described another group of recruits. They are just adventurers, that join anything that goes by and promises a new, better life, or they believe the US is going to give them more things later, or some are just bored with their life there. And they see an opportunity to leave their wife with children like they've done before. The Contras reportedly also recruited unemployed Hondurans registered trademark. The Wrong War. On March 25, 1982, the U.S. Argentine-Honduran tripartite was shaken by a different kind of Argentine military operation, the effort to assert Argentine sovereignty over the Malvinas Islands known as the Falklands under British rule. As Southcom's General Nutting put it, the Argentine-British War was the wrong war in the wrong place at the wrong time with the wrong participants. The U.S. Argentine alliance in Central America was a casualty of the war. Argentine President Galtieri thought Washington would acquiesce to the Malvinas/Falklands takeover in the interest of their budding security relationship. Secretary Haig tried shuttle diplomacy to avert war between Buenos Aires and London, and when that failed, the United States sided with the British. Kirkpatrick had argued against the administration siding openly with the British. Haig reportedly accused Kirkpatrick of being mentally and emotionally incapable of thinking clearly on this issue because of her close links with the Latins. Kirkpatrick called Haig and his aides Brits in American clothes and derided Haig's belief that eventually the Latins will come whoring after us because they are, for the most part, right-wing juntas, and right-wing juntas don't rest well in bed with communists. On May 29, the OAS voted to condemn the British attack, and urged that the United States halt aid to Britain and respect the principle of inter-American con. 119. Continental solidarity under the Rio Treaty. Nicaragua was a staunch supporter of Argentine sovereignty and Cuban-Argentine relations warmed considerably as Argentina looked to other Third World nations for solidarity. The war ended on June 14 with a British military victory. In the wake of that national disgrace, the Argentine military dictatorship gave way to an elected government. Top military leaders were tried and punished for crimes in the domestic dirty war. As the mothers of the disappeared declared during their regular vigil at the Plaza del Mayo in Buenos Aires, the Malvinas are ours and so are the disappeared. We've lost our proxy in Central America, a U.S. official lamented. We've lost our spear carrier. Registered trademark. Before ceding power, the Argentine military began to withdraw their Contra advisors. But Argentine support was not disbanded completely until civilian President Raúl Alfonsín took office in December 1983. Meanwhile, Washington gained another spear carrier, Eden Pastora. Pastora's Southern Front. In July 1981, Eden Pastora resigned his posts as National Chief of the People's Militia and Deputy Minister of Defense and went underground, explaining, "I am going to the trenches where the duty of being an internationalist fighter leads me." The Sandinista leadership did not condone Pastora's actions, but they did not expect him to resurface later with his guns pointed at the Nicaraguan government. Pastora tried collaborating with the Guatemalan revolutionary movement, but the Guatemalans ended up rejecting him because of his political and ideological inconsistency, and his lack of revolutionary commitment. By December, Pastora was in contact with U.S. officials. In the spring of 1982, a U.S. diplomat in Central America could say, "We're really pulling for Comandante Ciro Pastora's nom de guerre. There's no doubt about it. I don't know if we're giving him money, but I wouldn't be surprised if we were. He's our boy." Registered trademark. Pastora resurfaced in Costa Rica on April 15, 1982, denouncing the Sandinista leadership and vowing to overthrow them. Christopher Dickey, an admirer of Pastora, wrote then, "Pastora, 45, condemned the bourgeois style of the 9 powerful members of the ruling Sandinista Front's National Directorate, even though he was known for his own extravagant style in the first year after the revolution, and today he wore a diamond ring and a gold watch." Registered trademark. Pastora accused the Sandinistas of dragging Nicaragua into the East-West conflict and portrayed himself not as an ally of the Somocista Contras, but as the authentic voice of a betrayed Nicaraguan revolution. For Nicaraguans, Pastora was the moral equivalent of Benedict Arnold, the American Revolutionary War general who became a traitor serving the British. The FSLN Directorate called Pastora a deserter, comparing him to past figures who preferred to ally with the enemy invader with no concern for the national sovereignty of Nicaragua. Registered trademark. 2 days after Pastora's San Jose press conference. 120. Several thousand demonstrators gathered in Managua to condemn the traitor Pastora. By July, Pastora's alliance with Alfonso Robelo and Arturo Cruz was widely known. Pastora dreamed of serving as president of Nicaragua. After the ouster of the Nicaraguan government, he expected to serve as head of state and commander-in-chief. After 6 months, Nicaraguans would elect a constituent assembly. General elections would take place 1 year later. Registered trademark. Pastora would presumably run. The Revolutionary Democratic Alliance, RDA, was formed in September by Pastora's Revolutionary Sandino Front, Robelo's MDN, Fernando El Negro Chamorro's UDN FARN and Brooklyn Rivera's faction of Misura, known by the old name Misura Sada. Rivera had been second in command to Stedman Fagoth until he split in 1982. Describing himself as once closer than a brother to Fagoth, Rivera claimed that by 1982 Fagoth had become psychopathic and totally blinded and sick with power and personal ambition. In 1984, Rivera accused Fagoth of allying with the dirtiest, most assassinating right-wing elements of the Honduran army, choosing the dirtiest Somatists expelled from the FDN for thievery and murder as his protective godfathers. Registered trademark. The chief of Misura's military operations was quoted in September 1984 saying, "I love killing, I have been killing for the past 7 years. There's nothing I like better. If I could, I'd kill several people a day." Registered trademark. While its public image and documented record is better than Misura's, Rivera's forces also committed atrocities. In the summer of 1983, they kidnapped Thomas Hunter, a Creole who headed a fishing cooperative in southern Zelaya. Rivera's troops took Hunter to their camp in nearby Punta Fusel and after protracted torture finally killed him, but not before cutting off his ears and forcing him to eat them. Registered trademark Pastora proclaimed independence from the United States even as he and Arde grew more dependent upon CIA support. For CIA Latin America Division Chief Dewey Claridge, Pastora had been a walking, breathing target of opportunity. Early in 1982, Claridge put a proposition to Pastora. He would help make Pastora the star of the Second Revolution as he had been the star of the First. Registered trademark Pastora's stage would be his old stomping grounds, the Southern Front and its Costa Rican sanctuary. He also had a diplomatic front, the social democratic governments of Europe and Latin America who Washington hoped would support Pastora over the Sandinistas. In July 1982, Donald Gregg, then head of the NSC Intelligence Directorate responsible for all covert action projects, prepared a new draft presidential finding to cover the provision of financial and material support, training, and arms for Pastora's forces which were clearly targeting the Nicaraguan government and not supposed Salvadoran arms supply routes. It was decided that the existing finding was broad enough to protect his anti-Somocista and nationalist image. Pastora's arrangement with Washington was as deniable as possible, for as long as possible. Pastora's secret marriage of convenience with the FDN was always shaky. The Somocistas didn't like Pastora and his allies, Cruz and Robelo. Pastora didn't like 121. The Somocistas. He wanted the former Guardia removed. They wanted him to be a puppet or they wanted him dead. Bermudez and Lau used to talk none too discreetly, about how they wanted to kill Pastora and Alfonso Robelo. Happy face, Washington counseled togetherness until Pastora came to be seen as a disappointing prima donna. Then more people wanted him dead. 6. Fire, smoke, and mirrors. Compared to the statements and actions that are coming out of Washington, it seems they must be using our reports as toilet paper. We've pointed out the distortions time and time again and been totally ignored or told to shut up. U.S. Embassy official in Nicaragua, April 1982. Everything you do to destroy a Marxist regime is moral. 2. General Gustavo Alvarez, chief of the Honduran army until March 1984. The FDN amassed a long record of atrocities against Nicaraguan citizens and little public support inside or outside the country. Father James Feltz, a Milwaukee native, is a witness to Contra atrocities. He was pastor of Bacana de Paiwas in the Matagalpa region when an FDN band invaded on March 3, 1982. We were meeting with the Catholic Action Committee when 7 armed men walked in, pointed their guns at us, and intimidated the whole group of Christians there. They told us that if we had anything to do with the revolutionary process it'd go hard on us indeed. And after harassing, threatening, and intimidating everybody, they bragged that they had just killed the town judge. One of them had a great deal of blood on his shirt. The murdered judge's name was Emiliano Perez Abando, and was a delegate of the Word of God Church lay preacher in the parish of Paiwas. They said they'd left him to die not far away, but that anyone who went to help him was under sentence of death. Feltz and another priest found Emiliano wounded and dying. His body was still warm, but he was near death. We had hoped that if we could get him to a doctor or a hospital we might be able to save his life. We borrowed a car and raced away. 123. 124. On the way to Rio Blanco, Emiliano died in my arms. He had 10 kids and another on the way. It was terribly hard for me to have to go and tell his widow that this courageous person was dead. His murder was a very heavy blow for the whole population of the parish, the town, and all the villages of the region. He was admired by many people. This was my first close contact with the Contras in all their savage brutality. I could see the Contras didn't have any trace of humanity left. I saw how they boasted of having murdered this person, and how they enjoyed intimidating people. I saw how they'd enjoyed murdering Emiliano. In another case, on October 28 in the northern region of El Jaquero Mora, 5 armed men dressed in blue FDN uniforms broke down the door of the house where Maria Bustillo, 57, was living with her husband, Ricardo, a delegate of the ward, and 5 of their children. The intruders ordered everyone to the floor, face down, and warned that whoever moved would be killed. After striking Ricardo and kicking the children, they tied them up 2 by 2 and led them away, telling Maria, "Careful you old bitch, you're going to find out tomorrow." When Maria went out the next morning to look for HDR family, she found her 5 children dead, about 50 yards from the house. They were all cut up. Their ears were pulled off, their noses and other parts were cut off. Her husband Ricardo was found dead in a nearby town along with another man, Raúl Moreno. They were also left broken up. He had false teeth and they took them, his arms were broken and his hands were cut up. After the massacre, Maria took refuge in El Jaquero. El Jaquero would be attacked twice in 1983. A Nicaraguan businessman opposed to the Sandinistas observed, "You can give the guardsmen expensive American equipment and new uniforms, but they still behave like guardsmen. You ask people to choose between Sandinists and Somosists and they can't choose the guard." Target Jalapa. Edgar Chamorro testified to the World Court that by the end of 1982, the FDN was ready to launch our first major military offensive designed to take and hold Nicaraguan territory, which the CIA was urging us to do. Our principal objective was the town of Jalapa, in northern Nicaragua. More than 1,000 of our fighters were involved, and we used light artillery, mortars, supplied by the CIA, in combat for the first time. Although we inflicted casualties on the Sandinistas and caused substantial destruction in Jalapa and other neighboring towns, our offensive was repulsed and we were forced to retreat to Honduras and regroup without having accomplished our objective. The Beak of Jalapa is an area of northwest Nicaragua surrounded on 3 sides by Honduras. It appeared an easy target for Contra Plan C, described by captured FDN commander Pedro Javier El Muerto, the dead man, Núñez Cabezas. Take Jalapa, declare it a liberated zone and install a provisional government. End. 125. Ask for military aid from friendly governments such as the United States, Honduras, and Argentina. Small FDN bands had made prior assaults in the region. Before July 1982, there were 120 villages in the mountains and valleys outside the town of Jalapa. As contra-attacks increased, peasants abandoned most of the surrounding villages and swelled Jalapa's population to more than double its normal 9,000 inhabitants. Crops of corn, beans, rice, and coffee were lost, straining food supplies and cutting export revenues. Lisa Fitzgerald, a nun and former Assistant Attorney General in Massachusetts, lived in Jalapa during 1982 and 1983. She went to help teach Nicaraguans and ended up having to educate Americans about the war their government was waging. By July 1982, said Fitzgerald, incursions by contrabands from Honduras began to make trips into the mountain areas very dangerous. We could no longer travel without an armed escort. After August of that year, travel was made impossible. Several months later, all of us, each nun and priest working in Jalapa, were named on the Contra radio station and threatened if we continued to participate in the national literacy program. Contra attacks multiplied. On September 22, for example, a veterinarian and an accountant working for the Ministry of Agrarian Reform were ambushed on the road from Jalapa to Ocotal. Contras cut their throats. On October 15, Contras dragged Cruz Arusha from his home in Since where he was a farmer. Delegate of the ward, health worker, and adult education promoter. His mutilated body was found a day later. On November 15, Contras forcibly assembled the community of La Ceiba to watch as 4 farmers were tortured, shot and had their heads blown off by a grenade. During November and December an estimated 400 men, women, and children were abducted to Honduras. In January, Contras kidnapped an entire coffee-picking crew of 60 people defended mainly by border guard troops and local militia. Jalapa withstood the late 1982 offensive. 4 other attempts to take the town between March and June 1983 also failed. But many more civilians were murdered or kidnapped. Lisa Fitzgerald recorded 337 abductions from January through June 1, 1983. Of these, 37 persons escaped. I interviewed 5 of them, all were forced to carry equipment for the Contras. They reported some of their friends were shot immediately after they were abducted and others were taken to Honduras. Base country Honduras. There were more than 100 U.S. advisors in Honduras by March 1982. In April, the chief of the Honduran Army, General Gustavo Alvarez, said that his country would agree to U.S. intervention in Central America if it were the only way to preserve peace. Registered trademark at month's end, Honduras rejected Nicaragua's offer of a bilateral non-aggression treaty and denied that Honduran territory was harboring counter-revolutionary groups. 126. St plus or minus i.e. Contras escalated cross-border attacks during July and August. The United States and Honduras held military exercises and built a permanent military base at Durzuna, about 25 miles from the Nicaraguan border. U.S. troops left behind most of their equipment for the Contras when the exercises ended. By the end of 1982, Honduras hosted more than 150 CIA agents. Registered trademark. A Honduran officer summed up his country's proxy role this way: the US will supply all the arms, equipment, and body bags that we need, and all we have to do is supply the bodies. Honduras was also a US proxy in El Salvador's war. In March 1981, for example, Honduran soldiers blocked Salvadoran refugees from crossing the Lempa River into Honduras as they were being bombed by the Salvadoran Air Force. About 200 people, mostly women and children, were killed. In November and December, the Honduran army allowed Salvadoran soldiers to raid refugee camps in La Virtud. In June 1982, Honduras and El Salvador launched a series of hammer and anvil operations along their border to trap Salvadoran guerrillas and would-be refugees. The Honduran army played a crucial logistical role as Contra operations expanded. It moved supplies to the border by truck, where sometimes the Contras would pay individuals $10 a kilometer to carry them, sometimes loaded on mules, into Nicaragua. At times the Honduran army pounded Nicaragua with mortar fire to cover Contra forces. Nicaragua accused the United States of trying to provoke war with Honduras as a pretext for overthrowing the Nicaraguan government. In September 1982, Venezuela, in a policy shift, joined Mexico in urging that Nicaragua, Honduras, and the United States take swift diplomatic action to prevent the outbreak of regional war. The U.S. Congress expressed interest and President Reagan paid the initiative the usual lip service. In October, United Nations members angered Washington by electing Nicaragua to one of the rotating seats on the Security Council. On November 4, Nicaragua declared a military emergency zone in 5 northern border provinces experiencing daily attacks. Around the same time, Newsweek published a dramatic cover story, "America's Secret War Target, Nicaragua." Some 20 Argentine advisors were still on the scene, but it was clearly Washington's war. CIA Director Casey personally inspected the operation. Ambassador Negroponte ran it. Contras called him the boss. Negroponte is the spearhead, declared a Washington insider. He was sent down there by Haig and Enders to carry out the operation without any qualms of conscience. Honduras' first civilian president in many years, Roberto Suazo, elected in November 1981, was only the nominal head of state. Alvarez was the official commander-in-chief and de facto Honduran leader. He shared power with Negroponte, not Suazo. An aide to Alvarez said of Alvarez and Negroponte, "They both run the army, although only one of them has the title for that job." As a member of the Honduran military command put it, Negroponte and Alvarez discuss what should be done, and then Alvarez does what Negroponte tells him to. The economy was also a joint venture. During President Suazo's January 1982 inauguration, a messenger delivered a 4-page letter from the U.S. Embassy, encouraging a prompt revitalization of the ailing economy. The letter, using the IM-127 Parative form of Spanish, directed the government of Honduras to take 11 specific actions, such as reducing taxes on mining companies and lifting some price controls. The government dutifully complied with many of the demands. In return for shares of its sovereignty, Honduras received increased U.S. military and economic assistance through 1985, $47.5 million in 1981, $112 million in 1982, $145.2 million in 1983, $171.5 million in 1984 and $282.6 million in 1985, second only to Haiti in hemispheric poverty. The Honduran people did not benefit as the country was transformed into a bananas and banana republic. We live in a formal democracy. We have the forms of a democratic system, but we don't have a real, working democracy, said Christian Democratic leader Efren Diaz. The military has not diminished its influence. It has become stronger. Congress has become a rubber stamp. The country has lost all autonomy in foreign affairs. This country has become an occupied country. A base of military operations for the U.S. It is increasingly difficult, he said, to have a dissident view here. It means being called communist. Dissidents risked death. Alvarez professionalized the nascent Honduran death squad network linked to the World Anti-Communist League affiliate CAL with the help of Argentine advisors during 1980 and 1981. In the Honduran version of Dirty War, students, professors, union leaders, and other alleged subversives were tortured and murdered. A death squad member called Efren explained one method of body disposal: we got people, killed them, put their bodies aboard helicopters, and threw them in the Rio Sumpul, the river dividing part of Honduras and El Salvador, in an area of intense fighting between the Salvadoran army and the Salvadoran guerrillas to make it look like the Salvadorans did it. Before dumping them, we would remove all ID and put Salvadoran coins in their pockets. Body dumps, like those in El Salvador, appeared for the first time in 1981, and human rights groups cited Honduras for gross abuses. The so-called disappeared, retorted Alvarez, are probably subversives who are in Cuba and Nicaragua training to come back and subvert the fatherland. Dr. Ramon Custodio, president of the Committee for the Defense of Human Rights in Honduras, CODE, and former president of the Medical College in Tegucigalpa, scoffed at the idea the Reagan administration was defending democracy in Honduras. Asked why he put himself at personal risk leading the human rights organization, he said, "It's my duty to defend human rights. I'd hate to be having in this country and be silent and be in the position of the many German people when Hitler came to power." Jorge Arturo Reyna, a leader of the Honduran Liberal People's Alliance, ALIPO, and a former chancellor of the National University, saw the United States crushing the aspirations of Central Americans in its campaign to restore the Praetorian Guard of Somoza. He observed, "From more war we will have more poverty, more destruction, more backwardness." Reagan calls it America's backyard. It is a yard plagued by misery, hunger, and poverty. It's not a garden. It's a desert that can be turned into a cemetery. Registered trademark Newsweek portrayed the Contra operation as out of control, having escalated far beyond Washington's original intentions to interdict weapons and support. 128. Nicaraguan moderates. It made Negroponte the fall guy for a potential Bay of Pigs. Despite its flaws, the Newsweek piece brought millions more Americans in on the increasingly open secret of Washington's war on Nicaragua. The growing public worry was not another Bay of Pigs but another Vietnam. FDN facelift. Edgar Chamorro was working as a commodities broker for Cargill Corporation and part-time staffer for the FDN's political junta when he was approached by CIA officer Steve Davis in November 1982. Davis asked him to join a new FDN political directorate. Over lunch near Chamorro's home in Key Biscayne, Florida, Davis told Chamorro that he was speaking in the name of the President of the United States, who wants to get rid of the Sandinistas. Davis explained to me that the FDN had a bad image in the United States, and particularly among members of the Congress, because it was perceived as an organization of ex-National Guardsmen. He told me that in order to maintain the support of the Congress for the C.I.A.'s activities it was necessary to replace the political junta with a group of prominent Nicaraguan civilians who had no ties with the National Guard or the Somoza government. Davis left without asking me to make a commitment. He told me I would be contacted again in the near future. Later that month, Davis telephoned me and asked me to have dinner with him in his hotel suite at the Holiday Inn in Miami. When I arrived, Davis introduced me to another CIA man, who used the name Tony Feldman. Feldman was introduced as Davis' superior from Washington. Feldman told me that the CIA had decided on a 7-member political directorate for the FDN because any larger group would be unmanageable. He said that I had been selected as one of the 7, and he asked me to accept. He told me that the United States government was prepared to give its full backing to the FDN so that, by the end of December 1983, we would be marching into Managua to take over the Nicaraguan government. Chamorro agreed to join. On December 7, 1982, he met with U.S. officials and other directorate members at the Four Ambassadors Hotel in Miami to rehearse a press conference for the following day. Chamorro met FDN military chief Enrique Bermudez for the first time. Tony Feldman, also known as Philip Mason, was accompanied by CIA officer Joe Fernandez, alias Tomas Castillo. As Chamorro described it, Feldman introduced 2 lawyers from Washington who briefed us on the Neutrality Act. Feldman was worried we were going to tell the press that we were trying to overthrow the Sandinistas, which, of course, is exactly what we wanted to do. He emphasized that we should say instead that we were trying to create conditions for democracy. Various questions were rehearsed. If asked about funding, Feldman advised, "Say your sources want to remain confidential." The CIA men agreed there was no fire, smoke, and me tours 129. Way to finesse the question: have you had any contact with U.S. government officials? The Contra leaders were told to lie and say, no. The press conference was held at the Hilton Conference Center in Ft. Lauderdale to avoid the risk of anti-war demonstrations in Miami. Leonardo Samarriba, one of Jorge Salazar's co-conspirators, worked with CIA officials in arranging the press conference and organizing the directorate. Chamorro read the FDN Statement of Principles and Goals. We, the Directorate of the Nicaraguan Democratic Force, commit ourselves to guide and support this effort of the Nicaraguan people to salvage our sacred patriotic honor, offering for this purpose all-out industry, dedication, and if necessary, our very lives. The Nicaraguans hadn't written the final statement, including the part about offering up their lives. Chamorro explained that the draft he co-authored with other Nicaraguans was misty about the right to private property, and it was very anti-communist. Fernandez, Castillo, didn't like it. "Shit, who wrote this?" said Fernandez. "It sounds like all you want is to get back what you lost. You have to write something more progressive, more political. We'll get someone from Washington to help you." That's when George was called in. George was John Mallet, who served as deputy and then chief of the CIA station in Honduras. "The Americans, I began to realize," said Chamorro, "like to make all the crucial decisions. The CIA's carefully packaged new Contra front still embraced Somocistas." Besides Chamorro, the directorate included ex-National Guard officer Enrique Bermudez, Alfonso Callejas, a vice president under Somoza and uncle of Alfonso Rabello, active in church affairs, Marcos Zeledon, a former leader of COSEP and manager of Quaker Oats of Nicaragua, Indalecio Rodriguez, a conservative intellectual and former rector of the Central America University, and Lucia Cardenal de Salazar, the widow of Jorge Salazar and sister-in-law of Alfonso Rabello. The CIA men, said Chamorro, wanted at all costs to have a woman on the directorate. They thought that would improve the Contra's human rights image. José Francisco Cardenal was not selected. It was clear, said Chamorro, they didn't want Cardenal because he didn't get along with Bermudez. When he wasn't named, Cardenal quit Contra politics and later took up selling life insurance in Miami. Chamorro told the World Court that in January 1983, at the direction of Joe Fernandez, whom he knew as Castillo, we put out a 12-point peace initiative drafted by the CIA, which essentially demanded the surrender of the Sandinista government. I thought this was premature, but Castillo insisted that it be done to get the FDN favorable publicity. Meanwhile, Adolfo Calero was added to the directorate. According to Chamorro, Calero had been working for the CIA in Nicaragua for a long time. He served as, among other things, a conduit of funds from the United States Embassy to various student and labor organizations. Feldman had told me that the CIA was bringing him out of Nicaragua, to serve on the F.D.N.S. political directorate. Each of us in the directorate, Chamorro explained, was tasked to act as a link between the CIA and the sector we were assigned to represent inside Nicaragua. 130. We were used as conduits of financial support from the CIA to groups in Nicaragua, such as private sector organizations and political parties, and as conduits of information from those sectors back to the CIA. The CIA wanted the FDN to be the official opposition group. Boland I, flashing yellow light. The arms interdiction fiction had worn thin by the spring of 1982. Growing Contra forces were being outfitted with U.S. financed equipment through Honduran military depots and were paid a subsistence fee of $23 per month, according to CIA officials. More members of Congress questioned the program. A former lobbyist for administration policy acknowledged, it was hard to spell out what we wanted to Congress. They wouldn't have gone for it then. Happy face, Casey misled the intelligence committees, claiming that Contra forces had swelled because Nicaraguans were recruiting themselves to fight the Sandinistas. Administration cover stories didn't jibe. Congress was also told the operation was forced to employ more ex-guardsmen than had been planned because they were the only ones who wanted to fight. The administration rewrote the Contra plot in July. It leaked a State Department policy paper advocating a major expansion of the Contras and increased military aid to Honduras and Costa Rica on the grounds that Nicaragua was receiving massive arms shipments from the Soviet Union. We responded positively, recalled Michael Barnes, former chairman of the House Subcommittee on Inter-American Affairs. There was some exaggeration, but there was a real threat. The Sandinistas said they were doing it because the United States wanted to overthrow them, and I told them, we aren't going to do that, you're just paranoid. In August, the intelligence committees attempted to leash the covert operation to its alleged goal of arms interdiction. The classified annex of the 1983 Intelligence Authorization Act prohibited U.S. aid for the purpose of overthrowing the government of Nicaragua or provoking a military exchange between Nicaragua and Honduras. It was not designed to cut off the covert war, but to control it. In the fall, the administration fashioned a new cover for the war, harassing and punishing Nicaragua in order to convince the Sandinistas to stop exporting revolution. This would later be changed to pressuring the Sandinistas to negotiate. On December 8, FDN chief Enrique Bermudez repudiated the still lingering arms interdiction rationale while paying lip service to the stated U.S. concern for democracy. It is not acceptable to us to carry out missions to interdict Cuban and Russian supply lines to El Salvador. We are Nicaraguans and our objective is to overthrow the communists and install a democratic government in our country. That same day, Congress debated an amendment offered by then Rep. Tom Harkin, DIA, to prohibit U.S. assistance to any group involved in paramilitary actions against Nicaragua. House Intelligence Committee Chairman Edward Boland, 131. DMA, offered the previously classified committee measure as a less restrictive substitute. With the support of the Republican leadership, the Boland Amendment passed unanimously. It was signed into law on December 21, remaining in effect until December 8, 1983. None of the funds provided in this act may be used by the Central Intelligence Agency or the Department of Defense to furnish military equipment, military training, or advice, or other support for military activities, to any group or individual, not part of a country's armed forces, for the purpose of overthrowing the government of Nicaragua or provoking a military exchange between Nicaragua and Honduras. Boland provided a vehicle for continuing covert operations against Nicaragua, and the administration gladly took him for a ride. There were always two tracks, a CIA official explained, the publicly stated CIA objective of interdicting weapons to Salvadoran guerrillas, and the overthrow of the Sandinista government. In answer to an inquiry by the General Accounting Office, the Department of Defense, DOD, General Counsel William H. Taft IV contended that Boland referred to the purpose of U.S. government agencies, not the purpose of the individuals and groups receiving assistance from these agencies. Therefore it is not legally relevant under the Boland Amendment whether the government of Nicaragua is in fact eventually overthrown, or whether an exchange between Nicaragua and Honduras takes place. What is relevant is the immediate motive or purpose for which the assistance is provided, not the long-term intent of those who are assisted. Assistance provided to pressure Nicaragua to cease its intervention in El Salvador even if it resulted in the fall of the present regime would not contravene the Boland Amendment, while assistance given to overthrow that regime, even if totally ineffective or actually counterproductive, would violate this statute. Dodd argued that the letter and spirit of the law was being observed because if the House meant to cover the purposes of the groups receiving aid then it would not have rejected the Harkin Amendment. To suggest that the Harkin Amendment was somehow incorporated into the spirit of the Boland Amendment is untenable. The administration continued to officially deny its purpose was to overthrow the Nicaraguan government, and Congress didn't hold it accountable to off-the-record admissions of intent or for actions that clearly contradicted its denials. Before the Boland Amendment, said Edgar Chamorro, CIA agents spoke openly and confidently about replacing the government in Managua. Thereafter, if any of us ever said anything publicly about overthrowing the Nicaraguan government, we would be visited immediately by a CIA official who would say, "That's not the language we want you to use." But our goal, and that of the CIA as well, as we were repeatedly assured in private, was to overthrow the government of Nicaragua. It was never our objective to stop the supposed flow of arms, of which we never saw any evidence in the first place. The public statements by United States government officials about the arms flow, we were told by the CIA agents with whom we worked, were necessary to maintain the support of the Congress and should not be taken seriously by us. Happy Face, 132. U.S. punishment of Nicaragua translated into terrorism. On December 23, 1982, Nicaraguan Interior Minister Tomás Borga presented evidence of an aborted contra-urban terror plan called Bitter Christmas, C4 plastic explosive packed into flashlights and children's lunch boxes for detonation in supermarkets, movie theaters, and buses on Christmas Eve as FDN forces continued their offensive in the Jalapa region. 5 Missouri columns of 125 men each crossed from Honduras into Nicaragua on December 30 on a mission to capture the strategic seaport of Puerto Cabezas. Another group sabotaged port installations. The plan was to capture the port and hold it until the U.S.-backed Honduran military airlifted in reinforcements and a provisional government was installed. It failed when the Nicaraguan army intercepted and scattered the main attack forces. Buying guns and journalists. Edgar Chamorro worked full-time for the FDN from January 1983 until June 1984. He remained on the political directorate until November 1984. When he was ousted for speaking too openly about contra-human rights abuses. Chamorro was put in charge of FDN public relations because of his background in the field and his relatively moderate credentials. "We wanted to set up highly visible headquarters in a shopping center or office building," he told the World Court, but the CIA did not like the idea. They said it would become a target for demonstrations or violence. They insisted that we take an elegant suite at the David Williams Hotel in Coral Gables, Florida, which the CIA paid for. At the end of January, the CIA instructed Chamorro to relocate to Tegucigalpa, Honduras to run the FDN's new communications office. The CIA station in Honduras gave me money, in cash, to hire several writers, reporters, and technicians to prepare a monthly bulletin called Commandos, to run a clandestine radio station, and to write press releases. Bribing reporters was part of Chamorro's job. I also received money from the CIA to bribe Honduran journalists and broadcasters to write and speak favorably about the FDN and to attack the government of Nicaragua and call for its overthrow. Approximately 15 Honduran journalists and broadcasters were on the C.I.A.'s payroll, and our influence was thereby extended to every major Honduran newspaper and radio and television station. Chamorro learned from CIA colleagues that the same tactic was employed in Costa Rica in an effort to turn the newspapers and radio and television stations of that country against the Nicaraguan government. According to Carlos Morales, a professor of journalism and former president of the Costa Rican Journalists Union. At least 8 Costa Rican journalists, including 3 top editors, were receiving monthly CIA payments either directly or through Contra groups as of 1987. There may be more, but these I know for certain because most are former students of mine, and some have talked with me about it, he said. 133. The 8 journalists cited by Morales received about 30,000 CO/oncs, about $500, a month more than the monthly salary of about 20,000 colones earned by most Costa Rican journalists. Their job, said Morales, is to get into the press stories, commentaries, or editorials attacking Nicaragua and sympathetic to the Contras. In Honduras, Chamorro worked closely with CIA Deputy Station Chief John Mallet, George. Together with George, and subject to his approval, I planned all the activities of my communications office and prepared a budget. The budget was reviewed by the CIA station in Tegucigalpa and, if approved, sent to Washington to obtain the necessary funds, which were always provided to me in cash. Other CIA agents worked with FDN Directorate member Indalecio Rodriguez in developing the budget for civilian affairs, covering assistance for Nicaraguan refugees in Honduras or family members of Contra combatants, and with Adolfo Calero and Enrique Bermudez on the military and logistics budget. The FDN, explained Chamorro, never received money to purchase arms, ammunition, or military equipment. These were acquired for us and delivered directly to us by the CIA. One of the senior agents at the C.I.A.'s Tegucigalpa station, known to us as the Colonel, was an expert in these matters. As long as I was in Honduras, until June 1984, the FDN never acquired its own arms, ammunition, or other military equipment. We were just the end receivers. The main items in the military and logistics budget that Calero and Bermudez worked on were things that could be acquired locally, such as food for our men, for which money had to be obtained from the CIA. Calero and Bermudez were our main links with the CIA. They met constantly with the CIA station chief. The Contras received Soviet weapons captured by the Israelis in Lebanon and by guerrillas in Afghanistan. According to FDN sources, most of the best weaponry RPG-7 rocket launchers, 60mm mortars, FAL, and AK-47 assault rifles went to the FDN. The older weapons, including World War I-era Mi carbines, went to the Mosquito Indians. Chamorro explained what U.S. intelligence was intercepting in Central America besides the famous arms flow to El Salvador. The CIA, working with United States military personnel, operated various electronic interception stations in Honduras for the purpose of intercepting radio and telephonic communications among Nicaraguan government military units. By means of these interception activities, and by breaking the Nicaraguan government codes, the CIA was able to determine and to advise us of the precise locations of all Nicaraguan government military units. The information obtained by the CIA in this manner was ordinarily corroborated by overflights of Nicaraguan territory by United States satellites and sophisticated surveillance aircraft. With this information, our own forces knew the areas in which they could safely operate free of government troops. If our units were instructed to do battle with the government troops, they knew where to set up ambushes, because the CIA informed them of the precise routes the government troops would take. This type of intelligence was invaluable to us. Without it, our forces would not have been able to operate with any degree of effectiveness inside Nicaragua. 134. The CIA, said Chamorro, repeatedly ordered the FDN to move our troops inside Nicaragua and to keep them there as long as possible. After our offensive at the end of 1982 was turned back, almost all of our troops were in Honduras and our own officers believed that they needed more training and more time before they would be ready to return to Nicaragua. The FDN officers were overruled by the CIA, however. The agency told us that we had to move our men back into Nicaragua and keep fighting. We had no choice, but to obey. Death swooping down. According to Chamorro, the CIA instructed the Contras in 1983 not to destroy farms or crops because that would be politically counterproductive. In 1984, however, we were instructed to destroy export crops, especially coffee and tobacco, and to attack farms and cooperatives. CIA instructions were apparently contradictory because the Contras attacked farms throughout 1983 as well. It was part of their general war on social programs and the economy. With all their sophisticated intelligence on the Nicaraguan military, the Contras were far more effective in terrorizing civilians than in fighting troops. Here are some examples. On March 5, 1983, 80 Contras seized the San Carlos farm near Muy Muy, Matagalpa. They burned the farmhouse and kidnapped the farm manager. On March 12, a group of 150 Contras assassinated 5 members of a popular education collective meeting in a school in the El Jaquero district. Near Rio Blanco in the Matagalpa region, Contras kidnapped education administrator Maria Martinez Alvarez. Her body was later found with her throat slit and her breasts cut off. On March 26, 200 Contras attacked the district of Rancho Grande with mortar fire. Pierre Grosjean, a French doctor, was killed along with 2 Nicaraguan civilians and 2 militia members. 17 people were wounded, including 7 children. On April 30, 100 FDN troops ambushed and assassinated 14 people on the road near Huivalay in Jinotega province, including Albrecht Pflaum, a German doctor. 3 women, 2 nurses and an employee of the National Development Bank were raped and murdered. Some of the men were also tortured before being killed. In late April, an Arte band assaulted people in 3 small villages near La Azucena, Rio San Juan. They tortured and murdered 11 peasants who worked in cooperatives, education, and civil defense, and kidnapped 10 others. More than 20 families were told they would be killed if they did not join ARD's military operations. Father James Felts experienced attacks in late August and early September by a 500-member Contra force led by the ex-guard Renato. Recalling them crossing the Rio Grande to Matagalpa and invading the area, Felts said, "It's like death swooping down, it's like Attila's hordes." 135. Felts described how the Contras headed for the region around El Guayabo. On the way they ran into a man named Chico Sotelo. Chico had livestock and was not much for the revolution. Certainly he was no Sandinista. He had his money and his private property. But he made the mistake of pulling out his UNAG passbook. Well, all they had to do was see he belonged to the National Union of Farmers and Ranchers and they shot him on the spot, right there on the road, and they kept burning houses. The death march got as far as El Guayabo. There's a little hamlet called San Francisco, and they killed several people there. They killed people if they were members of defense committees or shopkeepers or maybe members of the militia. But nobody was armed. They raped a 14-year-old girl. Then they slit her throat and cut off her head. They hung the head on a pole along the road. There was another special case of cruelty on that same Contra operation. An 11-year-old girl, Cristina Borga Diaz, was visiting her uncle. The uncle was on the Contras list, and they came and killed him. When they saw the little girl, they decided to have a little fun, so they used her for target practice. The first one took a shot at her from a galloping horse. He missed. "Kill her," he told a companion. And the other shot her in the back. The bullet came out her chest. Another bullet grazed her scalp, another hit her in the right hand, and another in the left hip. Then they left. The little girl lay there until a worker coming back from the fields found her that way, more dead than alive. Miraculously, said Felts, she recovered after treatment in Managua. She told her story to a meeting of Nicaraguan-based U.S. missionaries and visiting U.S. bishops in February 1985. New phase. In early February 1983, the United States held the first Big Pine military exercises with Honduras. Some 4,000 Hondurans and 1,600 U.S. troops maneuvered near Puerto Lempira in the Mezquitia region, operating less than 10 miles from the Nicaraguan border. According to the Department of Defense, Big Pine's objectives were, assisting Honduras in developing procedures to defend its territory, testing deployment techniques and exercising logistical support of a field force. Congress, meanwhile, was informed that Contra ranks had reached 5,500. House and Senate fact-finding missions to the region concluded that the administration was violating the spirit of the Boland Amendment, if not the letter. In April, even State Department officials raised questions about the legality of U.S. policy, contending that Contra support operations had inadvertently gone beyond interdiction and could be seen as intended to overthrow the Nicaraguan government. As Casey continued playing charades with the intelligence committees, the CIA spent an additional $11 million from a secret fund to support the war. Few in Congress took up the challenge of Representatives Berkeley Bedell, DLA, and Robert Torricelli, D. New Jersey, upon their return from Honduras and Nicaragua. Declared Bedell in a speech to the House, "If the American people could have talked." 136. With the common people of Nicaragua, whose women and children are being indiscriminately kidnapped, tortured and killed by terrorists financed by the American taxpayers, they would rise up in legitimate anger and demand that support for the criminal activity be ended at once. A new phase of the Contra War opened with the development of large Contra task forces, about 250 combatants, grouped under regional commandos, 500 to 2,000 combatants. Virtually all the task force commanders, regional commanders, and central staff of the FDN were ex-National Guard, see Chapter 10. In some areas, where there was a history of recruitment for the National Guard, e.g. the San Francisco Zone, where government programs were still scarce, e.g. the mountains of Matagalpa and Boco, or where peasants were discontented with the form and pace of the agrarian reform, the Contras were able to build a network of collaborators. Religious manipulation also played a role in Contra recruiting. Anti-Sandinista clergy, politicians, and the Contras themselves demonized the Sandinistas, portraying them as atheist communists who would abolish private property and freedom of worship. Flor de Maria Monterrey, head of the Institute for the Study of Sandinismo, said peasants were told that the Sandinistas will take away your chicken. And the radio you bought, and they're going to take away your novenas and your Hail Marys. To say they'll take that away from you is like taking away your life. Registered trademark Contra task forces launched a new drive on Jalapa under the March 1983 Plan Siembra, Harvest. Other Contra units penetrated the interior provinces of Madriz, Jinotega, and Esteli to divert Sandinista forces. The offensive was defeated in May. To meet the intensifying Contra assaults and raise the costs of direct U.S. invasion, Nicaragua stepped up popular mobilization and expanded the army. Under the slogan "All Arms to the People," thousands more Nicaraguans were organized into volunteer militias, reserve infantry battalions and self-defense agricultural cooperatives, where some farmers stood guard to protect others in the field. The army expanded to about 24,000 in 1983. On July 19, 1983, the fourth anniversary of the revolution, the government announced the Patriotic Military Service Law, SMP, under which a draft would begin in September. Army forces would grow to about 40,000 in 1984. Not surprisingly, the draft exacerbated tensions within the country. The Nicaraguan Bishops' Conference denounced the draft as service to an army that represented the FSLN, not the country, and advocated conscientious objection by those not allied ideologically with the Sandinistas. The bishops' August 29 statement opposing the draft was printed and debated in all three national newspapers notwithstanding the state of emergency. La Prensa's September 1 headline read, in translation: Episcopal Conference suggests, conscientious objection, nobody can be obligated to take up arms for a party. El Nuevo Que headline read, widespread Christian support for SMP, it featured remarks by a Protestant minister. Viewing the draft from another angle, the National Women's Organization AMLI argued in the Council of State that women should be included in the SMP. As AMLI Council of State delegate Magda Enriquez argued, the mandate from 137. Our grassroots was to struggle to the end to get equal status, so we called 2 general assemblies in Managua to discuss the whole issue. We demanded scientific, not emotional, explanations for the exclusion of women. There was a national debate in the media. In the end, they agreed to accept women volunteers into active service, which was something of a victory. Although women were not drafted along with men, ages 18 to 25, they continued to serve in the army and made up an estimated 45% of the popular militia, out of a total of about 50,000 members in 1984, as well as half the membership in the Sandinista defense committees. Reagan storms the Hill. With an eye to congressional concern over escalating U.S. involvement in Central America, Assistant Secretary Enders talked of exploring negotiations with the increasingly powerful Salvadoran guerrillas while continuing military aid to the Salvadoran regime. His two-track strategy was adamantly opposed by Casey, Kirkpatrick, Weinberger, and National Security Advisor William Clark. Even the appearance of negotiations with the revolutionaries would award them too much legitimacy and detract from the campaign against Nicaragua. The feeling never was that we could negotiate an agreement on El Salvador or Nicaragua, said a high U.S. official. Notwithstanding, we decided in February that we needed to move on the diplomatic side to deflect the perception of our only going for a military solution. U.S. officials acknowledged that the guerrillas are now getting most of their arms from within El Salvador by capturing or buying them, but insist that the flow from Nicaragua is essential to the guerrillas maintaining their current level of operations. Incredibly, U.S. officials said the surveillance operation for Nicaragua is even greater than the one for the Soviet Union. We can hear a toilet flush in Managua, an intelligence analyst said. Happy Face, asked about the lack of evidence to substantiate administration claims, officials gave the usual excuses about jeopardizing intelligence sources. These mysterious sources were evidently reporting on magic arms shipments that could be seen but not captured. Of course, administration officials had to insist that the alleged arms flow from Nicaragua was essential lest they jeopardize support for U.S. intervention. They could not admit that, unlike the Contras, El Salvador's FMLN-FDR was a militarily and politically effective, popularly supported revolutionary force. By late 1983, the revolutionaries controlled 1/4 of El Salvador's territory, governing liberated zones in Quetzaltenango, Morazán, San Vicente, Usulután, Cuscatlán, and San Miguel. Reagan raised the political stakes on Central America in an April 27 speech to a joint session of Congress. El Salvador is nearer to Texas than Texas is to Miami. Nicaragua is just as close to Miami, San Antonio, San Diego, and Tucson as those cities are to Washington where we are gathered tonight. Nicaragua, claimed Reagan, has rejected our repeated peace efforts. It has broken its promises to us, to the Organization of American States, and, most imper. 138. Tant of all, to the people of Nicaragua. The Sandinista revolution turned out to be just an exchange of one set of autocratic rulers for another, even worse than its predecessor. It is helping Cuba and the Soviets to destabilize our hemisphere. Violence has been Nicaragua's most important export to the world. Reagan continued with war is peace rhetoric, we do not seek its overthrow. We have attempted to have a dialogue with the government of Nicaragua, but it persists in its efforts to spread violence. We should not and we will not protect the Nicaraguan government from the anger of its own people. But we should, through diplomacy, offer an alternative. And, as Nicaragua ponders its options, we can and will with all the resources of diplomacy protect each country of Central America from the danger of war. Nicaragua's dictatorial junta likes to pretend they are today being attacked by forces based in Honduras. The fact is, it is Nicaragua's government that threatens Honduras, not the reverse. Must we just accept the destabilization of an entire region from the Panama Canal to Mexico on our southern border? Must we sit by while independent nations of this hemisphere are integrated into the most aggressive empire the modern world has seen? I do not believe there is a majority in the Congress or the country that counsels passivity, resignation, defeatism, in the face of this challenge to freedom and security in our hemisphere. In early May, Reagan began referring to the Contras as freedom fighters and publicly acknowledged U.S. support. At a May 5 White House press conference, Reagan said, "Now, if they the Congress want to tell us that we can give money and do the same things we've been doing, money, giving, providing subsistence and so forth to these people directly and making it overt instead of covert, that's all right with me." Questioned about his use of the term freedom fighters, Reagan said, "I just used the word, I guess, freedom fighters, because the fact that we know that the thing that brought those people together is the desire, as I said, for the same revolutionary principles that they once fought 5/CL and have been betrayed in." Happy face. Reagan's scare tactics were damaging Nicaragua's image in the United States, but they weren't generating majority support for the Contras. Business Week, which could hardly be accused of pro-communist sympathies, editorialized, "In Nicaragua, the administration has launched the U.S. on a high-risk adventure as House and Senate Intelligence Oversight Committees belatedly realize by financing, arming, and training an army of Nicaraguan exiles to invade the country from Honduras. The administration's suggestion that such an attack will persuade Managua's Sandinist government to create a more democratic and pluralist society seems implausible. Wars often radicalize regimes and nations rather than induce them to moderate their policies. And if the objective is to topple the Sandinist government, which so far has managed to contain the invasion mainly with militia, the administration may find itself facing the now familiar dilemma of having to escalate the conflict or face a serious political defeat in the eyes of the American public and of the world. What the administration must do, in fact, is to halt its support of such attacks before they trigger even wider conflicts and more serious destabilization in Central America. 139. A companion piece questioned Reagan's portrayal of Nicaragua as having failed to fulfill the pledges of the revolution. Actually, the Sandinists' performance on their pledges is mixed. La Prensa, the leading newspaper, has been strictly censored since March 1982, when the government reacted to anti-Sandinist, or Contra, assaults by imposing a state of emergency. Broadcasts of Radio Católica, the station of the Managua Archdiocese, are now censored for what the government considers political content. But the Church, as a religious institution, is stronger than it was before the revolution, and there is no government interference with religious teaching in Roman Catholic schools, the country's best, in which 30% of Nicaraguan pupils are enrolled. 2 priests serve as government ministers, and many priests, as well as large members of the faithful, continue to support the Sandinists. The conflicts between church and state are political, not religious, says Enrique Alvarado, a supporter of the Sandinists who is vice-rector of the University of Central America, a Jesuit institution in Managua. The church hierarchy had its own idea of the revolution, which was a replacement of Somoza, leaving the institutions more or less intact. On the economy, Business Week observed that the Sandinists have also left 70% of the economy in private hands, including an Exxon Refinerie, product distribution networks of Texaco and Socal, and a General Mills joint venture that produces more than half of the country's flour. Private businessmen complain of price and currency controls, a government export monopoly, competition for small retailers from government-sponsored retail outlets, and other restrictions. Regarding human rights, Business Week noted, the number of political prisoners is estimated at around 200. And 5 people disappeared in March, believed to have been detained by government security forces. Bad as this is, it is equal to the best day in El Salvador in the last 18 months, notes a Western diplomat. And, fortunately, it wasn't as bad as Business Week reported. According to America's Watch, a total of 31 persons were reported disappeared by the CPDH, the Anti-Sandinista Permanent Human Rights Commission, during 1983. But unlike El Salvador, with 535 disappearances and 5,143 known political killings of civilian non-combatants by the Salvadoran Armed Forces and associated paramilitary forces recorded by the Church Human Rights Office, tutela legal, in 1983, disappeared is not a synonym for murdered. In most Nicaraguan cases, disappeared means an unreported arrest. According to America's Watch, the establishment of a complaint office at the Ministry of the Interior, as well as procedures established within the DSGE security police, had a positive effect, as arrests that take place in Managua and other large cities are accounted for almost immediately. Together with the high proportion of those who disappear who later reappear, this leads us to believe, as we stated in our 2 earlier reports, that the Nicaraguan government does not have a centrally directed policy of forced disappearances, as the phenomenon has been defined in relation to events that have happened on a large scale in El Salvador, Guatemala, Chile, and Argentina at different times since the early 1970s. America's Watch observed that most of the hundreds of arrests that have taken place since the establishment of the state of emergency seem related to the violent 140 activity displayed against the government by forces operating from outside Nicaragua and within the territory, with covert but undeniable support from the United States. America's Watch called on Nicaragua to improve its human rights record while noting areas where it had already done so. It pointed out that Nicaragua is visited frequently by human rights observers and that government human rights officials try to facilitate such inquiries. America's Watch is pleased to acknowledge that some of the recommendations contained in our earlier reports have been taken into account, particularly in the creation of a central registry of arrests. The Nicaraguan government is even more receptive to the work of intergovernmental organizations with which it is connected by treaty organizations. For example, Nicaragua is the only country that has made a full report to the UN Committee on Human Rights when its case has been discussed. All of the few other states that have accepted the jurisdiction of this office of the UN make cursory presentations to that body. Looking at contra-human rights abuses, America's Watch observed that in the northwestern mountain areas, the FDN has engaged repeatedly in kidnappings, torture and murder of unarmed civilians, mostly in villages and farm cooperatives. There is also no case reported yet of the FDN taking prisoners among the members of the Sandinista army or militias that they claim to encounter frequently. Misura and Misurasada have engaged in forceful recruitment of refugees in Honduras, through the use of relief assistance and by violent means, to the point where international voluntary agencies operating in the area have taken measures to avoid involvement in such practices. In his speech to Congress, Reagan accused the Sandinistas of breaking promises to the OAS. The charge would be repeated often in coming years. It refers specifically to a July 12, 1979 letter that the Provisional Junta sent to the OAS Secretary General with its plan to achieve peace and establish the Government of National Reconstruction. The letter was not a formal commitment to the OAS, and OAS officers have never treated it as such. It is certainly not a treaty that U.S. officials could legitimately point to as a test of Nicaragua's compliance with treaty agreements. Leaving aside the question of legal standing, contrary to Reagan's charges, the new Nicaraguan government did fulfill its stated intentions to prevent extralegal punishment of National Guardsmen and Somocistas, to allow Nicaraguans not accused of crimes to leave the country and to hold elections, local elections in 1980, national elections in 1984. Moreover, Nicaragua has been open to international human rights organizations as indicated above. The Reagan administration used the bogus OAS charge as one more tool to delegitimize the Nicaraguan government and divert attention from the real violation of OAS commitments, U.S. violation of the non-intervention articles of the OAS Charter to which it is legally bound under U.S. and international law. 141. Sticks and stones. An administration list of possible diplomatic and military moves was leaked to the press in April 1983, along with the idea that the United States was building a case against the Sandinista government that eventually could enable the United States to declare Nicaragua a second Cuba and a threat to inter-American security. Administration officials talked of a possible second Cuban Missile Crisis, suggesting that Nicaragua was considering deploying Cuban troops and even basing Soviet nuclear missiles on Nicaraguan soil. Among the diplomatic options were, denial of a visa for Interior Minister Tomás Borga, new economic sanctions, including a reduction or cut-off of Nicaragua's sugar quota, pressure on U.S. and other Western banks to deny new credits, a break in diplomatic relations or an indefinite delay in the appointment of Nicaragua's new ambassador to Washington, pressure on key Latin American countries such as Mexico and Brazil to shift their positions on Nicaragua, along with reminders of U.S. aid last year when their economies began to crumble under the pressure of foreign debts, an emergency session of the OAS to seek a vote to condemn Nicaragua or invoke the Rio Treaty to sanction military action in case Cuban forces or Soviet jet fighters are discovered in Nicaragua, request for a UN Security Council session to declare an international crisis if Soviet missiles are detected in Nicaragua, and a new negotiations effort. Military options included an open declaration of support for the Contras, selective U.S. airstrikes against Soviet or Cuban-built military installations in Nicaragua if MiGs are acquired, a blockade of Nicaragua, and perhaps Cuba, and deployment of U.S. combat forces and jet fighters in Honduras if Soviet nuclear missiles are deployed. Asked about the possibility of allowing the Soviet Union to install nuclear missiles, Tomás Borga was unequivocal: "We made a revolution to liberate our country from foreign domination. Neither would we permit it, in the first place, nor has it ever been proposed by the Soviet Union. We have said repeatedly that there will be no foreign military bases in our country." Registered trademark Nicaragua made no moves to realize U.S. fantasies of a second Cuban Missile Crisis, but Washington carried out some of the above options in short order. Nicaragua's sugar quota was cut by 90% on May 10. Borga was denied a visa in mid-May to take up speaking invitations at Harvard and Johns Hopkins universities. Mexico and other Latin American countries were pressured. In June, the United States officially declared its opposition to all multilateral loans for Nicaragua when it vetoed a $2.2 million road-building loan from the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, which the 42 other members had approved by then. Washington had successfully shut off World Bank funding. On June 5, Nicaragua expelled 3 employees of the U.S. Embassy in Managua, accusing them of being CIA agents working under diplomatic cover to destabilize the government. Nicaragua presented evidence of a plot to assassinate Foreign Minister Descoto with a poisoned bottle of Benedictine liquor. Descoto, 142, was reportedly targeted because his vocation as a priest gave the revolution too much respectability in international affairs. Nicaragua also accused the United States of sponsoring terrorist commando squads and working with conservative political parties, unions, and media to destabilize the government. Using the expulsion of the 3 U.S. officials as an excuse, Washington closed down all 6 of Nicaragua's consulates in the United States and expelled 21 consular officials. The Nicaraguan government identified the move as part of an economic boycott because the consulates handled virtually all of Nicaragua's $300 million annual trade with the United States on the diplomatic front. Special Envoy Richard Stone, serving until February 1984, went to Central America in June on what was widely seen as one in a series of diplomatic missions designed mainly for public relations. Stone, who was a registered lobbyist for the Guatemalan dictatorship after losing his Florida Senate seat in 1980, put democracy in Nicaragua at the top of the list of U.S. concerns, saying without it military agreements would require minute verification. A State Department official acknowledged, for some, to insist on democracy means not to accept a Marxist-Leninist government. Thus it is a code word for overthrow. Descoto recalled one of his last meetings with Richard Stone in Managua. At one point Stone asked, "Father, do you think that it really would be possible for both of our nations to normalize relations?" And I said, "I think it not only could be, but should be. And all it takes is for both of us to want it. I assure you, that Nicaragua wants to normalize relations. Think that the place to begin is by committing both of our governments to respect in the most categorical way the principles established in the charters of the United Nations and the Organization of American States, both of which we have signed in our laws. That is to say, to regulate our relations with the principles of international law." "Father, that is your problem," Stonel says. "It must be your background. They are always emphasizing the fact that I'm not a professional politician," he says, "but now you have been in politics long enough to have come to realize that politics is made of concrete things. You talk about international law. Father. Tliat is philosophy. As if to say poetry, or something optional, I don't know. He says international law is philosophy. He says, the Contras," and he looked me *********** in the eye, "the Contras, they give you a lot of difficulty, don't they, Father?" Exactly those words, I remember. And I said, "They surely do, but they wouldn't for too long, if your government would stop financing them and arming them and directing them." And he said, "Well, I guess you are hopeless." There you go again, philosophy. The only reality is that they have been, that they are, and that they will continue to receive aid. And then he says to me, "You seem to be an intelligent person. Intelligent or rational, and intelligent people," he says, "don't like to have difficulties. You have already acknowledged that the Contras do give you a headache. And therefore presumably you would prefer not to have this headache. And, you should do as we say. That crude, you should do as we say." And then he says, "You will see how almost by magic the problem will disappear." And I could have almost imagined someone with a hat pulling out a rabbit. 143. In other words, I could see the United States as this great big power telling us fall down on your knees and worship us, and say thy will be done Uncle Sam because you're big and powerful. You have a huge nuclear arsenal and therefore we accept to bow down on our knees and bum incense before the imperial idol. And for having refused to burn this incense our country is condemned to death. The United States, Descoto told me, has become accustomed to a modality of relationship with Latin America, a modality of relationship which not only does it regard as a God-given right to maintain, but what is more important, they find it difficult to envision how they can survive without this modality of relationship. This is the situation that we have had with the former colonial powers. And the owners of slaves, it must be the same way. Those who inherited that system found it difficult to envision how they could live without it. When the United States acts the way it acts against Nicaragua, it's not because of any particular hatred of Nicaragua, it's because of fear. People can do awful things in fear. And they feel that if Nicaragua is able to get away with it, then other countries will follow suit. And in behaving the way they are against Nicaragua, they're trying to send a clear message to Latin America. And the message is, don't try to get loose from our control. It will be to no avail, because in the end, after much suffering, you will have to end up crying uncle. This is the message. And Nicaragua's response, of course, and this is what angers them, is Patria Libre o Morir. And this is no slogan. Although Patrick Henry was an American, they don't really believe it. They think that's only from history books. Managua by Christmas? In May 1983, Casey and Enders secretly told the intelligence committees that the Contras had a good chance of overthrowing the Nicaraguan government by the end of the year. According to a Republican member of the Senate committee, we were told that there are 7,000 rebels and their numbers are growing. The scenario they presented has the rebels picking up more and more popular support, which will produce desertions in the Nicaraguan military, all setting the stage for a drive on Managua that forces the government out of power. They think it can work. A House committee member said, "They were telling us that, in effect, if we cut off assistance to the rebels now we would be responsible for aborting a great chance to reverse communist gains in Central America." A senior national security official filled in more details. A pincer-type assault on Managua would involve an EDN drive from the north, an eastern front of Mosquito forces and a southern front led by Pastora*. A 1982 internal CIA planning memo had set a Managua by Christmas timetable. Casey immediately denied predicting that the Contras could overthrow the Nicaraguan government by year's end, but Frank McNeil, then ambassador to Costa Rica, participated in a strategy session called by Casey in the spring of 1983, where the same assertion was made. McNeil rejected it as nonsense. When McNeil retired. 144. In February 1987, as Deputy Director of the State Department's Bureau of Intelligence and Research, he accused Assistant Secretary of State Elliott Abrams of McCarthyism in treating analytical differences, especially over Contra effectiveness, as disloyalty. McNeil wrote that although in many respects Central America is different from Vietnam, in Washington echoes of Vietnam abound. Then, as now, improper or illegal actions were committed in the name of national security and liberties taken with intelligence. Then, as now, those running the war, arguing that victory was around the corner, deceived themselves and the president. 4 years ago this spring, I heard a senior CIA official in all seriousness assert that the Contras would threaten Managua by Christmas of that year. Happy face, the House Intelligence Committee voted on May 3, 1983 to cut off money for the covert operation. It recommended instead that Congress authorize $80 million in overt aid to Central American allies for the apparently immortal objective of arms interdiction. The Senate Intelligence Committee did not concur. It voted to continue funding the covert war until September, at which time the President would have to submit a new finding for approval. The House Intelligence Committee published a report on May 13 stating, finally, that the Contra program was aimed not at arms interdiction, but at overthrowing the Nicaraguan government. It asserted, if there ever was a formula for U.S. policy failure in Central America, it would involve two elements: 1. Acts that could be characterized as U.S. intervention in Nicaragua, and 2. An alliance with the followers of Somoza. Both characterizations can now be made. Still, the arms interdiction fiction persisted. U.S. Ambassador to Nicaragua Tony Quainton had told U.S. citizens in March that he amended that to substantial amounts of arms are going by dugout canoes across the Gulf of Fonseca. These cannot be detected from satellite. Despite declassified U.S. reconnaissance photos showing all sorts of wooden structures, from small sheds to Soviet-style obstacle courses, the administration expected people to believe that dugout canoes represented the latest in stealth technology. As former CIA analyst David McMichael put it, the purported arms flow is a talisman, you must continue to insist on it even in the face of no evidence whatsoever. Besides infrared and other surveillance techniques, canoe hunters could use modem night vision scopes and old-fashioned searchlights. The CIA sponsored a flotilla of radar-equipped armed speedboats known as piranhas ostensibly to interdict arms shipments through the 20-mile-wide Gulf of Fonseca. According to their Honduran commander, Captain Gonzalez, the crews had not intercepted a single weapons shipment in almost a year of patrolling. To be honest, I don't believe that Nicaraguan boats are crossing the Gulf to El Salvador, he said. Gonzalez added, with a nod to the talisman, I think it's more probable that their boats are swinging out into the Pacific and moving toward land well past the Gulf. Happy face, at the end of May, Enders was ousted. He became ambassador to Spain. White House officials said privately that he was not tough enough. Policy was being driven by hardest-liners Casey, Kirkpatrick, and National Security Advisor William Clark, the former judge from California who had acted as the Reagan loyalists' watchdog in his previous post as Haig's deputy. With zero foreign policy experience. 145. Clark was motivated primarily, in Time's words, by a nearly fanatic devotion to Reagan's interests and a visceral anti-communism. He saw Congress's role as one of ratifying presidential decisions. Langhorne Motley, an Alaska developer serving as ambassador to Brazil, became the new Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs. Also, General Paul Gorman replaced General Wallace Nutting as Chief of the Southern Command. FDN forces failed again to capture Jalapa, or any other city, town, or village, and establish a provisional government to be recognized by the United States. Nicaragua dubbed 1983 the year of struggle for peace and sovereignty. The Contras would not be celebrating Christmas in Managua. In late June 1983, intelligence analysts made a new prediction: in 6 months, Contra forces would control almost 1/3 of the population in rural areas and more than half the national territory. But they would have difficulty holding large population centers and would not be able to overthrow the Nicaraguan government in the foreseeable future. They were right about the latter points. There was a political advantage to the more pessimistic prediction. In a bizarre twist to the administration's contorted logic, Contra supporters argued that the program complied with the Boland Amendment because the Contras were incapable of overthrowing the Nicaraguan government. Trampling democracy. Support for democratic resistance within Nicaragua does not exist. That was the view of the Defense Department as stated in a leaked July 1983 NSC strategy paper. An extensive analysis of the document in the New York Times did not even mention this assessment, much less attempt to explain its implications. The only thing the Contras were resisting was the will of the Nicaraguan people to carry the revolution forward. Assessing the military situation in Nicaragua and El Salvador, the NSC document stated, the situation in Central America is nearing a critical point. It is still possible to accomplish U.S. objectives without the direct use of U.S. troops, although the credible threat of such use is needed to deter overt Soviet/Cuban intervention, provided \H2X the U.S. takes timely and effective action. NSC italics. Regarding Nicaragua specifically, the NSC stated, no threat should be made without willingness to follow through with military force. It recommended relaxation/non-renewal of all legislative restrictions, a comprehensive diplomatic strategy in Central America with specific attention to the isolation of Nicaragua, and pressing Western European governments at the highest level to cease financial support for the Sandinistas. The NSC document noted that Honduras is pivotal to U.S. policy. It has openly aligned itself with the U.S. Actions to be taken included increased military assistance to Honduras and military exercises, including the construction and improvement of Honduran air and naval facilities and the possible prepositioning of 146 U.S. military stocks to obviate diversion of critical U.S. airlift in an emergency. Israel and Venezuela were given as examples of countries to be enlisted in providing military assistance and aiding so-called civic action projects. There was interagency agreement on the need for an invigorated strategy to build congressional support, specifically through the appointment of a bipartisan commission. Henry Kissinger was later chosen to lead it. Reagan plans rise in military moves in Latin America linked to war games. Plan calls for preparing a possible quarantine of the Nicaraguans. Read the New York HMCS headline of July 23. A companion piece described Honduras' role in U.S. strategy. The lead article made clear that air, sea, and land maneuvers beginning in August would lay the groundwork for an expanded U.S. military presence and a possible blockade. The plan approved by Mr. Reagan does not envisage any immediate combat role for United States forces, but does call for making preparations so that American forces can be swiftly called into action if necessary. The article ended on a seemingly innocuous note. The officials said planning for the Navy called for some carrier training operations near Grenada, an island nation in the Caribbean, and off the coast of Suriname, a small South American country that was once a Dutch colony. 2 CIA plans to overthrow the government of Suriname were squashed by Congress in 1981 and 1982. Registered trademark Grenada was another story, discussed in the next chapter. On July 24, the New York Times ran a front-page story, efforts to oust the Sandinistas held ineffective. The article said that after more than a year of intense activity, the Honduran-based rebels have failed to achieve significant military gains or to cause a serious political threat to the government. While designed to proceed rapidly, based on the assumption that it would gain wide popular support, the Contra War instead was becoming more like a long but very limited war of attrition. The open question was whether the United States would intensify direct actions in an effort to achieve the objective of overthrowing the Nicaraguan government. These high-profile administration leaks fueled congressional fears of open-ended U.S. involvement. The House voted 228 to 195 on July 28 to cut off Contra support by September 30, adopting legislation co-sponsored by Edward Boland and Clement Zablotsky, DWL. The full bill authorized $80 million in overt aid for weapons interdiction, still endorsing the administration assumption that Nicaragua was exporting revolution. As Rep. Barnes put it, people are trying to find a way to be on both sides of the issue. The more conservative Rep. Dan Mica, DFL, said, many of us believe the president is acting illegally under United States laws, but we also think the Nicaragua thing will eventually become a major problem for this hemisphere. Registered trademark. The administration still had the support of the Republican-controlled Senate and knew the House was vulnerable to aggressive lobbying. Right after losing the July vote, Reagan approved a CIA plan authorizing expansion of the Contras to between 12,000 and 15,000. The plan emphasized the importance of destroying economic installations and would rely heavily on the direct involvement of U.S. personnel. 147. While counting on congressional acquiescence, the administration also pursued Contra support outside the budget appropriations process. Israeli aid has already been mentioned, as has U.S. aid passing through Honduras under the cover of military maneuvers. In June, Reagan authorized Operation Elephant Herd, another secret CIA Pentagon plan to bypass congressional funding restrictions. Under the program, implemented in December, the Pentagon set aside $12 million worth of military equipment, including 3 Cessna 0-2 observation planes that were modified to carry rockets by Summit Aviation of Delaware, and declared it to be surplus to requirements of the military. Surplus material is considered to have no dollar value and thus could be transferred to the CIA for the Contras without being counted as part of the $24 million in total military aid allowed by Congress for 1984. Government officials said Project Elephant Herd was not a unique operation. They say congressional restrictions on military aid not just to Contras, but to many countries and rebel groups are frequently circumvented in this way. Congress may occasionally get angry that defense is imaginative, one official said. They'd write a new law to try to tie us down, and within 5 minutes somebody would find a way to drive an elephant through it. That's been going on forever. Registered trademark. Gunboat diplomacy. Big Pine 2 maneuvers with Honduras, probably the longest military exercise ever, began August 5 and ended February 8. 1984. Registered trademark. From late July until September 1983, the United States conducted 3 major naval maneuvers off the Atlantic and Pacific coasts of Central America, involving 19 ships including the carrier USS Ranger with 70 aircraft aboard. Another no-notice naval exercise began in early November. Newsweek heralded the naval maneuvers in a cover story. Gunboat diplomacy, Reagan gets tougher with Nicaragua. Times cover story a week later was Central America, the Big Stick approach. Registered trademark. At the peak of Big Pine 2, which involved artillery and field training maneuvers, an amphibious assault landing and practice air strikes, there were 6,000 U.S. military personnel in Honduras. About 5,000 Honduran soldiers were trained. Construction was carried out without direct congressional appropriations, utilizing instead the Joint Chiefs Military Exercise Fund and Operating and Maintenance Funds. At Aguacate, used as a Contra supply base in central Honduras, U.S. Army engineers lengthened a dirt and stone runway to 8,000 feet and built huts and a water system. At San Lorenzo, in southern Honduras, close to El Salvador and near the key land route into Nicaragua, they built a 4,000-foot dirt runway, water wells, and wooden huts. At Trujillo on the northern Caribbean coast, near the major port of Puerto Castillo, Navy Seabees extended a concrete runway to 4,000 feet. About a mile away they built Camp Sea Eagle with enough huts to house 800 troops. In addition, the United States signed an agreement with Honduras providing for construction of and access to airfields at Golasan Airfield at La Ceiba on the northern coast, La Mesa at 148. San Pedro Sula in northwest Honduras near the Guatemalan border, and Palmarola Air Base, near Comayagua in central Honduras. When the maneuvers began in August, officials in El Salvador and Washington were saying that the flow of Salvadoran rebel military supplies from outside the country was only a trickle. Salvadoran officers did not dispute the FMLN's claim that they were capturing sufficient weapons to outfit their forces. And middlemen were reportedly selling the guerrillas arms from the major Army and Air Force munition dump at Ilopango Air Base. Still, officials insisted that guerrilla success depended on outside supplies of ammunition, radio batteries, and medicine. The shipments across the Gulf of Fonseca were history, now the supply was supposedly by light aircraft. Yet, with all the U.S. surveillance, there has not been a single report of an aircraft originating in Nicaragua being shot down or even seen by government forces here. Registered trademark. It was reported in early August that while reluctant to commit U.S. troops to combat in Central America, most Pentagon brass think they'd win in a walk once committed. In explaining why a Nicaragua invasion would be winnable while Vietnam was not, the Pentagon assumptions ranged from optimistic to racist. Nicaragua's neighbors would side with the United States. We can shut them off without a supply siphon like the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Any Soviet or Cuban temptation to intervene would be daunted by the American naval forces required to support a U.S. invasion, 2 carrier battle groups each on the Caribbean and Pacific sides of Nicaragua. Nicaragua's regular force of 22,000 without air support beyond old surplus U.S. trainers and with a navy limited to shore patrol craft, could not offer meaningful resistance to a simultaneous U.S. heli-borne assault and amphibious landing. If spread out on alert in response to American exercises on the Caribbean and Pacific sides, plus ground exercises as planned in eastern and western Honduras, resistance would be even more feeble. As for the threat of a regionalized war, guerrilla forces in El Salvador, like Sandinista troops once their command posts and major concentrations are overwhelmed, will yield easily. Latin American troops don't have heart in any kind of war where there's a lot of killing, that's their history, said a Marine colonel. They're not like the Asiatics. 7. Shockwaves. During a visit by a group of U.S. citizens with a U.S. ambassador in Central America. The ambassador was asked to explain how such U.S. actions as the mining of Nicaragua's harbors and bombing of airports differed from the acts of terrorism that the U.S. condemned around the world. The reply, off the record, was, "Well, you're not going to like this answer, but if they do it, it's terrorism, if we do it, it's fighting for freedom." Patricia Hinds, Central American Historical Institute, August 1985. Absolutely, totally, and irrevocably false, Gen. John A. Wickham, Jr., Army Chief of Staff, said when asked about Army pilots engaging in clandestine missions in Central America. Washington Post, December 18, 1984. At dawn on September 8, 1983, two small planes crossed Nicaraguan airspace and appeared over Mayagua. One dropped its bombs in a residential neighborhood, near the home of Foreign Minister Miguel Descoto, who happened to be away at a Contadorum meeting. It escaped. The other plane attacked the international airport and adjacent air base with two jerry-rigged 150-pound bombs. Brought down by anti-aircraft fire, it crashed into the control tower. Several people were wounded and part of the civilian passenger terminal was demolished. As El Nuevo Diario reported it, hundreds of waiting passengers, family, and friends narrowly escaped a frightful death. I happened to be in Managua for an international education conference. The airstrikes were a lesson in terrorism. Eden Pastora's RD forces claimed responsibility for the attack. Although both pilots died in the crash, documents identified one as a Miami resident and former pilot for the Nicaraguan airline, Aeronica. The other was a deserter from 149. 150. The Nicaraguan Air Force. Their twin-engine, propeller-driven Cessna was registered to Investair Leasing Corporation of McLean, Virginia. Investair was managed by a former top official of Intermountain Aviation, a company once owned by the CIA, and its marketing director was formerly Secretary-Treasurer of the now-defunct CIA proprietary Air America. On September 19, President Reagan signed a new Nicaragua finding, authorizing the provision of support, equipment, and training assistance to Nicaraguan paramilitary resistance groups. To mollify Congress, the newly stated objectives were inducing the Sandinista government to enter into negotiations with its neighbors and putting pressure on the Sandinistas and their allies to cease provision of arms, training, command and control facilities and sanctuary to leftist guerrillas in El Salvador. CIA Director Casey and Secretary of State Schultz presented the finding to the Congressional Intelligence Committees on September 20, along with a request for $45 million in funding for 1984. Instead of talking about interdicting weapons, administration officials spoke of pressuring the Sandinistas to negotiate and stop exporting revolution. With an eye to the Boland Amendment, Congress was told there was no thought of the administration backing the insurgents in trying to overthrow the Sandinista government. Meanwhile, the CIA implemented plans to use U.S. agents and military personnel for direct attacks inside Nicaragua. On October 3, the Nicaraguan army shot down a DC-3 on a Contra supply mission. 3 men were captured. At a press conference, the pilot said he had flown 9 supply missions in 2 months. The missions were directed from Tegucigalpa by CIA Contra Coordinator Raymond Doty, known as Colonel Raymond, a former Army Special Forces lieutenant colonel who was a paramilitary trainer in the CIA war in Laos in conjunction with Major West at the Aguacate Air Base. It would be 3 more years before a downed Contra supply plane drew the attention it deserved in the United States. Trained piranhas. CIA Latin America Chief Dewey Claridge met with FDN leaders in Tegucigalpa in July 1983. As he sat among us, recalled Edgar Chamorro, he reminded me of a proconsul come to tell his subjects what to do and how to do it. I have never witnessed such arrogance while working with a foreigner. The only time the CIA's subjects and the FDN directorate all met together in Honduras was when Claridge came to town. The CIA was frustrated by the Contras' poor showing on the battlefield and ready to take more direct action. As Chamorro testified to the World Court, Claridge told us that the CIA had decided that something must be done to cut off Nicaragua's oil supplies, because without oil the Nicaraguan military would be immobilized and its capacity to resist our forces would be drastically reduced. Claridge spoke of various alternatives. He said the agency was considering a plan to 151. Sink ships bringing oil to Nicaragua, but that one problem with this plan was that if a ship belonging to the Soviet Union were sunk it could trigger a serious international incident. Claridge said that the CIA was also considering an attack on Nicaragua's Sol oil refinery, located near Managua. According to Claridge, however, the refinery was located in a densely populated area, and the civilian casualties resulting from such an attack would be politically counterproductive. Finally, Claridge said that the agency had decided on a plan to attack the oil pipelines at Puerto Sandino, on Nicaragua's Pacific coast, where the oil tankers delivering oil to Nicaragua discharge their cargo. In September, the Contras began the planned marathon offensive against Ocotal and Somoto near the northwestern border with Honduras, supported by task force operations in the Jinotega and Matagalpa regions. On October 18, 300 FDN troops devastated Pantasma, Jinotega, destroying the school, 2 peasant cooperatives, the bank, the Agrarian Reform Office, a sawmill, the coffee warehouse, 3 foodstuffs dispensaries, and 8 tractors. The Contras murdered 40 citizens, 7 of the town's 20 civilian defenders were killed slashing to fend off the attack. Material losses came to 34 million Cordobas. Adolfo Calero was quoted in the Miami Herald a few days later, promising, "There will be more Pantasmas." Registered trademark like previous Contra offensives. Operation Marathon ended in failure. It underlined both the Contras' incompetence and the agency's misguided expectations, observed Christopher Dickey. Before it was over, Washington began the direct actions promised in July. The day of the airport bombing, September 8, the United States launched a series of assaults on oil installations by blowing up the pipeline at Puerto Sandino. Although the FDN had nothing whatsoever to do with this operation, said Chamorro, we were instructed by the CIA to publicly claim responsibility in order to cover the C.I.A.'s involvement. We did. The heavily armed Piranha speedboats, which fared poorly against Phantom arms shipments, proved effective in carrying out rocket attacks and transporting saboteurs from a secret U.S. mothership anchored off the coast of Nicaragua. American covert agents worked with specially trained Latin operatives known as Unilaterally Controlled Latin Assets, or UCLAs. Recruited from El Salvador, Honduras, Argentina, Chile, Ecuador, and Bolivia, the UCLAs were trained in unconventional warfare, e.g. underwater demolitions, by U.S. Special Forces in Panama, Honduras, and the United States. Our mission was to sabotage ports, refineries, boats, bridges, said one Honduran UCLA, and try to make it appear that the Contras had done it. He also said that one of their missions was to blow up a building in Managua in April 1984 during a meeting of Sandinista leaders, but it was aborted when explosives failed to reach the hit Team A. Piranha rocket attack on October 10, 1983 put thousands of Nicaraguan civilians in mortal danger. The target was Corinto, Nicaragua's largest commercial port, on the northern Pacific coast. 5 large oil and gasoline tanks were destroyed, including an Esso/Exxon tank, igniting over 3 million gallons of fuel. Tons of medical supplies and stores of export coffee and shrimp were also lost. Some 23,000 Corinto residents had to be evacuated. Over 100 people were injured. According to 152. One of the Mexican engineers sent to help put out the fires, had more flammable products in the area been set ablaze, not a soul would have survived. Nicaragua angrily protested to the U.S. government, saying this type of terrorist act, which could not be carried off without advice and funding of the U.S. administration, constitutes one of the most violent forms of contempt for human life. Happy face, Exxon announced that it would no longer rent oil tankers for the transport of Mexican oil to Nicaragua. Casey was elated with the Corinto attack and immediately showed reconnaissance photos to Reagan. The FDN claimed responsibility as instructed, but within days administration officials confirmed, at least partially, the U.S. role for reporters. At an October 19 press conference, a reporter asked Reagan, regarding the recent rebel attacks on a Nicaraguan oil depot, is it proper for the CIA to be involved in planning such attacks and supplying equipment for air raids, and do the American people have a right to be informed about any CIA role? I think covert actions have been a part of government and a part of government's responsibilities for as long as there's been a government, replied Reagan. I'm not going to comment on what, if any, connections such activities might have had with what has been going on or with some of the specific operations down there, but I do believe in the right of a country when it believes that its interests are best served to practice covert activity, and then while you people may have a right to know, you can't let your people know without letting the wrong people know, those that are in opposition to what you're doing. The Nicaraguans, of course, already knew the United States was behind the attacks. It was the American people whose information was censored. Pentagon specials, Yellow Fruit and Night Stalkers. The CIA was not the only agency behind the sabotage missions. As Defense Secretary Weinberger stated in a secret 1983 memorandum to the President, the Pentagon would provide a wide range of logistical support and manpower to assist CIA covert operations in Central America, including support of Nicaraguan rebels. That support didn't end with Fly-Boland Amendment, and it went far beyond surveillance and Contra support via military maneuvers. The Pentagon's Special Operations Division and Army Intelligence Support Activity, ISA, played critical roles. The Special Operations Division, first headed by Colonel James Longhofer, operated in the black, under strict cover within the Office of the Army's Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations, DCSOPs. It was appropriated more than $325 million between 1981 and 1983. By the fall of 1983, wrote Seymour Hersh, the Army, working through Longhofer's unit, had become an invaluable asset in the covert war against Nicaragua. The men in special operations were instrumental in ferrying Army Special Forces personnel undercover to Honduras, where they helped CIA operatives train specially recruited Honduran troops for bloody hit-and-run operations into Nicaragua. They supplied Army rapid-firing cannons known as 153 Bushmasters to the small boats used by the CIA to mine harbors and destroy oil depots during a series of controversial raids on Nicaragua's east coast in the fall of 1983. One of Longhofer's helicopter mechanics was aboard the CIA ship that directed the 1983 mining of harbors inside Nicaragua. The C.I.A.S. attacks caused a political uproar when they were disclosed to Congress the next spring. But the Army's role was known to only a few members of the Congressional Intelligence Subcommittees, who said nothing. The Army and the CIA established a special aviation company called Seaspray, later renamed Quasar Talent, in March 1981, headquartered at Fort Eustis, Virginia. Another secret headquarters in Tampa, Florida supported Central America operations. Seaspray undertook direct attacks on Nicaraguan targets such as airfields. In April 1981, the Army established the L-60TH Special Operations Aviation Battalion, a secret helicopter training and support unit based at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, which became widely exposed after the invasion of Grenada. Longhofer said the purpose of the new L-60TH unit was deception. We set it up so the media would think the L60TH was the big secret unit and would dig up Fort Campbell looking for it. Seaspray, which was integrated into a CIA proprietary named Aviation Tech Services, remained secret until 1985. According to Hirsch, Longhofer's most enduring accomplishment was an aerial intelligence operation in Central America. Established in March 1982. Code-named Queen's Hunter, it set up a front civilian aerial photography operation in Honduras, staffed partly by specially assigned national security communications experts, to monitor the Nicaraguan government and Salvadoran rebels. In addition to the Special Operations Division, the Army established a separate covered entity known as the Intelligence Support Activity, ISA, headed by Colonel Jerry King until May 1984. ISA was also under the Army Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations, and relied on the Special Operations Division for mission planning and operational support, including all the laundered cash deemed necessary. The men and officers assigned to the unit were issued no military weapons or clothing, they trained at civilian locations, flew in unmarked aircraft and were prepared to be disavowed by their government if necessary. One of ISA's assignments in Nicaragua was to create pathfinders, secretly marked routes and support facilities such as business fronts to provide cover for U.S. agents. Posing as third country tourists or business people, ISA agents set up safe houses, secret landing zones and other facilities to support U.S. military operations in Nicaragua, including an invasion force. ISA agents reportedly entered Nicaragua using false credentials showing they were part of the embassy staff until 1984. Then they relied on false passports from neighboring countries. By December 1983, in a relatively quiet precursor to the Iran-Contra affair, the Special Operations Division's ultra-secret unit code-named Yellow Fruit with its commercial cover company, Business Security International, was embroiled in financial and other scandals. Yellow Fruit was shut down and its director, Lt. Colonel Dale Duncan, who had publicly retired as part of his cover, was court-martialed and is serving a 10-year sentence, reduced to 7, at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. Longhofer was allowed to remain on duty in an administrative job in Washington. 154. While appealing his court-martial and reduced 1-year sentence. In Longhofer's view, he and the others who were convicted or reprimanded are scapegoats for higher UPS in the Pentagon. As for the intelligence support activity, its morale may have suffered, but its personnel grew to number. 300-degree planning begun under Yellow Fruit for off-the-books Contra support was picked up by the so-called private enterprise, see Chapter 11. While Seaspray remained hidden, the media spotlight was trained on Task Force L60 after the October 1983 Grenada invasion. Nicknamed Night Stalkers, the motto of Task Force L60 pilots is "Death waits in the dark." Relatives later told Night Ritter reporters that Task Force L60 members have engaged in covert missions in hostile areas of Central America to aid pro-American forces. If downed or captured, the soldiers, who wore civilian clothes and flew at night, were told to expect no U.S. government acknowledgement or intervention. Instead, they were instructed to blow up their CH-47 Chinook and A-60 Black Hawk helicopters with prep-laced explosive charges. Then they were expected to buy or fight their way out, using bribe money made available by their superiors and privately purchased weapons of their own choosing. William Donald Alvey of Morgantown, Kentucky, discussed several Nicaragua missions with his son, Don. "He was kind of vague about the missions," said Alvey. "He'd go somewhere and pick up a group of people in a clearing in the jungle, armed troops, speaking Spanish, and take them to another clearing in the jungle somewhere. They would usually be ferried between Honduras and Nicaragua." Alvey insisted they were not training exercises. Don said one time you could tell damn well they had been in a fight because a lot of them were wounded. Alvey also recalled his son speaking of ferrying troops into Nicaragua from an offshore ship. "Don told me," Alvey said, "that if he ever failed to return from one of those missions, the Army already had a story to make up for his and his crew's disappearance and nobody would ever know the difference." According to the Army, Warrant Officer Donald R. Alvey, 26, was killed on March 20, 1983, when a Chinook helicopter he was piloting crashed 23 miles offshore of Norfolk, Virginia. Whether Donald Alvey was actually killed as the Army reported, the U.S. military has a history of covering up deaths occurring during secret missions. As a former Army officer explained, the solution to the problem of military personnel killed working with the CIA in secret missions in Laos and Cambodia was body washing. If a guy was killed on a mission, and if it was sensitive politically, we'd ship the body back home and have a jeep roll over on him at Fort Huachuca, an Army intelligence and covert operations base southeast of Tucson, Arizona. Or we'd arrange a chopper crash, or wait until one happened and insert a body or two into the wreckage later. It's not that difficult. A Task Force L-60 helicopter pilot, Captain Keith Lucas, was shot down on the morning of the Grenada invasion while supporting a covert Delta Force mission. Following the pattern of laundering special operations casualties, Lucas's father was told by the military that his son's death would not be reported as having OC-155 occurred in Grenada because he was on a secret operation. The military had to drop the cover when the father went public with his story. The Senate Intelligence Committee briefly investigated Task Force L-60 following the news accounts in December 1984. It reportedly accepted the Pentagon's denial that the unit had participated in military missions into El Salvador, Honduras, or Nicaragua. Target Grenada. Among the objectives listed in the Pentagon's classified 1982 Consolidated Defense Guidance was reverse communist gains in El Salvador, Nicaragua, Grenada, and other areas of Latin America. Days after 241 Marines were killed in a suicide bombing attack in Beirut, U.S. military forces invaded the Caribbean island of Grenada. With a population of 110,000, Grenada, at 133 square miles, is about the size of Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts. The catalyst for the Grenada invasion was the murder of Prime Minister Maurice Bishop and other top government officials following their ouster by Deputy Prime Minister Bernard Cord and General Hudson Austin. The immediate pretexts were a call by other Caribbean nations for military intervention and the rescue of American medical students on the island. The larger pretext was stopping Cuban/Soviet expansionism in the Caribbean and defending U.S. national security. The overlooked background was years of U.S. hostility toward Grenada since Bishop's New Jewel movement, Joint Endeavor for Welfare, Education, and Liberation, overthrew the dictatorial Eric Gary and his Mongoose Gang enforcers in a March 1979 coup costing only one life. When the new government, fearing a Gary counter-coup, asked the United States for security assistance, the Carter administration refused and warned the Socialist New Jewel movement, NJM, not to develop close ties with Cuba. Gary's legacy was an impoverished economy with an unemployment rate of nearly 50% and few health and education services. The NJM needed assistance. Unlike Washington, Cuba was prepared to help, as was Canada, Venezuela, and the European Economic Community, EEC. In the NJM's first year in office, private sector investment increased by over 130% and the government embarked upon an ambitious program of public housing, public works, equal rights for women and free education and health care. The Reagan administration conducted covert activities against Grenada, such as giving aid to opposition groups, after the Senate Intelligence Committee rejected a more extensive plan to destabilize the government. It also launched full-scale economic warfare. Not one penny for Grenada. Secretary of State Haig ordered U.S. officers in international financial institutions. In 1981, Washington tried to block an International Monetary Fund, IMF, loan for construction of Grenada's international airport at Point Salines. Because IMF decisions are supposed to be made on non-political grounds, the United States argued that the airport would worsen. 156. Grenada's balance of payments problems. IMF staff economists replied that a serviceable international airport would, on the contrary, improve Grenada's balance of payments by encouraging tourism. Nonetheless, the loan was cut by one-third under U.S. pressure. The airport became the focal point of U.S. polemics against Grenada. Reagan portrayed Cuban construction assistance as a sinister plot to make Grenada a base for subversion of the Caribbean and a threat to shipping. On March 10 and 23, 1983, Reagan displayed reconnaissance photos of the construction site marked with such headings as 10,000-foot runway and new Cuban housing. The display did not show the many resident American students who jogged on the open construction site, nor reveal the non-threatening information that the airport was funded by a British government-backed loan and construction was managed by the Plessey Company, a British international contracting firm, which stated that the airport was being built to civilian specifications and contained no standard military features such as hardened fueling facilities or bomb shelters for fighter aircraft. The Point Salines runway was actually shorter than other regional airports such as those in Trinidad, Jamaica, and nearby Barbados. Recalling Reagan's March 10 speech, former Ambassador Sally Shelton said, "I was absolutely staggered, because he was talking about a Grenada that didn't have much resemblance to the Grenada to which I had been accredited as ambassador." Francis McNeil, former Deputy Director of Intelligence for the State Department, acknowledged, "We pretty much lived by the descriptions in our own rhetoric, rather than seeking the reality of the situation on the island. It was kind of teal huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your Marxist house down kind of thing." During the U.S.-led Ocean Venture naval maneuvers from August to October 1981, Grenada, and the Grenadines, was the thinly veiled target of a mock invasion of Amber and the Amberines. In the exercise scenario, Amber was influenced by Country Red, Cuba, to export terrorism by supporting a guerrilla movement in Country Azure. Azure invited the United States to neutralize the guerrillas and the United States invaded Amber to rescue American hostages. U.S. troops remained until a pro-U.S. Amber government was installed. The Bishop government protested this dress rehearsal for invasion and responded by acquiring small arms and increasing the size of its minute army and civilian militia. Those defensive actions were then portrayed by Washington as signs of Grenada's aggressive intent. Grenada had already experienced real assaults. In June 1980, for example, a bomb exploded under the grandstand at Queen's Park just before a rally at which Bishop and other NJM leaders were to appear. 3 young girls were killed and other spectators were injured in spring 1983, Bishop wrote Reagan in an effort to improve relations. The letter was answered coolly by a lower-level U.S. diplomat in Barbados. When Bishop went to Washington, Reagan refused to meet him. Instead of responding positively to Bishop's attempts to improve relations, the administration chose to exploit his death later in the year. Shocked and angered by the October 19 murder of Bishop and his colleagues, most Grenadians had little will to resist the U.S. invasion. The widespread sentiment was, "No Bishop, no work, no revo." Indeed, after Bishop was arrested on OC 157. October 14, the so-called Revolutionary Military Council had disarmed the civilian militia and deposited their largely antiquated weapons in half-full warehouses that the U.S. military would later photograph selectively as evidence of Grenada's military buildup. The Cuban government publicly denounced the coup and made clear amid signs of an imminent U.S. invasion that Cubans would fight only in self-defense. Castro sent the U.S. government an urgent message on October 22, suggesting that the United States and Cuba communicate to avoid violence. Cuba received no reply until 90 minutes after the invasion began on October 25. The invasion torpedoed a diplomatic initiative by the Caribbean Common Market, CARICOM, aiming to ensure safety on the island and restore civilian rule. Instead, Washington arranged for the smaller Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, OECS, to invite U.S. military intervention. The decision was not unanimous as required under the OECS Charter and, even if unanimous, it would not have been legal under international law. It was later revealed that the OECS request was actually drafted in Washington. After Prime Minister Eugenia Charles of Dominica appeared with Reagan to announce the invasion, Rev. Gus Savage, DIL, described her as this puppet of our president who represents Aunt Jemimaism in geopolitics. At one point, the CIA passed $100,000 to her government for a secret support operation. A senator on the Intelligence Committee called it a payoff. Clues began to accumulate that the invasion was planned weeks in advance. According to a congressional source, the Pentagon admitted in a secret briefing that it knew of the coup against Bishop 2 weeks ahead of time. U.S. Ambassador to France Evan Galbraith said on French television on October 26 that the invasion was an action which had begun 2 weeks ago. Later he said he had misspoken. Also revealing were Ranger exercises reported in early November, from September 23 to October 2, the 2nd Battalion of the 75th Rangers Division, stationed at Fort Lewis, Washington, one of 2 Ranger units which participated in the actual invasion, spent 6 days practicing taking over an airport, complete with parachute jumps onto runways, capturing airport buildings, taking captives, and liberating hostages. Although an Army spokesman referred to the exercises as occurring regularly at Ephrata Municipal Airport, which happened to have a runway the same length as the Point Salines runway, an airport official told reporters, it would be pretty far-fetched to say it's done on a regular basis. They've done it twice to my knowledge, in 1981 and this time. About 600 Americans attended St. George's Medical School in Grenada. First-hand accounts indicated that coup leaders Bernard Cord and Hudson Austin were taking special measures to reassure the school and the U.S. government that the students were not in any danger. Peter Bourne, former health official in the Carter administration and a visiting professor at the medical school where his father, Dr. Jeffrey Bourne, was vice-chancellor, recounted these events in the Los Angeles Times. I contacted my father, who assured me not only that there was no cause for alarm, but that Cord had guaranteed the safety of the medical school and students. We remained in contact over the next several days by telephone and through the medical school telex. 158. Linked to its Bayshore office in New York, despite a 24-hour curfew, Cord provided government vehicles so that students could get from one campus to another in safety. On Wednesday, October 19, I received a call from a member of the Board of Trustees, a distinguished and conservative man, reportedly Senator Alphonse D'Amato, R. New York, who said that the State Department was pressuring school officials in New York to say publicly that the students in Grenada were in danger so that Washington would have a pretext to invade the island. I urged that they not accede to such pressure. Still concerned about the safety of the medical students in the event of a U.S. invasion, my father convinced Austin to allow representatives of the U.S. Embassy in Barbados to come to the island the next morning, Saturday 22 October. U.S. Embassy officials met with Austin and other members of the military council and the medical students. On Monday morning the airport was reopened as General Austin had promised, and any students who wanted to leave could do so. The only problem was that Barbados was already preparing with Washington to invade the next day and refused to let the commercial airline LIAT fly to the island. A few students left by charter plane, as did British and Canadian citizens alarmed by the continuing rumors of imminent invasion. That same morning I received a telegram from my father, which said, "We are all 22. Still well and safe." News distorted and exaggerated. The real danger to the students came when the main U.S. invasion force landed at Point Salines Airport, located adjacent to one of the school's 3 campuses. The supposed U.S. rescue forces were surprised to learn from students of the other sites. It took 4 days to reach all the students. None were ever taken hostage or otherwise harmed by Grenadians, or Cubans. On October 26, many of the students were evacuated while fighting still raged at Grand Anse Bay. Not surprisingly, they were scared and happy to get off the island. Their well-publicized joy upon arrival in the United States was used to promote the rescue pretext. The main U.S. invasion, code-named Urgent Fury, began at dawn on October 25, with the landing of 1,900 U.S. Army Rangers and Marines. Growing to 7,000, the invasion force was billed as multinational, but the Caribbean contingent of 300 men, mainly from Jamaica, engaged in police duty only after combat ceased. During the Point Salines assault, the barracks housing Cuban construction workers were fired upon and they fought back. 24 Cubans were killed and 59 wounded during the invasion. After the Cuban airport workers were captured, Washington played up the Cuban threat angle by claiming that 800 to 1,000 Cubans were resisting in the hills. When the smokescreen cleared, Cuba's official count of its citizens on the island proved accurate: 784 Cubans including airport workers as well as diplomats and their families. The Reagan administration showed its respect for freedom of the press by censoring coverage of the invasion. Reporters were kept off Grenada for 3 days, after which press restrictions remained in effect. Meanwhile, Washington's disinformation campaign left lasting impressions of an expansionist terror island. In his televised address of October 27, Reagan claimed, "We had to assume that several hundred Cubans working on the airport could be military reserves." As it turned out, the number was much larger and FLI were a military force. 600 of them were taken prisoner and we have discovered a complete base with weapons. 159. And communications equipment, which makes it clear a Cuban occupation of the island had been planned. 2 hours ago we released the first photos from Grenada. They included pictures of a warehouse of military equipment, one of 3 we've uncovered so far. This warehouse contained weapons and ammunition stacked almost to the ceiling, enough to supply thousands of terrorists. Grenada, we were told, was a friendly island paradise for tourism. Well, it wasn't. It was a Soviet-Cuban colony being readied as a major military bastion to export terror and undermine democracy. We got there just in time. When the UN Security Council approved a resolution deeply deploring the invasion as a flagrant violation of international law, the United States cast the sole negative vote to veto it. Though the New York Times and Washington Post editorialized against the invasion, unlike such prominent liberal commentators as Bill Moyers, then with CBS News, their overall coverage largely reinforced the official line about the Cuban threat. When Bernard Cord was captured on October 30, the New York Times headline read "Pro-Cuban seized," despite the fact that Cuba had denounced the coup. On Grenada, Gary's Mongoose Gang members were released from prison and NJM supporters and many others, including foreigners working on the island, were rounded up, arrested and interrogated without regard to due process. In one account demonstrating the broad sweep of the arrests and interrogations, Regina Fuchs, a West German nurse working at a clinic in Grenada, said that she was kept in Richmond Hill Jail for 2 days and interrogated relentlessly about whether she had ever demonstrated against the Vietnam War, whom she knew when she attended medical school, whether she had ever met former CIA agent Philippa G. in Germany, and the like. She was falsely accused of harboring fugitives by 2 Americans, one named Ed and the other named Frank Gonzalez, who identified himself to her as CIA. Happy face, Grenadian casualties were ignored or underestimated. Later Pentagon figures showed 67 Grenadians killed and 358 wounded, including 21 mental patients killed when U.S. aircraft bombed their hospital. According to military analyst Richard Gabriel, even if the Pentagon's figures are accepted as accurate, the number of civilians killed and wounded is far too high for an operation of the size and intensity of Urgent Fury. Conversations with U.S. claims settlement personnel on the island as well as with Grenadian civilians suggest that there was a good deal of indiscriminate shooting, mostly from the air, at targets that were not clearly identified. A favorite sport of helicopter gunship pilots in Grenada on roam and kill missions seems to have been to machine gun livestock from the air. In one instance, an old woman was killed from AC-130 gunship fire, and in another, an infant was machine-gunned in her crib by helicopter gunship fire. The U.S. government played politics with American casualties as well. Of the 19 deaths the Pentagon admitted to, more than 2/3 were killed by friendly fire or in helicopter crashes and other accidents. The official casualty numbers excluded Special Forces personnel. According to Gabriel, if they are included, the death toll jumps from 19 to 29. Including the 6 Delta Force Sol. 160 Deers and the 4 Navy SEALs killed by drowning before the invasion officially began. The Pentagon also tried to conceal the true number of wounded. When it was later reported by the press that the number who received Purple Hearts was higher than the number listed as wounded, the Joint Chiefs of Staff again adjusted the number of wounded upward, to 152. The invasion was, as Gabriel explained, a political and bureaucratic success. Whatever its military shortcomings, almost every unit and officer that took part, and even many who did not, was able to enhance his career by being awarded a medal. If the medals already awarded are added to those pending, the number approaches 19,600. Grenada was remodeled under U.S. direction. U.S. psychological warfare, SYOPs, teams plastered the island with propaganda posters and pro-U.S. graffiti and transformed Radio Free Grenada into Spice Island Radio. In July 1987, Newsweek published a brief story on the station, Grenada Fights the Calypso Menace, making light of censorship under the government of Prime Minister Herbert Blaise. The article said politically sensitive calypso music will be banned from the island's only radio station, which is government-owned. A government censor explained that whenever a composer seems to be saying wrong things or lying directly, we can ban the song. Newsweek commented that the censorship is probably more futile than repressive. So much for concerns over peacetime censorship in U.S.-backed Grenada. Secretary of State Schultz was an early visitor to liberated Grenada. "It's really a lovely place," he said in 1984. "The terrain is more rugged than I imagined, but it is certainly a lovely piece of real estate." The Point Salines Airport was recognized for what it always was, an economic necessity. The United States contracted with Morrison Knudsen, an Idaho construction company that was part of a consortium that built most of the roads, ports and bridges in Vietnam, to complete the airport for $21.8 million. As time passed, the rewriting of history to justify U.S. intervention was illustrated on the New York HMCS editorial pages. On December 10, 1984, The Times praised the election of Herbert Blaise as a constructive sequel to the invasion. His victory was hardly a surprise given that his legal challenger was the deposed Milo Eric Gary and the CIA had allocated $675,000, amounting to more than $6 for EV Grenadian, from its political action funds to influence the election. Registered trademark. Although the Times was still skeptical about administration claims about the students and the invitation to intervene, it twisted reality to claim, lost somewhere in the long list of justifications was the most compelling reason for the action, the fear that Grenada had been led into the Soviet and Cuban orbit by Mr. Bishop and was to be sealed in by his murder. In January 1985, the liberal New York Times columnist Tom Wicker found a silver lining to the invasion in the Blaise government, asked why his predecessors, Mr. Bishop and Sir Eric, had invested so little in the island's basic needs. Mr. Blaise/D laughed, not mirthfully, and replied, they had other priorities and outsized military force in Mr. Bishop's case. And what an American called squandermania in Sir Eric's. The Blaise government is evidence, even for Americans who opposed L6L. The intervention, that it worked, Grenada is peaceful again, and has a new chance for prosperity. Leaving aside Wicker's distortion of Bishop's record, Reaganomics brought no prosperity to Grenada. The official unemployment rate shot up from 12% in 1982 to 27% in 1985. The NJM's housing projects, free milk program and education programs were abolished. One sign of the regression in women's status is the revival of prostitution. Reagan visited Grenada in February 1986 and was hailed by Blaise as our own national hero and our rescuer after God. Reagan likened events in Nicaragua to those that prompted the Grenada invasion. He would not be satisfied, he said, until all the people of the Americas have joined us in the warm sunshine of liberty and justice. Nicaragua next? For many Americans the Grenada invasion was balm for the fresh wounds of Beirut and the scars of Tehran. Revenge went down easier in the guise of rescue. For some the revenge went deeper to the U.S. defeat in Vietnam. As a top CIA official put it, this administration came to power with the intention of punching someone in the nose. Democratic Party leaders who had denounced the invasion as gunboat diplomacy, House Speaker Tip O'Neill's words, quickly tacked to the winds of public opinion and pronounced it justified. The narrow majority in support of the invasion loomed even larger on the political horizon. Grenada was an opportunity for the Reagan administration to show that the United States was no paper tiger. As one senior official put it, what good are maneuvers and shows of force, if you never use it? The obvious question was, would Nicaragua be next? U.S. citizens living in Nicaragua began weekly protest vigils in front of the American embassy, displaying the banner, "We don't want to be rescued." Fearing a Grenada-style invasion in Central America, U.S. peace activists undertook new initiatives. One effort led to the formation of the National Pledge of Resistance, a broad-based network of tens of thousands of U.S. citizens, each pledged to join in legal protest or nonviolent civil disobedience if the United States invades, bombs, sends combat troops, or otherwise significantly escalates its intervention in Central America. The religious-based Witness for Peace began sending U.S. volunteers to maintain a nonviolent presence in Jalapa and other Nicaraguan war zones. These efforts were part of a diverse and dynamic movement to educate and organize people against the ongoing, many-sided U.S. invasion of Central America and compel a change in policy. In Grenada, observed military analyst Richard Gabriel, the ability of U.S. ground forces to move rapidly and boldly against the enemy and to demonstrate effective small unit fire and maneuver was absent. Should U.S. ground forces ever engage in El Salvador or Nicaragua and use the same tactics, the war will be long. 162. And bloody. In Nicaragua, U.S. forces would be resisted not only by a larger, battle-hardened army, but by an armed population. Nicaragua's defense preparations were prudent, not paranoid. Nicaraguans were mobilized through the militias and Sandinista defense committees to improve their readiness for armed defense, medical care, and emergency evacuation. Backyard bomb shelters were dug all over Managua. Nicaragua wanted to send a clear message to Washington: the costs of an invasion here will be far higher than Grenada. Invasion talk circulated throughout Central America and in Washington. CONDECA, the Central American Defense Council once led by Somoza, was reactivated on October 1, 1983, just weeks before the Grenada invasion by El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, and Panama. General Paul Gorman, chief of the U.S. Southern Command, was in attendance. CONDECA military leaders met secretly in Tegucigalpa on October 22 and 23 and discussed the legality of joint military action for the pacification of Nicaragua. They agreed that the Contras can establish a government somewhere in Nicaraguan territory, and, once recognized internationally, can ask for aid from CONDECA. At a press conference earlier in the month, the FDN had declared its strategy to establish a provisional government and call for multinational assistance. CONDECA leaders also agreed they could act to defend the peace in any country in Central America and call upon the United States for support. The consensus was that a war situation is predictable. Happy face, General Alvarez of Honduras told U.S. officials that he intended to celebrate his next birthday December 12 in Managua. Registered trademark. U.S. officials denied plans to support CONDECA action against Nicaragua. But the Washington-based Council on Hemispheric Affairs warned of an invasion plan, code-named Operation Pegasus, involving airstrikes, a naval blockade and a land invasion by CONDECA troops. They cited an administration source who had leaked details of the Grenada invasion 6 days before it took place. For some U.S. officials, Grenada was a warning that consuming Nicaragua would not be easy. For others it was an appetizer, whetting their desire for the main course. A shared lesson was that U.S. forces and their Central America battlefield should be better prepared. Stepped up intensity. Fresh from victory in Grenada, the CIA and the administration generally were feeling a new potency in the fall of 1983, wrote Christopher Dickey. Dewey Claridge reportedly took to driving around with a bumper sticker that said "Nicaragua next." Old acquaintances of his, bumping into him at an airport, remember him gushing about what was going on with my war. In the last 3 months of 1983, the Nicaraguan government undertook a series of measures to enhance political pluralism, demonstrate its commitment to negotiations and reduce tensions following the Grenada invasion. On October 20, 163, Foreign Minister Miguel Descoto presented Assistant Secretary of State Langhome Motley with 4 draft treaty proposals to be implemented under the auspices of the Contadora Group formed earlier in the year, discussed in Chapter 13, including bilateral treaties between Nicaragua and the United States and between Nicaragua and Honduras, and multilateral treaties regarding the war in El Salvador and regional peace and security. The State Department dismissed them all. Also on October 20, the House of Representatives voted again to replace covered aid to Nicaragua with an overt $80 million interdiction assistance program. During the debate, Rev. Michael Barnes, back from a recent visit to Nicaragua, told fellow House members, "Myth would have it that the covert operations are designed to force the Nicaraguans to the negotiating table. But the trouble with that is that the Nicaraguans were already there. Nicaragua has been trying to have talks with the Reagan administration all along. It is not Nicaragua that will not negotiate. It is us. Nicaragua has long since demonstrated its willingness to address our security concerns on the sole condition that we be prepared to address their security concerns. The one thing that the Nicaraguans will not negotiate about is their revolution. And here we get to the real purpose of the covert operations. They are designed to overthrow the Nicaraguan revolution." The Senate voted, as expected, to approve Contra funding on November 3. In a compromise on November 18, Congress approved $24 million in Contra aid. It was expected to last until June 1984. In November, Nicaragua eased press censorship. The Salvadoran revolutionaries moved their political and diplomatic commission out of Nicaragua, and about 2,000 Cuban teachers and technical advisors returned home. On November 30, Nicaragua presented 3 more treaty proposals, containing provisions for the exclusion of foreign military advisors and restrictions on arms. Motley dismissed these actions as false signals. On December 1, Nicaragua freed Mosquito prisoners and declared a general amnesty for insurgents in northern Zelaya. The amnesty decree recognized a governmental commitment to ethnic minority rights. 3 days later, Nicaragua announced an amnesty for counter-revolutionary exiles, including those engaged in armed and illegal activities, excluding ex-National Guard officers and others in the Contra leadership. It stipulated that returnees would have the option of participating in the land distribution program under the agrarian reform, and that in the case of agricultural proprietors who may have abandoned their lands, and which later may have been occupied, their lands shall be restored to them or adequate compensation made. Amnesty beneficiaries would have full rights to participate in coming elections. By December 15, more than 100 peasants had taken advantage of the amnesty and resettled in the departments of Ocotal and Esteli. The Nicaraguan government announced steps leading to commencement of the electoral process on January 31, 1984 for national elections then scheduled for 1985, they were moved up to November 1984. In a full-page message to the people of the United States from the people of Nicaragua appearing in the New York Times on December 11, 1983, Nicaragua published the amnesty and electoral decrees and reiterated Nicaragua's desire for a peaceful solution to the crisis in Central America. L6-4. With the right to freely determine our own future in peace and security without interference or direction from any human power. The prevailing mood in the Reagan administration was, in the words of one official, "The Sandinistas are on the ropes, keep the pressure on." On December 20, the Special Interagency Working Group concluded, given the distinct possibility that we may be unable to obtain additional funding in fiscal year 84 or FY 85, our objective should be to bring the Nicaragua situation to a head in 1984. At a National Security Planning Group meeting on January 6, 1984, Reagan concurred in the recommendation to proceed with stepped-up intensity. An internal CIA memorandum reported on 19 attacks involving helicopters and Piranha speedboats, called Q-boats by the CIA, launched from CIA motherships between January 1 and April 10, 1984. Army Intelligence Support Activity, ISA, and Task Force L60 personnel participated. On January 4, for example, U.S. helicopters and speedboats rocketed the port of Potosi. CIA crewed Merlin aircraft equipped with FLIR forward-looking infrared radar provided real-time intelligence support. On March 7, speedboats attacked the San Juan del Sur oil and storage facility. When Nicaraguan forces responded, a U.S. support helicopter laid down suppressing rocket fire which enabled Q-boats to withdraw safely. By March 29, plans were made to support a Pastora attack on San Juan del Norte with the goal of installing a provisional government on April 9. U.S. helicopters provided fire support to the THIRD assault on San Juan del Norte. THIRD was satisfied with the fire display, noted the CIA report. But a Nicaraguan counteroffensive routed the THIRD forces and dashed U.S. plans to establish a provisional government on the Atlantic coast. In another incident, not contained in the CIA summary, a Honduran-based U.S. Army IH helicopter was shot down over Nicaragua on January 11, while apparently providing logistical support for a contra-assault force. U.S. Pilot Chief Warrant Officer Jeffrey Schwab was killed. By one account, Schwab's helicopter was inadvertently directed over Nicaragua while on its way from San Lorenzo to Aguacate, when a U.S. radio operator mistook it for a CIA reconnaissance and resupply mission on March 24, 1984, as reported in the Costa Rican La Prensa Libre. A DC-3 crashed while supplying arms to the Contras in Costa Rica. Eyewitnesses saw armed men take 7 bodies from the wreckage, douse 2 with gasoline and burn them, remove other bodies and torch documents. 4 of the 7 dead men were said to be North Americans. The DC-3 crashed on a mountainside near the ranch of American John Hull, which served as a base for the Contra supply operation. Eden Pastora and top aide Carol Prado said later that CIA Station Chief Tomas Castillo and a South American CIA agent, Ivan Gomez, ordered them to remove teeth and jawbones and mutilate the bodies to destroy physical evidence. Unidentified helicopters removed some bodies from the scene before Costa Rican investigators arrived. Prado identified the DC-3's pilot as Renato Torre Alba, who was married to an American and recognized as Castillo's number 1 pilot. 165. Although it had Canadian serial markings, the DC-3 was owned by the U.S. government. Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, records listed the owner of the plane as one Robert Branch of Indianapolis, who lost custody to the U.S. government in July 1983 because of the plane's alleged use in drug trafficking. According to FAA agent Edwin McDaniel, the plane was released without the normal paperwork because it was slated for military use. Mining the harbors. In January 1984, Washington began mining Nicaragua's harbors, an action considered the equivalent of a blockade and an act of war under international law. President Reagan approved the mining on the recommendation of National Security Advisor Robert McFarlane. Claridge takes credit for the mining idea. Indeed, Reagan was briefed on and approved even relatively minor operational details, such as Ambassador Negroponte's November 1983 recommendation to increase by 3,000 the number of weapons supplied to the Contras. Edgar Chamorro told the World Court how he was first informed of the mining on January 5, at 2 a.m., the CIA deputy station chief of Tegucigalpa, the agent I knew as George, woke me up at my house in Tegucigalpa and handed me a press release in excellent Spanish. I was surprised to read that we, the F.D.N., were taking credit for having mined several Nicaraguan harbors. George John Mallet told me to rush to our clandestine radio station and read this announcement before the Sandinistas broke the news. Nicaraguan radio had actually reported on the mining 2 days earlier. The truth is that we played no role in the mining of the harbors. But we did as instructed and broadcast the communiqué. Ironically, approximately 2 months later, after a Soviet ship struck one of the mines, the same agent instructed us to deny that one of our mines had damaged the ship to avoid an international incident. Mines were deployed in the ports of Corinto, Puerto Sandino, and El Bluff, near Bluefields, from January through March 1984. A variety of mines were used, most reportedly products of the CIA weapons group in Langley, Virginia, assisted by the Mines Division of the U.S. Navy Surface Weapons Center in Silver Spring, Maryland. CIA weapons specialists in Honduras did the final assembly. The most sophisticated and damaging mines were 10-foot-long cylinders filled with 300 pounds of C4 plastic explosive. They had a magnetometer to detect disturbances when heavy steel ships passed overhead. At a certain threshold, a battery-charged jolt of electricity set off the mine. Floating mines, disguised with a rubberized cap to make them look like rocks, would be set off by the wake of a passing ship. Others responded to direct contact or had acoustic triggers. Mines damaged or destroyed 9 ships and fishing vessels by the end of March, disrupting shipping during the key November to April harvest season for Nicaragua's principal export crops. 2 Nicaraguan fishing boats were blown up in El Bluff on February 25. On March 1, a large Dutch dredger was hit in Corinto. 166. On March 7, a Panamanian ship carrying medicine, food, and industrial supplies suffered severe damage. A Soviet tanker carrying 250,000 barrels of crude oil was damaged by a mine in Puerto Sandino on March 20. On March 27, Corinto mines destroyed a Nicaraguan shrimp boat and damaged a Liberian ship carrying molasses. 2 days later, a Nicaraguan fishing vessel was destroyed. On March 30, another Nicaraguan shrimp boat was destroyed and a Japanese ship carrying bicycles, auto spare parts, construction materials, and cotton was damaged with no minesweepers. Nicaragua tried to clear the mines by dragging a deep-sea fishing net between 2 fishing boats. A French offer to provide minesweepers in cooperation with another European country never materialized. The mines killed 2 Nicaraguans and injured 15 sailors, including 5 on the Soviet oil tanker. Not to be outdone by the FDN, Arde claimed credit on March 1 for the mines at Corinto and El Bluff, saying they were designed to cut off Soviet military supplies. The coasts of Nicaragua are a war zone, declared Arde, and therefore we are not responsible for loss of civilian lives in this zone. As word of U.S. involvement leaked out, administration officials justified the mining as a form of self-defense under international law. If the country whose ports are being mined is considered responsible for some kind of aggression, in this case support for guerrillas in El Salvador, then mining is considered an act of self-defense just like any other use of force, claimed one U.S. official. The official acknowledged that according to international standards, naval mines should not be used to close international waters or to interfere with the free passage of vessels from third countries. But, he claimed, in the case of Nicaragua, any ships entering Nicaraguan waters give up their right to safe passage. France and Britain protested the mining along with countries whose ships were hit. If one accepts it in one part of the world, said French Foreign Minister Claude Chassin, there is no reason not to accept it in the Strait of Hormuz as well. Those words came back to haunt the United States in July 1987, when a Kuwaiti oil tanker under U.S. flag protection struck a mine in the Persian Gulf. The United States recognized no right to self-defense on the part of Iran or Iraq to mine waterways in their ongoing war. There, where it suited U.S. interests, Washington loudly proclaimed the right of free passage on the seas and made sure that the evening newscasts were full of pictures of damaged tankers and floating mines. The mines, said Interior Minister Tomás Borga in a March 1984 interview, are not just Nicaragua's problem, but rather everyone's problem. Generally there are certain rules that one respects. It's not difficult for anyone to mine a port, but no one does it. The decision taken by the CIA to mine our ports opens up the opportunity for any group to take the decision to mine any port. Who is to say that Central American revolutionaries wouldn't mine New York or Puerto Limón, Costa Rica, or any other port they'd want? This means that they, the United States, have started a risky game. Borga described the mines as an irresponsible and terrorist response to the failure of the Contras inside Nicaragua. They have realized that they cannot militarily overthrow Nicaragua. Therefore they've decided to sow destabilization and to 167. Worsen the economic crisis, which is difficult enough already and has become worse due to the aggression. The outlook is more war. The outlook is more death. The U.S. government is making an effort to approve $20 million more designated for the so-called covered war. I don't know why they call it covered, because it hasn't even a fig leaf. The most serious thing about all of this is that it's accepted as a natural thing that a government decides to designate millions of dollars to assault another country, that resources coming from American tax dollars are designated to sow death in another country. And that the North American people don't realize that their money is being designated to murder citizens in another country while they cut back social programs in the U.S. What would happen if we designated 50 million Cordobas to place bombs in Indiana, the White House? Everyone would say we were murderers and that we were crazy. Fine, why not say that of those who are sending millions of dollars to murder Nicaraguans, would it be justified for us, who are partisans of totally eliminating racial discrimination worldwide, to decide to send resources to punish those who discriminate against blacks or Puerto Ricans or Latinos? We are enemies of discrimination, but we have no right to make decisions that involve an intervention in the internal matters of other countries. Nicaragua did not retaliate. Instead, it took its case to the United Nations and the World Court. It introduced a resolution in the UN Security Council on March 30, denouncing the escalation of acts of military aggression brought against Nicaragua by the United States. A majority supported the resolution, the United States vetoed it. The mines brought the Nicaragua situation to a head, but not in Nicaragua. They caused a political explosion in the United States. Senator Barry Goldwater, Raz, chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee and a staunch administration supporter, lit the first fuse. "Dear Bill," Goldwater wrote Casey on April 9. "All this past weekend, I've been trying to figure out how I can most easily tell you my feelings about the discovery of the president having approved mining some of the harbors of Central America. It gets down to one little, simple phrase: I am pissed off. I understand you had briefed the House on this matter. I've heard that. Now, during the important debate we had all last week and the week before, on whether we would increase funds for the Nicaragua program, we were doing all right until a member of the committee charged that the president had approved the mining. I strongly denied that because I had never heard of it. Bill, this is no way to MN a railroad. The president has asked us to back his foreign policy. Bill, how can we back his foreign policy when we don't know what the hell he is doing, mine the harbors in Nicaragua? This is an act violating international law. It is an act of war. For the life of me, I don't see how we are going to explain it." As Goldwater noted, the House Intelligence Committee was informed of the mining on January 31. Mining opponents, such as Boland, registered their concern with the CIA. Casey insisted that he had also informed the Senate committee in March. Some senators defended Casey, but most did not. As one said, Casey did mention mining, but in the midst of a list of other actions the Contras were taking. 168. At no time did he say the CIA was directly involved in mining or that President Reagan had authorized it. Yet, as Time put it, since the mines were already exploding at the time of the briefings, it seems strange that the senators did not question Casey persistently about them. In a cover story on the mining, Time ended up wanting it both ways, like the politicians, urging negotiations while advocating continued aid to the Contras, the contrastive, fighting for an ideal, and the U.S., after arming, training and encouraging them, cannot suddenly abandon them to their fates. The Senate had voted on April 5 to support the administration request for $21 million in supplemental Contra aid. Senators expressed bipartisan pique with an April 10 vote protesting the mining. The non-binding resolution read, "It is the sense of Congress that no funds heretofore or hereafter appropriated in any act of Congress shall be obligated or expended for the purpose of planning, executing or supporting the mining of the ports or territorial waters of Nicaragua." Among the 12 senators voting against the resolution were Barry Goldwater, Bob Dole, RKS, and John Tower, RTX. The New York Times declared the mining illegal, deceptive and dumb, and compared it to German U-boats torpedoing neutral shipping in 1917. When challenged by a protest about damage to a Soviet freighter, the administration condoned the practice, contending that neutrals should have known the waters were dangerous. That is actually the same argument invoked by the German Kaiser. When asked to justify his decision authorizing the mining, President Reagan insisted, those were homemade mines that couldn't sink a ship. Point 1. Think that there was much ado about nothing. Assistant Secretary Motley called the minings a legitimate form of self-defense and explained that the mining comes within the menu of pressures brought in order to modify Nicaraguan behavior. Fleeing the World Court. Sometimes people ask me, Foreign Minister Descoto told me, "Father, what is the future of Nicaragua in this uneven struggle?" And I say, what would be the future of humanity if there were no countries like Nicaragua totally committed to stand up and be counted in the struggle against the United States' attempt to replace the international legal order with the principle that might makes right? Against a government that is committed to the institutionalization of lynching, international lynching, as a method for resolving situations, a country committed to total lawlessness. Is this the kind of precedent that we want to allow to become established as the law? And, if it is, what's going to happen if everyone continues to bow down to President Reagan just because he is so strong? Just like David, we are so much smaller and weaker when compared to Goliath. We believe in another kind of power. We like to believe in justice. We like to believe in the possibility of those things that perhaps to some people are only meant for poems. That's why we took the United 169 States to the International Court of Justice, not only to defend Nicaragua, but to defend the international legal order. In I-960, the World Court had settled a border dispute between Nicaragua and Honduras when it determined the Rio Coco as the legal border between the two countries. The World Court case concerning military and paramilitary activities in and against Nicaragua, filed on April 9, 1984, covered such actions as the presidential findings authorizing covert activities, U.S. military maneuvers in Honduras aimed at intimidating Nicaragua and supplying the Contras, and attacks on civilian and economic targets, including mining the harbors. Nicaragua's legal team of Nicaraguan, American, French, and British lawyers included Carlos Arguello, ambassador to the Netherlands and former Minister of Justice, Paul Reichler, and Judy Applebaum, whose Washington firm represents the Nicaraguan government on international legal matters, and Abram Chase, Harvard Law School professor and former legal advisor to the Department of State under President Kennedy. Nicaragua challenged U.S. claims of self-defense and charged that U.S. actions violated the charters of the United Nations and the OAS as well as the U.S. Constitution. Article 15 of the OAS Charter, for example, reads, "No state or group of states has the right to intervene, directly or indirectly, for any reason whatsoever, in the internal or external affairs of any other state." The foregoing principle prohibits not only armed forces but also any other form of interference or attempted threat against the personality of the state or against its political, economic, and cultural elements. Registered trademark rushing to preempt Nicaragua's suit, the Reagan administration announced on April 6 that it would not recognize World Court jurisdiction in matters concerning Central America for a 2-year period. The move was widely denounced as hypocritical, unwise, and illegal. In the 1946 agreement, ratified by the U.S. Senate, accepting the court's authority, the United States stipulated that 6 months' notice will be given if jurisdictional recognition is to be withdrawn. This provision was included specifically as a renunciation of any intention to withdraw our obligation in the face of a threatened legal proceeding. The American Society of International Law adopted a resolution deploring the administration's attempt to sidestep Nicaragua's legal challenge. This was reportedly the first vote condemning an action of the U.S. government in the Law Society's 78-year history. The vote followed a speech by UN Ambassador Jeane Kirkpatrick in which she again turned Orwell on his head, saying, "To portray Nicaragua as victim in the current situation is a complete, Orwellian inversion of what is actually happening in Central America." Meanwhile, 13 Democrats on the House Judiciary Committee called on Attorney General William French Smith to appoint a special prosecutor to determine whether President Reagan and his top aides committed federal crimes, such as violation of the Neutrality Act, in connection with the Nicaragua policy. Nothing happened. The United States went to the World Court in 1980 with a case against Iran for holding U.S. hostages. Although Iran refused to accept the court's jurisdiction, the United States received a favorable ruling. When Iran refused to participate, the U.S. took the position that the court should go right ahead, observed Descoto. 170. We take this step, it is regarded as improper and propaganda. Clearly in the wrong this time around, U.S. officials disparaged the court's impartiality. Said Kirkpatrick, "It's a semi-legal, semi-juridical, semi-political body, which nations sometimes accept and sometimes don't. Nicaragua had no reason to expect partiality from the court. At the time it brought suit, the court was comprised of 15 judges mainly from countries friendly to the United States. In addition to a U.S. judge, there were judges from Britain, France, Italy, West Germany, Japan, India, Argentina, Brazil, Algeria, Senegal, Nigeria, Syria, Poland, and the Soviet Union. The World Court issued a preliminary restraining order on May 10, 1984, granting provisional measures of protection to Nicaragua. The court ruled 15-0 that the United States should halt immediately any attempts to blockade or mine Nicaraguan ports. On a vote of 14-1, with the U.S. judge dissenting, the court ruled that Nicaragua's political independence and sovereignty should be fully respected and should not be jeopardized by any military or paramilitary activities. State Department spokesman John Hughes claimed that nothing contained in the measures indicated by the court is inconsistent with current United States policy or activities with respect to Nicaragua. Registered trademark. In fact, only the mining had been suspended. 7 months later, on November 26, the court rejected U.S. arguments that it had no jurisdiction in the case and stated that the provisional measures issued in May should remain in effect pending resolution of the case. On January 18, 1985, the United States announced it would boycott the proceedings and attacked Nicaragua's misuse of the court for political purposes. Registered trademark Descoto blasted the U.S. withdrawal from the court as a return to the law of the jungle, which confirms the United States' warlike policies, based on the concept that brute force governs relations between the weak and powerful nations. He called on the United States to decide if it is for or against international law. Registered trademark House Judiciary Chairman Peter Rodino issued a prophetic denunciation of the World Court boycott, on the weekend that President Reagan vowed to uphold the Constitution for his second term in office. His administration decided to flout international law by walking out of the World Court proceedings in Nicaragua's suit. In the 39-year history of the World Court, only 3 other nations have ever walked out on a case: Iran, Iceland, and Albania. Only ASCC 11 years ago, we prevented the unraveling of our system by a president who tried to place himself above the law. Let us hope that history will not record our withdrawal from the World Court as the first sign of a new arrogance of power. It wasn't the first sign, but the administration's actions certainly represented an arrogance of power that Congress never tamed in the few times it tried. 171. Kissinger and other maneuvers. The Reagan administration had hoped that 1984 would bring a bipartisan Central America policy. The Kissinger Commission was to have laid the foundation. The January 1984 Commission report took a hard line toward Nicaragua following the lead of Chairman Kissinger, who had earlier stated, "It escapes me why we have to apply the Brezhnev Doctrine in Central America and assert that any communist government that has established itself can never be changed." Registered trademark The triumph of hostile forces in what the Soviets call the strategic rear of the United States would be read as a sign of U.S. impotence, declared the Kissinger Commission report. It urged a massive program of economic and military aid for the region and portrayed the consolidation of the Sandinista government as constituting a permanent security threat. In keeping with the official Reagan line, the majority of individual commission members saw the Contras as one of the incentives working in favor of a negotiated settlement. The commission did not render a collective judgment on the Contra issue. 2 commission members, Mayor Henry Cisneros of San Antonio and Professor Carlos F. Diaz Alejandro of Yale University, explicitly dissented from the majority and registered their opposition to support for the Contras registered trademark on a lightning visit to Nicaragua on October 15, 1983. Kissinger remarked, "We should not be asked to choose between peace and democracy." Registered trademark democracy, as stated earlier by a U.S. official, is a euphemism for the overthrow of the Sandinista-led government. Accompanying the Kissinger Commission, Oliver North delighted in introducing himself as the advance man for the U.S. invasion. The late Nora Astorga, Nicaragua's former UN ambassador and deputy foreign minister, said the Kissinger Commission came with a preconceived idea and it wanted to confirm that idea. Commissioners spent less than a day in Nicaragua, much of it in meetings with opposition leaders. During the meeting with Daniel Ortega, recalled Astorga, someone whispered to Kissinger, "Let's not listen to this son of a bitch any longer." Registered trademark. Kissinger's preference for delusion over reality was apparent in his displeasure with Ambassador Tony Quainton. Quainton, assigned to Nicaragua after heading the State Department's Office for Combating Terrorism, reportedly undercut Kissinger Commission findings by reporting that the Nicaraguan government had some positive features. Registered trademark. In a meeting with U.S. citizens in March 1984, just before leaving his post in Nicaragua, Quainton, later U.S. ambassador to Kuwait, where he had to deal with a different round of minings, defended U.S. concern over Nicaragua's military buildup, but he readily acknowledged positive Nicaraguan initiatives. The positives included education and literacy, which brought people into contact with a whole new world of ideas they hadn't experienced before. He cited urban housing and public health, especially rural health, for reaching those who had no health care before. He noted that some health posts were staffed by Cuban medical personnel. Land reform, he said, has made the most profound impact after education. Ironical. 172. Lee, he said the Nicaraguan land reform was not as radical as in El Salvador in terms of the privately held property that could be affected, at least theoretically. Nicaragua, he explained, is not a land-poor country, and the yardstick for land reform is not size of holdings, but productivity. He said notwithstanding the problem that it only takes a few cases of land confiscation perceived as politically motivated to generate producer anxiety, Nicaragua's was one of the most sensible land reforms in Latin America. He added that there was a lot of debate in Nicaragua, these are a very open people. Kissinger's portrayal of Nicaragua was quite different. He characterized Sandinista Nicaragua as not only worse than under Somoza, but as bad or worse than Nazi Germany. People who disagreed with him were in the enemy camp. As Kissinger reportedly said of Reverend Eugene Stockwell, a respected officer of the World Council of Churches, before his testimony to the Commission about conditions in Nicaragua, if that man Eugene Stockwell is not a KGB agent, they're getting his services for free. Happy face. Mexican writer Carlos Yunes challenged the Kissinger-Reagan view of Central America. Clearly, the stage is being set for a confrontation meant to overthrow the Sandinista government and demonstrate Washington's version of the Brezhnev doctrine that no Central American country can ever leave the United States' sphere of influence. Everyone knows that if the rightist counter-revolutionaries fighting in the north of Nicaragua were to reach Managua, they would not create a democratic regime. They would first stage a bloodbath and then restore the former dictatorship. By then, no one in Washington would give a pound of sugar for the destiny of Nicaraguan democracy. The counter-revolutionaries would reverse the social and juridical changes wrought by the Sandinistas, such as the literacy campaign, healthcare programs and various provisions necessary for holding elections. Nicaragua would fall once again into the pit of world indifference and internal oppression of the Somoza years. Nicaragua would again be a model servant of the United States. To comply verbally with congressional guidelines, Reagan officials continued to argue that the United States was not trying to overthrow the Nicaraguan government because the Contras could not win. Asked, what chance do the Contras have of overthrowing the Sandinista regime? Casey replied, I think there's no chance that they will be able to overthrow the government. In the resistance, you have, it is said, perhaps 15,000 men with rifles scattered around the open, unpopulated parts of the country, which is where the guerrillas can hide. They can't go into the cities, which the government is protecting with tanks and 75,000 men in the army, the militia, and the security forces. So they're not going to overthrow that government. Notice that even Casey admits the defensive role of the tanks and troops. On April I, the United States launched a 3-month military exercise with Honduras, provocatively code-named Grenadero I. U.S. Army engineers constructed airstrips at Quilquiagua near the Salvadoran border and Jamastran near the Nicaraguan border, capable of landing giant C-130s. U.S., Honduran and Salvadoran troops practiced airborne and helicopter assault operations. On April 13, U.S. and Honduran forces practiced a parachute drop near Aguacate during other exercises code-named 173. Lightning II, the purpose was to secure an operations base from which to stage an assault on an airfield. Ocean Venture 84 ran from April 20 to May 6. Involving 30,000 troops and hundreds of ships including the aircraft carrier America, the exercise included the evacuation of 300 people from the U.S. naval base at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. King's Guard coastal surveillance exercises involving U.S., Honduran and Salvadoran forces ran from April 26 to May 7. In July and August, the United States and Honduras conducted counterinsurgency exercises under Operation Lempira, practicing rapid deployment tactics. During Crown Dragonfly exercises in September, U.S. and Honduran fighters practiced bombing runs. These are just some of the maneuvers that took place throughout 1984. The New York Times reported in April that senior administration officials were acknowledging privately that intervention by U.S. combat forces in Central America was a possibility and contingency plans were being drawn up, utilizing the provisions of the Rio Treaty. According to U.S. officials, a presidential decision on sending troops would not be taken until 1985-1986 or later. After the current program had been given a chance to work, senior officials disparaged the possibility of a negotiated three-settlement with Nicaragua, claiming that the Sandinistas, and the Salvadoran FMLN-FDR, could not be trusted to keep agreements, and force is the only tiling they understand. There must be a change in personalities in the Nicaraguan government, said one official, before there can be serious negotiations. Once again the message was clear. The only negotiations to move past the lip service stage would be a surrender by the Nicaraguan government. Aftershock, Poland cut off. The Kissinger Commission strengthened a growing bipartisan consensus on supporting the Salvadoran regime. It could not keep Contra aid afloat amid the shockwaves from mining Nicaragua's harbors. President Reagan appealed on May 9 for public support of his Central America policy in a nationally televised litany of lies and disinformation. If we continue to provide too little help, our choice will be a communist Central America with additional communist military bases on the mainland of this hemisphere and communist subversion spreading southward and northward. This communist subversion poses the threat that 100 million people from Panama to the open border on our south could come under the control of pro-Soviet regimes. There has been an attempt to wipe out an entire culture, the Mosquito Indians, thousands of whom have been slaughtered or herded into detention camps where they have been starved and abused. The Sandinista rule is a communist reign of terror, but we Americans must understand and come to grips with the fact that the Sandinistas are not content to brutalize their own land. They seek to export their terror to every other country in the region. The Sandinista military buildup began 2.5 years before the anti-Sandinista freedom fighters had taken up arms, they claim. The 174 build-up is because T plus or minus IE are threatened by their neighbors. Well, that, too, is a lie. The Sandinistas claim the build-up is in response to American aggression, and this is the most cynical lie of all. The truth is that they announced at their first anniversary, in July of 1980, that their revolution was going to spread beyond their own borders. When the Sandinistas were fighting the Somoza regime, the United States policy was, hands off. We did not attempt to prop up Somoza. The United States did everything to show its openness toward the Sandinistas, its friendliness. As soon as I took office, we attempted to show friendship to the Sandinistas and provided economic aid to Nicaragua. But it did no good. They kept on exporting terrorism. Reagan made his rollback policy explicit. Communist subversion is not an irreversible tide. We have seen it rolled back in Venezuela and, most recently, in Grenada. The tide of the future can be a freedom tide. All it takes is the will and resources to get the job done. He also baited Contra critics with the Nazi Munich analogy. There are those in this country who would yield to the temptation to do nothing. They are the new isolationists, very much like the isolationists of the late 1930s who knew what was happening in Europe but chose not to face the terrible challenge history had given them. They preferred a policy of wishful thinking that if they only gave up one more country, allowed just one more international transgression, then surely, sooner or later, the aggressor's appetite would be satisfied. Well, they didn't stop the aggressors, they emboldened them. They didn't prevent war, they assured it. Let us show the world that we want no hostile communist colonies here in the Americas, South, Central, or North. Again Reagan's mudslinging smeared Nicaragua's image in the United States. Yet, on May 24, emboldened by domestic and international outrage over the mining and by the World Court ruling, the House rejected the supplemental Contra aid request which the Senate had approved. The administration then concentrated on winning congressional approval of $28 million in funding for fiscal year 1985. On June 1, after visiting El Salvador, Secretary of State Schultz made a surprise stopover in Managua and agreed that the United States would hold exploratory talks. Later in the month, U.S. Special Envoy Harry Schlaudeman and Nicaraguan Deputy Foreign Minister Victor Hugo Tinoco began meeting in Manzanillo, Mexico. It was, unfortunately, another episode of Washington's diplomatic charades, this time with an eye to the 1984 presidential elections as well as renewed Contra funding. U.S. troop levels in Honduras were reduced, temporarily, according to U.S. sources in Tegucigalpa, as part of an overall effort to de-emphasize the Central America issue during the presidential campaign. Registered trademark Washington broke off the Manzanillo talks at the beginning of 1985. The morning of Schultz's June 1, 1984 visit, a Contra force of 500 to 600 troops invaded Ocotal, northern Nicaragua's largest city with a population of about 21,000, in another failed effort to liberate territory, leaving death and destruction in its wake. According to an American Maryknoll nun living in Ocotal, the fighting started about 4:30, just as it was getting light. They went up to the door of Radio Segovia, the local radio station. When the man came to the door they shot him. They then 175 spread gasoline all over, and he burned to death. So did another man inside. They burned down the radio station. Another group attacked the other end of town. They destroyed the machinery in the lumber yard, and injured the ears of the children who were nearby. There were more than 30 of them. They destroyed the granary. They went in shooting, killed the men guarding the place, spread gasoline all over and burned up 6 silos. They deliberately burned the grain, the corn, the beans, the sorghum. The Contras also burned the coffee plant and the electric company building. A nurse on duty at the Ocotal hospital during the attack reported that Contras fired at the hospital and several bullets entered the nursery and women's ward. Fortunately, no one was injured. The Contras retreated at about 11:00 a.m. when the local militia was reinforced by a Nicaraguan spotter plane and 2 helicopters. The attack left L6 Nicaraguans dead and 27 wounded. On October 3, the Senate voted to approve the Contra aid request of $28 million. Administration supporters belatedly acknowledged the arms interdiction pretense. Said Senate Intelligence Committee Chairman Malcolm Wallop, RWY, I would hope that we do not give the erroneous impression that we have fostered the Nicaraguan assistance solely to interdict arms for the war in El Salvador. That would cheapen both our motives and those of the Nicaraguans freedom fighting. We would thereby say that they are mere little mercenaries of the United States, off doing business for El Salvador. That was never true. Happy face, the House rejected the aid and agreed only to consider $14 million in new funding after February 28, 1985. This time there was no compromise splitting the difference between the House cutoff and Senate funding. As of October 12, 1984, the law banned all Contra support. During fiscal year 1985, no funds available to the Central Intelligence Agency, the Department of Defense, or any other agency or entity of the United States involved in intelligence activities may be obligated or expended for the purpose or which would have the effect of supporting, directly or indirectly, military or paramilitary operations in Nicaragua by any nation, group, organization, movement, or individual. The Reagan administration treated the new Boland Arrendment as just another obstacle to hurdle in its relentless pursuit of war. 8. Terrorist manuals. I believe it is irrefutable that a number of the Contra's actions have to be characterized as terrorism, as state-supported terrorism. Stansfield Turner, former Director of Central Intelligence, Testimony before the House Subcommittee on Western Hemisphere Affairs, April 6, 1985. It was Edgar Chamorro's job to improve the Contras' image. This was challenging, he told the World Court, because it was standard FDN practice to kill prisoners and suspected Sandinista collaborators. In talking with officers in the FDN camps along the Honduran border, I frequently heard offhand remarks like, "Oh, I cut his throat." The CIA, said Chamorro, did not discourage such tactics. To the contrary, the agency severely criticized me when I admitted to the press that the FDN had regularly kidnapped and executed agrarian reform workers and civilians. We were told that the only way to defeat the Sandinistas was to use the tactics the agency attributed to communist insurgencies elsewhere: kill, kidnap, rob and torture. These tactics, said Chamorro, were reflected in an operations manual prepared for our forces by a CIA agent who used the name John Kirkpatrick. John Kirkpatrick was a U.S. Army counterinsurgency specialist, with experience in the Vietnam-era Phoenix program, working under contract to the CIA's International Activities Division. In October 1983, at Dewey Claridge's direction, Kirkpatrick wrote the detailed Contra Manual. Psychological operations in guerrilla warfare, under the pseudonym Teacan, CIA Contra coordinator Ray Doty was also involved in its planning and preparation. Kirkpatrick's model was a 1968 manual used by the Army Special Warfare School at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Psychological operations in guerrilla warfare closely followed the Army Manual's Lesson Plan No. 643, titled Armed SYOP and subtitled Implicit and Explicit Terror. 177. 178. Like the winning hearts and minds approach employed in Vietnam, the CIA Contra Manual advocated a mix of political propaganda and terror to dominate the population. Assassination is standard operating procedure for the Contras, just as it was in the Phoenix program, notwithstanding the fact that assassination violates U.S. law. As stated in the 1967 U.S. Army Field Manual, Handbook on Aggressor-Insurgent War, which advocated the selective use of terror as opposed to mass terror. The assassination of a government official will lead some people to refrain from seeking public office, and this will weaken the enemy government. Likewise, the assassination of a village leader will make it difficult to obtain another leader, enabling the insurgent movement to have more freedom of action. Such actions display the government's inability to protect its officials, causing the populace to lose respect for the government. As in Vietnam, the Contras' targets have not been restricted to enemy officials or community leaders. The CIA Contra Manual counsels assassination in a section titled Selective Use of Violence for Propagandistic Effects, stating, "It is possible to neutralize carefully selected and planned targets, such as court judges, justices of the peace, police and state security officials, CD's chiefs, etc." A hit list that starts with court judges and ends with etc. is a mighty broad license for murder. Implicit and explicit terror. Guerrilla warfare, states the Contra Manual's preface, is essentially a political war. In effect, the human being should be considered the priority objective in a political war. And conceived as the military target of guerrilla war, the human being has his most critical point in his mind. Once his mind has been reached, the political animal has been defeated, without necessarily receiving bullets. Notice how the phrase defeated without necessarily receiving bullets reinforces the Contra view that civilians not tied to the Contra cause are legitimate targets for elimination. According to the manual, armed propaganda includes all acts carried out by an armed force, whose results improve the attitude of the people toward this force, and it does not include forced indoctrination. The manual quickly contradicts the latter point, but first it suggests that during the patrols and other operations around or in the midst of villages, each guerrilla should be respectful and courteous with the people. In addition, he should move with care and always be well prepared to fight, if necessary. But he should not always see all the people as enemies, with suspicions or hostility. Even in war, it is possible to smile, laugh, or greet people. Truly, the cause of our revolutionary base, the reason why we are struggling is our people. It is telling evidence of why the Contras have no broad popular base that the CIA finds it necessary to implore that they should not always see all the people as enemies. Italics added. Terrorist Manuals 179. The manual suggests slogans to help people appreciate Contra weapons. For example, with weapons we can impose demands such as hospitals, schools, better roads, and social services for the people, for you. It doesn't say whether the Contras shout that before or after they destroy the local Sandinista hospitals, schools, roads, and social services. Here's another slogan: with weapons we can change the Sandino communist regime and return to the people a true democracy so that we will all have economic opportunities. Given that the system before the revolution was Somoza dictatorship and nearly all top Contra military commanders are ex-Guardia, it is hardly surprising that few Nicaraguans are inspired by the phrase "return to the people a true democracy." The manual draws a fine line between implicit and explicit terror, contradicting the statement that armed propaganda does not involve FBRCED indoctrination. A guerrilla force always involves implicit terror because the population, without saying it aloud, feels terror that the weapons may be used against them. However, if the terror does not become explicit, positive results can be expected. Implicit terror is illustrated this way: an armed guerrilla force can occupy an entire town or small city which is neutral or relatively passive in the conflict. In order to conduct the armed propaganda in an effective manner, the following should be carried out simultaneously: destroy the military or police installations and remove the survivors to a public place. Cut all the outside lines of communication, cables, radio, messengers. Set up ambushes, in order to delay the reinforcements in all the possible entry routes. Kidnap all officials or agents of the Sandinista government and replace them in public places with military or civilian persons of trust to our movement. The Contras are directed to gather the population for a public tribunal and shame, ridicule, and humiliate the personal symbols of the government, and foster popular participation through guerrillas within the multitude, shouting slogans and jeers. Reduce the influence of individuals in tune with the regime, pointing out their weaknesses and taking them out of the town, without damaging them publicly. The manual reinforces explicitly the Contra practice of kidnapping civilians, under the broad sweep of officials or agents of the Sandinista government or individuals in tune with the regime, cautioning only that they should not be damaging them publicly. The manual not only condones the kidnapping and killing of non-combatants, it explains how to rationalize the killings. In the case of shooting a citizen who was trying to leave the town or city in which the guerrillas are carrying out armed propaganda or political proselytism, the manual suggests that the Contras explain that if that citizen had managed to escape, he would have alerted the enemy that is near the town or city, and they would carry out acts of reprisal such as rapes, pillage, destruction, captures, etc., in this way terrorizing the inhabitants of the place for having given attention and hospitalities to the guerrillas of the town. Using Jean Kirkpatrick's lingo, the Contras projected their own behavior onto the Sandinistas. In the case of public executions, the manual recommends that the Contras gather together the population affected, so that they will be present, take part in the act, and formulate accusations against the oppressor. In practice, the Contras 180. Favored executions without the convention of kangaroo courts. Fifth columns. The manual describes how armed propaganda team cadres should infiltrate the population and serve as the antennas of the movement, finding and exploiting the socio-political weaknesses in the target society. The model is the fifth column, which was used in the first part of the Second World War, and through infiltration and subversion tactics allowed the Germans to penetrate the target countries before the invasions. The manual explains how to develop and control front organizations in urban areas. The first recruitment section refers to involuntary tkmi through extortion and frame UPS. The initial recruitment to the movement, if it is involuntary, will be carried out through several private consultations with a cadre, without his knowing that he is talking to a member of ours. Then, the recruit will be informed that he or she is already inside the movement, and he will be exposed to the police of the regime if he or she does not cooperate. The notification of the police, denouncing a target who does not want to join the guerrillas, can be carried out easily, when it becomes necessary, through a letter with false statements of citizens who are not implicated in the movement. There is an unstated side benefit to these frame-up jobs. If the government arrests people because of these false allegations who are, in fact, innocent, it alienates the accused, their families and associates, and exposes itself to charges of human rights abuse and political harassment, because many of those targeted for recruitment are active in opposition parties or groups, even if those arrested are released after investigation or trial. Trusted voluntary recruits are to target potential new recruits, finding out their personal habits, preferences, and aversions and weaknesses. Recruits such as doctors, lawyers, businesspeople, landholders, minor state officials, politicians, priests, missionaries, professors, teachers, and workers would be used for subjective internal control of groups and associations to which they belong or may belong. Contra-cadres in the target groups are to stress particular themes. For example, in economic interest groups the contra-cadres would manipulate people's frustration over taxes, import-export tariffs, transportation costs, etc. The assumption is that for all the target groups, the hostility towards the obstacles to their aspirations will gradually become transferred to the current regime. Cadres are advised to maintain a low profile so that the development of hostile feelings towards the false Sandinista regime seems to come spontaneously from the members of the group and not from suggestions of the cadre. This is internal subjective control. Anti-governmental hostility, states the manual, should be generalized and not necessarily in our favor. If a group develops a feeling in our favor, it can be utilized. But the main objective is to precondition the target groups for the fusion in mass organizations later in the operation, when other activities have been success. Terrorist Manuals 181. Fully undertaken. The manual describes the development of clandestine cells of internal cadres and the process of fusion leading to resurrection through mass front organizations. The development and control of the cover organizations will give our movement the ability to create the whiplash effect within the population, when the order for fusion is given. The aim will be to shake up the Sandinista structure and replace it. Through preconditioning campaigns aimed at the political parties, professional organizations, students, laborers, the masses of the unemployed, the ethnic minorities and any other sector of society that is vulnerable or recruitable, the Contras create a negative image of the common enemy, the Sandinistas. The mass media and public demonstrations and meetings play a critical role. Our psychological war cadres will create compulsive obsessions of a temporary nature in places of public concentrations, constantly hammering away at the themes pointed out or desired, the same as in group gatherings, in informal conversations expressing discontent, in addition passing out brochures and flyers, and writing editorial articles both on the radio and in newspapers, focused on the intention of preparing the mind of the people for the decisive moment, which will erupt in general violence. There is also an unstated side benefit to this fifth column strategy. State of emergency restrictions on the media and public meetings, designed to frustrate the CIA-Contra strategy, create resentment among legitimate opposition groups. Through its fifth column strategy, the Contras are working not only to establish an internal base, but to blur the distinctions between non-Contra opposition and pro-Contra opposition so that security measures will be seen as political, religious, ethnic, or economic repression rather than, as the government argues, justifiable, extraordinary measures to protect the sovereignty of the country and the lives of its citizens. Criminals and martyrs. According to the manual, agitators should be mobilized toward the areas where the hostile and criminal elements of the FSLN, CDs, and others live, with an effort for them to be armed with clubs, iron rods, placards and if possible, small firearms, which they will carry hidden. If possible, states the manual, professional criminals will be hired to carry out specific selective jobs. In perhaps the most famous case of U.S. government reliance on professional criminals, the CIA contracted mafia gangsters to assassinate Fidel Castro. The manual also advises that the unemployed be hired for unspecified jobs. The nature of these jobs becomes clearer when the manual advocates the creation of martyrs, specific tasks will be assigned to others, in order to create a martyr for the cause, taking the demonstrators to a confrontation with the authorities, in order to bring about uprisings or shootings, which will cause the death of one or more persons. Who would become the martyrs, a situation that should be 182. Made use of immediately against the regime, in order to create greater conflicts. In a section on how to lead an uprising at mass meetings, the manual calls for guerrilla cadre to assume such roles as bodyguards for the demonstration leaders, messengers, carriers of banners and placards, agitators of rallying cries and applause, and shock troops. The shock troops should be equipped with weapons, knives, razors, chains, clubs, bludgeons, and should march slightly behind the innocent and gullible participants. They should carry their weapons hidden. They will enter into action only as reinforcements, if the guerrilla agitators are attacked by the police. They will enter the scene quickly, violently, and by surprise, in order to distract the authorities, in this way making possible the withdrawal or rapid escape of the inside commando. As we have seen above, the manual advocates provoking confrontations with the police in order to create martyrs. In the CIA School of Contra-Ethics, Contra-terrorists are protected and whisked from the scene while innocent and gullible participants are set up for unwitting martyrdom. A bullet is sharper than words. Edgar Chamorro assisted in translating the manual into Spanish. He told the World Court that before the manual was distributed, I attempted to excise 2 passages that I thought were immoral and dangerous. One recommended hiring professional criminals. The other advocated killing some of our own colleagues to create martyrs for the cause. I did not particularly want to be martyred by the CIA. So I locked up all the copies of the manual and hired 2 youths to cut out the offending pages and glue in expurgated pages. About 2,000 copies of the manual, with only those 2 passages changed, were then distributed to FDN troops. At least 5,000 copies of the original manual were reportedly printed and distributed by the CIA, so thousands circulated without the changes made by Chamorro. A Soldier of Fortune affiliate printed and distributed another 500 copies. Upon reflection, said Chamorro, I found many of the tactics advocated in the manual to be offensive, and I complained to the CIA station chief in Tegucigalpa. The station chief defended Kirkpatrick and the manual, and no action was ever taken in response to my complaints. In fact, the practices advocated in the manual were employed by FDN troops. Many civilians were killed in cold blood. Many others were tortured, mutilated, raped, robbed or otherwise abused. As time went on, I became more and more troubled by the frequent reports I received of atrocities committed by our troops against civilians and against Sandinista prisoners. Calero and Bermudez refused to discuss the subject with me, so I went straight to our unit commanders as they returned from combat missions inside Nicaragua and asked them about their activities. I was saddened by what I was told. The atrocities I had heard about were not isolated incidents, but reflected a consistent pattern of behavior by our troops. There were unit commanders who openly bragged about their murders, mutilations, etc. When I questioned them about the Terrorist Manual's 183 propriety or wisdom of doing those things, they told me it was the only way to win this war, that the best way to win the loyalty of the civilian population was to intimidate it and make it fearful of us. Chamorro complained to the CIA, as well as to Calero and Bermudez, to no avail. He recalled a visit by Dewey Claridge in June 1984, although he was well aware of the terrorist tactics the FDN troops were employing. He spoke warmly to Bermudez. "Well done, Colonel," I remember him saying. "Keep it up. Your boys are doing fine." Shortly after that, Chamorro acknowledged to a newspaper reporter that FDN troops had killed civilians and executed prisoners. "Calero told me I could no longer work in Honduras," said Chamorro, "and I was reassigned to the local FDN committee in Miami. I was given nothing to do and I no longer had much interest in working for the FDN, or to be more accurate, for the C.BA." Chamorro broke with the FDN in November 1984. While working in the FDN, Chamorro tried to have people trained in human rights. The commanders were hostile, he told me, and the people trained were looked on in suspicion and labeled weak or wimps or human rightists. Some were killed in the field as spies. CIA officer Ray Doty shared Bermudez's approach. Doty said a bullet is sharper than any words, Chamorro recalled. Doty was in the firepower school of thought, you want to change a country you just do it with firepower. He laughed at the political training. Educating in democracy, observed Chamorro, is not just making people march singing democratic songs. That's what Americans do, they come and they repeat slogans. But that doesn't transform a person into a democratic person. Freedom Fighters Manual. The CIA produced a second manual, the Freedom Fighters Manual. Written in comic book style, it billed itself as a practical guide to liberate Nicaragua from oppression and misery by paralyzing the military-industrial complex of the traitorous Marxist state without having to use special tools and with minimal risk for the combatant. An introductory passage notes, the following pages present a series of useful sabotage techniques, the majority of which can be done with simple household tools such as scissors, empty bottles, screwdrivers, matches, etc. Ranging from petty acts to life-threatening violence, the useful sabotage techniques are as follows. In order of presentation: don't do maintenance work on vehicles and machines. Hide and damage tools. Flyro tools into sewers. Arrive late to work. Delay in completing tasks. Call in sick to work. Leave lights on. Leave water taps on. Plant flowers on state farms. Hoard and steal food from the government. Leave open the corral gates on state farms, a sign in the accompanying illustration says FSL Uncooperative. Spread rumors. Phone in false hotel reservations, etc. Spill liquids, an illustration has a man apparently at work spilling. 184. Coffee on his papers. Drop typewriters. Steal, hide key documents. Threaten the boss by telephone. Phone in false alarms of fires and crimes. Break light bulbs and windows. Damage books. Cut telephone cables. Cut alarm system cables. Stop up toilets and drains. Paint anti-Sandinista slogans, the illustration shows Long Live the Pope. Break police station windows, street lights and traffic lights. Put nails on roads and highways. Put nails next to the tires of parked vehicles. Pour dirt into gas tanks. Pour water in gas tanks. Cut and perforate the upholstery of vehicles. Break windshield wipers and headlights of vehicles. Cut and puncture tires. Put dirt in the carburetor and distributor. Break the distributor coil. Cut the distributor coil cables. Steal the rotor cap. Take an ice pick or similar tool to the gas tank, tires, and radiator. Perforate battery covers. Invert battery cable connections. Throw nails in battery cells. Cut down trees over highways. Put rocks on highways. Dig ditches in highways. The last set of illustrated directions shows how to bring down telephone lines, puncture tires with a homemade arrowhead, make a delayed fire using matches and a cigarette, make a Molotov cocktail. The illustration shows a man throwing it at a police station, and puncture fuel tanks with an ice pick and light the fuel with a Molotov cocktail. The manual ends with an appeal to Nicaraguan soldiers and militia to join the Contras, with your weapons if possible. The manual gives away its non-Nicaraguan origin with non-Nicaraguan language and illustrations. For example, in Nicaragua one finds matchboxes, but not matchbooks. The tall hotel illustrated resembles none in Nicaragua, including the famous pyramid-shaped Intercontinental. The brick police station with plate glass windows is not Nicaraguan style. And while the easy chair is a familiar sight to North Americans, a Nicaraguan would likely be found in a wooden rocking chair. When the Washington-based Central American Historical Institute publicized the Freedom Fighters Manual discovered following a June 1984 Contra attack on Ocatl, there was little interest outside of an Associated Press story by Robert Perry. The other CIA manual was a different story, when it finally appeared in the major media just weeks before the U.S. presidential election. Registered trademark. Rogue Manual? A Central Intelligence Agency document that became public this week tells Nicaraguan rebels how to win popular support and gives advice on political assassination, blackmail and mob violence, reported the New York Times /Brinkley on October 17, 1984. In the face of congressional inquiry and rising public condemnation, the administration first tried to pass the manual off as a draft, insisting it was later revised for distribution. Edgar Chamorro quickly refuted this, as did CIA officials. During an October 21 debate with Democratic presidential contender Walter Mondale, Reagan answered a question about the manual with this tall tale: "We have a gentleman down in Nicaragua who is on contract to the CIA advising, supposedly, on military tactics, the Contras. And he drew up this manual. It was turned over. Terrorist Manuals 185. To the agency head of the CIA in Nicaragua to be printed, and a number of pages were excised before it was printed. But some way or other, there were 12 of the original copies that got down there and were not submitted for this printing process by the CIA. Now those are the details as we have them, and as soon as we have an investigation and find out where any blame lies for the few that did not get excised or changed, we certainly are going to do something about that. We'll take the proper action at the proper time." The New York Times editorialized on October 25 about the bad manual, bad war. The editorial should have been titled "Bad Manual, Badly Run War, Bad Sandinistas." "The manuals and minings," said the Limes, "revived the spectacle of an agency running out of control. It's having to be stopped from illegal minings and murders can only destroy the painfully rebuilt consensus for prudent covert operations under reliable executive and legislative control. The bitter consequence of this wretched affair is that it drowns out a necessary debate over what can legitimately be demanded of the hostile Sandinistas. Indeed, it gives them a chance to blame Americans for the great damage they have done to their country. And it undercuts, you might say, neutralizes the cause of freedom." CIA Director Casey defended the manual, claiming its overall thrust was on political awareness, civic action, and respect for human rights. Reagan insisted there was nothing in that manual that talked of assassination at all. He asserted that the real word was remove, meaning remove from office. If you came into a village or town, remove from office representatives of the Sandinista government. When they translated it into the Spanish, they translated it neutralize instead of remove. When asked by reporters how would you go about doing that without violence and force, Reagan responded, to laughter, that you just say to the fellow that's sitting there in the office you're not in the office anymore. In the actual manual, the reference to neutralizing judges, etc., is in a section with violence in the very title. Reagan promised during the presidential debate to take the proper action at the proper time. "Whoever was involved ought to be fired," said National Security Advisor Robert McFarlane. However, after completion of a report by the CIA's Inspector General and with the presidential election behind him, Reagan concluded that the manual was much ado about nothing. Proper action turned out to be a warm-up for the Iran-Contra Fall Guy plan. John Kirkpatrick resigned his contract with the CIA and some 6 mid-level employees were reprimanded. One of those reprimanded was the former station chief in Honduras, Donald Winters. He had left Honduras in June 1984 after being embarrassed by the sudden ouster of General Alvarez on March 31. Alvarez was close enough to the station chief to be named godfather when Winter and his wife adopted a Honduran girl, but in carrying out his role as local godfather for the U.S. government, Alvarez had made too many enemies in the Honduran military. The House Intelligence Committee concluded on December 5 that the manual violated the Boland Amendment because it advised the Contras on overthrowing the Nicaraguan government. In a preview of the Iran-Contra hearings, Congress was a watchdog with blinders. According to the House Intelligence Committee, the manual has caused M. 186 embarrassment to the United States and should never have been released in any of its various forms. Specific actions it describes are repugnant to American values. The committee accepted the administration line that no one but its author paid much attention to the manual, and said that some CIA officers did not know of the executive order's ban on assassination. The incident of the manual illustrates once again to a majority of the committee that the CIA did not have adequate command and control of the entire Nicaraguan covert action. CIA officials up the chain of command either never read the manual or were never made aware of it. Negligence, not intent to violate the law, marked the manual's history. The real problem was not careless management but state terrorism with impunity. In late 1983, Dewey Claridge had secretly briefed the intelligence committees on the kind of Contra murders advocated in the manual. He told the committees that the Contras had killed civilians and Sandinista officials in the provinces, as well as heads of cooperatives, nurses, doctors and judges. But he claimed that this didn't violate the presidential order prohibiting assassinations. These events don't constitute assassinations because as far as we are concerned assassinations are only those of heads of state. Dewey Claridge was rewarded, not reprimanded. He reportedly received an award for his service in Latin America and the highest bonus of the year. He was promoted to European Division Chief and then head of the CIA Counterterrorism Unit. He became embroiled in the Iran-Contra affair. Ray Doty was not disciplined. Oliver North helped arrange a job on the NSC staff for the head of the CIA's Nicaragua Task Force, Vincent Canestraro. North also helped find a job, undisclosed, for the manual's author, John Kirkpatrick. Joe Fernandez, alias Tomas Castillo, the CIA's main liaison with the Contras when the manual was produced, carried on as CIA station chief in Costa Rica. Outlaw state. The manual, like the larger war on Nicaragua, violated U.S. and international law. The World Court found that in producing and disseminating psychological operations in guerrilla warfare to Contra forces, the United States encouraged the commission by them of acts contrary to general principles of humanitarian law. These principles include Article 3 of the 1949 Geneva Conventions, which covers non-combatants including members of armed forces who have laid down their arms and those placed hors de combat by sickness, wounds, detention, or any other cause. The World Court cited the prohibitions of violence to life and person, in particular murder of all kinds, mutilation, cruel treatment and torture, and the passing of sentences and the carrying out of executions without previous judgment pronounced by a regularly constituted court, affording all the judicial guarantees which are recognized as indispensable by civilized peoples. Other provisions of Article 3 include prohibitions against the taking of hostages and outrages upon personal dignity. In particular, humiliating and degrading treatment. Terrorist Manuals 187. America's Watch found in a March 1985 study that the Contra forces have systematically violated the applicable laws of war throughout the conflict. They have attacked civilians indiscriminately, they have tortured and mutilated prisoners, have murdered those placed hors de combat by their wounds, they have taken hostages, and they have committed outrages against personal dignity. By publishing and distributing the CIA manual, the United States has directly solicited the Contras to engage in violations of the laws of war. In regard to the Nicaraguan government, America's Watch observed, the evidence that we have gathered shows a sharp decline in violations of the laws of war by the Nicaraguan government following 1982. The most serious abuse of the laws of war currently attributable to the Nicaraguan government that we have found is its continuing failure to account publicly for what happened to victims of abuses in 1981 and 1982 and to provide redress to victims and their families. A follow-up America's Watch report reaffirmed its findings of systematic violations of the laws of war by the Contras and found further that the Contras, particularly the FDN, practice terror as a deliberate policy. The report added, "We have detected no improvement in the practices of the Contras subsequent to the publication of our March report, though we do note that, shortly after that report was published, the FDN announced that it had taken 2 prisoners and had offered to turn them over to the International Committee of the Red Cross. This is the first and only instance that we know of in which the FDN took prisoners. As noted earlier, FDN forces have systematically killed prisoners. Congressional investigation of the CIA Contra manual obscured more than it illuminated. Most importantly, Congress covered up the role of the U.S. government in sponsoring terror as a deliberate policy. Journalist William Grider perceptively described the drama of collective denial played out over the manual, a drama often in revival. One of the least attractive qualities about us Americans is our stubborn belief that we are the innocents of the world. America plays fair. America is generous and above board in its actions toward others. Yet in spite of these good intentions, we are constantly bombarded with hostile invectives and attacked by fanatics using devious tactics. From time to time, when we are confronted by incontrovertible evidence that America plays dirty too, most citizens instinctively seem to deny its meaning. It must be a mistake. We Americans are for democracy and fair play, we are opposed to terrorism and deceit. Any deviation from our high moral standards must be a temporary aberration. Or so U.S. leaders and history books would have us believe. 9. Ballots, bullets, and MiGs. I don't see why we need to stand by and watch a country go communist due to the irresponsibility of its own people. Henry Kissinger, referring to Chile, June 27, 1970. The Marines, now in Nicaragua, are there to protect American lives and property and to aid in carrying out an agreement whereby we have undertaken to do what we can to restore and maintain order and ensure a fair and free election. Republican Platform, 1928. Just as we assert the right of self-government, it follows that all people throughout the world should enjoy that same human right. We support continued assistance to the democratic freedom fighters in Nicaragua. Nicaragua cannot be allowed to remain a communist sanctuary. Republican Platform, 1984. The drama of collective denial over the CIA manuals was one act in the national drama of Ronald Reagan's re-election. As Newsweek explained in a special issue on the 1984 election, it was the conscious intent of Reagan's managers to run him as a kind of national icon. Paint RR as the personification of all that is right with, or heroized by, America, a Reagan campaign strategy memo advised. Leave Mondale in a position where an attack on Reagan is tantamount to an attack on America's idealized image of itself, where a vote against Reagan is, in some subliminal sense, a vote against a mythic America. Italics in original. The Reagan as icon strategy culminated in the landslide hype that swept the 189. 190. Mass media. Newsweek's X issue led off with a piece titled America, Reagan Country. It was the night that Ronald Wilson Reagan became Mr. America. In a star-spangled blowout, the American people reaffirmed their identification with his can-do confidence, his patriotic pride, and their vote transcended party and ideology. It was more than 52 million Americans roaring thank you to a president who had made the country feel good about itself. Reagan claimed his mandate as he had won it, with a rippling sea of American flags before him and his wife, Nancy, at his side. Her gaze as adoring and his message as rousing as ever. He harked back to the simple but evocative themes that had launched his political career nearly a generation ago. Here in America the people are in charge. Buried in the coverage of mythic America's mythic election was Newsweek's own observation that the president remained, as he always had been, a polarizing figure dividing the nation by sex, class, race, and ideological persuasion. America was lopsidedly white, male, conservative, and well-to-do. What Reagan personifies, in other words, is the American logic of the minority. Reagan's mythical mandate. The American people were barely engaged in the political process, much less in charge. The hidden key to the 1984 election was that many more eligible voters stayed away from the polls, 76 million, than voted for Ronald Reagan, 55 million. Reagan's landslide was the product of an essentially non-participatory democracy. Only 55% of the eligible electorate voted for president, and those who voted were not a representative sample of the American public. The voting population is skewed toward higher income brackets. In the 1980 election, for example, an estimated 70% of Americans earning more than $25,000 in annual income voted, compared with 25% of those earning less than $10,000. Reagan won the votes of 27.6% of the eligible electorate in 1980, a smaller share than Wendell Willkie received in losing to Franklin Roosevelt in 1940. Reagan's 32.3% of the eligible electorate in 1984 was a smaller share than that of Eisenhower in both his elections, Kennedy or loser Nixon in I-960, Johnson in 1964 or Nixon in 1972. Reagan's legendary popularity is fiction masquerading as fact. As political analysts Thomas Ferguson and Joel Rogers observed, press claims that Reagan's first term marked him as the most popular president of the post-war period are simply false. Over all of that term, his approval rating averaged 50%, lower than the averages for Eisenhower, 69%, Kennedy, 71%, Johnson, 52%, and Nixon, 56%, and not far above that of Carter, 47%. Reagan's high point was reached shortly after taking office, when in May 1981 he recorded a 68% approval rating. 4 out of the 5 other elected post-war presidents had higher peaks: Eisenhower, 79%, Kennedy, 83%, Johnson, 80%, and Carter, 75%, while Nixon's 67% approval peak was not significantly lower. Reagan's low point of 35%, on the other hand, reached in January 1983, was significantly lower than those. Ballots, bullets, and MiGs 191 of Eisenhower and Kennedy, matched the level Johnson sank to just before he withdrew from national politics in 1968, and came close to the approval rating that Nixon received in July and August 1974, just before he resigned the presidency in disgrace. What about the common view that Reagan has had a special bond with the American people, that they liked him personally, even while disapproving of his policies? As Ferguson and Rogers explain, significant differentials between performance and personal approval ratings of presidents are utterly routine. And in fact, the differential Reagan enjoyed was proportionately smaller than those of most of his predecessors, not larger. If one controls for economic conditions, Reagan's popularity does not differ significantly from Jimmy Carter's. The difference is that the press helped create and protect Reagan's so-called Teflon coating, while magnifying Carter's scratches. Polls during the Reagan presidency have shown substantial majorities disapproving of many policies and priorities, such as cutbacks in education, health care, job training, and aid to the poor. Registered trademark. By November 1984, polls on Central America had tracked a consistent record of opposition to policy in El Salvador and Nicaragua. The public does not believe that the U.S. interests at stake in the region are as vital as the administration has portrayed them, explained William Leo Grande in a study of polling data, and they are fearful that U.S. involvement will lead to another Vietnam. While a majority opposed intervention, most people were also uninformed. The percentage knowing which side the United States was backing in Nicaragua fluctuated from 22% in a March 1982 NBC poll, to 13% in a June 1983 CBS poll, to 29% in an August 1983 ABC poll. Administration disinformation has influenced public opinion, though not enough to command majority support for U.S. policy. A March 1982 Los Angeles Times poll asked people whether they believed administration charges that Nicaragua is being used as a staging area by Cuba and Russia to send military supplies and men to the rebel forces in El Salvador. Only 11% disagreed, while 45% said they believed the claim and 44% said they didn't know. A CQ/New York Times poll that month found that 17% of the respondents thought there were Cuban or Soviet troops in El Salvador, 20% thought there were Cuban or Soviet advisors, and 13% thought there were both advisors and troops. Only 7% knew there were neither troops nor advisors. From March 1982 to August 1983, ABC/Washington polls found the public divided evenly between those who thought there would be no war in El Salvador without Cuban and Nicaraguan involvement and those who thought there would. On the other hand, when people are explicitly asked whether the main cause of the turmoil in Central America is Cuban and Soviet subversion or the domestic conditions of poverty and human rights abuse, they overwhelmingly see the indigenous causes as more important. Anti-communism has been a strong force in public opinion, but not strong enough to shift the polls in favor of administration policy. For example, public opinion is strongly opposed to the deployment of U.S. combat troops to El Salvador, but opposition is 25 to 30 points lower when the alternative is posed as a calm. 192. Communist takeover of the government there. When the Nicaraguan government is characterized as Marxist, people are more likely to support aid to the Contras. Between early 1983, when pollsters began asking about U.S. involvement in the war against Nicaragua, and January 1984, opposition to administration policy ranged from a low of 48%, following the Grenada invasion, to a high of 78%, with most polls registering between the mid-50s and low 60s. Support for overthrowing the government of Nicaragua was generally in the low 20% range. The trend of 2-to-1 opposition to Contra aid continued after Reagan's re-election. So did widespread public confusion about which side the administration was on. For example, an April 1986 New York Times/POLL, showing that 62% were opposed to Contra aid while 25% favored it, found that 38% knew the United States was supporting the Contras, others didn't know or thought the United States was supporting the Nicaraguan government. The 1986 poll found that opposition to aid for the Contras crossed all political, ethnic, and regional and socio-economic lines. No demographic group favored it. But within that broad picture, some differences emerged. Aid was opposed by a lower percentage of men than women, whites than blacks, Republicans than Democrats, and conservatives than liberals. The poll also found that the higher the education and income, the less the opposition. Those earning more than $50,000 a year were against aid by a margin of 52 to 40%, while those earning less than $12,500 a year opposed it by 68 to 17%. When asked directly, 62% said they feared the United States would get involved in Nicaragua the way it did in Vietnam. When asked to volunteer reasons for opposing Contra aid, the most frequent reason given against the aid, and given most often by urban residents and those with lower incomes and less education, was that problems in the United States were more important. The funds should be spent on domestic problems. The Reagan administration clearly had no popular mandate to support the Contras and overthrow the Nicaraguan government. That didn't stop the administration from pursuing its policy, or hypocritically accusing the Nicaraguan government of violating the will of its people. Cruise control. 2 days before Reagan's re-election, Nicaraguans went to the polls to elect a president, vice president, and legislative National Assembly. Months before the election occurred, Reagan branded it a Soviet-style sham. Months afterward, he declared that the Sandinista government is a government that seized power out of the barrel of a gun. It's never been chosen by the people. Later, a U.S. ambassador in Central America told me something quite different. I worked hard to project the Nicaraguan election. There was no evidence of cheating. And the count came out pretty much as I called it, 60% plus or minus for the FSLN. If Arturo Cruz would have stayed in, he would have shaved 3 or 4 points off the Sandinistas, but most of his strength would have come from other ballots, bullets, and MiGs. 193. Opposition parties. Arturo Cruz was central to Washington's strategy to discredit the Nicaraguan election and portray the Contras as a democratic resistance, package Cruz as the major Democratic opposition candidate, then use his withdrawal from the election as the standard for denouncing the election as a sham. The ploy was exposed, but the press and Congress bought it anyway. Later, it was revealed that by spring 1984 Cruz was already receiving CIA funding. As early as August 1984, Mario Rapaxioli, a leader in the Coordinadora, Democratic Coordinating Committee, the right-wing alliance that nominated Cruz, told reporters that Cruz does not intend to run and is interested only in discrediting the elections. Registered trademark 2 weeks before the election. New York Times reporter Philip Taubman quoted a U.S. official, "The administration never contemplated letting Cruz stay in the race, because then the Sandinistas could justifiably claim that the elections were legitimate, making it much harder for the United States to oppose the Nicaraguan government." Taubman reported that several administration officials familiar with activities in Nicaragua said the CIA had worked with some of Mr. Cruz's supporters to ensure that they would object to any potential agreement for his participation in the election. Officials specifically named COSEP, a major player in the Coordinadora. COSEP was in frequent contact with the CIA about the elections. COSEP President Enrique Bolaños and other leaders of the group met during the spring and summer with CIA officials in Washington and San Jose, Costa Rica. Bolaños claimed that he and COSEP have nothing to do with the C.I.A. But U.S. intelligence officials said that Mr. Bolaños and other Nicaraguan business leaders had had a close association with the agency since 1980, under the Carter administration's covered aid program. A closer look at Cruz and the Coordinadora shows why Cruz never had a chance of winning a free and fair election, which is precisely why he could only serve U.S. purposes by not running. Cruz appeared as a counterpart to Salvadoran President José Napoleón Duarte. Like Duarte, he was cultivated by Washington to present a moderate face for U.S.-backed forces. But unlike Duarte, Cruz was not a long-time political leader with a proven domestic base, nor a charismatic figure. Although he signed on to the Group of 12, opposing Somoza during the insurrection, Cruz chose to remain in Washington in his post at the Inter-American Development Bank when other members of the 12 returned to Nicaragua in 1978, risking their lives as well as their careers. As Cruz himself acknowledged, due to the understandable personal limitations imposed by my career as an officer in an international institution, sometimes my contribution, of necessity, was somewhat marginal. Cruz had lived in Washington since 1970, except for the July 1979 to March 1981 period when he returned to Nicaragua to serve as head of the central bank and a member of the government junta. In April 1981, he went back to Washington to serve briefly as Nicaragua's ambassador to the United States. By the summer of 1983, Cruz had openly promoted Eden Pastora in an article in Foreign Affairs. Nicaraguan Vice President Sergio Ramirez, a founding member of the Group 194 of 12, made a prophetic observation when I asked him about Cruz in 1986. We invited Mr. Cruz to be a member of the Group of 12 after the second meeting of the group in Cuernavaca in July 1977. And he accepted, but in a very reluctant way. He never accepted to come to Nicaragua when the group decided to come back here to confront the dictatorship. He said that it risked his process of retirement with the Inter-American Development Bank. Point 1. I'm very surprised that he participates now so openly with a political group, because I know him very well. He's a very shy man in politics. He's not a man of decisions. He prefers to be in the theory world. Point 1. Have heard now about internal fighting in the cupola of the counter-revolutionary leadership. And he's now participating in these confrontations, trying to get more power in the cupola. But I think, he's going to be discharged or he's going to resign, and he's going to go back to his desk in the bank where he prefers to be. The internal opposition group behind Cruz, the Coordinadora, was an alliance of COSEP, two small unions that had been tolerated by Somoza, the Social Christian CTN and the Eiffel-backed CUS, and the four most conservative political parties, the Social Christian Party, PSC, affiliated with the International Christian Democratic Movement, the Nicaraguan Conservative Party, PCN, founded in June 1984, the Constitutionalist Liberal Party, PLC, a 1967 split from Somoza's Liberal Party, and the Social Democratic Party, PSD, founded in August 1979. Pedro Joaquin Chamorro Jr., the La Prensa co-director who went into exile in Costa Rica in December 1984 and became editor of the Contra paper, Hoy, and later a member of the Contra Directorate, was a PSD leader. Internationally, the Reagan administration portrayed the Coordinadora as a giant, wrote one analyst of Nicaraguan politics, but, in Nicaragua, this giant had clay feet. Happy face, the Coordinadora parties may have more supporters among Americans than Nicaraguans. PCN leader Mario Rapaxiali said of the other three parties, they have so few people I could fit them all in a bus. Happy face, actually, the Social Christian Party, not Rapaxiali's PCN, was considered the largest party, and the least reactionary of the bunch, but the PCN and COSEP dominated the Coordinadora. Stripped of democratic rhetoric, the Coordinadora offered Nicaraguans the somocismo without Somoza that the US had tried and failed to create before. Rapaxiali's reactionary outlook is evident in a remark he made about the United States: all the American media, especially the Washington Post, are communist. Contra leader Adolfo Calero described the Coordinadora as my political wing. La Prensa co-director Jamie Chamorro has claimed, our fight is the same as the F.D.Ns. It is like the difference between an infantry and an air force, two arms of the same thing. Editorially, we do not support the Contras war, maybe we do personally, individually, but our official position is not pro-Contra, but the fight for democracy can be won only by taking up arms. A government can be changed only by a conjunction of factors: the military, the international, the diplomatic, the church, the press. Before, during, and after the election, La Prensa acted, not as the independent paper it is touted to be in the United States, but as a highly partisan supporter of the Coordinadora and U.S. policy. It would not even carry paid advertising by the ballots, bullets, and MiGs 195. Other parties contesting the election. Clemente Guido, the presidential candidate of the Democratic Conservative Party, PCD, a party that has historically represented landowning interests, but has tried to broaden its base in the middle class, charged La Prensa with exercising its own brand of censorship during the electoral campaign. The only coverage it gave the PCD was hostile. We conservative Democrats, said Guido, call it a dictatorship of paper. Guido found Nuevo Diario to be more pluralistic, explaining that although he didn't like its editorial policy, the paper gave the opposition fair coverage. A large share of La Prensa 5 international coverage is devoted to the United States, often featuring the views of U.S. government officials. On March 6, 1984, for example, the day after the Council of State approved final legislation regulating the upcoming election, La Prensa carried only a small article on that, while its top story was devoted to U.S. Ambassador Anthony Quainton. Its banner headline was "Quainton at breakfast with correspondents, says, fears of Nicaragua, very exaggerated." The article quoted Quainton's remarks that tensions between Nicaragua and the United States were due to Nicaragua's threatening attitudes toward El Salvador and Honduras. It ended with Quainton's assertion that the United States supported a peaceful solution in Central America through the Contadora process, but Nicaragua must stop helping the Salvadoran guerrillas and abandon its dependence on the Soviet Union and Cuba and its militaristic path. That same month, I heard Coordinadora leaders describe the U.S. military buildup in Central America as positive, saying it had obliged the Sandinista government to soften its conduct of the revolution. La Prensa is anti-Sandinista, not independent. Some analysts have compared the role of La Prensa to Chile's El Mercurio and Jamaica's The Daily Gleaner in the destabilization of the Allende and Manley governments. As far as Nicaraguan government leaders were concerned, it was better to risk condemnation in censoring La Prensa than to receive post-mortem sympathy like Allende. La Prensa would be shut down for over a year by the government in June 1986 after the U.S. Congress approved $100 million in aid for the Contras. By then La Prensa was being funded heavily by the U.S. National Endowment for Democracy. It received $100,000 in 1985 and over $250,000 in 1986 and 1987. La Prensa editor Jamie Chamorro lobbied for the Contra $100 million in an April 21, 1986 op-ed. In the Washington Post. Imagine the New York Times funded by and supportive of Japan or Germany during World War II, or the electability of the candidate they sponsored being a litmus test for the 1944 U.S. presidential election. Campaigns. In December 1983, the Coordinadora issued a 9-point list of requirements for authentic elections. These included not only such conditions as the removal of state of emergency restrictions on press and assembly, but demanded major changes in government policy and direct negotiations with the Contras as conditions for 196. Coordinator of participation in the election. A U.S. diplomat in Central America acknowledged, the content of that 9-point statement showed that they had already decided not to participate. These were things that the Sandinistas would never accept. The coordinator named Arturo Cruz as its presidential candidate in July. Adon Fleets, previously nominated by the PSC as presidential candidate, became CMZ's running mate. When he arrived in Nicaragua on July 22, Case reiterated the 9 points, emphasizing negotiations with the Contras as a basic condition for participation. The day before Cruz's arrival, Contras kidnapped Noel Rivera, a successful coffee grower in Matagalpa who cooperated with the government. Rivera, a father of 5, was beaten and bayoneted to death. Cruz announced on July 25 that the coordinator would boycott the election, but that he would continue to campaign as if he was an official candidate. The next day FDN Contras murdered 7 unarmed villagers in Tapasal, Matagalpa in an effort to discourage their neighbors from registering to vote. All of the victims were castrated and had their throats slit, some were dismembered and had their body parts scattered. One had the skin scraped off his face. 2 other men were kidnapped. The coordinator of boycott, the Washington Post reported, effectively means that the domestic opposition is counting on the U.S. financed covert guerrilla war and on other international pressure rather than taking a primary role itself to bring down the government or force it to further open the political process. Opposition leaders admitted in interviews that they never seriously considered running in the November 4 election but debated only whether to campaign for 2 months and then withdraw from the race on grounds that the Sandinistas had stacked the electoral deck against them. The Post added, it remains unclear how well the Democratic coordinator would have fared in the election, as virtually all political observers predicted that the Sandinistas would win easily, even without the boycott. The government declared a 4-day holiday, July 27 to 30, so that people could register to vote at over 4,000 polling stations throughout the country. More than 100 stations could not open because of the war on July 27. Contras killed voter registration workers in Yalay and Muel de los Bueyes and wounded the secretary of a local voting precinct in an ambush in the Huaylacan area. The next day, Contras ambushed groups of people who were transporting voter registration documents in the Santa Cruz and La Vigia areas and stole the documents. Though voting was strictly voluntary, registration was required by law because the information generated through the registration process was to serve as a basis for a new nationwide census. There were no reported cases, however, in which penalties were imposed for non-registration. A total of 1,560,580 persons were registered, representing 93.7% of the estimated voting age population. Voting age was set at L6 years, a reflection of the country's relatively youthful population. Nicaragua's median age is about L6, compared to 32 in the United States, and the massive participation of youth in the overthrow of Somoza, defense, and programs. Ballots, bullets, and MiGs 197. Such as the literacy campaign. The coordinator tried at first to boycott the registration and La Prensa Fiscudi to run paid promotional advertising by the Supreme Electoral Council, a fourth, autonomous branch of government that administers the electoral process, following the model in Costa Rica and other Latin American countries. But the coordinator showed how weak its base of support is. In the first 2 days of the registration drive the turnout was so massive despite the boycott. That Cruz's supporters hastily changed their line and said they too favored registration. Most state of emergency restrictions were lifted at the start of the electoral campaign on August 1. Press censorship was eased. As Pedro Joaquin Chamorro Jr. put it, now they're allowing us to publish almost anything regarding politics. In late September, the FSLN asked the Supreme Electoral Council to extend the period for registering candidates and reopened negotiations with Cruz and the coordinatora, Colombian President Betancur, Carlos Andrés Pérez and associates of former West German Chancellor Willy Brandt acted as mediators. A provisional agreement was reached on October 2 at talks in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. The coordinator dropped its demand for direct negotiations with the Contras and pre-election changes in government policy. According to Cruz's running mate Adon Fleets, the FSLN agreed to all our conditions, including a large increase in free media time to compensate for the coordinator's late entry into the campaign. In a key provision of the draft, the FSLN agreed to postpone the election to January 1985 in return for a ceasefire with the Contras to be negotiated by the coordinatora. A detailed report by election observers from the U.S. Latin American Studies Association, LASA, reviewed different explanations for the failure to reach a final agreement. Adon Fleets told our delegation that the draft agreement was never signed because the FSLN's negotiator walked out of the talks. The FSLN claims that, once the draft accords had been initialed, coordinatora leaders in Managua insisted on a delay of several days to reconsider the agreement, which the FSLN was unwilling to grant. Some independent journalistic reports corroborate this version. Others believe that negotiators for both sides may have exceeded their authority in Rio, and upon checking with their colleagues in Managua, they were urged to seek any pretext for getting out of the agreement. The Sandinistas clearly wanted and needed an agreement, to enlist the coordinator's participation and prevent the November 4 elections from being discredited internationally. Arturo Cruz, according to several key informants interviewed by our delegation, may also have wanted to run, but the more conservative elements of his coordinatora coalition, especially the businessmen represented in COSEP, encouraged by hardliners within the Reagan administration, vetoed any agreement. The LASA report concluded, the weight of the evidence available to us suggests that the coordinatora group made a policy decision to pursue its political goals in 1984 outside of the electoral process. Its abstention from the elections was not the result of FSLN intransigence, given the terms for campaigning and holding the elections to which the FSLN had agreed by October 2. It is evident that the FSLN was willing to take specific steps to create an environment conducive to genuine electoral competition, as the coordinatora and the U.S. State Department 198 insisted that as election day drew closer, Washington stepped up pressure on opposition parties outside the coordinatora to join the abstentionist forces. Within Nicaragua, observed the LASA report, the behavior of U.S. diplomats was clearly interventionist. This behavior included repeated attempts to persuade key opposition party candidates to drop out of the election, and in at least one case, to bribe lower-level party officials to abandon the campaign of their presidential candidate, who insisted on staying in the race. Happy face, according to Democratic Conservative Party candidate Clemente Guido, the U.S. Embassy made large financial offers to several party leaders. 2 weeks before the election, said Guido, a U.S. Embassy official visited my campaign manager and promised to help him with money to succeed me as party leader if he withdrew from my campaign. He did. Degree Mauricio Diaz, the presidential candidate of the Popular Social Christian Party, PPSC, was visited by the U.S. Embassy political counselor on October 24. Created from a split in the Social Christian Party, PSC, in 1976, the PPSC characterizes itself as Christian Democrats of the left and the PSC as Christian Democrats of the right. Diaz and the PPSC resisted U.S. pressure and remained in the race. Washington was more successful in disrupting the electoral campaign of the strongest opposition party, the Independent Liberal Party, PLI, whose base is among the middle class and professionals. Virgilio Godoy, the PLF's presidential candidate, had served as Minister of Labor until February 1984. 2 weeks before the election, on October 20, Godoy was visited by U.S. Ambassador Harry Burgeld and embassy political counselor Michael Joyce. This was one of many PLI visits by U.S. officials during the campaign. The next day, Godoy announced his withdrawal from the election. When the LASA delegation asked Godoy what was discussed at the October 20 meeting, he replied, the ambassador wanted to express the point of view of his government regarding the elections, that this was not the best time to hold elections. An old friend of Godoy commented, I can't explain his behavior. He would not just sell himself to the U.S. Embassy. I think he was subject to terrible pressure from the embassy. Under U.S. pressure the PLI split into abstentionist and non-abstentionist factions. Angry non-abstainers charged that Godoy was offered $300,000 not to run. The PLF's vice presidential candidate and a number of PLI candidates for the National Assembly remained in the race after Godoy's withdrawal. The PLI withdrawal from the elections has now left the Sandinistas holding a near-worthless hand, boasted a secret briefing paper for an October 30 National Security Council meeting on Central America. An election held on November 4 will not give them the legitimacy they covet, although it will further consolidate Sandinista control over Nicaragua. Efforts continue to press the Sandinistas to postpone the elections and agree to coordinator demands. The NSC document described the administration's domestic and international public diplomacy strategy on the Nicaraguan election. Domestic propaganda included distribution of the resource book, The Sandinista Elections in Nicaragua, which documents the undemocratic nature of the election and encouragement of ballots, bullets, and MiGs 199. Experts outside the government to make public statements, prepare articles, and appear on media programs, especially immediately prior to and following the November 4 elections, e.g., the morning TV shows on November 5. Plans for the international community included encouragement of public statements condemning the Nicaraguan elections from government officials, political party leaders, intellectuals, church, and labor leaders. In a nonchalant reference to U.S. government manipulation of the international press, the document noted, media contacts should be encouraged to write editorials questioning the validity of the elections. Congressional failure to fund the armed opposition the Contras is a serious loss, the NSC document observed, but our handling of the Nicaragua elections issue and Sandinista mistakes have shifted opinion against the sham elections. It stated confidently, we have succeeded in returning the public and private diplomatic focus back on the Nicaraguan elections as the key stumbling block to prospects for national reconciliation and peace in the region. As former New York TZMES editor John Oakes put it, the most fraudulent thing about the Nicaraguan election was the part the Reagan administration played in it. Happy face, the FSLN itself was the target of some U.S. dirty tricks. In one case, Washington tried to transform its wishful thinking of a split in the FSLN between Borga hardliners and Ortega pragmatists into reality. In August, full-page ads appeared in newspapers in Costa Rica, Venezuela, and Panama signed by the Friends of Tomás Borga. Their message was not Cruz, not Ortega. Borga for president. The ads described Borga as the last true Sandinista revolutionary, the only one that can force through the promises of the 1979 revolution. Contra radio and leaflets advocated abstention, and electoral institutions and officials in the war zones were attacked. For example, Santos José Vilches, president of the voter registration office at Pijabay, was kidnapped along with 4 others on August 3. On August 7, 50 Contras invaded El Morado and kidnapped 10 campesinos. They removed voter registration cards and threatened to kill those who tried to vote. On September 14, Contras kidnapped the president of the local voting precinct in the district of San Martin. The Contras stepped up attacks in October as the election drew closer. 43 civilians were killed during the week of October 21. On October 28, in El Dorado, Contras kidnapped the president and secretary of the local electoral board. The next day, Contras attacked the Santa Julia Cooperative. A mortar landed in the cooperative's headquarters where 3 families were living. Maria Sosa Valadares was sick in bed, but all her children were in the eye-hole of the room as if they were waiting for the mortar which killed Marta Azucena, 11 years old, Carmelita Azucena, 5, and Ronaldo Miguel, 3. Another child, Alexis, 8, was severely injured and died on the way to the hospital. Maria Sosa, herself injured, tried to rescue her dead and dying children, but it was too late. Her daughter Maria, 6, covered with blood, walked all the way to the health center in San Gregorio through the ensuing crossfire. Eventually, she and her mother spent almost a month in the hospital. Aurelia Ortiz, 8 months pregnant, was also in the room with her children when the mortar exploded, killing José Rodolfo, 5. 200. And Mora de Jesus, 7. A month later, she gave birth to a stillborn child. The next day, the National Security Council was reviewing U.S. sabotage of the Nicaraguan election, 18 campesinos were kidnapped in the Casa de Tabla area. * Registered trademark. Although the Contras announced a ceasefire for election day, attacks continued. According to the Supreme Electoral Council, 16 polling places could not function because of the war. 2 polling places were attacked and an election official was killed. Near Huayvalay, Contras kidnapped 100 civilians. Nicaragua votes. On election day, Nicaraguan voters had a clear choice of political platforms ranging from conservative to orthodox communist. If the coordinatora had not boycotted, the most right-wing parties would have been represented as well. In addition to the PCD, PLI, and PPSC, positioned to the right of the FSLN in the Nicaraguan political spectrum, 3 parties on the ballot represented what could be considered Nicaragua's old left and far left. The Nicaraguan Socialist Party, PSN, founded in 1944, is the Communist Party recognized historically by the Soviet Union. The Nicaraguan Communist Party, PCN, a split from the PSN, regards the FSLN as a party of petty bourgeois reformers. The Marxist-Leninist Popular Action Movement, MAP-ML, advocates the expropriation of all business property. On November 4, Nicaraguans turned out in large numbers, with 75.4% of the registered voters casting ballots. The FSLN led the balloting with 67% of the vote, winning 6 leaders' seats in the National Assembly. The PCD, second with 14%, won 14 seats. The PLI, which was expected to finish second before the confused withdrawal of its presidential candidate, won 9.6% of the vote and 9 seats. The PPSC won 5.6% of the vote and 6 seats. The PCN, PSN, and MAP-ML won, respectively, 1.5, 1.3 and 1% of the vote, and 2 seats each in the National Assembly. Of the total votes cast, 6.1% were invalid, including unmarked or defaced ballots and ballots with more than one party or presidential candidate marked, representing voter confusion. For many this was the first vote in their lifetimes, as well as protest votes. Together, opposition parties, of the right and left, won a significant 1/3 of the popular vote and 35 seats, 36.5%, in the 96-member National Assembly, including 6 seats designated for losing presidential candidates. Not surprisingly, abstentionist forces such as COSEP dismiss the assembly as a rubber stamp. Most international observers, such as the Latin American Studies Association, the International Human Rights Law Group and the British Parliamentary Human Rights Group, judged the election to be free and democratic. Los's detailed analysis of Nicaraguan election procedure illustrates why most observers considered the election free and fair. The election of the assembly was based on a standard model of proportional representation. The choice of this kind of proportional representation system common in Western Europe is significant because it tilts the national as ballots, bullets, and MiGs 201 assembly toward political pluralism, by assuring the representation of a wider range of interests and opinions within the electorate than would be achieved under a U.S-style single-member district system. Without it, the smallest opposition parties would have had virtually no chance of winning seats. The electoral law provided for public financing and free, uncensored airtime. Each party, regardless of size, received an initial allotment of 9 million Cordobas, about $900,000, and were permitted to receive additional funding from domestic and foreign sources. The Electoral Council also distributed donated materials such as paper and ink to the parties. During the campaign, each party had access to a total of 22 hours, 15 minutes per day, of free, uninterrupted television time, in prime early evening hours, on both channels, and 44 hours, 30 minutes per day, of free radio time on all state-run radio stations. As already noted, newspaper censorship was eased during the electoral period. There was no censorship of Nicaragua's 39 radio stations, with an audience far larger than the newspaper's combined readership, including 2 stations run by the Catholic hierarchy which was supportive of the coordinatora. Also campaign billboards, posters, and wall murals, as well as graffiti, widely promoted the different party messages. Nicaraguans could also tune in regularly to the AM and M broadcasts transmitted by Contra-run radio stations and pro-Contra radio broadcasting in neighboring countries. Over 70 foreign radio stations, including the familiar Voice of America, penetrated Nicaraguan territory, mostly from Costa Rica and Honduras. Honduran and Salvadoran television was received in northern Nicaragua, and in much of southern Nicaragua Costa Rican television was received more clearly than Nicaraguan. Nicaraguan electoral law provided a broad array of protections and guarantees, the LASA report explained. The law created a system of open scrutiny of all electoral proceedings, registration, campaigning, voting, vote tabulation, by party-nominated observers, at each level of electoral organization. Systems for receiving complaints and appeals for each step in the process were also established, as well as mechanisms for evaluation of complaints, reports to the interested parties, and correction of abuses of violations of the law. Nicaragua received material or technical election assistance from Sweden, Norway, Finland, and France. And Nicaraguan delegations toured democracies in Latin America, Western Europe, and the United States, after first being denied U.S. visas, to research electoral procedures. The actual voting process, stated the LASA report, was meticulously designed to minimize the potential for abuses. In response to a request by opposition parties, all voter registration cards were retained by election judges so that there would be no possibility of them being used as an ex post facto way of checking on whether a person had voted, as allegedly happened in connection with the 1984 election in El Salvador. Also, unlike in El Salvador where voters marked ballots that were transparent even when folded for deposit in clear plastic ballot boxes, Nicaraguan voters deposited their folded ballots, designed for confidentiality, with Swedish technical assistance, with dark-colored strips across the back, into non-transparent ballot boxes. By the end of the day on November 7, not a single formal complaint about voting or vote count irregularities had been presented at the 202 Supreme Electoral Council, by any party. Spokesmen for several of the participating opposition parties attested to the cleanness of the elections. Months later, La Prensa presented a charge of voter fraud. It was thoroughly discredited. The LASA report concluded that the charge of systematic intimidation and harassment of opposition candidates and supporters by Sandinista defense committees and gangs, known as turbos, was unfounded. The sporadic disruptions that did occur took place mainly in the pre- or early campaign period, and were not representative of the overall character of the campaign. The Electoral Council substantiated 9 TBA disruptions before and during a campaign with over 270 political rallies and demonstrations. In at least one case, Cruz supporters acted as turbas, attacking a group of women, including widows of men killed by the Contras or by Guardia during Somoza's reign, carrying placards protesting the coordinatora's call for direct talks with the Contras. Not one person lost their life as a result of campaign violence. Civilians did die at the hands of the Contras, a remarkable record in a country experiencing its first open electoral campaign in any Nicaraguan's lifetime, at a time of armed conflict and high emotions. In El Salvador and the Philippines, in contrast, there were, and are, many political killings. Regarding the charge that the FSLN abused its incumbency status, the LASA delegation found that, generally speaking, the FSLN did little more to take advantage of its incumbency than incumbent parties everywhere, including the United States, routinely do, and considerably C-55 than ruling parties in other Latin American countries traditionally have done. LASA's italics. Sergio Ramirez observed, "We do have an advantage over our opposition. We are in power. It's certainly easier to run for president from the White House, but nobody accuses Ronald Reagan of anything illegal because he takes advantage of all that apparatus." The downside to incumbency was largely ignored. The party in power is generally blamed for poor economic conditions, however fairly or unfairly, and by 1984 Nicaragua was experiencing a worsening economic crisis. The LASA report concluded that by Latin American standards, the Nicaraguan election was a model of probity and fairness. We must conclude that there is nothing IHX the Sandinistas could have done to make the 1984 elections acceptable to the United States government. LASA's italics. Democracies and double standards. When LASA observers asked a U.S. diplomat in Central America why the United States enthusiastically endorsed the 1984 Salvadoran elections, where all political groups to the left of the Christian Democrats were excluded, while condemning the more inclusionary electoral process in Nicaragua, he replied, "The United States is not obliged to apply the same standard of judgment to a country whose government is avowedly hostile to the U.S. as for a country, like El Salvador, where it is not." Using a single standard. Lord Chitness of the British delegation favourably ballots, bullets, and MiGs 203. Trusted Nicaragua's election with El Salvador's 1984 presidential election. In every relevant aspect, the situation in Nicaragua provided the necessary conditions for all political parties to participate freely. This was not the case in El Salvador. In Nicaragua, Arturo Cruz was free to return to his country. And held public meetings without any perceptible fear for his life. In El Salvador, Guillermo Ngo, the leader of the FMLN-FDR, would not have been able to do this. As the British government's official observers noted, he would have run a very high risk of being assassinated. In Nicaragua, Chitness found genuine political choice. By comparing, for example, the party political platform of the Democratic Conservatives with that of the map on the extreme left, this seems to me indisputable. In El Salvador, such political choice did not exist. As the British government's observers to the Salvadoran election said, it was clear that in that country no political party from the center to the left would have been able to contest the elections, and none did. On the question of censorship, Chitness criticized the Nicaraguan government as well as La Prensa's decision not to publish official Electoral Council notices or reports of deaths from Contra attacks. But, what of the anti-government journalist in El Salvador, he asked. Assuming he finds a paper or magazine willing to publish his articles, huge assumption he too will be in fear of his life. Not long ago, the mutilated, decapitated bodies of journalists were found on the roadside. Indeed, there is now no opposition paper to censor. They have been forced into silence. In the words of America's Watch, any discussion of press freedom in El Salvador must begin by pointing out the elimination of the country's two main opposition newspapers. La Crónica del Pueblo was closed in 1980 when members of THI security forces raided a San Salvador coffee shop where the paper's editor and one of its photographers were meeting. Editor Jamie Suarez, a 31-year-old prize-winning poet, and Cesar Najarro, 28, were disemboweled by machetes and then shot. In 1981 El Independientes closed when A&E tanks surrounded its offices. This was the culmination of a long series of attacks, which included the machine gunning of a 14-year-old newsboy, bombing attempts, and assassination attempts against editor Jorge Pinto. As for censorship of Salvadoran church outlets, the Archdiocese's radio station, WSAX, spent several years out of commission after its offices were repeatedly bombed. According to the Committee to Protect Journalists, 65 reporters have been murdered in El Salvador and Guatemala. In short, the press in El Salvador and Guatemala have been censored by death squads. The mainstream U.S. media applied the administration's double standard. One study found that at the time of El Salvador's 1982 election, during a 7-day period centered on Election Day, the three networks ran a total of 22 stories, the average length of which was just under 5 minutes, making it one of the most thoroughly covered foreign elections in television history. The Nicaraguan election was, by comparison, all but ignored, receiving a total of 18 minutes and 40 seconds of evening news coverage between August 1 and November 7. The coverage mirrored the administration line, playing up both Salvadoran elections as democratic triumphs, virtually ignoring the state of siege and the annihilation of independent and opposition press, and dismissing the absence of the major political opposition, the FDR-FMLN, as a factor in judging fairness. Coverage.